300 years ago, the sky of Blue Star suddenly cracked, and countless space vortices emerged out of thin air, leading to a mysterious world, the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm descended, and the laws of the blue planet were completely reshaped, as if an invisible hand had pressed the reset button for the world. The most intuitive change was that reality had become digitized. Hunt exotic beasts, explore secret realms, accumulate experience, upgrade and become stronger. Your entire life is gamified, and a grand RPG adventure begins. However, when the Secret Realm first appeared, a wave of strange beasts swept in like a storm. The weak bodies of humans were like paper barriers in front of the strange beasts, and they would collapse at the touch of a finger. Our ancestors fought one after another, using their flesh and blood to build a wall to resist the monsters, and survived that dark period at the cost of their lives. It was not until the turmoil in the Secret Realm subsided that Blue Star had a brief respite and peace. It is precisely through professional awakening that humans are able to reverse the crisis. After 300 years of exploration, humans finally mastered the secret of awakening. Although the strength of awakening professions is random, everyone can awaken, which has become an opportunity for countless people to change their destiny. The potential of awakening careers is closely related to the 3 years of high school. A top student with a powerful career, he made rapid progress. A poor student will most likely only be able to touch a soy sauce bottle and won't even be able to touch the edge of the exotic beast. Of course, there will occasionally be top students who fail and poor students who make a comeback, but the probability is even lower than winning the lottery and is almost negligible. And it has been exactly 3 years since I traveled to this world. During those 3 years, I studied very hard and became the top student and the most handsome boy in the school. Until the day of awakening, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. Dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. From the depths of the dark clouds came the strange sound of bones rubbing against each other, as if countless skeletons were breaking free from their shackles. Bones creaked, dark clouds slowly formed, and countless hideous skeletons emerged. Some looked like humans, some looked like beasts, and their shapes were so bizarre that they made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this, I thought I would awaken a superclass, but when I looked down, I saw 2 words on the awakening stone: Summoner. And I got a broken shovel? The smiles of the principal and the teacher froze, and they could not hide their disappointment in their eyes. Summoner? With a shovel? My classmates laughed so hard that they fell over, as if I was born to dig holes and farm outside the Secret Realm. Unfortunately, they don't know that the profession I awakened is the hidden profession, Undead Summoner, and I also obtained the SSS-level talent, Eternal Immortality, and the artifact, Shovel of the Fallen. Eternal Immortality allows me to summon endless skeletons. As long as the summoned skeletons are not destroyed, I will be undefeated. Sorrow of the Dead opens up an alternative way to become stronger, burying monsters alive, plundering treasures from the underworld, and even digging up the enemy's ancestral graves and summoning their ancestors to fight for me. In the intertwined cycle of life and death, I am the natural disaster of this land. Blue Star, Huaxia Empire, Tianfu Province, Qingyang City. On the playground of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, the students' voices of gloating were heard one after another. But I was standing on the stage and had no time to pay attention to them. I stared blankly at my personal information. My heart was surging and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: Undead Summoner. Level 1, 0.000%. Strength: 11 Agility, 12 Constitution, 13 Spirit, 308 Equipment. Death of the Dead Summoning Space, 0/3000 Skills, Talent Skill Immortality, SSS level, Summon Skeleton Mage, G level. Talented Skill Immortality, SSS level. With your extremely strong soul power, you have successfully mastered the ultimate skill of the Undead Summoner. You will learn the same Undead Summoning skill without limit, and can stack the summoning effect infinitely, while there is a very low chance to increase the skill level. Summon Skeleton Mage, G level. Summons 1 level 0 Skeleton Mage. Its level increases with the summoner. Each summoning consumes 0.1 point of mental power. Consumed mental power can be restored. As a top student among top students, my theoretical knowledge is naturally solid. That's why I was so shocked when I saw this information about myself. 300 points of spiritual power. Even for hidden professions, it is rare to have an initial attribute of more than 100 points, but I actually maxed it out to 300 points. Is this a special benefit for time travelers? Talent skills are extremely important to everyone, and are equivalent to the innate equipment. The difference is that after the talent skills are awakened, they will not be directly displayed. Unless the person himself shows it, outsiders will have no way of knowing its level. Generally speaking, hidden professions have a 100% chance of awakening S-level talents. SS-level ones are rare, and SSS-level ones can be counted on one's fingers in 300 years. There are thousands of hidden professions, but less than 100 are at SS level. And there are no more than 5 people like me who have SSS-level talents in the past 300 years. As long as I don't die young, I will eventually become a peak strongman at the 9th level of my profession. But what still shocks me is not only the innate skill, but also the life equipment. The Sorrow of the Dead, sealed state, level 1 grade, level 0 strength, +1 agility, +1 constitution, +1 spirit, +1. Effect 1, dig a hole and bury a corpse. After 60 seconds, you will harvest a sapling full of strange fruits. Note: only creatures killed by hand. Introduction: he died, but not completely. He lived, but not really alive. Death is not the end, the undead is the destination. Complete the job transfer to unlock the seal. At first, this unprepossessing little black shovel made me feel a little disappointed, but after seeing the introduction of the shovel, my sadness turned into joy and I was ecstatic. Not to mention anything else, it's of grade 0, so common that you can buy it anywhere on the street, but the effect is incredible. Most monster corpses are worthless, and ordinary people just turn around and leave after defeating the monster. But I am different. This shovel can make use of corpse waste. Just dig a hole and bury it, and you can get extra rewards. Isn't this much more fun than killing monsters and touching corpses? More importantly, this shovel can be unlocked, and it will definitely unlock more amazing effects in the future. Now we are just burying corpses and planting trees. Maybe we can dig out god-level equipment later. Unlimited potential, no need to change artifacts. Just when I was so excited that I couldn't stop smiling, the noise in the playground suddenly stopped. Quiet! Wang Wei's voice was like thunder, instantly calming the whole place. As a rank 6 expert, the aura he released made the playground so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Wang Wei held back his breath, turned his head and looked at me who was standing there in a daze, sighed softly, then forced a smile and said softly, Xiaosu, don't be discouraged. It doesn't matter if your life equipment is not good enough. You are a hidden profession Undead Summoner, so your summoned beast must be good, right? You have unlimited potential in the future. Yeah. Li Jing also came over, with a worried look on her beautiful face. Xiaosu, what is your initial summoned beast? Dullahan? Skeleton Tyrant? Or Undead Dragon Beast? Listening to the comforting voices of the principal and the homeroom teacher, I finally came to my senses, immediately turned off the panel, and calmly responded. Summoned beast? I didn't say much, I just pointed to the open space ahead and said, Come out, skeleton mage! The black fog rolled, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other creaked. The black fog dissipated, revealing a skeleton mage who was less than 1.5 meters tall, and whose body was made of white bones. It's not the headless horseman, it's not the skeleton tyrant, and it's not the undead drake. Suddenly, the playground fell into an eerie silence. Wang Wei tried to keep a straight face, but his defense was almost broken. To be honest, compared to the shovel as the main equipment, this skeleton mage was even more unacceptable. Skeleton monsters are low-level summoned creatures, not to mention skeleton mages. Their growth potential is shockingly low, and even ordinary summoners rarely summon skeleton mages. Wang Wei thought for a moment and forced himself to comfort himself. That's not right. After all, the Undead Summoner is a hidden profession. Maybe this skeleton mage has some mystery? After saying that, he stepped forward, stretched out a finger, and gently touched the smooth forehead of the skeleton mage. Bang crash! In less than 10 seconds, the skeleton mage was shattered by Wang Wei's finger and turned into white bones all over the ground. Ha ha ha, you told me this is a hidden profession? Ouch, my stomach hurts, I'm dying of laughter. Every year there are top students who fail when they awaken, but this is the first time I've seen our top student fail so thoroughly. That's right, he usually pretends to be cool, but now he failed, ha ha ha, he deserves it. Standing on the stage, I heard laughter from the audience, but I was calm inside and even wanted to laugh. I glanced at Wang Wei, whose face was livid, and raised the corners of my mouth slightly. Summon! Skeleton Mage! As soon as the words fell, black fog rolled up, and a crunching sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard, and skeleton monsters emerged from the black fog one after another. 10, 100, 1,000. In just a breath, 3,000 skeleton mages filled the rostrum and even overflowed onto the playground, spreading out into a sea of white skeletons. This? Li Jing couldn't help but exclaimed, shock written all over her face. As soon as he awakens, he can summon thousands of skeleton monsters at once. Even if they are weak, this scene is enough to scare people. Over the years, the undead summoners who have awakened have mostly summoned headless horsemen, or skeleton tyrants, as their starting beasts. The highest record is only summoning one undead dragon, and at most one can be summoned at a time. But now, I'm telling everyone with facts, my summoned beasts may be rubbish, but they are infinite in number. What do you mean by rollover? I can't roll over at all. I felt a little dizzy after exhausting my mental energy all at once, but fortunately my foundation was good and I could recover after a short rest. Yes, although Xiaosu's natal equipment has some flaws, his talent is not weak and worth cultivating. Wang Wei commented in front of all the teachers and students in the school, with a little relief in his tone. Although his potential is not as good as Su Xiaoqing's six-winged angel, he is also one of the key targets. Put away the skeleton mage and go down. The awakening ceremony will continue. Yes, Principal. I nodded, waved my hand, and all 3,000 skeleton mages returned to the summoning space, then turned and left the podium. I chose to display my infinite summoning ability for two reasons. First, the Huaxia Empire implements 12 years of compulsory education, and university tuition is high. Showing my strength in advance will help me get a scholarship. The second is to cover up the secret of this shovel. Compared with the SSS-level talent, the existence of the shovel is more terrifying. Once it is exposed, even if the school and the country will not touch me, it is hard to guarantee that it will not attract the covetousness of external forces. Just as I was thinking about my future plans, a familiar voice suddenly came to my ears. Humph, Wei Xiaosu, you lose this time. I turned around and saw Su Xiaoqing looking at me smugly, with a hint of provocation in her expression. Replied calmly and returned to my seat. You! Su Xiaoqing stared at my back, gritting her teeth, her fists clenched until they turned white. The awakening ceremony lasted until 6 in the afternoon. During this period, Qian Zihao, the monitor of Class 8 of Grade 3, also awakened his hidden profession Wind Swordsman. Qian Zihao has excellent grades and is loved by teachers, but he is petty and ordinary-looking, but he is Su Xiaoqing's loyal licker. He has no hope for Su Xiaoqing, and turned his accusation against me, which is really an unprovoked disaster. Students, this year's awakening ceremony has ended successfully. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, you will go to the novice copy for training. Those who perform well will receive scholarships and extra points in the college entrance examination. Come on! Wang Wei concluded. This year's awakening ceremony has achieved great results, with 3 people having hidden professions and 16 people having rare professions, which is much higher than the level in previous years. Principal Wang Wei couldn't stop smiling all afternoon. The crowd dispersed, and I couldn't wait to find a place to study the details of the profession. Just as I was leaving the playground, Qian Zihao came over and blocked my way. Wei Xiaosu, what did you say to Xiaoqing just now? She looked so unhappy, and she even ignored me when I spoke to her. Being stopped inexplicably, I frowned and sneered. Why is she ignoring you? Don't you know what's going on? Qian Zihao is also a top student and is smart, but his IQ drops when he touches Su Xiaoqing, like now. Are you looking for a fight? He glared at me, and his sword instantly appeared, flashing with green light, and his momentum suddenly increased. I was secretly shocked by the might of the Wind Swordsman. Although not as good as the Seraph, he was ranked in the top 50 on the hidden profession list, much stronger than the Undead Summoner. Wei Xiaosu, I'm warning you, stay away from Xiaoqing. Don't think you're great just because you can summon thousands of skeleton trash. No matter how many trash there are, they are still trash. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise I will make you pay the price. Qian Zihao held a green sword in his hand, his eyes full of contempt, and he obviously looked down on me. The students who were watching did not try to dissuade the performance. Instead, they gathered in a circle and looked forward to watching the show with great interest. Fuck you, I gave you face, didn't I? I was furious and energy surged in my body. Almost in the blink of an eye, a black shovel appeared out of thin air. It was about 1.2 meters long and heavy in my hand. The black shovel looked ordinary. Compared with the long sword with green light in Qian Zihao's hand, it was completely different and had no momentum at all. But I know that the ordinary-looking shovel hides a terrifying power. Not to mention Qian Zihao's 3-foot-high peak, even Su Xiaoqing's holy light angel sword may not be comparable to it. Just as I was about to summon the skeleton brothers to fight Qian Zihao, a cold voice interrupted me. Stop! Following the voice, the crowd slowly parted and a familiar figure stepped towards them. It was Su Xiaoqing who had just left. Xiaoqing, why are you back? The anger on Qian Zihao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a flattering smile, looking extremely attentive. I'm not surprised she came back. this is not the first time. In the past, when everyone hadn't awakened their professions, fighting was no big deal, but now it's different. After awakening a profession, if you're not careful, you can get killed. Su Xiaoqing's eyes swept over Qian Zihao, cold as ice, and then turned to me, saying calmly, "In tomorrow's dungeon trial, I will beat you. Let's wait and see." I shrugged and responded nonchalantly. Su Xiaoqing nodded, remained silent for a moment, and then turned and left, leaving only one sentence coldly before leaving. "Qian Zihao, if you have the ability, defeat him in the trial tomorrow. There is no point in arguing now." After watching Su Xiaoqing walk away, Qian Zihao reluctantly withdrew his gaze, put away his 3-foot green peak, and sneered. I listened to Xiaoqing. "You'd better pray that you don't run into me in the trial tomorrow, otherwise, be prepared to lie in bed for a month." After saying that, he left in a leisurely manner, with his back showing a sense of loneliness of a master. "Bah, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?" I curled my lips and secretly complained in my heart. Although Qian Zihao always liked to make trouble, he became a little too arrogant after awakening the hidden profession of wind swordsman. "Okay, there will be a trial tomorrow. I want to see how you turn the tables." I snorted in my heart, and continued to think about how to deal with it. After class, I didn't rush home, but went to the nearby colorful flag chain professional supermarket. This supermarket specializes in professional props. Although it is not large, only more than 100 square meters, for a poor student like me, visiting such a store is already a luxury. In the supermarket, the bald boss was sitting behind the counter watching Douyin, looking very relaxed. "Boss, do you have a skill book for summoning the undead?" I walked over and asked. The bald boss glanced at my school uniform and lazily pointed to a corner. "Over there are all G-level summoning skill books. See if there are any more undead books. Look for them yourself." "Okay, thanks boss." I walked in the direction he said, and sure enough, I found a pile of dusty skill books. The corners of my mouth twitched, and I thought this was too miserable. I squatted down and untied the rope, and flipped through the books one by one. Summon Blue-Eyed Grey Wolf, Summon Minotaur, Summon Shadow Snake. These all look very powerful, but I don't need them. What I'm looking for is the cheapest and most inconspicuous skeleton summoning skill book. After flipping through the pages for a full minute, I finally found a book called Summoning Skeleton Mage at the bottom, and my brows were instantly filled with joy. After picking up the scattered skill books, I took this one and walked carefully to the counter. "Boss, how much is this one?" The boss looked up and took a quick look. "A G-level skill book costs 5,000 yuan, but it's a skeleton mage of the undead system. It costs 2,000 yuan, no less." Although the boss has already given me a friendly price, 2,000 yuan is still a considerable amount of money for a poor student like me. I looked at the balance of more than 3,000 yuan on my phone, gritted my teeth, and paid the money directly. As long as I can get first place in the trial tomorrow, the scholarship will not be reduced. Now 2,000 yuan is an advance investment. After putting the skill book in my pocket, I trotted back to the small room I rented. It was a 30 square meter room with a monthly rent of 300 yuan. Although it was simple, it was cheap. Sitting on the bed, I took out the skill book, my heartbeat slightly quickened. It's time to witness a miracle. Taking a deep breath, I whispered, "Study!" Black mist emerged in the palm of his hand, wrapped around the skill book, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared, followed by a system prompt. "Congratulations on learning the G-level skill Summon Skeleton Mages. Talented Skill Immortality, SSS, takes effect, Skill Effect +1. Summon Skeleton Mages, G-level Summon 2 Skeleton Mages, each summon consumes 0.1 point of mental power." Looking at the information on the screen, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha! It really works! Doubled my combat power. This deal is so cost-effective. In other words, I can summon 6,000 skeleton mages instantly? Even if they are just cannon fodder, the number is too large." I couldn't help but imagine Qian Zihao? Trial? Not a big deal. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and the clock pointed to 8 o'clock. I had just finished washing up and was about to pick up my school bag to go to school when a sudden knock on the door broke the momentary silence. "Xiaosu, are you up?" A gentle and charming female voice came from outside the door. It was so familiar that it made me feel a chill on my back and my scalp tingling. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, no need to guess. The person outside the door must be the landlord, Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, Wu Xinyue, 35 years old, has been a widow for many years. Her husband died accidentally during an expedition to a secret place, and she has not remarried since then. 30 square meter room with kitchen and bathroom near the school for 300 yuan? But this care was sometimes too enthusiastic, and made me feel suffocated. Every time I saw Aunt Wu, I felt like a mouse meeting a cat, eager to burrow into a hole in the ground. With a wry smile in my heart, I gritted my teeth and agreed, then walked over and opened the door. Outside the door, Aunt Wu was wearing a black cheongsam, showing off her curvy figure and skin so white that it looked like water could be squeezed out of it. Her delicate facial features, coupled with her unique mature charm, made me, a senior student, sigh. She is a beauty on earth, and she is not just a name for nothing. Aunt Wu saw the door open and smiled brightly. She raised the breakfast in her hand and said, "Steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, and vegetable porridge. I made them all myself." A scent wafted into my nose, and I subconsciously licked my lips. Judging from my experience, I couldn't refuse this breakfast anyway. I immediately took it and said, "Thank you, Aunt Wu." It was rare for me to take the initiative like this. Aunt Wu was slightly stunned, then she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Eat, and then go to school. Perform well in today's test. If you can get first place in the school, Aunt Wu will prepare a gift for you." After saying that, she turned and left. Her figure under the cheongsam was graceful and gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. I stood at the door in a daze, feeling that Aunt Wu was a little different today than usual, but I couldn't tell what the difference was. At 9 o'clock, a large number of students had gathered in front of the gate of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, exuding a youthful atmosphere. Since they didn't have to wear school uniforms today and it was very hot in midsummer, the girls were dressed particularly coolly. Their long, white legs were particularly eye-catching, attracting the attention of the boys around them. I stood in the crowd, chatting with a few classmates. Suddenly, there were several exclamations from not far away. "Wow, it's Su Xiaoqing! She's so beautiful today! It's true, the rumor that the school uniform steals the goddess is true! Goddess, my goddess!" The discussions around me gradually became more heated, and I looked in the direction of the sound out of curiosity. I saw Su Xiaoqing slowly walking towards me. Today, she is indeed different from usual. She is wearing a white embroidered dress, simple canvas shoes, and black hair, like a girl from a comic book. "Wei Xiaosu." Su Xiaoqing walked up to me, raised her head slightly, with a bit of scrutiny in her clear eyes, and her tone was calm but with a hint of provocation. "In today's trial, do you plan to act alone or in a team?" "Of course I'm acting alone." I had already thought of the answer and answered without thinking. Su Xiaoqing nodded gently, with a slight smile on her face. "Okay, then I will act alone. I hope that by then, your results will not be too far behind mine. Otherwise, I will be very disappointed." I looked confused. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving me alone in the wind. Disappointment. My mouth twitched, and I swallowed back what was in my heart. What have I done wrong? I am just the top student, the other people's kid. In the eyes of the teacher, the flower of the class, so why do you keep targeting me? Soon after, the bus drove into the school gate. Under the guidance of the teacher, the students boarded the bus one after another and drove to the trial location. This dungeon trial is for high school seniors, and the difficulty of the dungeons ranges from 1 star to 10 stars. The one arranged by the school is naturally the lowest level 1-star dungeon. There are 3 1-star dungeons in Qingyang City: Qingqing Grassland, Goblin Crypt, and Orc's Lair. Among them, Qingqing Grassland has the lowest risk factor, Goblin Crypt is second, and Orc's Lair is the most threatening. For safety reasons, almost all students choose to enter the green grassland. An hour later, the bus stopped at a military-restricted area. Soldiers armed with live ammunition were patrolling to prevent monsters in the copy from escaping and to prevent unauthorized personnel from entering. After all, even a 1-star instance should not be taken lightly. If an instance encounters a large-scale massacre, it will collapse sooner or later. Therefore, the strong are strictly prohibited from entering the 1-star instance at will to ensure that the instance is stable for the senior high school students to test. After I got off the bus, I looked around and saw that in addition to Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, there were students from other schools, with a total of at least 1,000 people. Wang Wei stood in front of the team and said in a loud voice, "Students, 3 years of hard study have only prepared you for this day. This is your first actual combat exercise. Within 8 hours, if you can raise your level to LV3, you will get 5 extra points for the college entrance examination." As soon as he finished speaking, the students became agitated. "In addition, those who think they are strong enough can try to hunt elite monsters, boss monsters, and even dungeon bosses. Elite monsters will add 5 points, boss monsters will add 10 points, and bosses will add 20 points. Wang Wei looked around, his eyes firm. "Everyone, I wish you good luck. Fuck, the points added by hunting missions are so many. Elite monsters, leaders, and dungeon bosses, a total of 35 points. Haha, wishful thinking. Elite monsters and bosses still have some hope, but the difficulty of the dungeon boss is no joke. The last time someone successfully hunted down a dungeon boss was 4 years ago. 4 years ago? Are you talking about Senior Zhang Yu? Yes, it's him. Senior Zhang Yu defeated the dungeon boss of Green Grassland by himself. Many famous universities competed to recruit him, but he finally chose to go to Magic City University. Senior is so strong! I wonder if anyone in our class will be able to kill the dungeon boss. It's difficult. Anyway, if I run into him, I will definitely run faster than anyone else. Listening to the students chattering, Wang Wei felt very mixed up. As the principal, he could only explain the risks and benefits of the task, but he could not make decisions for them. They are all lovely children. I hope you can all return safely. Wang Wei prayed secretly. Every year, there would always be students who died in the trial missions. The more talented the students were, the faster they died. Most ordinary students choose to form teams. Although the upgrade is slow, it is safer. In contrast, those talented students always wanted to try hunting missions, but ended up being killed by monsters, leaving behind a bloody lesson. In order to improve safety, the school has issued a special alloyed dagger to each student for self-defense. Although it has no attribute bonus, as the pinnacle of Blue Star technology, it is even sharper than some equipment. I held the shining alloyed dagger in my hand, feeling extremely satisfied. The textbook said that this dagger was as sharp as a Tier 3 equipment. I put the dagger on my waist and was about to teleport into the dungeon when a familiar cold voice suddenly rang in my ears. Would you like to compete to see who can kill the dungeon boss first? Not interested. I refused without even turning my head. You! Su Xiaoqing was so angry at my indifferent attitude that she stomped her feet. However, due to the students watching around her, she could only try to stay calm, quickly walked past me, and teleported into the copy ahead of time. Damn it! Watching Su Xiaoqing disappear, I couldn't help but curse. Is this little girl sick? I rejected her because I didn't want her to take risks for a trial. How could a dungeon boss be killed so easily? There were only a handful of people who could do it over the years. But it looked like she was determined to challenge the dungeon boss. I hope she can wake up and at least reach level 5 before going, otherwise even if she is a 6-winged angel, she will most likely be defeated. However, Su Xiaoqing and I have no relationship, so there is no need to take it too seriously. I stepped into the transmission channel and entered the copy of this trial Qingqing Grassland. As the name suggests, this is a vast grassland. Official measurements show that the area of Qingqing Grassland is 500 square kilometers, almost as large as Qingyang City. Students are scattered throughout the grassland, and it depends on luck if they want to meet each other. As a 1-star dungeon for beginners, the monsters in Green Grassland are small and sparsely distributed. It is normal to encounter a monster every few kilometers, so it is generally safe. But for people with hidden professions like me, Su Xiaoqing or Qian Zihao, finding monsters is harder than killing them. However, I have a huge advantage. I looked out at the grassland, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and summoned 3,000 skeleton wizards. Scatter and look for monsters. With one order, 3,000 skeleton mages ran in all directions, and the quiet grassland was suddenly filled with the rustling sound of bones rubbing against each other. I held the dagger at my waist tightly for self-defense, but always felt unsafe, so I summoned 100 skeleton mages to protect me and prevent sneak attacks. Skeleton Mage, Level 0, Level 1 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 10 Skills, Firecracker, Level G, Firecracker, Level G. Throw an exploding firecracker at the target, causing slight damage. The attribute panel of the Skeleton Mage can be called a Junk Fighter. No wonder Qian Zihao didn't take it seriously at all yesterday. After all, no matter how much rubbish there is, it is still rubbish. Moreover, as a mage, is it appropriate to throw firecrackers? I have tested the power of firecrackers, and they are about the same as the firecrackers used during the Chinese New Year. It takes dozens or even hundreds of them to kill a monster. Fortunately, I have enough followers, so if 100 doesn't work, I can use 1,000, and it will always kill it. About a minute later, the sound of firecrackers exploding one after another, indicating that the skeletons had found the monster. Congratulations on successfully killing the 0th level 1 monster groundhog, experience points plus 10. I can gain experience without doing anything, it's so cool. I opened the character panel and the experience value increased from 0 to 0.1. In other words, I have to kill 1,000 monsters to reach level 2. The upgrade speed is impressive. I calculated that the summoning space can store 3,000 skeletons, and now I can summon another 6,000 with full mental power. It would be more efficient to release them all. But it would be uneconomical to use up all my mental power. After thinking for a while, I decided to summon another 3,000 skeletons to fight monsters, and keep the rest for backup. Otherwise, it would not be worth it to run out of mental energy and feel dizzy. As a result, 6,000 skeleton mages rampaged across the green grassland, and monsters were wiped out every minute. So happy when I saw my experience points increasing. Outside the dungeon, several old principals gathered together again, with a hint of competition in their greetings. Wang Wei, the principal of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, was communicating with the principals of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, Xiaoshui High School, Linan Middle School, and Nanshan Middle School. Haha, Lao Wang, I heard that there are 3 students with hidden professions in your class? Asked the principal of Linlan Middle School with a smile. Hey, there's nothing special about hidden professions. Didn't your Linlan also release one? Wang Wei waved his hand, pretending to be modest. Come on, stop showing off here. Our 3 schools haven't seen a single hair. The principal of Nanshan Middle School snorted, causing everyone to laugh. Seeing the jealous looks of his colleagues, Wang Wei felt so happy that he laughed without disguising himself. He had no intention of being polite to these old guys. Speaking of which, who do you think can complete the hunting mission this time? Asked the principal of Xiaoshui High School. Lu Chang, the kid from my Nanshan Middle School, is a leader in a rare profession, and his academic performance is also top-notch. He should have no problem hunting elite monsters, Principal Nanshan said confidently. TSK, an elite monster. Qingyang No. 2 Middle School is probably in danger. We need a team of 6 to have a chance of winning. The principal of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School shook his head helplessly. Several principals talked to each other, speculating on the potential of their students. Hidden professions can usually fight elite monsters of the same level alone, while rare professions are more suitable for teamwork. But to hunt down a boss-level monster, with the ability of a senior high school student, no matter who it is, there is a risk of failure. As for the dungeon boss, I dare not even think about it. Old Wang, among your 3 students with hidden professions, is there anyone who can hunt down a boss-level monster? The principal of Linlan Middle School narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Wei meaningfully. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. All eyes fell on Wang Wei, waiting to hear some inside information. Wang Wei pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Su Xiaoqing's 6-winged angel profession and Qian Ziheo's wind swordsman profession, these 2 have the support of their families and abundant resources, and they are very likely to hunt down the leader monster. As for Wei Xiaosu, Wang Wei sighed. His hidden profession is just average, and his life equipment has problems. I guess he can only kill an elite monster. TSK, you are disgusted. Just give Wei Xiaosu to me and I will handle the transfer procedures immediately, Principal Xiaoshui deliberately said. Get out of here! You're dreaming! Wang Wei scolded with a smile. In the dungeon, while the principals were chatting, I was already killing like crazy. 6,000 skeleton mages swept the outer perimeter of the dungeon like a tide. Once the monsters appeared, they were immediately besieged by swarms of skeletons, leaving them with no escape. In just a few minutes, the monsters within a 3-kilometer radius were almost cleared out. However, I soon discovered the problem: the skeleton mage cannot be too far away from me. Once the distance exceeds 3 kilometers, I will lose control of them and they will become wild monsters that attack indiscriminately. In order to avoid accidentally hurting other professionals, I strictly control the range of activities of the skeletons. 10 minutes later, I stood in the pile of monster corpses, and my experience value soared to 22.6%. But I didn't leave in a hurry, but took out my lifelong weapon, the Sorrow of the Dead, and prepared to test the special effects of this shovel. Soon, I stopped beside a groundhog corpse that was blown to pieces. This level 1, level 0 monster was 5 times larger than the groundhog before the Blue Star disaster. Its lethality should not be underestimated. It would take some effort for ordinary professionals to encounter it. Let me try it on you. I smiled, swung the shovel to dig a hole, kicked the groundhog's body in, and filled it with soil. Although my skills are still a little unfamiliar, I have a feeling that I will soon become an expert at digging pits. The pit was quickly filled, and a slightly raised grave mound appeared before our eyes. In a few seconds, a small green seedling popped up in the middle of the grave and quickly grew into a 1-meter-tall tree with 3 crystal-clear fruits on it. I picked a fruit in surprise, and the fruit flashed in my hand and turned into a bracelet. What the fuck, it's equipment! I widened my eyes. Rough bracelet level, 1 grade, level 0 strength +1 agility +1 constitution +1 spirit +1 description, a rough-made bracelet, a defective product. The drop rate of equipment in a 1-star dungeon is extremely low. I just killed a circle of monsters but no equipment dropped. As a result, I dug a pit and a bracelet dropped. Although the attributes are average, each point of mental power can summon 20 more skeleton mages. This bracelet is really a timely help. I couldn't wait to pick the remaining fruits, and this time what I got were not equipment, but props. Per grave incense, item after lighting, gain 100 experience points per second, lasting 60 seconds, only for undead professions. Per quality corpse oil item, randomly improves the 4-dimensional attributes, only for undead professions. Looking at the props that smelled of hell, the corners of my mouth twitched. Who came up with the name? Talented. But the effect is overwhelming. I lit the incense on the grave, a wisp of black smoke rose, and my experience points continued to rise. Experience plus 100, experience plus 100, experience plus 100. 1 minute later, the experience increased to 82.6%. That's awesome! Much faster than killing groundhogs! I grinned and gripped the shovel tighter. Although the name of the prop contains the word low quality, the effect surprised me, which made me curious about another prop. I couldn't wait to unscrew the cap, pour the corpse oil into my palm, and evenly apply it on my skin. However, the smell is really indescribable. After retching for a while, I finally got used to it. Just as I was wondering why the corpse oil hadn't taken effect yet, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen in front of me. Your body is nourished by corpse oil, strength plus 5, agility plus 3, constitution plus 6, spirit plus 4. Damn, this hellish item is too powerful. It smells really good, it smells really good, it smells amazing. I thought my SSS level talent was already abnormal enough, but I didn't expect the special effects of my life equipment to be even more outrageous. This is just the beginning, and I am already shocked. Excited, I continued to the next groundhog carcass. Within a few minutes, the second grave was erected. However, this time the small tree only produced 2 fruits, and they were all equipment for other professions, which was a bit disappointing. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, until I buried the 10th groundhog corpse. I suddenly realized that the special effect of the equipment had lost its effect. Note: the same type of creature can trigger the equipment effect up to 10 times. Looking at the prompts on the screen, I let out a long sigh. I thought I could get rich by digging holes and burying corpses, but it turns out there are still some limitations. However, this restriction is not too harsh. If the marmot doesn't work, then try another monster. There are as many as 20 kinds of monsters in the green grassland dungeon, which is enough for me to deal with for a while. 3 sticks of low-quality grave incense, 3 bottles of low-quality corpse oil, 15 pieces of level 0 equipment, not a bad harvest. I counted the spoils in my hands, lit incense on the grave and continued to apply corpse oil. Your body is nourished by corpse oil, strength plus 3, agility plus 3, constitution plus 4, spirit plus 8. Your body is nourished by corpse oil, strength plus 4, agility plus 5, constitution plus 2, spirit plus 2. Your body is nourished by corpse oil, strength plus 1, agility plus 5, constitution plus 5, spirit plus 3. Experience plus 100, congratulations on successfully upgrading your level to level 2 and receiving a reward of plus 5 for all attributes. 3 bottles of low-quality corpse oil helped me to rise to level 2, and the experience points from the incense on the grave helped me to reach level 2. I had put on the best pieces of equipment, and my strength had at least doubled compared to the beginning of the dungeon. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: Undead Summoner level 2, 17.350%. Strength: 30 agility, 33 constitution, 37 spirit, 337 innate equipment. Death of the Dead summoning space, 0/3370 skills. Talent skill immortality, SSS level. Summon skeleton mage, G level. Chirp! Suddenly, a unique call of a groundhog sounded behind him. I immediately closed the light curtain and stared at the direction where the sound came from. The 1-kilometer radius had already been cleared by the skeleton mage, but there were still some fish that slipped through the net. But with my current physique, the groundhog is no longer a threat to me. Go and see what's going on over there. I commanded the skeleton mage to explore the way. As a summoner, it is unwise to risk one's life. This is not cowardice, but safety. Sure enough, a moment later, a prairie dog as big as a dog sprang out of the grass, knocked down the skeleton mage, and bit him crazily. Although the skeleton mage was slightly strengthened due to my level up, he was almost helpless in the face of a surprise attack. It's interesting. Seeing my little brother being torn to pieces, instead of being angry, I excitedly waved the shovel in my hand, rushed up quickly, and slapped the prairie dog hard on the head. Dang! Accompanied by a crisp impact and the heartrending scream of the groundhog, this arrogant guy was directly knocked to death by my shovel. Tisk, it's still too weak. It is indeed a 1-star dungeon, at the bottom level. Interested, I ordered the skeleton mage to continue searching for monsters, while I gradually went deeper into the dungeon. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0 and level 1 monster marmot, your experience value plus 10. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0 and level 2 monster wind rabbit, your experience value plus 20. Half an hour later, the skeleton mage finally killed a swift rabbit. This thing was extremely fast, and a level 2 monster was comparable to a level 7 or 8 monster. The skeleton mage was able to kill it, probably because of good luck, or the rabbit underestimated the enemy. The process is not important, I only care about the spoils. After burying the body of the swift rabbit, I got a lot of rewards. I got 8 sticks of low-quality grave incense, but only 1 bottle of corpse oil, which was a pity. I also changed my equipment to level 2, and its attributes increased slightly. Experience value 99.65%, almost reaching level 3. Looking at the data on the panel, I was full of anticipation. At this rate, I could at least reach level 5 before the end of the trial. 17 skeleton mages died. 21 skeleton mages died. 16 skeleton mages died. 31 skeleton mages died. The sudden change made me look pale. When dealing with groundhogs or hurricane rabbits before, although there were occasional casualties, at most only 1 or 2 skeleton mages were lost. Unlike now, skeleton mages fell one by one and were killed in piles. Have strong control over my summon beasts, and quickly discovered the direction of the incident. Interesting, how can a level 3 monster have such a strong harvesting ability? I squinted my eyes, looked into the distance, and whispered to myself. A moment later, I rushed to the battlefield with more skeleton mages. A minute later, I finally saw the culprit who killed so many skeleton minions. One-horned boar, level 0, elite, level 3. Damn, it's actually a level 3 elite monster. No wonder it's so fierce. I hid in the hidden bushes, staring at the battle not far away. The one-horned boar was huge, at least 2.5 meters long, and the rhinoceros before the catastrophe on Blue Star was no bigger than that. One-horned boar, its skill is savage charge, its defense and strength are outstanding, but its weakness is poor eyesight. You can induce it to hit hard rocks, or hide its body. I tried to recall the knowledge in the book. This monster has obvious advantages and disadvantages, and it is not difficult to hunt it as long as the strategy is appropriate. I looked around, but there was no big rock nearby that could kill the unicorn, so I gave up the idea. Tisk, it's just a level 3 elite monster, why would I find any weakness? I can just charge in and it's over. As soon as I finished speaking, I summoned another 1,000 skeleton mages and launched a suicide attack. Anyway, I only need 1 point of mental power to summon 20, so I won't feel bad if they die. Although the skeleton mage's attack power was small and could not break the thick skin of the unicorn boar, hundreds or thousands of firecrackers exploded at the same time, causing the unicorn boar to howl in pain. In the end, more than 500 skeleton mages died heroically, and the unicorn boar fell to the ground and turned into ruins. Congratulations on successfully killing the 0th level 3 monster unicorn, elite, experience plus 1000. Congratulations on reaching level 3, all attributes plus 5. A golden light bloomed on my body, and I leveled up. It had only been 2 hours since I entered the dungeon, and I had already reached level 3. This speed was beyond the reach of all the genius students in the past. The drops from elite monsters are usually scarce, and the unicorn boar only dropped 1 piece of armor. Boar leather armor. Boar leather armor, elite, level 3 grade, level 0 strength, plus 15 constitution, plus 18 description, made of unicorn boar leather, with good defense. Although leather armor does not increase spiritual power, its strength and physical attributes are excellent, several times higher than ordinary level 3 equipment. I put it on without hesitation and hid the appearance of the equipment. All the equipment of a professional, except for weapons, can be hidden. At this moment I am wearing wild boar leather armor, which is usually invisible and only appears when I am hit, and then automatically hides. It is very practical. After I finished with the unicorn, I started digging a pit to bury it, enjoying the old-fashioned process of burying monsters and planting trees. However, the unicorn was too big, and it took a lot of effort to build a 3-meter-wide grave. Sure enough, a small sapling grew out in the center of the grave and grew rapidly until it was as thick as an arm. But what puzzles me is that such a big tree only bears 2 fruits. Damn, my luck can't be so bad, right? I, who am experienced in blaming others, picked the fruit skillfully and checked it. G-level skills summon skeleton boar. G-level skill will-o-wisp. Hiss, after seeing the fruit clearly, I took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the grave tree could produce skill books. I made a fortune. I've learned it! Without hesitation, he learned both skills. Summon skeleton boar. G-level summons 1 level 0 skeleton boar. Its level increases with the summoner. Each summoning consumes 10 points of mental power. Consumed mental power can be restored. Willow wand. G-level consumes 1 to 10 points of mental power to condense the willow wand to burn the target. The more consumed, the greater the power. Summon the skeleton boar! As I gave the order, a ball of black mist surged out from the palm of my hand, and a 2.5-meter long skeleton boar took shape. Skeleton boar, level 0, elite, level 3 strength, 50 agility, 55 constitution, 75 spirit, 30 skills, savage charge, G level. It was indeed an elite monster, with ridiculously strong 4-dimensional attributes. Although it cost 10 points of mental power to summon one, it was far more valuable than the skeleton mage. I looked inward at my mental strength, and saw that I only had 174 points left, and it was recovering slowly, so I only summoned 10 skeleton boars. Next, I tried the will-o'-the-wisp technique. This skill consumes at least 1 point of mental power, and at most 10 points, so it is not very powerful. I found an ordinary unicorn wild boar to try it out, but it only burned half of its life after using the ghost fire magic with all its strength. But I know my position, I will never do anything myself if I can handle it. My current will-o'-the-wisp technique is enough for self-defense. Afterwards, I once again embarked on a crazy monster killing and leveling up journey. With the help of the skeleton boar, my efficiency increased dramatically, and even the wind rabbit could not escape the suppression of the pig's trotter. Time passed, and the 5 hours in the dungeon flew by in a flash. The crazy monster killing during this period allowed me to quickly reach level 5, and my experience value reached an astonishing 99.95%. Even compared with the legendary senior Zhang Yu 4 years ago, it was comparable. However, just when I was feeling complacent, a dazzling green light suddenly burst out from 1 kilometer ahead, accompanied by a flash of sword shadow, followed by a sharp sword sound. What a powerful sword! My pupils shrank slightly, and my eyes were fixed on the direction where the light came from. Judging from the power of the sword just now, it might be close to the level of a first-class professional. But this is the Qingqing Grassland Dungeon, and the players inside are at most high school students who have just completed their job transfer. Interesting, let's go over and see who is so powerful. I suppressed my surprise and quietly moved towards the direction of the sword light. Although I was very curious, I didn't dare to be careless and carefully hid my body. A few minutes later, I was hiding in a clump of grass half a person's height, observing the situation outside through the gap. I was stunned at a glance. Is it Qian Zihao? The corner of my mouth twitched, and I thought to myself, in such a big copy, I actually ran into Qian Zihao. This luck is really amazing. TSK, that blue sword light just now was indeed done by him. Wow, it's quite powerful. Judging from my experience, Qian Zihao's level is at most between level 3 and 4. But the fact that he could perform such an amazing sword move shows that his 4-dimensional attributes are quite strong, and he is probably equipped with a bunch of top-level props. It's not a big deal to be rich. I felt sour in my heart, as if I had chewed a big lemon. No wonder Su Shaoqing vowed to hunt down the boss before entering the dungeon. It turned out that she, like Qian Zihao, had a complete set of magical equipment prepared by her family. Just as I was daydreaming, a loud noise caught my attention. Qian Zihao, we were the first to discover this elite monster. Why do you want to snatch it away? Why? Because I'm stronger than you. Qian Zihao stood next to the elite monster's corpse, holding a green sword, looking down at the dozen or so classmates lying on the ground, his expression full of arrogance. Bah, you can only bully us. If you have the guts, go challenge Su Shaoqing and Wei Xiaosu. Shut up! Qian Zihao's face darkened, and he casually swung out a sword energy, which directly chopped the student who was talking and flew more than 10 meters away, and made him faint. Wei Xiaosu? If he dares to meet me, I will destroy him. Qian Zihao sneered, put away his sword, turned around and walked towards a turtle-like monster in the distance. Eh? Is that a level 4 elite stone turtle? My eyes lit up. I led my skeleton brothers to sweep many stone turtles, but I couldn't find the elite monster. I didn't expect it to hide here. However, I didn't plan to take action. It was just a level 4 elite monster, so there was no need to fight Qian Zihao head-on. The stone turtle has extremely high defense, and is the opponent I least want to face. After all, the human wave tactic has limited effect on this kind of monster. But Qian Zihao's sword energy was extremely sharp, and every strike could leave deep cracks on the stone turtle's hard shell. The wind swordsman was indeed good at attacking, and this guy was really fierce. Green snake sword chi! Qian Zihao shouted loudly, his momentum instantly rising. He raised his sword high, and chopped it down suddenly. A green snake-like sword energy instantly pierced through the stone turtle, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The stone turtle screamed, its life force rapidly fading, and it would die completely in 3 seconds at most. However, at this moment, a white hurricane rabbit suddenly jumped out, followed by a small firecracker summoned by a skeleton wizard. The firecracker popped and fell accurately into the cracked shell of the stone turtle. Boom! The stone turtle exploded on the spot and turned into a complete corpse. I was completely stunned. I summoned 3,000 skeleton mages, and one of them chased the swift rabbit to Qian Zihao's side, killing the elite monster in the process. Congratulations on successfully killing the 0th level 4 monster stone turtle. Elite. Experience plus 2,500. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 6, and receiving a bonus of plus 5 to all attributes. Golden light burst out from my body, and the eyes of everyone present were instantly focused on my hiding place. Damn it! I cursed in a low voice, cursing my bad luck in my heart. I had no choice but to crawl out of the bushes and helplessly spread my hands towards Qian Zihao. If I say this was an accident, would you believe me? Don't believe your uncle. Wei Xiaosu, you did it on purpose. Qian Zihao was so angry that his face turned green, and he rushed towards me with gritted teeth. Summon! Seeing this, I did not dare to delay and quickly summoned the skeleton mage. Hundreds of skeletons instantly filled the open space between us. No matter how much garbage there is, it's still garbage. Qian Zihao snorted coldly, swung the green sword, and chopped the skeleton into pieces as if he was in an empty space. But I was not panicked. With the cover of the sea of skeletons, I kept moving around the battlefield to avoid head-on confrontation. Firecrackers kept exploding beside Qian Zihao. Although he was strong, he gradually looked a little embarrassed. Qian Zihao stared at the situation on the field with a gloomy face, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Damn, didn't they say that the Undead Summoner was extremely weak? Why does it feel stronger than the Wind Swordsman? There are too many. We can't kill all of these skeletons. We can't kill them all. Ha ha ha, that arrogant Qian must have been humiliated now. The god of learning is so strong. Even though his professions are mutually exclusive, he can still suppress the Wind Swordsman. It's amazing. The discussions of the students around him were like a wave that reached Qian Zihao's ears, making his face look even uglier. He had always thought highly of himself, but today he was severely slapped in the face, and his opponent was one of the people he hated the most. Green Snake Sword Chi, die! Qian Zihao gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, raising his hand to use his strongest killing move, Green Snake Sword Chi. This move, even the elite stone turtle, which is good at defense, can't block it. He didn't intend to hold back at all. It was obvious that he wanted me to die. The sword energy surged, and the air seemed to be filled with the hissing of snakes. Skeleton mages fell in large numbers like wheat being cut, and the green snake sword energy was unstoppable, with no loss of speed. I fixed my eyes. Even though I was dozens of meters away, I could still feel the danger. If I wasn't careful, I might die here. Summon, Skeleton Boar! Skeleton boars, level 3 elite monsters, are much stronger than skeleton mages. But this time, I summoned them not for attack, but as shields. Skeleton mages are too fragile, and the green snake's sword energy can kill them all, but the defense of skeleton boars is comparable to that of stone turtle. If I summon a few more, it won't be a problem to resist. 1, 2, 3. When the fourth skeleton boar fell, the light of the green snake's sword finally dimmed and the crisis was resolved. No. Impossible! How could you possibly block my green snake sword energy? Qian Zihao's eyes almost popped out, his face full of disbelief. Just you? I sneered, and my anger rose. His sword was merciless, and if I hadn't responded in time, I would have become a corpse now. Charge! I gave an order, and a dozen skeleton boars charged forward, and thousands of skeleton mages pressed forward. No matter how strong Qian Zihao's profession was, he was just a newcomer who had just awakened. In less than 10 minutes, he was completely exhausted. Bang! 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 Qian Zihao screamed in agony amid the dense explosions of skeletons. Fortunately, his equipment was strong enough and he managed to survive. I calmed down and hurried to stop the skeleton boar and skeleton mage from continuing to attack. If I really killed him in the dungeon, it would be a big trouble. I walked forward and looked at the unconscious Qian Zihao, frowning slightly and feeling a little sick. But things had come to this point, and I couldn't let him die here. After all, there were many people around who witnessed everything. Classmates, is there anyone who wants to leave the copy? Take him out with you, I said. It was indeed difficult to let them take Qian Zihao away. After all, many of the injuries were caused by him. But when I came forward, no one refused, and I considered it a favor to the god of learning. Okay, for the sake of the academic genius, take the dog out. Someone grumbled in response. As everyone left one after another, I looked at their backs and sighed softly. This might be troublesome. But I didn't take it too seriously. After all, it was Qian Zihao who started it, and everyone saw it clearly. If it really got out, I wouldn't be embarrassed in front of the teacher and the principal. Hey, now that the person is gone, I have to start digging a hole and building a grave. The elite stone turtle dropped a long sword, which I casually threw to the skeleton mage. Now that I have no storage items, I rely on the skeletons to help me hold my equipment. Anyway, these mages don't participate in the battle, and I have to pick up their equipment after they die, which is very troublesome. A large grave was built for the stone turtle, and within seconds, a tree sprang up from the ground. There were 4 fruits on the tree. I picked one and saw that they were 3 low-quality grave incense sticks and a bottle of low-quality corpse oil. I began to doubt whether there was something wrong with my character. There are still 2.5 hours left. The trial is over. It's time to find the dungeon boss. I looked into the distance, wondering if Su Xiaoqing had killed the boss before me. There were 10 bosses in the Green Grassland dungeon, the 2 lowest of which were the level 5 Silverback Wolf King and the Split Slime. Ordinary people would choose the Silverback Wolf King. The slime is too shameless. If you can't beat it, it will split into 2. The clone is very powerful and disgusting. But I prefer to deal with slimes, because everyone likes to use numbers to bully the few, and the Silverback Wolf King is not that interesting. According to the book, split slimes are usually in swamps. I didn't rush over there, but sat cross-legged there and began to meditate to recover. The battle with Xian Zihao was quite exhausting, and to deal with the boss, one must stay in peak condition. Half an hour later, my mental strength was fully restored. After identifying the direction, I rushed to the swamp at full speed. We encountered many high-level monsters on the way, even level 7 and 8 ones, and it took the loss of thousands of skeleton mages to deal with them. Finally, the entrance to the swamp was right in front of me, and I ran head-on into a huge mass of green meat at the entrance. Damn, my luck exploded! I ran into it directly? I looked at the 3-story-high split slime, the corner of my mouth twitched, and I was suddenly ecstatic. Chapter 13, Powerful Boss. Split Slime, Tier 0 Boss. Level 5. Bulu Bulu. Blue blue blue. Wei Xiaosu looked up at the huge monster, his face full of disbelief. Such a ferocious boss monster. It was actually blowing bubbles, bubbles. Many people say that slimes are a disgusting race, and the descriptions in books are pretty much the same, but for some reason, Wei Xiaosu actually thinks this guy is kind of cute. Fuck, when did my aesthetic taste make me think even slimes are pretty? Bulu Bulu, Hatsue. The split slime in front of him looked at Wei Xiaosu for a few seconds and then decisively launched an attack. However, its attack method was indeed difficult to accept. Seeing a large mass of mucus made of unknown substance flying towards him, Wei Xiaosu's face turned green and he quickly fought back. Wisp of fire. After casting the skill, Wei Xiaosu turned around and ran without even looking. Sure enough, in the next second, the ghost fire skill he cast only lasted less than 2 seconds before being swallowed up by the disgusting mucus. However, although he escaped from the attack range of the slime, the dozen or so skeleton mages who had been protecting him were not so lucky. They were hit hard by the slime falling from the sky. But this was just the beginning. The most terrifying thing about this mass of disgusting mucus was its corrosiveness. Thick white mist immediately rose from the bodies of more than a dozen skeleton mages, and then they were melted without leaving even a bone residue. Damn it, if this level of corrosion were to spit on me, I would either die or be crippled. Wei Xiaosu looked at the bubbling mucus with lingering fear and didn't dare to get closer. It would be fine if you died fighting this thing, but if your face was disfigured by the corrosive mucus, it would be a fate worse than death. You dog! Don't blame me for being unethical. Wei Xiaosu retreated several dozen meters again before shouting. Summon! Skeleton Mage! Suddenly, skeleton mages appeared in the swamp area, and their huge number almost drowned the split slimes. But soon, Wei Xiaosu was shocked to find that the skeleton mages that fell on the split slime began to melt. Damn, can its skin also secrete that kind of corrosive mucus? He really deserves to be the boss. For Wei Xiaosu at this stage, the opponent has no weaknesses at all. If he wants to defeat him, he can only rely on hard power. Little guys, come on! Since there was no weakness, Wei Xiaosu would directly confront the slime. He had thousands of skeleton minions, and he didn't believe that he could not kill a level 5 boss. However, Wei Xiaosu soon discovered that although he had many skeleton minions, only 100 or so could attack the split slime at any one time. The firecrackers thrown by the level 6 skeleton mage had very limited power, so they were completely unable to cause any effective damage to the opponent. Instead, the continuous explosions caused the opponent to enter a berserk mode and began to crazily reap the skeleton mage's life. The skeleton mage is still too weak. He's okay against ordinary monsters, but against the boss, he can't even break the opponent's defense. There's no point in beating him at all. Wei Xiaosu stood in the distance and watched the battle. After a moment, he began to command the skeleton mages to evacuate. Since they were unable to break through the defense, there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Summon Skeleton Boar! The level 6 elite wild boar has grown more than 10 centimeters in size compared to the beginning, and looks even more majestic. However, compared to the 3-story high body of the split slime, even the skeleton boar looks much smaller. Activate skill, Brutal Charge! Following Wei Xiaosu's order, dozens of wild boars that were summoned made high-pitched grunts, and cold black air spurted out from their noses. The next second, all the skeleton boars began to charge, and the surrounding skeleton mages also made way early. Some of those who did not have time to leave were also smashed into pieces by the skeleton boars. Although the elite monster and the boss are 2 levels apart, the skeleton boar is a monster with explosive power, so it can completely break through the opponent's defense in a frontal attack. When the first skeleton boar charged towards the split slime, the huge impact force knocked the slime's huge body like a mountain of flesh back several meters. But soon, the green blood flowing from the wound of the split slime melted the skeleton boar into slag. Bulu bulu. The intense pain caused the split slime to let out a sharp roar, and its 2 small eyes were filled with fear and anger. What made him angry was that such a weak creature dared to attack him, but what frightened him was why there were so many of these weak creatures and why they were all so fearless of death. The split slime's movement speed is not fast, at least not as fast as the skeleton boar in the charging state, so when one skeleton boar after another crashes into it, the split slime obviously becomes listless due to serious injuries. In a few more minutes, we may be able to kill it! Wei Xiaosu was looking at the battlefield from a distance, feeling extremely excited. There are very few people who can hunt down the boss in the first trial mission. There are millions of high school students across the country every year, but there are usually no more than 10 people who can kill the boss alone. And these people are all talented students that major prestigious universities are competing for. Blue blue blue. Just when Wei Xiaosu thought victory was in sight, the slime in the distant battlefield suddenly screamed, and then countless black cracks began to appear on its body. The moment these black cracks appeared, Wei Xiaosu understood the other party's plan. Sure enough, the next second, the huge slime that was originally 3 stories high actually split into more than 1,000 small slimes in a very short time. These split slimes were only about 30 or 40 centimeters in size and did not look threatening at all, but Wei Xiaosu knew that a slime that used splitting skills was at its most powerful. Tue tue tue. Over 1,000 small slimes began an indiscriminate attack, and in the blink of an eye, all the skeleton boars in the center of the battlefield were wiped out. The skeleton boar had no way of avoiding this level of intensive attacks, and still could not withstand the exaggerated corrosion. However, looking at the skeleton wild boar brother who was killed instantly, Wei Xiaosu's mouth curled up slightly. Not only did he not feel distressed, but he breathed a sigh of relief. According to the information he had learned, once the split slime used the means of splitting, its attack and defense would be reduced to the next level. Let's not talk about attacking, since you can hold on anyway, but if the opponent's defense is reduced, you can use the skeleton mage's human wave tactics to overwhelm the opponent. Chapter 14, Slime Sword. Summon, Skeleton Mage! This time, Wei Xiaosu really didn't have a single drop left. He used up all his remaining mental strength, and immediately felt dizzy. He left behind several hundred skeleton mages to guard the surroundings, and for the rest, he ordered a blood exchange tactic so as not to give the other side a chance to reintegrate. Sure enough, this time the firecrackers thrown by the skeleton mage were finally able to cause some damage to the small slime, which is commonly known as breaking the defense. As for the human wave tactics, as long as they can break the defense, let alone a slime, even a dragon will kneel down. Just like that, about 10 minutes later, when the last small slime was blown into a pool of charred mucus, a kill message finally popped up in front of Wei Xiaosu. Congratulations on successfully killing the 0th level 5 monster split slime, boss, experience plus 35,000. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 7 and receiving a bonus of plus 5 to all attributes. A golden light instantly bloomed on Wei Xiaosu's body, and he was upgraded again. A level 5 boss actually provides 35,000 experience points, which is really cool. But in theory, the experience points required for upgrading before level 9 are not that much. Level 1 is 10,000, level 2 is 15,000, and level 3 is 20,000. That is to say, for every level increase, you need an additional 5,000 experience points, so it takes 40,000 experience points to upgrade from level 7 to level 8, and 45,000 experience points to upgrade from level 8 to level 9. Of course, upgrading from level 9 to level 10 is a bit ridiculous. It requires a full 100,000 experience points, and there are additional conditions to complete the first level. It is really difficult. But these are all later stories, so let's not talk about them for now. After killing the split slime, Wei Xiaosu soon discovered a situation that left him speechless, and made him burst into cursing. Damn, where's a slime this big? That's right, the killed split slime did not leave any corpse, or to be more precise, after it died, it turned directly into a pool of thick water, then flowed into the mud and disappeared. Wei Xiaosu's face turned black. That was a boss. If he dug a hole and buried him, who knows what level of underworld props he would get. Although the body of the split slime was lost, fortunately its body dropped an item after its death, so it was not too much of a loss, at least there was some gain. Slime Sword Boss. Level 5. Grade 0. Strength, plus 45. Constitution, plus 35. Agility, plus 25. Introduction. Slime has always had a wish in his heart. He hopes he can grow a pair of flexible hands. The attributes of this sword are almost the ceiling among Tier 0 weapons, with a total attribute bonus of 105 points, which makes Wei Xiaosu drool. But unfortunately, this weapon does not increase mental power. Wei Xiaosu is a summoner, so he can't just rush to the front with a sword and chop randomly, right? At least, he doesn't dare now. If I sell it, it should be worth a lot of money, Wei Xiaosu muttered secretly, and then he remembered that he had more than 20 other pieces of equipment. If he sold them all at once, wouldn't he become rich overnight? Next, Wei Xiaosu began to sit cross-legged on the spot, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, slowly recovering his mental strength. Although he had just been upgraded from level 6 to level 7, this was not a game where there was no setting to restore to full status without any upgrade. Moreover, Wei Xiaosu knew that there was not much time left in the trial, so he was too lazy to hunt monsters anymore. His performance today was already very impressive. The trial mission time is up, the transmission device is activated, and the transmission begins. Wei Xiaosu opened his eyes from meditation, took a look at the beam of light falling from the sky, and understood. It's time to go out. After all, Green Grassland is a low-level copy that is under complete control, so controlling the teleportation is not a surprising thing. So, Wei Xiaosu began to take all the equipment he had obtained this time, and then used the surrounding weeds to tie them up, and finally pack them into a huge green grass ball that was 1 person tall. As the transmission began, Wei Xiaosu felt the scene in front of him change, and he found himself in the wide square outside the copy. Compared to the lively scene at the beginning, the square was now much quieter, with only the sound of a few people talking. Wei Xiaosu looked at his classmates around him, as well as students from other schools further away. He soon discovered that this group of people were in a very miserable state. Many people's clothes were torn and bloody, and they had obviously suffered serious injuries. What's more, Wei Xiaosu saw several people fainted right after they were teleported out. They had reached their limit. Although it was only the lowest level 1-star trial copy, the monsters in it still taught this group of fledgling students a deep impression. Damn, our team just encountered a group of grey wolves. If the trial time hadn't just happened to end, I'm afraid we would have died there. Oh my god, level 5 grey wolves are the most terrifying monsters in the Green Grassland. They appear in groups every time. You are lucky not to be killed. What are you talking about? Just 3 hours ago, I saw with my own eyes that Su Xiaoqing killed a group of grey wolves all by herself. You are really noobs. What the hell are we, to compete with Goddess Xiaoqing? Hearing the whispers in his ears, Wei Xiaosu was also shocked. A level 5 grey wolf could be said to be one of the most difficult monsters to deal with in the entire Green Grassland. Each of these grey wolves may not be very strong, but they like to use their numbers to bully the weak. When led by a leader, there are at least 20 grey wolves. An ordinary team cannot deal with them. Therefore, Su Xiaoqing's strength was terrifying enough to be able to destroy a pack of grey wolves by himself. Of course, Wei Xiaosu had no chance to encounter a pack of grey wolves. If he did, he would teach those little wolf cubs a lesson on what it really means to use the majority to bully the minority. Xiaosu, you are here. It took me a long time to find you. Suddenly, a somewhat honest voice sounded from behind. Wei Xiaosu turned around and looked. His eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Fatty, it's you! The fat guy's full name is Zhang Dehai. They were in the same class in elementary and junior high school. In the beginning, the fat guy relied on his size advantage to bully Wei Xiaosu, but they eventually became best buddies. Although Wei Xiaosu is no longer the same person he used to be, perhaps influenced by the memories and emotions of his predecessor, he is also particularly kind to Zhang Dehai. This guy was only admitted to Qingyang No. 2 Middle School because of his poor academic performance. However, at the awakening ceremony yesterday, he suddenly broke out and awakened a rare profession Shield Knight. Zhang Dehai trotted over and first looked Wei Xiaosu over, then laughed and said, Xiaosu, guess what level I am now? Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was shocked. This fat guy is really something. He even dared to let him guess his level. But when I looked at the scars on this guy's body, I knew that this trial trip must not be easy. Level 5? Level 6? Chapter 15 Beauty, my brother has a weak body since childhood. Zhang Dehai. After hearing the level Wei Xiaosu guessed, the fat man fell silent. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly for a few times before he said unhappily, Alright, stop guessing like that. If I can get to level 5, or even level 6, the principal of our school will have to erect a tablet for me. Wei Xiaosu. This time it was Wei Xiaosu's turn to be confused. What the hell is this? Setting up a tablet? What kind of bullshit is this? I'm level 4. How about that? Isn't that awesome? Fatty Zhang put his hands on his hips, raised his round chin at a 45-degree angle to the sky, as if he was waiting for you to praise him. In fact, from the perspective of ordinary people, being able to raise the level to level 4 in the trial is already very impressive, because the main task this time is just to raise the level to level 3. Not bad, Fatty. You've secured plus 5 points in the college entrance exam. Wei Xiaosu praised without hesitation. Fatty Zhang was so happy that his fat face was squeezed together. He patted his chest and said, Xiaosu, don't be jealous of me, Fatty. Don't worry, I will continue to protect you in the future. Wei Xiaosu. Cover your sister. Wei Xiaosu was complaining in his heart, and just when he wanted to say something, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure slowly walking towards him. Just seeing that figure, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but frown, and his good mood just now disappeared instantly. Wei Xiaosu, you are doomed to lose this time. The person who came was Su Xiaoqing from Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, and the owner of the strongest profession, the Six-Winged Angel, which awakened this year. However, Su Xiaoqing now looked a little disheveled. Her black hair seemed a little messy, and her clothes were torn in many places. Her fair skin was barely visible. There were also many torn wounds on her arms, which were as pure as jade. Although the bleeding had stopped, the wounds were still hideous. Beauty, my brother has been weak since he was a child. Let me tell you, don't think that you can bully my brother just because you are pretty. If you want to cause trouble for my brother, you have to beat me first. Wei Xiaosu. Su Xiaoqing. Weak? Who is weak? Don't say that. Wei Xiaosu raised his hands to cover his face, and was about to explain, but unexpectedly Su Xiaoqing was even more straightforward, grabbing the fat man's shoulders with lightning speed, and then throwing him backwards. Looking at the fat man flying out, Wei Xiaosu's eyes twitched wildly. With his sharp eyesight, he could naturally tell that Su Xiaoqing had held back, otherwise the fat man would have to stay in bed for a few days at least. But even so, Wei Xiaosu was still angry. He made a move in the air, and a black iron shovel instantly appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he chopped at Su Xiaoqing with the shovel. But Su Xiaoqing was not so easy to deal with. A golden sword appeared at some point. The collision of the two weapons, one black and one gold, suddenly made the surroundings flash with strange colors. Wei Xiaosu did not think that his life weapon would be weaker than Su Xiaoqing's Holy Light Angel sword, but the moment the two sides collided, Wei Xiaosu felt a huge force coming from his hands that was difficult to resist. What a terrifying force! Wei Xiaosu was shocked. Even though it was only a brief collision, his right hand holding the shovel was still shaking slightly. But compared to Wei Xiaosu's shock, Su Xiaoqing's heart was truly in turmoil. She had only used 60% of her strength in that casual attack just now. She originally thought that she could knock Wei Xiaosu away and cause him some minor injuries, but she never expected that 60% of her strength would actually be absorbed. What a joke! A summoner took on her attack with 60% of its strength head-on. Who is crazy? You, how did you do that? Su Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, her face full of disbelief. Guess? Wei Xiaosu rubbed his numb wrist and said calmly. Su Xiaoqing took a deep breath, and then her eyes suddenly turned golden. Then, Wei Xiaosu's level information appeared in front of her. Name, Wei Xiaosu. Occupation, Undead Summoner. Level 7. When Su Xiaoqing saw the information in front of her, she was completely stunned. Level 7? What does this mean? Even she was only at level 6 now, and the highest level record in the previous trials was level 6. However, Wei Xiaosu actually broke this record and reached an astonishing level 7. Insight? Wei Xiaosu narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. As expected, he is worthy of being the core member of a big family. He possesses skills like insight right after awakening, which is really enviable. Insight can check the profession and level of professionals, as well as the race of monsters. If the gap in strength between the two sides is too large, even more detailed information can be seen. It is an auxiliary skill that high-level professionals must have. However, the price of insight is very high. It costs at least 100,000 yuan. It is impossible to even think about buying it. Wei Xiaosu definitely does not have the ability to buy it now. Su Xiaoqing left. She knew that she had lost again this time, to the same person. She could have probably taken out the body of the Silverback Wolf King from her storage ring and showed off the results of her trial. But she knew in her heart that it would be impossible to reach level 7 in just 8 hours without killing the boss, so she lost. Wei Xiaosu stared at Su Xiaoqing's back and felt a little confused. The two of them just bumped into each other briefly, and that was it. But he didn't care too much about it. After being improved by many bottles of corpse oil, his physical fitness was already comparable to that of an ordinary warrior-type professional. Although he was still far inferior to Su Xiaoqing, he was just a summoner with a weak physique. Afterwards, Wei Xiaosu walked towards the fat man who was thrown on the ground and was screaming, "Ouch, ouch!" He was also speechless and cursed angrily. "Damn it, stop screaming, she's gone!" Hearing this, the fat man got up from the ground with a start, patted his chest lightly, and said with lingering fear, "That girl is so scary, I should have thought that she is Su Xiaoqing. Brother, don't say that I am not loyal. Our class teacher is calling me, I have to go over." After saying that, the fat man ran away, leaving Wei Xiaosu shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Soon, the head teachers of each class organized their students together, and then took the bus back to the gate of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. The results of today's copy will be announced tomorrow, which is also the time for the scholarship funds to be distributed. Wei Xiaosu feels that it will not be difficult for him to get into the top 2. As for why he was not 100% first, it was because he failed to hunt down the boss monster. If Su Xiaoqing hunted down the elite, the boss and the boss at the same time, he might not be able to win. After getting off the bus, Wei Xiaosu took out his big straw dumpling from the luggage compartment, and then left the school area amid a group of people's puzzled looks. Chapter 16. Brother, take this wazi, I want money. On the main street of Qingyang City, a luxurious car was driving slowly in the slow lane. The driver was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s, mature and steady. Sitting on the passenger seat of the car was a girl who was covered in dirt, but had an excellent temperament and appearance. The girl was Su Xiaoqing, and the middle-aged man driving the car was her father, Su Dong. "Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about something?" Su Dong asked with a frown. From the time he met Su Xiaoqing until now, his daughter has looked lost, which makes him, as a father, very worried. At first he thought Su Xiaoqing was seriously injured, but then he thought it was impossible. If she was really seriously injured, the school would have taken measures long ago. Why would they wait until now? What's more, he had checked it himself and found that it was just some superficial injuries. At this moment, Su Xiaoqing no longer looked arrogant or indifferent at all. All she showed was weakness and helplessness. "Dad, am I useless?" Su Xiaoqing lowered her head slightly. Her eyes no longer had the confidence of the past, and looked dull. Su Dong glanced at his daughter, feeling somewhat puzzled. He asked, "What happened? Did you fail to hunt the boss?" Su Dong knew that his daughter was a person with an extremely strong character. She wanted to do everything to the best of her ability. In this trial mission, she paid a lot in order to hunt down the boss. "No." Su Xiaoqing shook her head and said calmly, "I succeeded. I killed the level 5 boss Silverback Wolf King. I only suffered some minor injuries." After hearing this, Su Dong was even more confused, so he asked in confusion, "Xiaoqing, your performance this time is not inferior to that of the genius student Zhang Yu 4 years ago. You should be happy." "Happy?" Su Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes were already misty. Tears ran down her cheeks and fell on her white legs. She sobbed and said, "Dad, I still lost. You know, he is already level 7. "What? Level 7? Su Dong's voice rose a few degrees involuntarily, but when he saw his daughter sobbing softly, his heart was even more bitter. "Are you talking about Wei Xiaosu, who has suppressed you for 3 years? Isn't he a necromancer? How could such a low-ranking hidden profession possibly defeat you?" "I don't know. Not only did he reach level 7, but he also came out of the dungeon without any injuries on his body. He was even very clean. Moreover, as a summoner, his strength is not much weaker than mine." The more Su Dong listened, the more frightened he became. If the rapid upgrade and the lack of injury could be explained by good luck, then a strength comparable to Su Xiaoqing's was a little too unbelievable. If the Undead Summoner could possess physical fitness comparable to that of a 6-winged angel, it would no longer be a hidden profession that is at the bottom of the list. "Do you want Dad to teach that kid a lesson?" "Don't want." Before Su Dong could finish what he was saying, Su Xiaoqing raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and said resolutely, "I want to defeat him and surpass him with my own strength. Dad, you are not allowed to help me." After saying that, Su Xiaoqing seemed to have just remembered something, and quickly looked at her father and said, "Dad, Wei Xiaosu injured Qian Zihao in the dungeon. They will definitely take revenge. You must help Wei Xiaosu." Su Dong. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Su Dong stopped talking. He suddenly felt as if something was wrong. Qingyang City is one of the top 10 largest cities in the country. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it is the bustling time. Wei Xiaosu walked on the street holding a huge ball of green grass, like a beacon in the dark night, constantly attracting the attention of passers-by. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel embarrassed at this moment, but Wei Xiaosu's face was beaming, as if he had picked up money. But then again, he did want to pick up money, and his destination was a prop trading market in Qingyang City. Ordinary daily necessities are not sold here, only various props. Wei Xiaosu got more than 20 pieces of equipment during his dungeon trip today. Although they are all junk, they can still be sold for money. Especially the slime sword, which can definitely greatly improve the strength of the newly awakened newcomers, and it should not be difficult to sell it at a good price. When it was 9 o'clock in the evening, Wei Xiaosu finally arrived at the nearest trading market. There were many shops and all kinds of gorgeous decorations, which made his eyes a little dazzled. It was Wei Xiaosu's first time here, so he was very curious about everything. For example, he saw that the person welcoming guests at the door of a store was not a human, but a girl with cat ears. Fuck, is this even possible? Wei Xiaosu widened his eyes and stared at the cat-eared girl at the door, especially the furry tail on her butt. Suddenly, he had the urge to walk up and pet the cat. Of course, this is just thought. After all, with his strength, he will definitely be hung up by the cat-eared girl, not to mention the master behind her. But for no reason, Wei Xiaosu began to dislike his skeleton brothers. Why was he a summoner of the dead and not an orc summoner? He also wanted a cat-eared girl. Hey brother, do you want to buy some equipment? Take a look at the equipment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a slicked back hair came over with a smile and handed over the flyer in his hand. Upon hearing the voice, Wei Xiaosu withdrew his gaze from the cat-eared girl. The middle-aged man in a suit in front of him would definitely be a real estate salesman if he were outside. I don't want to buy any equipment. I still have more than 20 pieces of equipment in my hand. Wei Xiaosu took the flyer, glanced at it briefly, and shook his head to refuse. Hey brother, don't go. The middle-aged man stopped Wei Xiaosu, who was about to leave, and took out a pack of Chinese pears from his arms with a flattering smile, saying, Brother, take this pack of Chinese pears, and consider it my gift to you. Wei Xiaosu actually didn't smoke, but it was Huazi, so he didn't refuse and just took it in his hand. Brother, you know the current market. Equipment prices are dropping every day. If you sell quickly, you can lose less. I can help you sell the equipment, brother. When Wei Xiaosu heard that someone wanted to help him sell equipment, he felt contemptuous. He was not stupid, so why should he let an intermediary make a profit from the price difference? So he rolled his eyes, spread his hands, and said, Brother, I was actually lying to you. You can guess from my age that I don't have any equipment. The middle-aged man in a suit was obviously stunned for a moment, but it was really just a moment. He immediately clapped his hands and shouted, That's great, brother. The market is so bad now, and the price of equipment has dropped to cabbage price. It's a good time to buy at the bottom. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched slightly, but he shook his head and said, Brother, not only do I not have any equipment, I don't even have the money to buy equipment. I only have 3.5 yuan left in my card. Oh my! The middle-aged man in a suit slapped his forehead when he heard it, and said in surprise, It just so happens that there is an equipment store opening tomorrow, and the store owner is looking for extras. It costs 200 yuan to queue up for a whole morning, and there is also a pig's trotter rice for lunch. Wei Xiaosu. What the hell is this about a pig's trotter meal? You're going to eat it all yourself, right? Chapter 17, Cat-eared Girl. Finally, Wei Xiaosu had a new understanding of this man's shamelessness. It would be hard for him not to get rich if he was doing sales like this. Forget it. For Huazi's sake, I can sell you my equipment, but the price is... However, before Wei Xiaosu could finish his words, the middle-aged man in a suit slapped his thigh and smiled even brighter. Don't worry, brother. You can ask around. I, Zhang Taidan, have a good reputation in this street and my prices are absolutely fair. Wei Xiaosu sneered at the middle-aged man in a suit who claimed to be Zhang Taidan. It sounded like a fake name, and there was no integrity at all. He was about to refuse, but unexpectedly the other party handed him a business card. You're really called Zhang Taidan, brother. Your parents were a bit casual when they named you. Zhang Taidan. Zhang Taidan didn't care much about Wei Xiaosu's rudeness. He had been used as a joke countless times over the years, so one more or one less wouldn't make a difference. Besides, what was a customer? They were God. Next, Wei Xiaosu opened the green grass ball, revealing more than 20 pieces of various equipment inside, but the levels were all level 5 or below. At first glance, Zhang Taidan was a little disappointed, but the next second, his eyes fell on the dark green sword. This is... Zhang Taidan grabbed the sword, his eyes glowed slightly, and his insight was activated. Then he was overjoyed. It's actually level 5 boss equipment, brother. It's great. You can sell such top quality equipment. If it were any other time, a mere level 5 equipment would definitely not sell for a good price. But these 2 days are the days when high school students awaken their professions. Those families with some money will definitely be willing to spend a lot of money to equip their children with a good weapon. A level 5 boss quality longsword is absolutely comparable to a level 20 ordinary quality longsword, and its attribute bonus reaches an astonishing 105 points. Although it can only be used for the early transition, it is also an absolute top-grade product. Afterwards, Zhang Taidan looked at the other equipment, but frowned. White equipment below level 5 was not worth much, so he was silent for a few seconds and made an offer. Brother, low-level white equipment is not worth much. I'll give you 200 per piece on average, a total of 25 pieces. In addition, I'll give you 10,000 for the slime sword, a total of 15,000. How about it? Before coming here, Wei Xiaosu actually did some research on the approximate price on the internet. If it were any other time, 15,000 would be a fair price. But now that the college entrance examination is approaching, a group of new professionals have awakened in major universities, and low-level equipment will definitely not be a problem to sell. No, it's too low. Let me tell you a price, 20,000. If you think it's not okay, then we can work together next time. After saying that, Wei Xiaosu pretended to leave. Hey. Zhang tied and quickly pulled Wei Xiaosu to his side, his face full of smiles. Don't worry, brother, okay, I'll take a small loss, 20,000, that's it, 20,000, transfer the money right away. Wei Xiaosu. Fuck, is it still less? Wei Xiaosu felt a pang in his heart, and felt that he had underestimated the popularity of low-level equipment before the college entrance examination. But he couldn't say it out loud if he regretted it now. Therefore, Wei Xiaosu could only helplessly take out his mobile phone and open the WeChat payment code. However, he was puzzled that the other party did not seem to have any intention of transferring money. In broad daylight, in the open air, are you still going to rob me? Just as Wei Xiaosu was on guard, Zhang Taidan took out a palm-sized pink bag from his arms with a grin and said, Brother, do you want a storage bag? Storage bag? Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu instantly perked up. He had originally planned to buy a storage device, but storage devices were ridiculously expensive, and he simply couldn't afford it. Zhang Taidan raised the pink storage bag in his hand and introduced it. This storage bag has an internal space of 10 cubic meters. The market price starts at 50,000. I see that we have a connection, little brother, so I'll sell it to you for 20,000. How about we just make friends? 20,000? Wei Xiaosu's face was full of doubt. The market price of a 10 cubic meter storage bag was 50,000, which was the lowest price. How could he buy one for only 20,000? Could it be that there is something wrong with the storage bag? As if he could see Wei Xiaosu's worry, Zhang Taidan smiled cunningly. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you should be one of the 3 hidden professionals in Qinyang No. 1 middle school this year. Wei Xiaosu, right? A hidden profession, really enviable. Today, I went to a dungeon for the first time and I was able to get more than 20 pieces of equipment, including a level 5 boss equipment. Brother, I am very optimistic about you. Don't worry, brother. There is absolutely no problem with this storage bag. Let's be friends today. If you have good things in the future, remember to consider me first. I will definitely give you a fair price. How about it? After hearing Zhang Taidan's explanation, Wei Xiaosu finally understood what was going on. The other party's request actually did not do him any harm. It didn't matter who he sold the equipment to, and now he could buy a storage bag at a low price. It was a huge profit no matter how he looked at it. Okay, deal. Wei Xiaosu also smiled. Both parties in this transaction felt that they had made a huge profit, but only God knows who suffered the loss. Wei Xiaosu took the storage bag and left the market. Before leaving, he stared at the cattered girl for another 10 minutes. After some inspections and attempts, Wei Xiaosu determined the actual storage space size of the storage bag in his hand, which was a total of 10.35 cubic meters. For him now, it was enough. Wei Xiaosu was very satisfied with the storage bag in his hand, except for the color, of course. After leaving the trading market, Wei Xiaosu still chose to walk home. He originally thought that he could sell his equipment for a lot of money, but in the end he exchanged it for a storage bag, so now he is still very poor. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Wei Xiaosu picked it up and answered it immediately. Hello, Mom, what's going on? Haha, Wei Xiaosu, you are really my good boy. There was no mother's voice on the other end of the phone, but instead a silver bell-like laughter came. Hearing the voice from the other end, Wei Xiaosu's face suddenly darkened. Wei Xiaoyu, are you itchy? Wei Xiaoyu is Wei Xiaosu's biological sister. The two are only 3 years apart in age. They have hurt each other since childhood and blamed each other, but their relationship is very good. It's just that Wei Xiaoyu has a somewhat erratic personality, while Wei Xiaosu is relatively calm. Hee hee. Laughter came from the other end of the phone again. After a moment, Wei Xiaoyu continued. Isn't the day after tomorrow Saturday? Mom and Dad asked you to go home? Go home? Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He had originally planned to go to the dungeon again on the weekend, but since his parents asked him to go home, the dungeon trip had to be put on hold. Okay, then I'll go home the day after tomorrow. Wei Xiaosu agreed. Chapter 18, Aunt Wu's Request. After hanging up the phone, Wei Xiaosu was in a pretty good mood. He hummed a little tune and walked slowly towards the rental house. But in a corner that he didn't notice, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask was silently watching him in the shadows, his deep eyes full of coldness. At the same time, in room 303, building 3, Waka Community, an old man with a gray beard was looking at the charming woman in front of him with a smile on his face, and said, Girl, I will only rent for 1 month. If you think the time is too short, then I will pay you double the rent, okay? The charming woman was Wu Xinyue, also known as Wei Xiaosu's landlord, and Wu. That's fine. Aunt Wu didn't say anything else when she heard that the other party was willing to pay double the rent. She just reminded him. If anything in the room is damaged, you have to pay for it according to the price. If you have no objection, then sign the contract. Okay. The man with the gray beard nodded repeatedly and thanked. The girl is really a good person. Don't worry, I will definitely clean the room and will not damage anything. Seeing that the old man was very tactful, Aunt Wu signed the contract neatly and then left the room with the contract. When Aunt Wu left, the white-bearded old man's flattering smile instantly disappeared, and he closed the door expressionlessly, muttering, What on earth was the master thinking? He asked me to keep an eye on a young man who had just awakened. My old bones haven't moved for a long time. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu, who had just returned to the community, saw Aunt Wu coming down from upstairs. He wanted to hide first, but unfortunately, Aunt Wu had already seen him. Xiaosu, why did you come back so late? When Aunt Wu saw Wei Xiaosu, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her pretty face. Aunt Wu. Wei Xiaosu saw that he couldn't hide, so he could only walk forward, smiled and greeted her, and asked, Are you here to see me? Well, but by the way, the room next to yours was rented out to an old man. Aunt Wu explained. Wei Xiaosu was not too concerned about the new tenant next door. After all, the tenants next door had come and gone several times in the past few years. By the way, Aunt Wu did not want to discuss the problem of the tenant next door in detail, but asked with interest. Xiaosu, how do you feel about this trial? Can you make it into the top 3? I think I can. Wei Xiaosu didn't mean to be modest. Aunt Wu was too familiar with him. He had always been number 1 in academic subjects. He had awakened a hidden profession this time. If he couldn't even be in the top 3 in the grade, he might as well give up. Great. Aunt Wu gave Wei Xiaosu a thumbs up and the smile on her face became even brighter, but soon her smile faded and she became extremely serious. Wei Xiaosu had known Aunt Wu for 3 years, but this was the first time he saw Aunt Wu with this expression, so the smile on his face unconsciously faded. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, Aunt Wu took out a black storage bag from her arms. She opened the bag and took out an exquisite small wooden box. Xiaosu, I'm surprised that you awakened the Undead Summoner, but at the same time, I'm also very pleased. Aunt Wu reached out and stroked the small wooden box in her palm. Her eyes were filled with loneliness, and even her voice became slightly hoarse. Xiaosu, this is something my husband left behind. He was also a summoner of the dead. It is said that this item is of great benefit to summoners of the dead. His death may also be related to this item. At this point, Aunt Wu struggled internally, but she still forced herself to say the following words. Accepting this item, if it is exposed, your life may be in danger. Seeing Aunt Wu's serious expression, Wei Xiaosu also stopped smiling. He was silent for more than 10 seconds before he asked, Aunt Wu, can I see the things first? Although he had been with Aunt Wu for 3 years and was very grateful to her, he still needed to think seriously if he was inexplicably involved in some danger. After all, he was just a newcomer who had just become a professional. Take a look. Aunt Wu handed the box over without refusing. After taking the box, Wei Xiaosu opened it carefully. However, as soon as he opened the box, he was attracted by the things inside. Finger? That's right, the object lying in the exquisite little box was none other than a bone finger, the little finger of the right hand. After becoming a professional, no matter whether it is props, equipment, or other items, as long as they come from secret realms, copies, etc., there will be information displayed, and this white bone finger is no exception. Mysterious skeleton finger, Item: the skeleton little finger of unknown origin possesses strange power. Summoners can use it, but it is said that only undead summoners can fully unleash its power. Effect 1. Designate a summoned undead creature and upgrade it by 1 level. The same summoned undead creature can be used up to 3 times, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Each time it is used, 10% of the current experience value will be lost. Note: only one summoned creature of the same type can exist at the same time. Effect 2. Insert the bone finger into your heart to transform into a skeleton. Your physical fitness will double, but you will lose 1% of your current experience points every minute. This skill is only available to undead summoners. Fuck. Looking at the introduction of the bone finger on the screen in front of him, Wei Xiaosu was completely stunned. The effect of this thing was so explosive. Effect 1 can directly upgrade the quality of undead creatures by 3 levels, which is really too exaggerated. I am afraid that even ordinary summoners will switch to undead summoning after obtaining this bone finger. For example, the current skeleton mage is at the lowest level, the ordinary level, and it can be upgraded to 3 levels, namely the elite, the leader, and the final boss. It is self-evident how terrifying the boss is. Levels can be obtained by hunting other creatures, but quality can only be obtained through one's own talent or other adventures. However, only one undead summoned creature of the same type can be upgraded, just like it is impossible for 2 boss-level skeleton mages to appear at the same time. As for Effect 2, summoners of other professions cannot use it. Only the undead summoner can use it successfully. The physical fitness is doubled, but only the experience points are lost. It is undoubtedly a big profit, especially at the critical moment. The doubled physical fitness may be able to achieve a turnaround. And woo! Wei Xiaosu took the small box, but was reluctant to return it. He looked at the charming woman in front of him, and nodded. I am willing to accept it. After receiving a positive reply, Aunt Wu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face again. Xiaosu, can you agree to one of my requests? Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was slightly stunned, but then he guessed something. However, he had no reason to hesitate, so he asked, Aunt Wu, do you want me to help you get revenge? Chapter 19. Mysterious Bony Fingers. Yes. Aunt Wu was frank and admitted it directly, but she did not have any intention of forcing me. She said, but that is based on the premise of ensuring your safety, understand? Okay, I agree. Wei Xiaosu gladly accepted his first commission. The two chatted for a while before Wei Xiaosu left amid Aunt Wu's concerned words. As soon as he returned to his room, Wei Xiaosu couldn't wait to try out the ability of the bone fingers. He pondered for 2 seconds and then summoned a skeleton wild boar. The skeleton boar itself is elite level. If the bone fingers can really improve the quality of the undead summon beast, then it is absolutely right to upgrade the skeleton boar to elite level first. My current experience value is level 7 and 11%, which is just enough for 1 consumption. Wei Xiaosu did not hesitate. He picked up the bone finger and touched the huge head of the skeleton boar with his fingertips. The next moment, a deep black light burst out from the fingertips of the white bone fingers, covering and wrapping the skeleton boar. This process lasted for about 1 minute. When the black light disappeared, the skeleton wild boar, which was originally 2.5 meters in size, suddenly expanded to 4 meters and was nearly 2 meters tall, almost filling the entire living room. This momentum is more than twice as strong as before. Wei Xiaosu looked up at the skeleton boar whose appearance had changed drastically and sighed. Skeleton boar Tier 0 boss. Level 7. Strength, 210. Agility, 186. Constitution, 200. Spirit, 88. Skill, Savage Charge, G rank. Brutal Charge, G rank increases your movement speed for a short period of time, launching a charge attack, but you cannot turn during the skill. Looking at the pale blue light curtain in front of him, Wei Xiaosu shuddered all over. It was strong, too strong. The leader-level skeleton boar was about 1.5 times stronger than the elite level. If he had this skeleton boar when hunting slimes during the day, it probably wouldn't be so difficult. The next upgrade for this skeleton boar will be to boss level, and above boss level is beast general level. Wei Xiaosu suddenly discovered that although the skeleton boar had the same 3 upgrade opportunities, because it was already elite, its upper limit was also 1 level higher than that of the skeleton mage. For Wei Xiaosu now, a boss level summon beast is already a very powerful one, but wouldn't it be better if he could have a higher level beast general? Moreover, being able to train a beast general level summon beast before entering university is extremely rare in the world, and only the most talented summoners among geniuses have a chance of doing it. It's a pity that I have no experience points left, otherwise I would have upgraded the skeleton boar to the level of beast general tonight. Wei Xiaosu muttered regretfully. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard a knock on the door. He was startled, thinking that Aunt Wu had something to tell him, so he quickly summoned the skeleton boar back and trotted to open the door. However, when the door was opened, what came into view was an old man with a hunched back and white beard. "Who are you?" Wei Xiaosu asked doubtfully. The old man with the gray beard did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked Wei Xiaosu up and down. After a long while, he smacked his lips and muttered quietly. "This kid looks good, but his clothes are not good enough. I guess all his clothes are worth only 200 yuan. Huh! What are you talking about?" Wei Xiaosu frowned slightly. He was sure that he didn't know the other person and had never even met him. "My name is Su-san. I'm a new tenant who just moved in today. I live next door to you." When he heard that it was his new neighbor, an old man at that, Wei Xiaosu's guard dropped a lot. His frown relaxed and he said with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Su, my name is Wei Xiaosu, and I'm also a tenant here. What can I do for you?" "It's okay. I just came to visit. We'll be neighbors from now on." Su-san laughed, his old and sharp eyes looking into the room from time to time. "The house is very clean, and all the items are neatly arranged. He is a very hygienic person." Su-san nodded secretly in his heart, and then smiled and said, "Xiaosu, then I will go back. It's nice to meet you." After saying that, Su-san turned and walked towards his room. Wei Xiaosu stared at his back but didn't say anything. He just closed the door. "Su-san? He seemed to be looking at my room just now. Did he find something?" Wei Xiaosu patted his forehead and thought that he was too careless. It was okay before when no one lived next door, but now that people do, he must be careful when using his bone finger. Then Wei Xiaosu put the bone finger into his pink storage bag, washed up, and fell asleep on the bed. A dreamless night. The next day, Wei Xiaosu got up early and meditated for half an hour on basic spiritual training methods, and immediately felt refreshed. Although it is difficult to increase mental strength through this free meditation method, practicing it for a few cycles can make one feel very comfortable. After a simple breakfast, Wei Xiaosu went downstairs to go to school. However, as soon as he got downstairs, he saw Su-san practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard of the community. "Hey, it's Xiaosu, are you going to school?" Su-san greeted him cheerfully while practicing Tai Chi. "Yeah." Wei Xiaosu also smiled politely and replied, "Uncle Su's Tai Chi is really good." "Ha!" Su-san nodded towards Wei Xiaosu. "Xiaosu is still good at talking." After leaving Goka Community, Wei Xiaosu scanned a shared yellow bike on the roadside and rode it to school in 10 minutes. As soon as he entered the school gate, he saw a tall and beautiful girl staring at him with burning eyes. "Wei Xiaosu, how did you reach level 7? Also, did you kill the boss?" That's right, the gorgeous girl standing at the school gate was none other than Su Xiaoqing, the monitor of Class 3I. But today, for some reason, Su Xiaoqing's eyes looked a little dark, as if she had stayed up all night last night. "Didn't you sleep last night?" Wei Xiaosu answered the question irrelevantly. "I can't sleep." "Ha ha ha, you are the goddess of our #1 middle school, how come you come to school with a pair of dark circles under your eyes?" Wei Xiaosu laughed exaggeratedly. "You!" Su Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, no longer showing her usual cold and arrogant image of an ice goddess. She would only lose her composure like this in front of Wei Xiaosu. If it was anyone else, even a teacher or even the principal, she would never do this. "Forget it, it's boring." Wei Xiaosu shrugged and stopped laughing. He walked towards the school and said, "Yesterday I hunted down the level 5 boss split slime, as well as the level 3 elite one-horned boar and the level 4 elite stone turtle. If you can hunt down a boss monster, you win this time." Chapter 20, Student Fund. "I win." Su Xiaoqing looked at the figure gradually disappearing into the distance, and smiled bitterly to herself. How could she win? She had used up all her time and energy in order to hunt down the level 5 boss Silverback Wolf King. Not to mention the boss monster, she hadn't even been able to hunt down an elite monster. She thought that as long as she successfully killed the boss, she would be sure to win, but she never expected that she would still lose. 3 years, does anyone know how she got through these 3 years? You're always the second best. Screw you, Wei Xiaosu. Just wait for me. Su Xiaoqing's fists creaked as she clenched them. She no longer looked at Wei Xiaosu's back as he left. Instead, she turned around and left the school. She didn't care at all about the upcoming trial results announcement meeting or the distribution of the scholarship fund. There is less than a month left before the college entrance examination. I will use the remaining time to complete the first transformation and upgrade my grade to boss level. Wei Xiaosu, I don't believe that a necromancer like you can be faster than my 6-winged angel. Su Xiaoqing secretly set a very exaggerated goal for herself. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu walked towards the playground behind the school heartlessly. He knew very well that Su Xiaoqing had always wanted to win him over, but even though he knew it, he couldn't let her win on purpose, especially at this critical moment. The first place winner of the trial received a scholarship of 10,000 yuan, while the second place winner only received 5,000 yuan. How could a mere Su Xiaoqing be compared with 5,000 yuan? Furthermore, hunting bosses and elite monsters will add extra points in the college entrance examination, so he has even less reason to let them go. Therefore, if he wants to defeat him, he can only rely on his hard power. When it was 9 o'clock in the morning, the meeting officially began. Principal Wang Wei walked up to the podium with high spirits and began his 3-minute speech of simply speaking a few words. It seems that every school leader has such a passive skill. Their simple words are more unreliable than, "I love you," from a man, and "I don't care whether you are rich or not," from a woman. 3 hours later, Wang Wei seemed to be still a little reluctant to finish his speech. He had been in such a good mood these past 2 days, but it was already noon and he had to end his speech. Classmates, that's all for today. I'd like to announce that the first place winner of this trial mission is Wei Xiaosu from our Senior 3 Class 2. His level has reached 7th level with 11% experience points, and he has hunted down a level 5 boss, a level 3 elite, and a level 4 elite. He has received a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Let us warmly congratulate him. After saying that, Wang Wei was the first to applaud, followed by thunderous applause and exclamations from the audience. Almost everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the handsome young man in disbelief. It would be fine if he had gotten first place in academic subjects before, but now the competition is not about academic subjects. How could he still get first place with just this? Fuck, am I crazy? I actually heard that the academic god won the first place in the trial? Isn't it said that the Undead Summoner is the last among the hidden professions? Why is it able to surpass the Wind Swordsman and the Seraph? You guys don't know yet, right? Qian Zihao was beaten up by the school god yesterday. It was so bad that he is still lying in the hospital. Damn it, is that so? Qian Zihao's Wind Swordsman class is already more powerful, plus his family background, he must have a set of the most suitable equipment, and he was beaten. It should be an accident. Right now everyone's level is still low, and the strength of the professions is not too obvious. I guess after one turn, the academic god will fall behind Qian Zihao and Su Xiaoqing. That's true, but the academic god is YYDS. Soon, Wei Xiaosu walked onto the podium amid the envy, jealousy and hatred of the crowd. He was very happy to receive the scholarship from Wang Wei. Next is the second place winner of this trial, Su Xiaoqing from Class 1 of Senior Grade 3. Her level has reached 68% of the experience points of level 6, and she has hunted down a level 5 boss Silverback Wolf King, and received a scholarship fund of 5,000 yuan. Let us invite Su Xiaoqing to the stage. The thunderous applause rang out again, but this time, no one could find the other person. Wang Wei failed to see Su Xiaoqing, and immediately understood something, but he only sighed slightly. The result of this trial was beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect that Wei Xiaosu could hunt down a level 5 boss. Since Su Xiaoqing is unable to come due to some matters, we will continue to announce the third place winner of this trial. He is Lu Chang from our Grade 3 Class 8. His level has reached level 5 31% experience value, and he has hunted down a level 3 elite, and received a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. Let us invite Lu Chang to the stage. When the last scholarship award was announced, the whole audience was shocked again, because everyone thought that the third place would definitely be Qian Zihao from the Wind Swordsman profession, but they never thought that it would be Lu Chang from Class 8. However, there was a little news that spread between various classmates, and there were many versions. For example, some people said that Qian Zihao entered the copy and was beaten by Wei Xiaosu as soon as he entered the copy. Other people said that Qian Zihao was greeted by Wei Xiaosu with others. Of course, there was the most outrageous one. Students, there are still 29 days until the college entrance examination. The importance of the college entrance examination is self-evident. In the last less than a month, you can choose to leave school and play freely. Students in the main combat and auxiliary professions can go to other one-star dungeons for training, and students in the life profession can also seize the time to improve their abilities. Finally, I wish you all good luck in the college entrance examination in advance. Disband! In the last month, the school no longer teaches any knowledge because there is nothing to teach. 3 years of academic studies are enough, and all that is needed now is practical experience. The main combat department will go to the dungeon, the auxiliary department will team up with the main combat department to go to the dungeon, and as for the life department, they need to use their abilities skillfully. Of course, if their abilities are too poor, then you can consider going to an ordinary life university and learn a skill that can make a living. Let's go have lunch first, and then go to the dungeon to kill monsters in the afternoon. I have to earn enough experience points to use the bone fingers today. Each use of the bone fingers will consume 10% of the experience points. It has already been used once on the skeleton boar last night, so there are 5 chances left, which is 50% of the experience points. The road ahead is long and arduous, Wei Xiaosu said with emotion. The experience points from killing ordinary monsters are really too low, and now the upper limit of experience points from level 7 to level 8 is 40,000, 10% is 4,000, which is enough to make people feel overwhelmed just thinking about it. Damn it, if I reach a higher level in the future, how long will it take me to save up 10% of my experience points? Wei Xiaosu suddenly felt a headache when he thought about the fact that he would need tens or even hundreds of thousands of experience points in the future. Chapter 21, Orc Lair. Forget it. There will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Thinking too much now will only add to the trouble. Wei Xiaosu shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and went straight to the cafeteria. After lunch, Wei Xiaosu left the school and took a special bus to the location of the 1-star copy. Today's 1-star dungeon base is much more lively than yesterday. The 3 1-star dungeons in Qingyang City will only be opened once a year, and the opening time is only a short 1 month. After this year's senior high school students take the college entrance examination, they will be banned from entering by the military again and wait for the next year's senior high school students to arrive. A huge screen has been erected in the center of the square of the copy base today, and different commissions are scrolling on it from time to time. Of course, these commissions have nothing to do with the school, or even the military. Most of the people who issue these commissions are businessmen and professionals in life-related fields. After all, it is just a 1-star difficulty copy, so the commission tasks also require some special materials, and the price is very cheap. We need 100 tricolor flowers from the green grassland region. The purchase price is 500 Chinese yuan per plant. Unlimited collection of goblin assassin hearts, originating from Goblin Crypt, each heart is priced at 100 Chinese yuan. Looking to buy the heart of the Goblin Chieftain, produced in the Goblin Crypt, the heart must be more than 90% complete, and the bid is 100,000 Chinese yuan. Unlimited collection of Minotaur horns, originating from Orc Lair, the purchase price for each pair of horns of ordinary Minotaur is 200 Chinese coins, the price for elite Minotaur horns is 2,000 Chinese coins, the price for leader Minotaur horns is 20,000 Chinese coins, and the price for boss Minotaur horns is 200,000 Chinese coins. Urgently, looking to buy 1 liter of split slime corpse, originating from green grassland. Please note, the split slime will turn into a pool of water after death, so it must be collected in time. The purchase price is 100,000 Chinese yuan. Hundreds of commissions kept scrolling on the screen, making Wei Xiaosu almost dizzy, especially when he saw someone looking to buy 1 liter of split slime corpses. He suddenly felt unwell. 100,000, that's a full 100,000 Chinese yuan, and he didn't even think of collecting some yesterday. Oh my god, my heart suddenly hurts so much! Wei Xiaosu wanted to cry but had no tears. According to the rules of previous years, the refresh time of a level 5 boss is generally 3 days. In other words, if he wants to accept this commission, he has to wait at least 3 days, unless there is a second split slime boss in the green grassland. However, Wei Xiaosu originally planned to go to the dungeon to kill monsters, so it would be great if he could complete 1 or 2 commissions while doing so. For rich people, this amount of money may not be worth much, but for Wei Xiaosu, this amount of money is already a huge sum of money. There's no need to go to Qingqing Grassland. After all, it's the easiest dungeon, and there are the most students entering, so the competition is too fierce. Wei Xiaosu began to research which dungeon would be the most suitable to go to now. After a final consideration, he chose the most difficult Orc's Lair. The Orc's Lair is the most difficult of the 3 1-star copies, and its difficulty is even twice that of the green grassland. However, as the difficulty increases, the rewards for killing monsters will definitely be higher, such as the experience points that he urgently needs now. Having made up his mind, Wei Xiaosu went to the commission office and accepted the commission task of the Orc Lair. He had just seen to collect the horns of the Minotaurs. If it weren't for the fact that each person could only accept 1 commission at a time, Wei Xiaosu would actually like to accept a few more. Finally, Wei Xiaosu went to the entrance of the Orc's Lair dungeon. As expected, very few people chose to enter this dungeon. After all, today was only the 2nd day, and most people still didn't have the courage to directly challenge the most difficult dungeon. Hello, I want to enter the Orc Lair dungeon, Wei Xiaosu said respectfully to the guard. The dungeon was guarded by 2 soldiers armed with live ammunition. One of them walked up with a scanner and scanned Wei Xiaosu, then said, Wei Xiaosu, a student of Class 2, Grade 3, Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. You are allowed to enter. The armed soldier put down the scanner, stepped aside and stopped trying to stop them. Wei Xiaosu thanked the two again. He had great respect for Chinese soldiers. In the early days of the catastrophe, humans had no professionals, and the only ones who could deal with those terrible monsters were the soldiers who fought bravely. In just 1 month, more than 1 million Chinese soldiers were killed or wounded. When facing monsters, they would always stand in front of ordinary citizens, even if they were trembling with fear. Walking into the teleportation array, Wei Xiaosu felt dizzy again, but this feeling came and went quickly. When he regained his vision, he had appeared at a random entry point in the outer area of the orc's lair. The environment of the orc's lair is very different from the green grassland. There are blue sky and white clouds in the green grass, and the air is fresh. If there were no monsters, it would be a nice scenic spot. But the orc's lair has a dim sky, dark clouds floating by from time to time, and barren land, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath, then waved his hand and summoned a dozen skeleton mages and leader-level skeleton boars. The area of the orc's lair is only about 1/5 of the green grassland, so the density of monsters is very high. If Wei Xiaosu summons too many skeleton minions at once, it might alert the enemy. If you are not careful, you might attract a boss or a large number of monsters to appear at the same time, and then you will be in trouble. Wei Xiaosu jumped onto the back of the skeleton boar. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, this thing was very fast. If he encountered any danger that he could not solve, he would have to rely on it. Of course, it was a 1-star copy after all. As long as Wei Xiaosu's luck was not too bad, he would probably be fine. Moreover, as long as he upgraded the quality of the skeleton boar, he would be able to move freely in the copy. So, Wei Xiaosu rode a skeleton wild boar and led a dozen skeleton mages into the wilderness. The closer we got to the depths of the orc's lair, the more dark clouds there were in the sky, and at the same time, a faint smell of blood began to waft towards us. Gradually, the roars of beasts began to be heard one after another in the distance, and Wei Xiaosu also asked the skeleton brothers to slow down and try not to make too much noise. After another 10 minutes, the smell of blood became stronger, and the roar of beasts became particularly clear. Wei Xiaosu approached cautiously. Fortunately, the light here was dim, otherwise he would have been discovered long ago with so few obstructions in the wilderness. That's a no? Although the two sides were now about 100 meters apart, Wei Xiaosu still recognized their identities. They were the lowest type of orcs in the beast clan. The size of an adult gnoll is only about 1.6 meters, which is smaller than a human. However, the gnoll's teeth, claws, and bloodthirstiness make them very scary. At the same level, ordinary human awakeners do not have much advantage. Moreover, there were as many as 5 gnolls in the distance. It seemed that they had just hunted a wild beast and were lying on the prey, feasting on it. Chapter 22, Insight. Jackals, the average strength is between level 1 and level 9, they have a keen sense of smell and are good at tracking. Wei Xiaosu muttered to himself and began to recall the knowledge he had learned in his mind. Gnolls are just the weakest type of monster in the orc's nest. Over the years, the strongest gnoll that has appeared is only of ordinary quality level 9. After confirming the other party's identity, Wei Xiaosu was no longer worried. The next second, he saw a ball of green ghost fire appear in the palm of his hand. Go! With his palm facing outward, he pushed gently, and a ball of will-o'-the-wisp the size of a basketball flew towards the distant werewolf at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, more than a dozen skeleton mages also took out their own firecrackers and threw them over. Suddenly, rumbling sounds of explosions rang out continuously. By the time the fire and smoke cleared, the 5 jackals had been blown beyond recognition. They had no idea until their death who had ambushed and killed them. Congratulations on successfully killing the 0th level 1 monster gnoll, experience plus 25. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0, level 2 monster gnoll, experience plus 35. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0, level 3 monster gnoll, experience plus 45. Among these 5 gnolls, the strongest one is level 3, followed by 1 level 2, and the others are 3 level 1. These 5 gnolls only brought Wei Xiaosu 155 experience points, which is pitifully little. He no longer worried about the amount of experience points. With his current strength, the speed at which he gained experience points was already very fast compared to other students. He should learn to be content. So Wei Xiaosu took out his shovel and started his plan of digging a hole and building a grave. In less than 10 minutes, 5 graves were erected. Wei Xiaosu looked at the 5 brand new graves and suddenly felt that he was such a good person. If it were someone else, would they collect the bodies and build graves for these monsters? Of course, Wei Xiaosu just treated this kind of double-edged sword as a joke for his own amusement. His main purpose was still the effect of the shovel. This time, from the 5 jackals, Wei Xiaosu gained 3 bottles of low-quality corpse oil, 4 sticks of low-quality grave incense, and a skill book. Insight, G level consumes 1 point of mental power, and can view any target information seen by the naked eye, including level and 4-dimensional attributes. Damn, it's actually Insight! Wei Xiaosu looked at the skill book in his hand and couldn't help laughing. He had originally planned to save money to buy a copy, but now he actually got it directly from the grave. It was a huge profit. Although it is only the lowest level of Insight, it can check the target's level and 4-dimensional attributes, which is enough. Besides, he couldn't learn higher quality Insight skills now. In other words, any skill above level G would have learning conditions, such as reaching a certain level or a certain number of 4-dimensional attributes. These are later matters, so let's not talk about them for now. After using the Insight skill book, Wei Xiaosu smeared 3 bottles of low-quality corpse oil on his body, and his 4-dimensional attributes were improved a little bit again. Finally, there's the grave incense. 1 stick of low-quality grave incense can provide 6,000 experience points, and 4 sticks can provide 24,000. Using the special ability of the white bone finger once consumes 4,000 experience points, which means that he can use the white bone finger 6 more times. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu impatiently lit the incense on the grave and began to absorb the huge amount of experience points. Then, he took out the mysterious bone finger from the pink storage bag and touched the horn of the skeleton wild boar with his fingertips. The magical scene that happened last night happened again. The size of the skeleton boar increased dramatically again. However, Wei Xiaosu was not done yet. He continued to use the ability of his bone fingers and used up the 3rd chance to upgrade. After consuming 20% of the experience points, the skeleton wild boar finally completed its final evolution. Looking at the skeleton wild boar in front of him that was 8 meters long and nearly 5 meters tall, Wei Xiaosu was trembling with excitement. Skeleton boar, level 0, beast general. Level 7. Strength, 580. Agility, 496. Constitution, 530. Spirit, 288. Skill, Savage Charge E rank. Brutal Charge E rank increases your movement speed for a short period of time, launching a charge attack, but you cannot turn during the skill. Haha, strong, too strong. The sum of the 4-dimensional attributes is as high as 1894 points, and the skill has also been upgraded by 2 levels, from the original G level to E level. In addition to the levels of monsters being divided into levels 1 to 9, they are also divided into grades. The levels are actually very easy to improve. You only need to hunt other monsters or humans to gain experience points. However, the improvement of grade must rely on talent or bloodline strength. For example, the bloodline strength of the werewolves is very low. Let alone the leader and boss level, even the elite level is 1 in a million. The monster levels are divided into ordinary level, elite level, boss level, beast general level, lord level, king level, emperor level, and emperor level from low to high, a total of 9 levels. Of course, humans are also divided into grades. Except for the beast general level being renamed the general level, there is no difference in the rest. I'll call you Peppa from now on. Wei Xiaosu patted the giant skeleton wild boar's head and gave it a name to distinguish it from ordinary skeleton wild boars. Peppa Pig cried out twice, and rubbed Wei Xiaosu with the horn on her head, seeming to like her name very much. Next, Wei Xiaosu chose another skeleton mage and directly spent 30% of his experience points to upgrade it by 3 levels. Skeleton Mage Tier 0 Boss. Level 7. Strength, 235. Agility, 220. Constitution, 230. Spirit, 420. Skill, Big Firecracker, F rank. Big Firecracker, F rank throws an exploding firecracker at the target, causing a small amount of damage. The total of the skeleton mage's 4-dimensional attributes reached 1105 points, and his skills were also upgraded by 1 level, becoming an F-level skill firecracker. It seems that starting from the boss level, every time the level is upgraded, the skills will also be upgraded once. Big Firecracker? How big is it? Wei Xiaosu looked at the skeleton mage in front of him, who had grown slightly in size and was about 2 meters tall, with great interest. I'll call you Xiaoming from now on. Wei Xiaosu was full of evil humor, and gave the skeleton mage in front of him a separate name. Then he said, Xiaoming, show me your big treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton mage took out a red firecracker that was 1 meter long and as thick as his thigh from the empty pelvic area between his groins. Fuck! Looking at the big firecracker in Xiaoming's arms, Wei Xiaosu shuddered for no reason, then subconsciously stepped back a few steps and said, Alright, I know you're big, you can put it away now. Xiaoming. ABA. Chapter 23, Immortality Effect 2. Can you speak? Wei Xiaosu was stunned, then suddenly became alert again. Summoned beasts that can talk are not uncommon, such as the cattered girl last night, but it is extremely rare for undead creatures to talk, especially low-level undead creatures. Aba. Xiao Ming shook his head, and the white skull made a strange cracking sound. Wei Xiaosu. Well, it seems that Xiao Ming can't say anything except aba now. However, just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it won't work in the future. Whether it is to improve Xiao Ming's level or grade, there is still a chance. As for Peppa, it is much more difficult for a pig to speak than for Xiao Ming. Even if creatures in animal form have intelligence, it is difficult for them to speak. Animal form creatures that can speak are absolutely strong. Now with Paige and Xiao Ming protecting him, Wei Xiaosu became even braver. With a level 7 beast general and a level 7 boss, he could not easily defeat this 1-star dungeon, but it would be almost impossible for him to fail. So, Wei Xiaosu waved his hand, and thousands of skeleton mages began to appear in the wilderness, along with dozens of skeleton wild boars. Go ahead and kill as much as you can. Kill all the monsters you meet. At the command, the skeleton mages, like a white tide, quickly dispersed in all directions. The skeleton mages were enough to deal with ordinary monsters. If they encountered elites, the dozens of skeleton boars would cooperate in the attack. If they encountered a powerful monster that even the skeleton boars could not deal with, Wei Xiaosu would take action himself. Within 5 minutes, Wei Xiaosu began to receive continuous reminders to kill monsters. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0, level 2 monster null, experience plus 35. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0, level 5 monster pig headman, experience plus 85. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0 monster minotaur, experience plus 135. Ordinary monsters simply could not withstand the stranglehold of the skeleton army. Although skeleton mages would be killed while killing monsters, 1 point of mental power could summon 20 skeleton mages. Even if they died, Wei Xiaosu would not feel any pity. It was not until half an hour later that Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but frown slightly when he looked at the light screen prompt in front of him. 131 skeleton mages died. 155 skeleton mages died. 147 skeleton mages died. 13 skeleton boars killed. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 9 monster Tauren, elite, at level 0, experience plus 3235. Obtain Tauren leather boots, Tauren battle axe, and Tauren horn. It seems like we encountered an elite minotaur. Wei Xiaosu was very satisfied with the fighting power of the skeleton minions. The elite monsters could not last more than a minute before being beaten to death. This speed could probably only be achieved by a first-level professional. As the skeleton minions charged forward, Wei Xiaosu began to follow behind them, digging holes and building graves. He also collected all the equipment and materials picked up by the skeleton minions into his storage bag. About 3 hours later, a golden light of upgrading appeared on Wei Xiaosu's body again, and his level finally reached level 10, which is the so-called critical point of the first transformation. And just when he reached level 10, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, and the job transfer tasks followed one after another. The first mission of the Undead Summoner, randomly generated, have at least one summoned beast of boss level, or above. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the first mission, your level has been raised to level 11, and you have received a reward of plus 10 for all attributes. Ding, talented skill eternal immortality comprehension effect 2. Ding, the quality of the tragedy of the dead is upgraded to elite level, the level is upgraded to stage 1 level 11, and the comprehension effect is 2. Wei Xiaosu. The completion of this first level mission was very dramatic. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to have a boss level quality summon beast before the first level. But Wei Xiaosu's luck was quite good. When digging a pit and building a grave, he obtained a skill book that could summon elite wild boars. Later, he obtained a mysterious bone finger, which could directly upgrade the quality of the summoned beast by 3 levels. Therefore, the first level mission he randomly got was simply a piece of cake. After the transformation was successful, Wei Xiaosu felt that his whole body was filled with strength. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between level 10 and level 11, the increase in the 4-dimensional attributes was 1 times. Coupled with the effect of corpse oil, his 1 times increase was much more exaggerated than that of others. It's like everyone originally had an attribute of 100, and it doubled to 200, but Wei Xiaosu had reached an attribute of 200 before the first transformation, and then doubled it to 400, so his first transformation increase was much greater than that of others. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: Undead Summoner, first transformation. Level: 11 0%. Strength: 770. Agility: 800. Constitution: 780. Spirit: 1530. Destiny equipment: Death of the Dead. Summoning space: 3100/15300. Skills: Talented Skill Immortality, SSS-level. Summon Skeleton Mage, G-level. Will-O-Wisp, G-level. It's incredible, so incredible. With this attribute, Wei Xiaosu feels that even without using summon beasts, he can be comparable to some combat-oriented hidden professions. Of course, although he is strong, his summon beast is even more ridiculously strong, and it is far from the norm. Especially Page, its four-dimensional attributes all exceeded 1,000, more than twice as powerful as before. And Xiaoming, the firecracker he took out from his pelvis was even bigger, which made Wei Xiaosu frightened, fearing that the big firecracker would explode right in front of him. Talented Skill Eternal Immortality, SSS-level. Effect 1. You, with your extremely strong soul power, have successfully comprehended the ultimate skill of the Undead Summoner. You will be able to learn the same Undead Summoning skill unlimitedly, and stack the summoning effect unlimitedly. At the same time, there is a very low chance that the skill will be upgraded by one level. Effect 2. With your extremely strong soul power, you will achieve true immortality. Any damage you suffer will be randomly transferred to the summoned beasts, including those that appear in reality, and all those in the summoned space. Note, this will only be triggered if you suffer fatal damage. Oh my god, the second effect of immortality is simply explosive, especially when used in combination with Effect 1, it is even more invincible. Wei Xiaosu was stunned. With Effect 2, he would be immortal from now on. If anyone said that the summoner was fragile again, he would break the opponent's legs. Moreover, the more brothers he has in his summoning space, the safer he will be. With 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, or even tens of millions of brothers by then, it will be difficult even for a 9th-level strongman to kill him. Great! I originally thought that low-level summoned beasts would gradually lose their effectiveness, but now it seems that they are the most suitable summoned beasts for this skill. Chapter 24, Minotaur Yasin. Wei Xiaosu carefully studied the Effect 2 of the Immortal Talent skill for a while, and finally found that the Skeleton Mage's ability to absorb damage was much stronger than that of the Skeleton Boar. For example, 10 points of mental power can summon a Skeleton Boar, but the same amount of mental power can summon 200 Skeleton Mages. Damage transfer is not affected by defense, so it all comes down to who has more health. A Skeleton Boar is definitely more resistant to attacks than a Skeleton Mage, but at most it is equivalent to dozens of Skeleton Mages, so it is obvious which summoned beast is more cost-effective. Finally, Wei Xiaosu turned his attention to his own equipment. After an upgrade, a thin black and gold pattern appeared on the black shovel, which actually looked quite high-end. Tragedy of the Fallen, Elite. Level 11. Grade, Level 1. Strength, plus 100. Agility, plus 100. Constitution, plus 100. Spirit, plus 100. Effect 1. Dig a hole and bury a corpse. After 60 seconds, you will get a sapling full of various exotic fruits. Note, only the creatures you kill can trigger Effect 1. Effect 2. Dig a grave, open a coffin, and you will go further and further on the road of evil, and become stronger and stronger. All the graves you dig and the corpses you recognize will be resurrected, and become your most loyal servants. Note, if the corpse's strength is 100 times greater than yours when it was alive, it will not be resurrected. Introduction. He is dead, but not completely dead. He is alive, but not completely alive. Death is not the destination, but the undead is. What? When Wei Xiaosu read the introduction of Effect 2 of the shovel, he felt terrible instantly. It was too immoral. If he really did that, his son would be born without an asshole. Digging up someone's ancestral grave is like killing their parents. It's impossible to do this, and Wei Xiaosu himself can't get over it. But the next second, Wei Xiaosu suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes sparkling. Who said I must dig up the ancestral graves of humans? There is no psychological burden at all when digging up the ancestral graves of monsters. Just when Wei Xiaosu was secretly excited, suddenly, a sound of breaking wind was heard in his ears, and then an arrow shot towards him rapidly. Phew! The arrow pierced Wei Xiaosu's heart without him noticing, and a large flower of blood burst out. For a moment, Wei Xiaosu thought he was going to die like this, but soon, he was shocked to find that although the pierced heart was extremely painful, so painful that his expression was instantly distorted, but his vitality showed no signs of weakening at all. He lowered his head slightly and found that his heart was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the wound pierced by the arrow was healing rapidly. However, while he was recovering from his injuries, the 155 skeleton mages around him instantly disintegrated and turned into broken bones on the ground. The arrow was able to kill Wei Xiaosu, who had a physical strength of 780 points, in 1 second. With the damage transfer, it could also kill 155 skeleton mages. The one who shot this arrow was definitely not a small minion. Shit, that was a close call. Wei Xiaosu's heartbeat quickened as he touched his chest, which had now recovered. If he had not happened to understand the skill effective damage transfer, he would have been a corpse by now. However, after the fear, Wei Xiaosu was filled with rage. He directly ordered thousands of skeleton mages to rush towards the direction where the arrows came from. No matter who the opponent was, they had to die today. In less than a minute, thousands of skeleton mages forced the opponent out from his hiding place. It was a minotaur, a very young minotaur. The young minotaur stared at Wei Xiaosu in astonishment for a few seconds, then used his skills to instantly kill all the skeleton mages who surrounded him, and then turned around and fled. The young minotaur was extremely fast. Not to mention the skeleton mage, even if Page tried his best, he might not be able to catch up with him. Insight. Name Minotaur Yazan Boss. Occupation Earth Shooter, First Transfer. Level 16. Strength 1370. Agility 1850. Constitution 1480. Spirit 1050. What? It's actually an intelligent orc. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. It's incredible that intelligent orcs appeared in the copy. The Orc's Lair dungeon has appeared in Xinjiang City for decades, but there has never been any news of the appearance of intelligent orcs. Orcs are different from wild beasts. They are more like a different kind of people. In some secret realms, there are even orc empires. There's something strange. Wei Xiaosu looked at the Minotaur Arsene who was gradually disappearing from his sight. While he was horrified, he was also planning how to hunt him down. Wei Xiaosu was not a kind-hearted person. Revenge was his motto. He would repay the arrow that had been shot at him just now no matter what. Minotaur, right? I just happen to have a commission to collect Minotaur horns. None of you can escape. Wei Xiaosu grinned slightly. With his current strength and the help of his skeleton minions, it would not be difficult for him to clear the entire one-star dungeon. So, Wei Xiaosu stopped exploring randomly and headed straight to the deepest part of the dungeon. He had a guess in his mind that there might be some secrets in this dungeon. As we all know, the copy is just a projection of the secret realm, or even not a projection. It is an alternative rule. No matter how powerful the monsters in the copy are, they are just a group of monsters without any intelligence. That's... Just after Wei Xiaosu advanced about 5 or 6 kilometers deeper into the dungeon, he stopped and looked at the scene in front of him with complicated eyes. Those turned out to be 5 human corpses, or more precisely, the corpses of this year's senior high school students. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward and squatted beside several corpses to check. Sure enough, there was a bull-sized hole at the position of each person's heart, and the cause of death was exactly the same. It was the Minotaur Arsene who did it! Wei Xiaosu felt even more angry as he looked at his classmates lying dead on the ground. He sighed and ordered 10 skeleton mages to carry their bodies to the entrance outside the copy so that they could be easily discovered by others and then taken out. Afterwards, Wei Xiaosu continued to move forward, but soon he discovered several more battle sites, and without exception, there were corpses of students. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. The closer he got to the depths of the nest, the angrier Wei Xiaosu became. He didn't know many of these students, and he had only met many of them a few times, but he was still very angry. Moreover, those who can come to the Orc's Nest for training on the 3rd day of Awakening Day are all the elites in the school. Those with less talent are still in the Green Grassland or the Goblin Dungeon. Should we inform the people outside about the situation here? An intelligent beastman who has reached the boss level and is a sharpshooter is hunting students. It's weird no matter how you look at it. Chapter 25. Kill 100 enemies and lose 1,000 of your own. Why? Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh. They were all in their prime years. These dozens of young men and women had just started their lives, but they had never expected such a change to happen. Send them all back. With a wave of his hand, another dozen skeleton mages carried the corpses of the students on the ground and rushed back. Even fallen leaves must return to their roots. If he left these corpses alone, they might be eaten by the wild beasts in the copy in a while, and by then there would be no intact corpse left. As Wei Xiaosu gradually approached the core of the nest, he encountered more and more orcs, and their quality became higher and higher. They even encountered a level 9 orc boss, but now under the siege of the skeleton army, even the boss was completely unable to resist. Wei Xiaosu held a black shovel in his hand, standing in front of the dying orc boss, looking down at him from above. Die! With both hands swung down suddenly, the sharp edge of the black shovel directly chopped off the head of the orc boss. Wei Xiaosu and his skeleton minions were tireless and continued to crush the orcs all the way until night fell, when he finally reached the core area of the orc's lair. In the one-star orc lair, There are 20 bosses as standard, ranging from level 5 to level 20, and there are even more elites and boss monsters. However, half of these monsters will be active outside the nest, so there are only about 10 bosses left in the core nest. Human, you have angered me, little ones, kill them! Just as Wei Xiaosu entered the core nest, a giant minotaur over 3 meters tall came out, leading hundreds of orcs, some strong and some weak. This line is too stiff. It turns out that they are just a bunch of emotionless puppets, Wei Xiaosu murmured. There is absolutely no sense of accomplishment in killing the orcs in these dungeons. It would be best to catch the Tauren Arson, who knows what he might be able to get out of him. Tauren Chieftain, Tier 1 Boss. Level 20. Strength, 2000. Agility, 1496. Physical fitness, 1830. Spirit, 788. As expected of the final boss of the dungeon, its strength attribute is as high as 2000 points. But even so, Wei Xiaosu was not panicked at all. The Tauren Chieftain was indeed very strong, but compared to his Peppa Pig, he was nothing. Although Paige's level is only 12, she is a first-level beast general. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, except for mental power, the other 3 have all reached more than 2000 points. Peppa, let's go! Wei Xiaosu rode on Peppa's back, holding a black shovel, and instantly transformed into a pig knight. In terms of high-end combat power, the orcs are stronger, but in terms of numbers, the skeleton monsters are at a crushing level. Now, the number of skeleton mages alone has already exceeded 10,000. The so-called number of people exceeding 10,000 is boundless. The entire orc nest is surrounded by 3 layers of skeleton mages inside and outside. If you encounter an orc elite, hundreds of skeleton mages will rush forward immediately. If it is an orc leader or even an orc boss, the skeleton mages will rush forward like a wave as if they were free. Moreover, there are also high-end combat forces among the skeleton mages. For example, the current Xiao Ming is very terrifying. He can take out a huge firecracker that is 1.5 meters long from his crotch almost every 3 seconds. The fuse on the firecracker was emitting sparks. Xiao Ming, chuckling, threw the firecracker into the crowd. The fuse quickly burned out, and then there was a loud bang. The whole ground was shaking slightly, and dozens of orcs were killed on the spot. Even the elite and leader orcs were blown unconscious. Of course, although Xiao Ming has absolute AoE damage on the battlefield, he does not have the ability to protect his teammates from damage. Just like the big firecracker just now, although it killed dozens of orcs, more skeleton mages died, and the ground was covered with bone fragments. My goodness, Xiao Ming is really cruel. In the distance, Wei Xiaosu, who was riding on Paige's back, looked back at the flames of the explosion rising into the sky, and his scalp tingled. In terms of the speed of harvesting orc lives, even Paige could not match him, let alone himself. It only takes 3 seconds to pull out a big firecracker, and the hundreds of orcs in the orc nest were quickly wiped out, leaving only a few bosses still struggling to hold on. However, with the cooperation of the skeleton mage, Xiao Ming only had to spend a little more effort to wipe them all out. Abe. Xiao Ming held a firecracker without a lit fuse in his arms and began to raise it high to celebrate his victory. He looked so funny. Skeleton Mage Death Count 4817. Wei Xiaosu. Is this the legendary killing 100 enemies and losing 1,000 of your own? Glancing at Xiao Ming, who was celebrating with Abe. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch his lips a few times. Although Xiao Ming is weak, he can clear the entire battlefield and kill hundreds of orcs in just 1 minute. But it is strong. It can kill hundreds of orcs while killing nearly 5,000 skeleton mages of its own side. What the hell is going on? Fortunately, skeleton mages are worthless. Besides, even if Xiao Ming had not joined, the final loss of relying on ordinary skeleton mages to destroy the orcs might be far more than 5,000. Bia! Xiao Ming excitedly danced the firecracker dance for a few seconds, then looked up at Paige and Wei Xiaosu, who were fighting the Minotaur chieftain in the distance, and immediately became spirited again. However, when Wei Xiaosu saw Xiao Ming rushing towards him, he was frightened and quickly shouted, "Xiao Ming, don't come over here!" Xiao Ming. Ababa. Although Xiao Ming seemed a little unhappy, for the sake of his own life, Wei Xiaosu still forcibly gave the order to watch the game. The Tauren chieftain is very powerful, and the giant axe in his hand is extremely sharp. Even Paige's physical strength of over 2,000 points can be easily broken. However, Peppa was still stronger in overall strength, and with the assistance of Wei Xiaosu, the Tauren chieftain held out for 3 minutes before Wei Xiaosu chopped off half of his head with a shovel. Congratulations on successfully killing the first level 20 monster Tauren chieftain boss, experience plus 100,000. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 13 and receiving a bonus of plus 10 for all attributes. A golden light burst out from Wei Xiaosu's body, and his level was raised by 1 level again. I finally upgraded. Now the experience points required for upgrading are really increasing. Wei Xiaosu sighed with emotion. He is now level 13. If he wants to upgrade to level 14, he needs 1 million experience points. However, a level 20, stage 1 Tauren Chieftain boss only has 100,000 experience points. If he wants to upgrade, he needs to kill 10 Tauren Chieftains. Just thinking about it makes people despair. The dungeon boss refreshes every 3 days. If I want to continue upgrading, it seems that the dungeon is no longer viable. Wei Xiaosu shook his head and smiled bitterly. He cleared the entire dungeon by himself today, so the Orc's Lair dungeon would not be very attractive in the next 3 days. Chapter 26. Poor quality graveside meal. Next, Wei Xiaosu started his popular plan of digging a hole and building a grave. Now it would take him no more than 2 minutes to bury a corpse. It was really terrifying. If someone asked him how he could build a tomb so quickly, he would proudly say, "It's just my practice." However, the workload this time was quite large. Even with Wei Xiaosu's current skills, it took him a full hour to complete it. But proportional to the long hours of labor, the harvest was equally huge, including 17 bottles of low-quality corpse oil, 11 sticks of low-quality grave incense, 10 bowls of low-quality grave rice, and 22 pieces of equipment, including even a level 20, Tier 1 boss equipment, which is the giant axe in the hands of the Tauren chieftain. Per grave rice. Item: this is a nearly rotten grave rice. Eat it, and you will recover 1 point of mental power every second for 60 seconds. Only for undead professions and undead creatures. Compared to grave incense and corpse oil, grave rice does not increase any attributes or experience points, but it can quickly restore mental power in a short period of time. For Wei Xiaosu, the Undead Summoner, as long as he has enough mental power, he can continue to fight. There are already 3 kinds of underworld props: grave incense, grave rice, and corpse oil. I don't know if there will be more underworld props in the future, Wei Xiaosu guessed secretly in his heart. At first, he rejected these underworld props whose names sounded terrible, but gradually, he found that each of them was very easy to use and smelled very good. Fury Axe Boss. Level 20. Grade, Level 1. Strength, plus 395. Effect, has a slight armor-piercing effect, especially effective against alloy armor. Introduction, a huge battle axe made of hard alloy, with great destructive power. Wow, a weapon alone adds nearly 400 attribute points, and it also has an armor-piercing effect. It's simply incredible. Wei Xiaosu stared blankly at the giant axe in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. The attribute bonus of this weapon could only be said to be barely at the average level, but the additional effect was extremely rare, and even weapons of the same level with higher attribute bonuses could not compare to it. It's a fortune. A level 20, Tier 1 boss weapon has a market price of about 50,000 to 100,000, but this violent battle axe can definitely be sold for at least twice the price. I excitedly put the berserk axe into my storage bag. I had completed the dungeon today, which was quite a reward. Of course, the drop rate of the copy is extremely low. The reason why he was able to have such a big harvest was entirely because of the black shovel. Swoosh swoosh. At this moment, suddenly, 2 sounds of breaking through the air were heard in succession, and 2 arrows flew out from a hidden corner and shot directly at Wei Xiaosu's head and chest. Finally he showed up. Compared to the first time when he was caught off guard, this time, Wei Xiaosu was obviously prepared for the opponent's sneak attack. There was a hint of sneer on his face. The next second, he took a step back and hid behind Paige. Paige's huge body was the solidest shield. The 2 arrows seemed powerful, but when they hit Paige's ribs, they were stuck directly on it. You're just a dog. You want to score twice with the same method? You're dreaming. Wei Xiaosu came out from behind Peggy, cursing. He looked in the direction where the arrow came from, a cunning look flashed across his eyes, and he said, "Little calf, I guess you would come a long time ago. Why, seeing that all my skeleton mages are dead, you dare to attack me?" In fact, from the very beginning, the opponent fell into the trap he set, including Xiao Ming's fighting method of killing 100 enemies and losing 1,000 of his own. Thousands of skeleton mages were almost all killed, so the enemies hiding in the dark would almost certainly not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And even if he failed again, how could less than 100 skeleton monsters stop him from escaping? This was Wei Xiaosu's plan, and the Minotaur Arson also thought so the sneak attack came as planned. Summon, Skeleton Mage! As soon as the words fell, countless densely packed skeleton mages walked out of the black fog. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. A large number of skeleton mages formed a white ocean, which surrounded the attackers tightly, leaving no gaps. Damn it, this is impossible. You are just a level 1 summoner. How can you have so many summoned beasts? The Minotaur Arsene had a ferocious look on his face, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Although these skeleton monsters were very weak, he could kill dozens of them with just one arrow. But now, what surrounded him were not just dozens or hundreds of skeletons, but thousands, or even nearly 10,000. Moreover, in addition to these weak skeleton mages, there is also Xiaoming who is as powerful as him, and Peppa who is stronger than him. As long as his retreat is restricted, only death will be waiting for him. I will not die here. I will not be killed by a little human like you. Yazan gritted his teeth, then drew his bow like a full moon and shouted, Arrow of the earth, go! The next second, a khaki arrow was shot out. It first rose 100 meters into the air, then suddenly turned around and headed straight down, sinking into the ground in the blink of an eye. This process happened in a flash, only about 1 second. After the arrow shot into the ground, hundreds of ochre-colored light arrows suddenly emerged from the ground with a diameter of 20 meters, with Yazan as the center. The destructive power of the light arrows was extremely great, and the fragile bodies of the skeleton mages were completely unable to withstand it, and a large number of them fell down in an instant. 755 skeleton mages died. Hiss, there's something! Seeing this scene from afar, Wei Xiaosu raised his eyebrows, feeling incredible. This minotaur named Arsene was really powerful. He should be considered the top one in the same level. However, Yazan can only be regarded as the top level among the same level, while Wei Xiaosu thinks that he is invincible among the same level. In the distance, a large area that had just been cleared was immediately filled up again with densely packed skeleton mages. Wei Xiaosu no longer gave the other side any chance and began to command his men to fight back. Countless firecrackers were thrown out. Although their power was not great, they still caused Yazan a lot of trouble. After all, there were too many of them, and the firecrackers flying in the sky never stopped. Bia! Xiaoming was very excited as he looked at the firecrackers flying in the sky and Arsene moving among the skeletons. The next second, Xiaoming rushed out directly, muttering, Abe, continuously. Then when he was about 100 meters away from Yazan, the fuse on the huge firecracker in his arms was instantly ignited. Ababa! Whoosh! Xiaoming was so excited that he threw the firecrackers in his arms away. Chapter 27, Make a Fortune. Boom! Crash! Xiaoming's firecrackers exploded accurately next to Yazan, and huge flames shot up into the sky, covering an area of dozens of meters. 666 skeleton mages died. Wei Xiaosu. Looking at the white broken bones flying everywhere, Wei Xiaosu felt very tired. If Arsene had not just cleared up the skeleton mages near him, this explosion would have killed thousands of people. Abe. Xiaoming looked at the flames rising into the sky, spinning around in excitement, and clapping his hands continuously, looking funny and ridiculous. After being hit directly by Xiaoming's firecracker, Yazan had already lost his combat capability. However, what surprised Wei Xiaosu was that this guy was not killed directly by the explosion. It has a strong vitality. Wei Xiaosu curled his lips and sighed inwardly, but he did not let the skeleton brothers continue to attack. If they could capture it alive, there was no need to kill it. Besides, dozens of students died tragically in the copy today. Once the news here spreads, it will definitely alarm the entire Qingyang city, and even the entire Tianfu province. And if he could catch the culprit, he would definitely receive a large reward. Of course, compared to the reward, Wei Xiaosu hoped that those big shots could find out why an intelligent life appeared in the copy. The entrances and exits of the one-star trial copy were heavily guarded, so Wei Xiaosu was very curious about how Arsene got in. Looking at Yazan, who was dying on the ground with his skin burnt black, I felt so relieved. All aliens should die! After saying that, Wei Xiaosu stopped looking at Yazan and casually asked two of his younger brothers to lift the man up, then started to rush back. He had been in this copy for half a day and had killed most of the monsters in the copy. There was no point in staying here any longer. Not long after, Wei Xiaosu arrived at the nearest copy exit, where there were dozens of skeleton mages standing, as well as dozens of student corpses that they had brought back and were guarding. No one else has come in for such a long time? It's really... Wei Xiaosu shook his head, speechless. But on second thought, it is normal. After all, the Orc's Lair is the most difficult of the one-star trial copies. Those who dare to come in to level up today are naturally the elites from various schools. Elites! Wei Xiaosu gave another bitter smile. Among these people, 3 of them who he remembered had rare professions, and among those he didn't know, there might be even more. Then take them all out. Wei Xiaosu looked coldly at the Minotaur Arsene who was still in a coma, then waved his hand and ordered the skeleton minions to take all the bodies of the students out of the copy. With a flash of light, Wei Xiaosu soon appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. The armed soldier looked over with interest when he saw someone coming out. Finally someone came out. If you don't come out, I will have to call for support, one of the soldiers said jokingly. You are the last one to enter today, but the first one to come out. How is it? How is your progress in the copy? Another soldier asked curiously. But facing their joking questions, Wei Xiaosu looked gloomy and didn't know how to answer. Of course, he didn't need to answer, because in the next second, the teleportation array at the entrance of the copy began to flash light again. The two soldiers also shifted their attention from Wei Xiaosu and looked at the other students who were about to appear with smiles on their faces. Although the two of them are not powerful professionals, they understand one thing. Those who can enter the Orc's nest for training on the third day of the Awakening Day are all elites of mankind and the main force in the future fight against alien races. To put it bluntly, low-level professionals like them can only guard a one-star copy. If they are asked to go to the secret realm to fight against aliens, they will be cannon fodder and die. However, when the light disappeared and dozens of skeleton mages came out, either carrying the bodies of dozens of students, the smiles on the faces of the two soldiers gradually became stiff. This? No, how could it be? The two soldiers immediately raised their assault rifles and shot accurately at each skeleton mage. Da-da-da-da? Da-da-da-da-da? Although the skeleton mage possessed the strength of level 1, he was still far from being able to withstand bullets. He was quickly shot into a sieve by the two soldiers' superb point-blank shooting. Wei Xiaosu witnessed all this but did not stop it. After all, dozens of skeleton mages were nothing more than a drizzle to him. He could even pretend not to see Xiaoming killing hundreds of them with a firecracker, let alone now. No, how could there be undead creatures in the Orc's lair? It's the breath of the summoned beast. The two soldiers seemed to have just reacted. They turned around and stared at Wei Xiaosu for a few seconds. One of them asked in a deep voice, "Classmate, can you tell me what's going on?" Faced with their wary and suspicious looks, Wei Xiaosu sighed helplessly, and could only recount the whole story. This is what happened. In the end, with my careful planning, I let out the culprit. Now he is seriously injured by me. I think you know what to do. After Wei Xiaosu finished speaking, he said hello and left. As for why the Minotaur Arsene appeared in the dungeon, he didn't bother to care. The people above would naturally handle the matter. He was just a student, an ordinary student. After leaving the dungeon transmission area, Wei Xiaosu went straight to the commission office. However, when he took out all the Minotaur horns he had collected from the storage bag, the people in charge of purchasing were stunned. 255 pairs of ordinary Minotaur horns, 12 pairs of elite Minotaur horns, 2 pairs of leader Minotaur horns, and 1 pair of boss Minotaur horns, a total of 315,000 Chinese yuan were exchanged. Hey, thanks, it's a pleasure working with you. Wei Xiaosu's face broke into a smile as he looked at the message on his cell phone reminding him of the money arriving. The person in charge looked at the pile of Minotaur horns on the table, then looked at Wei Xiaosu who was gradually walking away, and he was stunned for a long time. Damn, why does it feel like I can apply for leave for the next 3 days? The person in charge's mouth twitched twice. If his guess was correct, there were probably not many orcs in the Orc's nest. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu also got on the bus back to the city. He leaned comfortably on the seat, put on his headphones, and took a nap with his eyes closed. However, in the last row of the bus, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask was silently watching Wei Xiaosu who was taking a nap, his deep eyes full of coldness. Chapter 28. I am a scholar. The bus sped along and soon returned to the city center. Wei Xiaosu did not choose to get off at the gate of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, but chose to get off at a stop closest to the prop trading market. He has to go back to his hometown for 2 days tomorrow, so he thought about getting rid of the equipment on him first. This kind of low-level equipment can only be sold at a good price recently, and the price changes every day, so he must sell it as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the trading market, Wei Xiaosu saw the cat-haired girl soliciting customers at the door. Today, the cat-haired girl was wearing a maid outfit with a pair of slender white thighs covered with a mesh white silk stocking, which made her look extremely cute. I envy the Orc Summoner's second day. Wei Xiaosu secretly swore in his heart that one day, he would also have a cat-haired girl like this. When he thought about having such a beautiful summoned beast to bring him tea and water, massage his shoulders and legs, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. Brother, do you want a cat-haired girl? Just as Wei Xiaosu was staring at the cat-haired girl not far away, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He turned around and was speechless. The person who came was none other than Zhang Taidan, the middleman who had taken all his equipment last night but did not give him a penny. No! Wei Xiaosu said righteously, with his hands behind his waist, and said calmly, I am a scholar! Zhang Taidan. God damn, you are an educated person. If you hadn't stared at her legs for 10 minutes, I would have believed you. However, as a professional middleman, as a professional sales elite, Zhang Taidan would not ruin his customer's business, so he immediately changed the subject. Brother Xiaosu, do you have any good stuff to sell today? Indeed there are some. Wei Xiaosu did not hide it. The cooperation last night was quite pleasant. The selling price was the average market price, and in the end he bought a storage bag at a low price of 20,000. So he still had a very good impression of Zhang Taidan. So the next second, Wei Xiaosu calmly took out his pink storage bag and took out the equipment he had obtained today one by one. Today's harvest was more than 10 times that of yesterday, especially the giant axe. Even Zhang Taidan, who was always calm and composed, changed his expressions slightly. Generally speaking, equipment from level 5 to level 10 are the best-selling ones these days, and most of them are priced at a premium of 50% to 100%. After all, there are many newly awakened professionals. However, this does not mean that level 20 equipment is cheap. New professionals will eventually reach level 20, right? Even if the college entrance examination is over by then and the equipment premium is gone, the level 20 equipment will not drop in price. Besides, the biggest feature and selling point of this Fury Battle Axe is its armor-piercing effect. The equipment has tens of thousands of effects, and the armor-piercing ability can definitely be ranked in the top 10. How about it? How much do you give for these equipments? Wei Xiaosu asked. This? Zhang Taidan fondled the berserk axe, then looked at the other equipment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave a terrifying figure. I'll give you 100,000 for the axe, and 80,000 for the other equipment, a total of 180,000. After hearing the other party's offer, Wei Xiaosu pondered for a few seconds and did not raise the price because the price was already very fair. So Wei Xiaosu took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat payment QR code, but to his surprise, the other party didn't want to pay. Fuck, in broad daylight, in plain sight, are you trying to sell something again? Wei Xiaosu's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Zhang Taidan in front of him with vigilance. Sure enough, the next second, he saw the other party take out 2 items from his storage bag. Brother Xiaosu, look! Don't watch it, transfer the money quickly. This is good stuff, you don't even look at the good stuff, just transfer the money quickly. Zhang Taidan. This is a skill book for summoning undead, and an evolution potion that can upgrade the level of summoned undead beasts. If you don't want it, I will sell it to someone else. Don't, hurry up and call, wait. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu came back to his senses. Before he finished talking about transferring the money, his eyes fell on the 2 props in Zhang Taidan's hands. When he saw the name and effect of the prop clearly, he was ecstatic. How much? Skill book 50,000, evolution potion 150,000. Zhang Taidan said with a grin, revealing his face as a profiteer. So expensive? Wei Xiaosu gasped in shock at the price, especially the price of the evolution potion, which was as high as 150,000, which was simply outrageous. Cheaper. Brother Xiaosu, I treat you as a friend. I'm only offering you 200,000 for 2 props. If you go somewhere else and don't spend 250,000 to 300,000, don't even think about getting them. Zhang Taidan shook his head and actually refused to bargain. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Wei Xiaosu began to search for the approximate price of the relevant props on his mobile phone, and even asked his head teacher Li Jing. The answer he finally got was that 200,000 was not too much. Okay, I just sold you the equipment for 180,000, I'll give you 20,000. I want it. Wei Xiaosu gritted his teeth and agreed. That's right. The smile on Zhang Taidan's face became even more cunning. He took out his mobile phone and skillfully opened the WeChat QR code to receive payment. 20,000 yuan was transferred to my account via WeChat. Brother, you are really generous. Next time you find something good, feel free to contact me. Wei Xiaosu. Looking at Zhang Taidan's departing back, Wei Xiaosu always felt that something was wrong. He sold a lot of equipment last night but didn't receive a penny. The quantity and quality of equipment sold today are 10 times that of yesterday, but I still didn't receive a penny, and I spent 20,000 yuan. What the hell? Damn, what a talent! Wei Xiaosu cursed for a while. He felt very complicated. He didn't know whether he had made a profit, or the other party had made a profit, or maybe both of them had made a profit. Low-level Undead Evolution Potion. Item: apply the potion to an undead creature. When the potion is absorbed, the undead creature will be upgraded by 1 level, but it cannot exceed the beast's general level. Each undead creature can only use it once. Summon Skeleton Guards. G-level summons 1, Elite Skeleton Guard. Its level increases as the summoner improves. Each summoning consumes 10 points of mental power. A bottle of evolution potion and a skill book are both good things that can instantly increase Wei Xiaosu's combat effectiveness, which is why he would spend a huge sum of 200,000 to buy them. Especially the skeleton guard. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that this thing's defense must be very strong. Whether it is used as a frontline meat shield or to protect itself, the effect is definitely much better than that of the fragile skeleton mage. Chapter 29, Xiaoqiang. After putting the skills and potions into the storage bag, Wei Xiaosu began to stare at the cattered girl not far away. Half an hour passed in this staring. It's so beautiful! Wei Xiaosu sighed and made up his mind again that he must get a girl with cat ears in the future. The teacher said that life must have goals and pursuits. Only then will life be meaningful and motivated. Now, the soft and cute cattered girl has become Wei Xiaosu's life goal and his life pursuit. After leaving the trading market, Wei Xiaosu hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the Goku community. After returning to his room, he couldn't wait to take out the skill book and evolution potion. Learn summon skeleton guards! As the skill book turned into starlight and sank into his sea of consciousness, Wei Xiaosu instantly mastered the summoning of the skeleton guards. This kind of low-level skill book does not have a complicated learning process or specific requirements, and it is extremely easy to learn. Summon skeleton guards! A ball of black mist flew out from the palm of his hand and landed in the center of the living room. In an instant, the black mist dissipated, and a brand new white skeleton monster appeared. This is a tall skeleton monster that is over 2 meters tall, holding a bone shield almost as tall as itself in its hands. The thickness of the shield is about 10 centimeters. It looks very solid and its defensive power should be extraordinary. Skeleton Guard, Tier 1 Elite. Level 13. Strength, 580. Agility, 300. Physical Fitness, 1050. Spirit, 188. Skill, Stand Up, G rank. Stand Up, G rank. The skeleton guard can leap towards a target in a very short time and hold up the shield to make a defensive posture. The maximum jump distance is 10 level. It's really a defensive skeleton monster. Great. Wei Xiaosu nodded with great satisfaction. Then, he took out a bone finger from the storage bag and gently tapped it between the brows of the skeleton guard. Suddenly, black light burst out, and the grade of the skeleton guards began to continuously improve, from elite to leader, from leader to boss, and finally, from boss to beast general level. The skeleton guard, who was originally just over 2 meters tall, has now grown to over 3 meters, and the bones on his body have also expanded a lot, especially the bone shield, which has more than a dozen black and gold lines on it, making it feel more solid. The skeleton guard was half crouching in the middle of the living room, but his head was almost touching the ceiling. His huge body gave Wei Xiaosu an infinite sense of security. This is much more reliable than the skeleton mage. With it protecting me, I will be safer. Wei Xiaosu was very happy. Although he had the ability to transfer damage, he might as well not use it. After all, it really hurt. Furthermore, Wei Xiaosu's own defense is very low. To explain it with the settings in the online game, for example, if his own defense is 1, and the enemy's attack is 1000, then he will receive 999 points of damage. Although this damage cannot kill him, it will be transferred to the summoned skeleton. For example, the skeleton guard has a defense of 2000. The enemy cannot break the defense, but when the 999 points of damage are distributed, it is very likely that the skeleton guard will die directly. Skeleton Guard, Level 1, Beast General. Level 13. Strength, 1880. Agility, 1050. Physical Fitness, 3888. Spirit, 888. Skill, Stand Up, E rank. Stand Up, E rank. Skeleton Guard can leap towards a target in a very short time and hold up the shield to make a defensive posture. The maximum jump distance is 100 level. Damn, a physical attribute of 3,888 points, a pure meat shield. Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up, frightened by this terrifying physical attribute. Both are level 1 beast general skeleton monsters, but the skeleton boar's physical fitness is only 2,100, while the skeleton guard's is nearly 4,000 points, which is simply outrageous. Moreover, these nearly 4,000 points of physical attributes only belong to the skeleton guard itself, and do not include the shield in its hand. Although it has not been tried, the actual defensive effect of the shield must be higher. You, just call me Xiaoqiang from now on, the indestructible Xiaoqiang. Wei Xiaosu giggled as he gave the other person a name. He waved his hand and took Xiaoqiang back into the summoning space, then released Xiaoming. Wei Xiaosu already had an idea in mind about who should use the evolution potion. Now Peppa and Xiaoqiang under his command are both beast general level. Only Xiaoming is only boss level, so the evolution potion must of course be reserved for Xiaoming. Moreover, Wei Xiaosu was very appreciative of Xiao Ming's AoE damage on the battlefield. With one firecracker, he could directly knock down a large area of people, which was really cool. Then, he smeared the entire bottle of evolution potion on Xiao Ming's bones. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the potion was absorbed and Xiao Ming successfully advanced. Skeleton Mage, Level 1, Beast General. Level 13. Strength, 855. Agility, 1350. Physical Fitness, 1220. Spirit, 3100. Skill, Extra Large Firecracker E rank. Super Firecracker, E rank throws a super large firecracker that explodes at the target, causing massive damage. TSK, 3100 points of spiritual power. I'm sure I'll get the MVP in the next team fight. Wei Xiaosu was very impressed with Xiao Ming's efficiency in killing enemies, especially when dealing with small fry. Xiao Ming's harvesting ability was much greater than that of all of them combined. Of course, Wei Xiaosu would be happier if he hadn't killed 100 but lost 1,000. After taking Xiao Ming back into the summoning space, Wei Xiaosu simply washed up and returned to the bedroom, where he fell asleep soon after. On the other side, in a quiet courtyard in the Goka community, an old man with a white beard was sitting in a pavilion, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, looking at a mysterious man a dozen meters away with interest. The mysterious man wore a black baseball cap and a mask. He looked towards the courtyard with cold but extremely fearful eyes, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. The old man with the gray beard was Su-san, who lived in room 303, building 3. He took a sip of hot tea, exhaled comfortably, and then said calmly, "The Qian family actually sent you here. Isn't that too much? The young master is seriously injured and may miss this year's college entrance examination," the mysterious man answered concisely. Su-san showed a hint of sarcasm when he heard this. "Looking for help when you are not as skilled as others? Your young master is really a waste, unlike my young lady." At this point, Su-san suddenly felt that the words sounded strange, so he immediately stopped talking and cursed in his heart, "Wei Xiaosu, you bastard, I heard from the head of the family that you even made my young lady cry." But in terms of temperament and character, Jian Zihao was not even worthy of carrying his daughter's shoes, so Su-san was too lazy to say anything more and shouted coldly, "I give you 3 seconds to get out of here, otherwise, the Qian family will wait to collect your body." Chapter 30. Please don't act cool in your next life. Nothing happened that night. It was not until 5:30 the next morning that Wei Xiaosu lazily got up and washed up with the help of the alarm clock. He has to go home today, but his hometown is in Baosher Village, Qinghe Town, Anzhou County, Qingyang City. The straight line distance alone is a full 100 kilometers. To go home, he needs to change buses 3 times on the way, and it will take no less than 5 hours. After a simple wash, Wei Xiaosu picked up a loaf of bread and a box of milk and hurriedly left the room. At this time, the sky outside was still dark, and looking up, he could even see a waning moon. The early morning bus from the station to Anzhou County was at 6:30, and it was only 6 o'clock at this time, so Wei Xiaosu walked leisurely on the dim street. He turned on his mobile phone, opened the novel reading app, and prepared to find a good novel to kill time when he was bored sitting in the car. This book seems pretty good, but the title is long and arrogant. It's called something like National Job Change, Unlimited Summons at the beginning, I Am the Disaster. Today's authors are really brainless, and the titles are long and boring, but perhaps because Wei Xiaosu himself is a summoner, he is also more interested in the content of this book. He clicked on it, and planned to watch for a few minutes, but this one look made him obsessed. This also caused him to almost ignore the movements around him, so much so that he didn't even notice that there was a person hanging dozens of meters behind him. When Wei Xiaosu was passing through an alleyway that was more than 100 meters long, the man hanging behind him finally made a move. I saw him slowly pulling out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was sharp and pointed, and it shone coldly under the moonlight. This person was wearing a baseball cap and half of his face was covered by a mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The next moment, the mysterious man began to run very fast, but the strange thing was that even when he ran at such a high speed, there was not even a single sound of footsteps, which was very weird. The distance of dozens of meters passed in a flash. A fierce look flashed in the mysterious man's eyes, and his figure approached Wei Xiaosu only half a meter behind him like a ghost. Then, he shook his wrist, and the dagger with a cold glow instantly slashed across Wei Xiaosu's throat. The sound of flesh being torn was heard, and warm blood gushed out in an instant. Kid, remember, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with in your next life. The Qian family is not someone you can afford to mess with. The mysterious man had his back to Wei Xiaosu, the dagger in his hand slowly dripping with bright red blood. He raised his head slightly to glance at the waning moon in the sky, and a faint voice came out, cold and arrogant. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There was no sound of someone falling to the ground, and the mysterious man finally realized something was wrong. He was 100% sure that his dagger must have cut open Wei Xiaosu's trachea. With this kind of injury, let alone a rank 1 summoner, even a rank 9 warrior would be dead for sure. The only ones who survived having their throats cut, except for a few medical professionals, were some strange and powerful aliens and monsters. In your next life, remember this: don't pose with your back to the enemy, and don't act cool before you are sure that the enemy is completely dead. A faint voice sounded from behind the mysterious man. It was just a simple sentence, but it made the hairs on his body stand on end, and a sense of crisis swept through his body. Phew. Just as the mysterious man was about to escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes widened, and looked at the sharp dagger piercing his heart in disbelief. I never thought that the first blood of this dagger that the school gave me, which is comparable to a level 3 weapon, actually came from a human. Wei Xiaosu spoke lightly, and then stirred lightly, and the mysterious man fell to the ground, losing all life, and his heart had been shattered into pieces. Congratulations on successfully killing the third level 39 human assassin, elite, experience plus 500,000. Looking at the mysterious man lying on the ground, Wei Xiaosu was still frightened. A level 3 elite assassin was truly terrifying. If he didn't have the ability to transfer damage, he wouldn't even have time to react and would be killed directly. Now Wei Xiaosu thinks he is invincible in his level, but facing an opponent 2 levels higher than him, he will not have any chance of winning, even if he has tens of thousands of skeletons summoned beasts. It was a close call. If this guy hadn't been so pretentious, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him, Wei Xiaosu said secretly. Then, he looked inside his summoning space. Just with that one attack, he actually killed more than 2,000 skeleton mages. The third level strongman was indeed worthy of his reputation. Qian family. Wei Xiaosu repeated softly. His mind was as clear as a mirror. He had just seriously injured Qian Zihao in the copy, and then there was an assassin who attacked and killed him today. It was really cruel. However, even though he almost died today, it was a blessing in disguise as he gained 500,000 experience points. His current experience bar has skyrocketed to 68% of level 13, bringing him one big step closer to level 14. Next, Wei Xiaosu began to touch the corpse as usual, and found quite a lot of good stuff. First of all, the weapon used by the mysterious man was also left behind, which means that this exquisite dagger was not his natal equipment, so it did not disappear directly. Assassination dagger boss. Level 31. Grade level 3. Strength, plus 299. Agility, plus 1899. Effect, increase agility by 100 points. The price of a level 3 boss grade weapon was definitely over 300,000. Wei Xiaosu happily put it into his pink storage bag. Then, he found the mysterious man's storage bag, but there was the other party's spiritual mark on the bag, so he could not use it directly. I can't break the level 3 spiritual mark in a short time. Wei Xiaosu was helpless. No matter how talented he was just a level 1 student. A storage bag cannot be put into another storage bag, so Wei Xiaosu can only put it in the bag and store it. After his strength increases, he will take it out and try to open it. Finally, Wei Xiaosu set his eyes on the mysterious man's body again. It was a dark and windy night, and it would feel inappropriate if he didn't do something. Besides, there is no need to talk about humanitarianism when dealing with an enemy who wants to kill you. If you have to say it, then just destroy him humanely. So, Wei Xiaosu took the mysterious man's body out of the alley, then found a grove of trees, skillfully dug a hole, and then built a brand new grave. After a few breaths, a small sapling began to grow on the grave. The sapling quickly expanded and grew until it became a big tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters. This scene stunned Wei Xiaosu, who had never seen the world. A level 3 expert is indeed so terrifying. Chapter 31, Ghost Money. Soon, the big tree growing out of the grave began to stretch out dense branches and leaves, and spots of black light began to gather on the branches, and light ball fruits gradually took shape. 1, 10, 20. Wei Xiaosu was shocked when he saw the fruits hanging on the branches. Even the Tauren chieftain only had 6 fruits, but at this moment, there were 28 fruits on the branches. Wei Xiaosu was overjoyed and quickly picked all the fruits. As expected of the fruits grown on the grave of a third-level strongman, the quality was surprisingly high. Per quality grave incense 10. Low quality corpse oil 10. Per quality grave rice 5. Per quality grave grass 4. 10 yuan ghost money 1. There is no problem with the grave incense and corpse oil. Just use them up. The experience value will increase by another 60,000, and the 4-dimensional attributes will also increase by hundreds of points, which is a significant improvement. As for the grave meal, this kind of good thing that can be used to restore mental strength at critical moments. Naturally, the more you store the better, so it was all put into the storage bag. As for the grass on the grave, it was the first time Wei Xiaosu had seen it, but since there was no garbage in the underworld props, Wei Xiaosu was still very much looking forward to it. Per quality grave grass, item this is a malnourished grave grass. Eating it can quickly heal your own injuries. Only for undead professions and undead creatures. Oh my god, it's actually an item for healing injuries. Wei Xiaosu instantly became alert. Items that can heal injuries are extremely expensive. These 4 pieces of grave grass are simply life-saving artifacts. However, in the next second, Wei Xiaosu was suddenly stunned. It seemed that he would not be injured at all, or even die. As long as his summoned beasts are not dead, no matter how serious the injuries are, they can be recovered in an instant, so this grave grass has no effect on him at all. Of course, this does not mean that the grass on the grave is useless. Although Wei Xiaosu himself does not need it, his skeleton brothers, such as Page, Xiaoming, and Xiao Chang, can also use it. Ordinary skeleton monsters would die if they died, but these 3 were carefully cultivated by Wei Xiaosu. He would be heartbroken if they were really lost. Finally, there is the ghost money with a face value of 10 yuan. This thing has no special effect, it is just simple money. 10 pieces of ghost money. Props 10 pieces of ghost money can be used to buy any props in the underworld. The introduction is very brief. This is money. The Huaxia Empire has the Huaxia currency, and other countries in the world also have corresponding currencies. The ghost money in his hand is probably also a kind of currency. But how should I spend this money? Wei Xiaosu frowned slightly. The 10 yuan ghost money in his hand was dark red in color. In the center of the coin, there was a blurry figure sitting on a throne. Ding, it is detected that you have ghost money. Do you want to open the underworld mall? Suddenly, a light blue screen popped up in front of Wei Xiaosu. He looked at the text message on it, and suddenly felt his breathing quicken. It can really be used? Wei Xiaosu was surprised and immediately shouted. Turn it on! Suddenly, the light curtain changed again, and countless products appeared on the light curtain, with not only text information but also video introductions. The mall has a total of 9,999 pages, and each page displays 10 kinds of goods. In other words, this underworld mall has at least nearly 100,000 kinds of goods. This is... Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu found some familiar things in the mall, such as the following ones. Per quality grave incense. Prop selling price 1 ghost money / recycling price 0.5 ghost money. Per quality grave grass. Prop selling price 1 ghost money / recycling price 0.5 ghost money. Per quality grave rice. Prop selling price 1 ghost money / recycling price 0.5 ghost money. Corpse oil. Item selling price 1 hell coin / recycling price 0.5 hell coin. The 4 kinds of underworld props he had obtained in the past few days were all sold in the mall, and the prices were not cheap. In fact, these underworld props can not only be purchased, but also sold, although the selling price is a bit ridiculous. Let's see what high-end goods are sold on the last page. Wei Xiaosu became interested and chose to open the last page directly. He was also curious about what kind of awesome props were sold in this mysterious underworld mall. But he was completely confused after just one look. How many zeros were there behind the product? Undead Scourge, skill price, 90 trillion hell coins. Impure World Reincarnation, skill price, 800,000,000,000,000,000,000 hell money. Monarch Scepter, equipment price, 50 trillion hell money. Bone Spirit Set, equipment priced at 30 trillion hell coins. Not to mention Wei Xiaosu, who suffers from mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, actually counted how many there were one by one. The price he counted made him curse in his heart. Damn, 9 trillion ghost coins can only buy 1 skill. If you don't want to sell it, just say so. To put it simply, burying a level 3 expert only gives you 10 ghost money. If you want to collect 9 trillion ghost money, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect it until the day you die. Wei Xiaosu was deeply shocked and didn't want to look at those expensive items anymore. As a poor guy with only 10 yuan in assets, he needed to face reality. The Underworld Mall actually has classification options, such as props, equipment, skills, pets, etc. As an undead summoner, Wei Xiaosu wants to buy a cat-haired girl. Is there anything wrong with that? Open the pet category. As my mind moved, the mall began to change and soon I reached the pet page. Frostbone Dragon, pet price, 1 million hell coins. Lava Bone Dragon, pet price, 1 million hell coins. Apocalypse Knight, pet price, 800,000 hell coins. Headless Horseman, pet price, 500,000 hell coins. The price of a pet is not too expensive. 1 million ghost coins can buy a bone dragon. If I keep making money at my current rate, I should be able to buy one in a few decades. Forget it. I can't pretend anymore. I'm going to buy one. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but Wei Xiaosu still obediently chose to start from the cheapest one. There are not many pets, less than 100 kinds, which is pitifully small compared to the 100,000 products. However, pets are very expensive, with the cheapest starting at 50,000 ghost coins. Zombie fish, pet price, 50,000 hell coins. Wei Xiaosu was a little disappointed that he didn't find the catted girl, but the zombie fish seemed to be good too. From the introduction in the video, it was an auxiliary pet that could enhance the four-dimensional attributes of its owner, and also had random additional special abilities. At the price of 50,000, if I work hard I should be able to buy one in a year or two, right? Wei Xiaosu thought to himself. Afterwards, Wei Xiaosu went shopping in the Underworld Mall again, but in the end he was unable to spend the 10 yuan in his hand, and got nothing. I never thought that at such a young age I would have to worry about how to make money for the dead. It's really a bummer. Chapter 32, Wei Xiaosu, you bully your sister too much. After closing the Underworld Mall, Wei Xiaosu originally planned to dig up the grave and destroy the mysterious man's body, but he never expected that the grave was already empty, with only the man's clothes left. This is good, it saves trouble. Wei Xiaosu turned around and started running towards the Guoka community. After a while, he returned home, changed his blood-stained clothes, and then hurried out again. After this trip back and forth, by the time he arrived at the station, it was already 6:20 in the morning. He was only 10 minutes away from missing the early bus. After getting on the bus, Wei Xiaosu drove around for nearly 5 hours before finally returning to his hometown, Baosher Village, Jinghe Town. Although it is called Baosher Village, it is an extremely poor small village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Even the huge Chinese Empire can only barely provide water and electricity here, but it is extremely difficult to let these villagers reach a well-off level. When Wei Xiaosu was changing buses in the county town, he took the time to buy several sets of health products for his parents, and also bought a lot of good things for his younger sister. He believed that she would like them. Baosher Village is not big, with only about 20 households. Wei Xiaosu grew up in the village and is familiar with everyone there. Along the way, he met many villagers who greeted him. As the only academic master in the village who was admitted to Qingyang No. 1 middle school in the past 10 years, he was still very popular. Wei Xiaosu responded one by one and had a brief conversation with them, so when he returned home, it was already past 12 o'clock. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Wei Xiaosu's home was just a small bungalow, and the door was usually not locked, so he just walked into the house carrying his things. Yeah. Suddenly, a still somewhat childish voice came from the main room, and then a little girl with a ponytail quickly ran out. The little girl was none other than Wei Xiaosu's biological sister, Wei Xiaoyu. Wei Xiaoyu, who is only 14 years old this year, is a smart boy. Perhaps he inherited the good genes of the Wei family, and is also very smart. Wei Xiaoyu is not tall, probably because she hasn't reached the time to grow yet. At this time, she still has some baby fat on her face, making her whole face look round. Wei Xiaosu, you still remember to come back. Wei Xiaoyu stared with a pair of big black eyes and put her hands on her hips, looking very cute. However, Wei Xiaosu immediately felt itchy to hit this little girl who dared to call him by his name. He did not ask Wei Xiaoyu why she was glaring at him angrily, nor did he say anything. He put down what he was holding, walked forward, stretched out his hands familiarly, pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks, and gently pulled them towards both sides. Xiaoyu, you've lost weight, and your face doesn't feel as good when you pinch it as before. Wei Xiaosu joked with a smile. Wei Xiaoyu quickly struggled to break free from his brother's clutches. His cheeks puffed up and he glared with angry eyes, looking very unhappy. However, the two siblings have been getting along like this for more than 10 years, and Wei Xiaosu has long been accustomed to it. What makes him feel a little regretful is that Wei Xiaoyu's previously chubby face has become thinner and thinner, almost becoming a melon seed face. Wei Xiaoyu is only 14 years old now. In a year or two, his chubby face will completely turn into a melon seed face. That would be such a pity. Xiaosu is back. Just then, a middle-aged woman in her early 40s came out from the kitchen next door. It was their mother Kong Muchin. Mom, Wei Xiaosu pinched my face again. Stop it. Kong Muchin glared at Wei Xiaoyu unhappily and said, Have you finished your homework? This. Wei Xiaoyu instantly became timid when she heard about homework, but she smiled slyly the next second and said, Let me see if my brother brought me any delicious snacks. After saying that, Wei Xiaoyu moved his short legs and threw himself into the pile of gift boxes. After a few seconds, Why are there only health supplements? Wei Xiaosu, didn't you buy anything for me? Wei Xiaoyu tossed around for a few seconds unwillingly. When he saw that there were really no snacks, he glared at Wei Xiaosu angrily. Wei Xiaosu grinned when he heard this, but he still said first. Mom, I bought a few boxes of health supplements for you and Dad. They are good for your health. You kid, you always waste money. Our family can't give you much, and you need to take extra classes outside to earn your living expenses. Keep the money for yourself. Kang Muqing complained, but he was very relieved in his heart. It's okay. I got another scholarship yesterday, so the money is enough. After saying that, Wei Xiaosu smiled and looked at the little girl who was glaring at him angrily. His voice suddenly became very gentle. Xiaoyu, I'm your brother, your real brother, how could I not bring you something good? Hearing this, Wei Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She trotted forward, took Wei Xiaosu's arm, shook it gently, and said, Brother, good brother, I knew you wouldn't forget your lovely sister. Wei Xiaosu grinned, pinched Wei Xiaoyu's chubby face, and then took out a thick stack of books from the bottom of the health product box on the ground. Xiaoyu, this is the 3 years of simulation, 5 years of college entrance examination that I personally selected for you. Don't let me down. Wei Xiaoyu. Wei Xiaosu, you've gone too far in bullying my sister. I'm going to fight you. Wei Xiaoyu yelled and was about to challenge Wei Xiaosu to a duel. The small hall was filled with laughter. Time passed slowly in this cheerful atmosphere, and more than half an hour had passed before we knew it. Kang Muqing took off the apron around his waist, frowned and glanced at the wall clock, wondering, why hasn't your dad come back yet? No one answered the phone. Mom, is Dad very busy at work recently? Wei Xiaosu asked. Yeah. Kang Muqing nodded, a trace of sadness in his eyes, and said, Your father joined a decoration company called Longting as a part-time worker. He has to move several trucks of furniture all day long, running back and forth between the town and the county, and often misses meal times. Wei Xiaosu was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and then suddenly smiled and said, Mom, I'm going to go find Dad. I have good news to tell you later. After saying that, Wei Xiaosu walked out of the main room, got on the family's more than 10-year-old motorcycle, and rumbled away from home. Longting Decoration Company is located in Qinghe Town, but it is just a branch. The head office is in Anzhou County. Of course, this is not important. It only takes half an hour at most to ride a motorcycle from home to Longting Decoration Company. The reason why Wei Xiaosu wanted to make the trip in person was that he wanted his father to quit his job, and he would cover all the living expenses of the two elders in the future. With his current strength, coupled with the special ability of the black shovel, his efficiency in obtaining equipment is dozens of times higher than that of others. Just selling a few pieces of equipment will be enough to cover his family expenses. Chapter 33. I ask you to apologize. Qinghe Town, Longting Decoration Company Warehouse Gate. Fuck, hurry up, it's almost 1 o'clock now, and you're still dawdling here. Do you still want to go home for lunch? You're such a loser, I'm paying you 200 yuan a day, is this money so easy to earn? Under the shade of a tree at the entrance of the warehouse, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly standing. His face was full of anger, and he kept spitting out dirty words. Manager Zhang, it's not that we're slow, it's that the customers want too many things, and they're all fragile items, so we can't go faster even if we want to. It was noon at this time of year, and under the scorching sun, the 3 employees who were moving the goods were already panting from exhaustion, and their clothes looked as if they had been soaked in water. Seeing someone dare to talk back, Manager Zhang, who had a big belly, became even angrier. He pointed at the employee who just answered the question and cursed. Lu Chang, do you still want to do this job? If you don't want to do this job, get out of here early. There are plenty of people to take over your job. Old Lu, stop talking and get back to work. Yes, Lao Lu, listen to Brother Wei. In our small place, 200 yuan a day is a lot of money. So, the 3 employees continued to work hard to move various furniture onto a large truck. Some of the wooden ones were fine, but when they started to move a marble dining table, they were in trouble. This marble dining table weighs at least more than 1,000 pounds. It is really not easy for 3 people to lift it. Coupled with the scorching sun and high temperature in the sky, their bodies became even more tired. 1, 2, 3 up. 1, 2, 3 up. It's too heavy. I really can't move it. I need to rest for a while. The 3 tried several times, but each time ended in failure. Although the pot-bellied manager Zhang kept cursing, the dining table was too heavy and there was nothing he could do. Okay, you 3 are really useless. Make room for me. Manager Zhang was so disappointed with them that he glared at them fiercely, and then took action himself. The 3 of them didn't dare to say anything. They could only make room for Manager Zhang. Then the 4 of them worked together, and finally lifted up the marble dining table. However, Just as they were about to lift the marble dining table onto the truck along the temporary steps, Manager Zhang slipped and instantly lost his balance. The dining table, weighing more than 1,000 pounds, also lost its balance and began to fall to one side. Seeing that Manager Zhang was about to be crushed by the fallen table, Wei Guohua kicked out in time and kicked Manager Zhang 3 or 4 meters away. But it was also because of this kick that Manager Zhang was not crushed to death by the marble dining table. Bang! The dining table rolled to the ground with a dull sound. Wei Guohua, Lu Chang, and Zhou Lei all changed color and ran to check. Even Manager Zhang, who was kicked away, didn't care about the pain in his body and ran over, holding his stomach. Bad, bad! Manager Zhang stared at the several cracks on the dining table, and suddenly felt endless anger in his heart. Fuck! Manager Zhang no longer cared about the pain in his stomach. Without saying a word, he stood up and kicked out, and his target was Wei Guohua. If the dining table could be saved after being kicked just now, it would be fine, but now the dining table is broken, so was the kick in vain? Waste, all waste. Manager Zhang's face was grim, veins bulging on his forehead. He pointed at the broken table, then at Wei Guohua, who was curled up on the ground after being kicked unexpectedly, and cursed. Do you know how much this table is worth? 8,000 yuan, 8,000 yuan. 1 month's salary of yours is not enough to compensate for it, you know? Seeing Wei Guohua being beaten, Lu Chang and Zhou Lei hurried forward to stop him. Lu Chang also stared at Manager Zhang, but his momentum was obviously much weaker. Manager Zhang, if it wasn't for Brother Wei saving you just now, you would have been crushed by now. Zhou Lei at the side said at the right time. It was obviously you, Manager Zhang, who slipped and caused the current situation to happen. Shouldn't you be held responsible? Looking at the big pot pushed over by the two men, how could Manager Zhang admit it? He didn't dare to admit it, so he became even more angry. Fuck Lu Chang and Zhou Lei, do you want to rebel? I still have 1.5 months' salary in my hands. Why don't you want it? After these words were spoken, the two looked at each other and dared not respond. Seeing this, Manager Zhang also spat on the ground triumphantly, and then when he saw the broken dining table, his anger rose again. Damn trash, all trash. Manager Zhang kicked Lu Chang and Zhou Lei to the ground one by one. Manager Zhang, don't go too far. Wei Guohua took a few seconds to recover and finally stood up again. He immediately stood in front of Lu Chang and Zhou Lei and confronted Manager Zhang. Too much? Manager Zhang sneered. He now held 1.5 months' salary for the 3 people in front of him. How could he be afraid? I've gone too far, what can you do about it? After saying that, Manager Zhang kicked Wei Guohua to the ground again, and then began to step on Wei Guohua again and again. Seeing that Wei Guohua really didn't fight back, Manager Zhang felt even more proud. Could a bunch of poor guys really turn the world upside down? Humph, you 3 bastards, the loss of this table will be deducted from your wages. At this moment, Wei Guohua was still curled up on the ground, holding his head with his hands, allowing Manager Zhang to vent. If they really wanted to fight, he could beat 3 or 4 Manager Zhangs by himself. But he couldn't fight back. He had 2 children at home, one was about to go to college, and the other was about to enter high school. They needed money at that time. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the company's gate. The voice was hoarse. Stop it! The next second, a blurry figure rushed directly into the company's warehouse. The speed was so fast that it was simply astonishing. Fuck your ancestors! Wei Xiaosu, who never cursed, couldn't help himself this time. The first time he saw his father hunched over on the ground with footprints all over his body, his eyes instantly turned red. He knew that his father's work was hard and tiring, but he never expected that his father would suffer such humiliation. You, who are you? Manager Zhang was frightened by Wei Xiaosu's eyes. Although the boy in front of him looked only 17 or 18 years old, his terrifying aura showed that he was not an ordinary person. Wei Xiaosu tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. He stared fiercely at the middle-aged man with a big belly and said word by word. Apologize. Apologize to my dad right now. Your dad? Manager Zhang felt confident again. He sneered and said, This useless dad he smashed. Bang! As soon as the word, waste, came out of his mouth, Manager Zhang felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his whole body flew more than 10 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 34, Wei Xiaosu, Pay Back the Money. Phew. Manager Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale instantly. Although he had neglected his training in recent years, he was still a genuine level 1 professional. I asked you to apologize, are you deaf? Wei Xiaosu's eyes were cold. He slowly opened his palms, and a ball of dark green flame instantly condensed into shape. As if he sensed the approach of death, Manager Zhang's fat body trembled violently. He dared not hesitate any longer and shouted repeatedly. I apologize, I'm sorry, Wei Guohua. No, brother Wei, it's all my fault. I will compensate for this table. I will compensate for it. Compared to Manager Zhang, who was arrogant and looked down on others just now, he is now a completely different person. Xiaosu, forget it. Wei Guohua was also startled just now, and only now did he finally come to his senses, so he quickly got up from the ground and persuaded. Dad is fine, stop it quickly and don't hurt anyone. Looking at Manager Zhang, who had already vomited blood several times, Wei Guohua was also afraid that someone would be killed. He and his two coworkers were only kicked a few times, which were just superficial injuries. They couldn't be beaten to death. Dad, are you okay? Are you hurt? Wei Xiaosu dispersed the green flame in his palm and began to worry about his father's injury. Dad is fine. Wei Guohua shook his head, and then glanced at Manager Zhang, who was lying on the ground and didn't dare to get up, and complained. Be gentle, what if you hurt him? Be careful that people will sue you. It's not heavy at all, Zhou Lei said angrily. That's right. In my opinion, it's a good beating. People like this deserve to be beaten. Lu Chang also walked up and cursed, holding his stomach. The two men have figured it out. If Manager Zhang dares to hit them today, he will do something even more extreme tomorrow. Go away. Upon hearing this, Wei Guohua immediately turned around and glared at the two workers, saying unhappily, Xiaosu is my son, not yours. What if he really hurts someone? After saying that, Wei Guohua immediately looked at his son with suspicion and doubt, and asked, Xiaosu, how did you become so powerful? Dad, I awakened a hidden profession and won first place in the dungeon trial. Now I am a level 13 professional at stage 1, Wei Xiaosu said softly. Although his voice was very soft, it was loud enough for the people around him to hear clearly. In this day and age, no one did not understand the meaning of Wei Xiaosu's words. Hidden profession? Or is it level 13, stage 1? Zhou Lei and Lu Chang looked at each other, and both saw disbelief in each other's eyes. A hidden profession actually appeared in their small place. It was simply a miracle. Of course, compared to Zhou Lei and Lu Chang, who were focused on their careers, Manager Zhang was shocked by Wei Xiaosu's level. It has only been 4 days since the awakening day? In just 4 days, this boy has become a first level 13 professional. Is he cheating? Manager Zhang originally planned to find an opportunity to take revenge, but now he dared not have any other thoughts. If nothing unexpected happened, the young man in front of him would definitely be able to enter Peking University, or Magic University. Among the students who can successfully graduate from these two universities, none is below level 5. A level 5 profession is one that is powerful enough to guard an entire county. Manager Zhang didn't lie on the ground pretending to be dead. He stood up quickly, without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He ran forward and took out another cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Wei Guohua, saying, Brother Wei, you are a big man and don't hold grudges. What I did today was wrong. Please bear with me. How about you work in the purchasing department in the future? Purchasing department? Wei Guohua's eyes lit up instantly when he heard that. The purchasing department is not something that most people can get into. Not only is the salary higher, but there is no need to do physical work. It is more than 10 times better than the current warehouse odd jobs. Zhou Lei and Lu Chang behind him both looked envious. Why is the gap between these sons so big? Zhou Lei and Lu Chang became furious when they thought about their son who spent all day playing games and had no ambition to make progress. Even the 7 wolves around their waists began to stir. Xiaosu, look, Manager Zhang has apologized, so don't pursue it any further. Wei Guohua was also a person who was very easy to satisfy. He didn't seem to care at all about Manager Zhang punching and kicking him just now. These days, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Wei Guohua knows this truth very well. He needs to work. It doesn't matter whether he is tired or not. If the salary of the purchasing department is not as good as that of the warehouse porter, he will eventually choose the latter. Dad, you don't have to work anymore, and the same goes for Mom. I will support you from now on, Wei Xiaosu said confidently. Go away. Wei Guohua glared at his son and said, How much money can you make from tutoring on weekends? Don't brag. Wei Xiaosu knew his father would not believe him, so he was prepared. He took out his cell phone and clicked on the text message for collecting the money from selling the Minotaur horns last night. At first Wei Guohua didn't care, but when he saw the long string of numbers, he was completely dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 315, 000? Wei Guohua shouted in shock. Dad, I have a hidden profession and I will make more money in the future. Let's go home. Wei Xiaosu laughed, feeling very accomplished. On the side, Zhou Lei and Lu Chang's eyes turned red with envy. Thinking of their son who only knew how to play games, they became even more angry. 7 wolves must be unblocked tonight. Afterwards, Wei Guohua signed the resignation contract under Manager Zhang's earnest retention, and Manager Zhang promised that the full salary would be paid on the 15th of next month, and there would be absolutely no deductions. At about 2 p.m., Wei Guohua and Wei Xiaosu returned home, but neither of them mentioned what had happened before, and only briefly talked about future arrangements. At the dinner table, Wei Xiaoyu, who was enjoying a bite of meat, heard that his brother was making so much money. His eyes turned and he immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and angrily said, "Wei Xiaosu, give me back the money." "What?" "Humph." Wei Xiaoyu refused to give in, stretched out her hand, and said, Last year, during the Chinese New Year, my parents gave us 200 yuan each as lucky money. I clearly put it on the table, but when I woke up the next day, there was only 10 yuan left." "What did you say?" "You said you went on a date with 2 100 yuan bills that night, and then gave birth to a 10 yuan bill, and you even lied to me that I would have 10 yuan every night from now on." Wei Guohua. Kang Muqin. Wei Xiaosu's eyes were dull and confused. There is such a thing? Why doesn't he remember it? Wait, could it be the original body that did this? Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched involuntarily. He calculated the time, and it seemed that he had traveled through time during those days. He didn't care about the 200 yuan, and of course, he didn't pay attention to where the 200 yuan for the date went. Chapter 35. You, Angela, go in reverse. It is impossible for him to pay back the money. Why should he pay back the money that was defrauded by the original person? So, Wei Xiaosu shook his head righteously and said, "That's not true. You were still young at that time, so you must have spent the money yourself." Wei Xiaoyu was stunned. His brother was still as shameless as ever. "Wei Xiaosu, pay me back! Calling me brother is disrespectful. Calling you a big-headed devil just makes you bully your well-behaved, sensible, cute, gentle, and smart sister." Wei Guohua. Kang Muqin. The two siblings, one big and one small, started quarreling at the dinner table. Wei Guohua and his wife shook their heads and smiled bitterly, but they did not stop them. After all, such a warm home was worth his struggle. In the end, despite Wei Xiaosu's refusal to admit his guilt, the case of the missing New Year's money 3 years ago remained unsolved. The little girl held the bowl gloomily and ate her rice in big mouthfuls. Today she wanted to turn her grief and anger into appetite, and eat a few more pieces of meat, preferably all of Wei Xiaosu's meat. Okay, isn't the high school entrance exam coming up soon? As long as you can get into Qingyang No. 1 high school, I'll buy you a computer. Computer? Wei Xiaoyu put down the bowl in his hand the instant he heard it, and looked at the strange brother next to him in disbelief. Real? Nonsense, when did I ever break my word, brother? Hee. Wei Xiaoyu sneered, stood up, went back to his room, and soon walked back, but with an exquisite and lovely diary in his hand. Wei Xiaoyu opened the diary and read directly. On March 1st, Wei Xiaosu promised to take me to the county park on the weekend, but he didn't take me. On March 16th, Wei Xiaosu borrowed 5 yuan from me and has not paid it back yet. On April 12th, I helped Wei Xiaosu clean the room and was paid 10 yuan, but I have not received the money to date. May. Stop. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. He glared at his sister and said, All right, I promise this time, my parents will be witnesses. Hee. Wei Xiaoyu closed his notebook and laughed happily. His two big watery eyes curved into crescents. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon of the next day. Wei Xiaosu said goodbye to his parents and younger sister, and set off again for Qingyang City. The day of the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Wei Xiaosu must seize the time and try his best to improve his level and strength. When he returned to Qingyang City, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so he did not plan to go to the dungeon today. Instead, he took a taxi and went directly to the trading market. It was still the familiar street, and the familiar cat-haired girl. Today, the cat-haired girl was not wearing a maid outfit, but a black puffy skirt. Oh, how cute! I envy the Orc Summoner's 5th day. After admiring the beauty of the cat-haired girl for half an hour, Wei Xiaosu was reluctant to leave and continued to walk towards the trading market. Of course, he came here to see the cat-haired girl today just for fun. What he really wanted to do was to find Zhang Tide and to buy some things. With the previous 2 pleasant collaborations, Wei Xiaosu had long known that Zhang Tide and also had a shop of more than 50 square meters in this trading market. After about 20 minutes, Wei Xiaosu arrived at his destination, a shop called Tide Store. There were still quite a few customers in the store at that time, and the 2 shop assistants were working hard to sell their products. As for Zhang Tide, he was cursing while holding his cell phone. Wei Xiaosu felt a little curious, so he walked straight into the store without saying hello, and then secretly glanced at Zhang Tiedan's phone. I feel like I'm playing King of Glory. Is it necessary to be so excited? However, before Wei Xiaosu could think of anything else, Zhang Taidan suddenly stood up from his chair and yelled into the phone. Luban, you damn thing, stop playing around and go deliver food. You can deliver food better than Meituan. Li Bai, you should catch someone. It's been 10 minutes. Are you picking Ganoderma lucidum in the wild area? On the road. On the road? Fuck, I'll tie a dog to the road, and it'll be better at guarding than you. Support, set up interference, set up interference. Damn, the difference between you and the soldiers is that you can type. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. He never expected that Zhang Taidan would have such a side to him. So you are such a tough guy? However, it is indeed a headache to encounter bad teammates while playing games. Wei Xiaosu can understand it. After all, the scolding is so harsh, so one can imagine how Zhang Taidan's teammates feel. However, Wei Xiaosu accidentally glanced at the battle record in the upper right corner of his phone. With just one glance, he was stunned. Fuck, Taidan, you're playing Angela in the middle lane and you're 0 to 18, how dare you scold your teammates? Immediately afterwards, Wei Xiaosu saw a team fight on the middle high ground. Zhang Taidan's Angela used his ultimate in the opposite direction, and a wave of amazing operations directly sacrificed all his teammates, and then the opponent pushed all the way to the base. What a bunch of crappy teammates! Zhang Taidan had a face full of resentment, and kept cursing, but when he saw Wei Xiaosu, who had been standing there for who knows how long, his face turned red. Ahem, brother Xiaosu, how long have you been here? A few minutes. Tell me, is Li Bai picking Ganoderma lucidum in the wild area? Angela, you use your ultimate in the opposite direction. There is also the shooter Luban, who can deliver better than Meituan. Angela, you use your ultimate in the opposite direction. Hey, brother Xiaosu, can we not talk about the reverse opening? You're 0 to 19. Zhang Taidan's mouth twitched violently. He didn't dare to continue talking about this topic, so he quickly asked, Brother Xiaosu, it's rare for you to come to me on your own initiative. What's the matter? Yeah. Wei Xiaosu did not continue to tease him, but nodded slightly. I need the Necromancer's summoning skill book, do you have it? That thing is such rubbish, no one buys it and the profit is low. This is a high-end store, why? Zhang Taidan looked disgusted. 2,000 yuan per copy. I'll take as many as you can get. Wei Xiaosu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. Okay. Zhang Taidan grinned, rubbing his hands and laughing. Brother Xiaosu, I will definitely meet your request. Wait, I'll make a few calls. After that, Zhang Taidan took his phone and walked away to start making a call. Wei Xiaosu saw him make 5 or 6 calls before he finally came back and made an okay gesture. I'll send you 12 books in half an hour. Only 12 books? Wei Xiaosu frowned slightly. Brother. Zhang Taidan stretched out his hand to hold Wei Xiaosu's shoulder and said earnestly. I can only get you 12 copies of the 0-level summon beast, which is of the undead type. If you still want it, I can think of a way. Okay, then you keep an eye out for me. No matter how many there are, I will buy them for 2,000 yuan each, Wei Xiaosu said generously. Chapter 36, Breakthrough Elite Level. Taidan, do you have any good cultivation methods? The kind that can improve the quality? Wei Xiaosu asked again. Hearing this, Zhang Taidan smiled proudly. Of course, this is a high-end store, wait a minute. After saying that, Zhang Taidan ran to a shelf and searched for a minute, then came back with 3 books. These 3 techniques can all be upgraded if practiced well. Let's take a look. Wei Xiaosu reached out to take the technique, and the insight technique was activated instantly. Intermediate breathing technique, G-level practicing it can gradually improve your physical fitness and has a chance to break through the current level. Intermediate breathing technique, G-level practice can gradually improve physical fitness, and there is a chance to break through the current level. Advanced meditation technique, F-level practice can gradually improve physical fitness, and there is a chance to break through the current level. There are 3 books of skills, 2 of which are G-level and 1 is F-level. In terms of quality, they are still very good. After all, the meditation skills distributed by the school for free are not even the lowest level G-level. They can only strengthen the body but cannot improve the breakthrough level. What's the price? Wei Xiaosu asked. G-level is 100,000, and F-level is 200,000. So expensive? Wei Xiaosu took a breath of cold air. This price was really too much. The Elite Skeleton Guard Summoning Skill book he bought 2 nights ago only cost 50,000 Chinese yuan, but this damn skill was ridiculously expensive. As if he noticed Wei Xiaosu's hesitation, Zhang Taidan rolled his eyes, thought for a few seconds, then pretended to grit his teeth and said, Brother, don't say I'm not a good friend. If you can buy this book on advanced meditation, I'll give you the 12 skill books I just contacted for free. 12 skill books only cost 24,000 yuan, and they were junk that couldn't be sold. Zhang Taidan felt that he would not lose money even if he gave them away for free. Okay, I'll take it then. Wei Xiaosu was straightforward. He knew very well that only when he became stronger would he have more opportunities to earn more small amounts of money. Even though he normally doesn't dare to add a 2 yuan sausage to his instant noodles, if it comes to buying props that can enhance his strength, he can grit his teeth and pay 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu successfully obtained 12 skill books and advanced meditation techniques, but he also reluctantly paid a huge sum of 200,000 yuan. After saying goodbye to Zhang Taidan, Wei Xiaosu didn't even look at the cattered girl and took a taxi directly back to Guika community. It was just that when he entered the community, he happened to run into Su San, who was about to go out, so he greeted him. Uncle Su, why are you still going out so late? Oh, it's Xiaosu. Su San showed a very surprised look, then asked with a smile. I haven't seen you these past 2 days, where have you been? I went back to my hometown and just got back today. Okay, Xiaosu, I'll be leaving first. Bye. Goodbye. Looking at Su San's departing back, Wei Xiaosu always felt that Su Bo was a little different today than usual, as if he was surprised to see him here. Of course, Wei Xiaosu didn't think much about it. He couldn't wait to go home to learn the skills he had just acquired and then test the specific effects. After returning home and closing the doors and windows, Wei Xiaosu took out the 12 skill books and advanced meditation techniques. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to learn the summoning skills first. Congratulations on successfully learning the G-level skills Summon Skeleton Mage. Talented Skill Immortality, SSS, takes effect, skill effect +1. Congratulations on your success. After learning all 12 skill books, he was not able to successfully trigger a level upgrade, which made Wei Xiaosu a little disappointed. It is indeed not so easy to upgrade the grade of a summoned beast. Although the grade is difficult to upgrade, the number can be increased by 100%. Originally, 0.1 mental power could summon 2 skeleton mages, but now the same 0.1 mental power can summon 13 skeleton mages. In terms of quantity, it is already extremely terrifying. Wei Xiaosu now has more than 1,600 points of mental power. If he summons all the skeleton mages, he can summon 200,000 at a time. If he stores them in the summoning space in advance, he can get out a maximum of 400,000 at a time. 400,000 skeleton mages. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. A number of over 10,000 gives people an illusion of endlessness. How terrifying would 400,000 be? With these 400,000 skeleton mages, as long as I can break their defense, you will die no matter who you are. Wei Xiaosu laughed. Afterwards, he began to learn advanced meditation, but advanced meditation was already of F-level quality, so it was quite difficult to learn and could not be used directly like G-level skills. But with Wei Xiaosu's physical fitness and comprehension, he could successfully learn and master the F-level skills in an hour at most. Sure enough, by the time he had completely mastered the advanced meditation technique, only about 40 minutes had passed. The advanced meditation technique is worthy of being an F-level technique. Whether it is the speed of mental power recovery or the effect on the body, it is about 3 times that of the meditation technique distributed for free by the school. Of course, Wei Xiaosu didn't think highly of the slight physical enhancement brought by the technique. After all, a bottle of corpse oil was enough to offset the gains he had gained from several days of hard meditation. His main purpose in learning this set of skills was to advance himself by virtue of the effects of the skills, rather than to increase his 4-dimensional attributes. I feel it, haha. Wei Xiaosu was ecstatic. He had only completed 2 cycles of circulation, but he had the illusion that his body was about to undergo a transformation. The effect was so obvious that Wei Xiaosu didn't plan to sleep. He planned to practice all night and advance himself as soon as possible. After all, in the meditative state, he would not feel tired even if he didn't sleep, so it didn't matter. Just like that. As time passed slowly, Wei Xiaosu's speed in practicing the martial arts became faster and faster, and he became more and more proficient in it. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. Strength plus 0.2. Constitution plus 0.3. Spirit plus 0.8. Agility plus 0.2. Almost every half an hour, his 4-dimensional attributes would jump once. Although the arc of the jump was not large, it could not last long. 1.5 attribute points can be added in half an hour, and 3 points in an hour, which doesn't seem to be a small amount. When it was late at night, around 4 o'clock, suddenly, wisps of black air began to surge out of Wei Xiaosu's body, and the black air filled the air, enveloping him completely. Then, the black gas began to shrink and merged into Wei Xiaosu's brow. When the last wisp of black gas disappeared, Wei Xiaosu's aura suddenly changed. Congratulations on successfully breaking through the elite level and receiving 2 upgrade bonus attribute points. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Spirit plus 200. Agility plus 100. Ha ha ha, it worked. I didn't expect that I would successfully break through to the elite level in just one night. Ha! Wei Xiaosu was ecstatic. Chapter 37, Xiaosu is a good kid. Qingyang City, Su Family Villa. At this time, in a study room on the second floor of the Su Family Villa, Su Dong was sitting opposite a gray-haired old man in his 70s. The old man was none other than Su San. Although Su San is only the Su family's chief steward, he grew up in the Su family and has followed 3 patriarchs of the Su family. He is definitely one of the veteran figures. So even though Su Dong is the head of the family of this generation in terms of status and position, he would still respectfully call the other party, third uncle. Uncle San, are you saying that Wei Xiaosu is back again? Su Dong asked in surprise. Because just yesterday, Su San told him that Wei Xiaosu was missing, and even the Qian family's Deadpool who had been following him had disappeared. So at that time, the two of them were still wondering whether Wei Xiaosu had met with an accident, but what they never expected was that Wei Xiaosu actually appeared alive and kicking again. This is too bizarre. Su San also had a strange look on his face. He paused for 2 seconds before saying strangely, Wei Xiaosu is indeed back, but the Qian family's Deadpool is gone. Su Dong frowned even deeper when he heard this. He actually didn't really want to get involved in this matter. Wei Xiaosu had nothing to do with him. Since he had the guts to offend the Qian family, he should have been mentally prepared to accept their revenge. Well, third uncle, you should continue to protect Wei Xiaosu until he finishes the college entrance examination. With his grades, it won't be difficult for him to get into Beijing University or Magic University. By then, even the Qian family won't dare to attack a student from Beijing University or Magic University. That's no problem. Su San nodded. He was originally protecting Wei Xiaosu, and now he was just continuing his mission. Master, the young lady. Su San hesitated for a long time and didn't say the rest of the words, but his meaning was already very clear. Seeing this, Su Dong's face twitched a few times and he waved his hand. Third uncle, don't make blind guesses. You know Xiaoqing's character. She was suppressed by Wei Xiaosu. Ahem, she won for 3 whole years. She just wants to get back at him, and win once. Is that so? Su San nodded slightly in understanding, but then shook his head and sighed in disappointment. What a pity, Xiaosu is a good child, with a good personality, good character, good brains, and good talents. Su Dong. The next day, just after dawn, Wei Xiaosu came out of his meditation state. A few hours ago, he successfully broke through to the elite level with the help of advanced meditation techniques, and then spent more than 2 hours to consolidate his realm. After breaking through to the elite level, Wei Xiaosu clearly felt many benefits. First of all, the 4-dimensional attributes increased by 500 points at one time, which was a significant improvement. Then the attribute points gained from the upgrade also doubled, giving him dozens more attribute points out of thin air, and every future upgrade would double the attribute points he had previously gained. Have breakfast first, then go to the dungeon to kill monsters and level up. Then, Wei Xiaosu took a quick shower, ate something, changed into clean clothes and went out. Downstairs, Su San, who was practicing Tai Chi, saw Wei Xiaosu coming down and took the initiative to greet him. Xiaosu, you're out again so early. Yes. Wei Xiaosu nodded with a smile, and then said, Uncle Su, your Tai Chi is better than those on TV. It's amazing. Haha, Xiaosu, you are really good at talking. Do you have a girlfriend? Su San suddenly changed the subject 180 degrees and asked a tricky question. Not yet. Wei Xiaosu was confused. Weren't we talking about Tai Chi? Why did we talk about girlfriends again? No. Su San's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. He then waved his hand and said, Go. Young people should get busy. Yeah. Wei Xiaosu nodded repeatedly and ran away as if escaping. Goodbye, Uncle Su. After leaving the Guika community, Wei Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that if he chatted with Su Sanduo for a few more words, the other party would probably start pulling the red string. Next, Wei Xiaosu officially entered the final sprint before the college entrance examination. There were only 3 1-star dungeons in the entire Qingyang city, so his basic daily routine was to complete the dungeons for 3 days, then rest and meditate for 1 day, and visit the cattered girl by the way. Of course, it's not that he wants to take a break. The main reason is that the refresh interval of the boss in the dungeon is 3 days. He will have a day of free time when he conquers a dungeon a day. Although he could go into the dungeon and kill ordinary monsters, it would be faster than meditating at home. Just like this, time passed quickly, and there was less than 1 day left before the final college entrance examination. Wei Xiaosu sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing advanced meditation techniques continuously. Finally, after more than 20 days of effort, he broke through again and reached the leader level. Ha ha ha! I finally broke through to the leader level on the eve of the college entrance examination. That's great! Wei Xiaosu was extremely excited, and then he waved his hand, and his attribute panel appeared. Name: Wei Xiaosu, leader. Occupation: Undead Summoner, first transformation. Level: 16, 12.6%. Strength: 1277. Agility: 1312. Physical fitness: 1386. Spirit: 2135. Destiny equipment: Death of the Dead. Summoning space: 213500/213500. Skills: Talented Skill Immortality, SSS-level. Summon Skeleton Mage, G-level, 30. Will-O-Wisp, G-level. Summon Skeleton Guard, G-level. After more than 20 days of hard work, Wei Xiaosu not only upgraded his level to 16, but also successfully broke through to the boss realm. In addition, Zhang Taidan found 17 skill books for summoning skeleton mages for him these days. It can be said that he had a fruitful harvest. Nowadays, Wei Xiaosu can summon 300 skeleton mages with 1 point of mental power, and 600,000 with 2,000 points of mental power, which is terrifying. Moreover, as Wei Xiaosu's strength increased, the distance at which he could control his undead minions became farther, from just 2 or 3 kilometers at the beginning to the current 100 kilometers. As long as the distance between the two sides does not exceed 100 kilometers, Wei Xiaosu can easily command any of the skeleton minions. Just at 4 a.m. yesterday, he took advantage of the fact that no one was around and entered the orc's lair again, but this time he stood at the entrance and did not move at all. He directly commanded hundreds of thousands of skeleton minions to kill all the orcs in the lair without leaving a single survivor. Fortunately, he made preparations in advance, and did not let anyone see this scene, otherwise his name would probably be on the headlines today. Let's have a good rest today. The examination will start tomorrow. I must get the top score this year. Wei Xiaosu waved his fist with full confidence. Moreover, the top scholar he wanted was not just the city champion, but the higher-level provincial champion. As long as he could get the provincial champion, he would receive a large sum of money from the state and a big house. By then, he will be able to let his parents and Xiaoyu move to the city center. If Xiaoyu can be admitted to Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, it will be more convenient for him to go home in the future. Chapter 38, Zhang Taidan, You Are a Nothing. June 7th. The college entrance examination officially begins. There are 4 high schools in Qingyang City, plus the districts, counties and towns under its jurisdiction, a total of 34 high schools, and 34,141 people took part in this year's exam. However, 1/3 of them only take the academic examination, so when you actually count them, there are only about 20,000 people who take the professional assessment. But even if it is only 20,000 people, it is still a very scary number. After all, there are so many students taking the exam in Qingyang City alone, so there are probably hundreds of thousands of students taking the exam in the entire Tianfu province. When vocational universities admit students, they do not just look at their academic level. Although these two factors account for the highest proportion, cultural courses, professional courses, and practical tests also account for a certain proportion of the scores. The total score of the professional examination is 1,000 points, with 200 points for level, 300 for realm, 200 for cultural subjects, and 300 for actual test. It is said that civil officials can bring peace to a country, and military officials can stabilize a country, but people who are both civil and military talents are the real talents needed in today's society. This is why level and realm only account for 50% of the total score. The first day was an exam for academic subjects, which was Wei Xiaosu's strong point. The full score was 200. He felt good about himself and thought that getting 160 or 170 should not be a problem. The actual test officially began on the second day. The level and realm check was very simple. Every 5,000 students would gather in a large gymnasium, and then senior magicians would set up formations. It took less than half an hour to check the levels and realms of all 5,000 students. The level accounts for 200 points, level 1 is 10 points, and level 20 is full marks. Wei Xiaosu is now level 16 in stage 1, so he directly got a high score of 160 points. Then there are 300 points for realm. If you are at the ordinary level, you can only get a guaranteed 100 points, but if you break through to the elite level, it will be 200 points, and if you break through to the boss, it will be full marks. Of course, if a genius breaks through to the boss, then congratulations, you can get extra exclamations from everyone. Wei Xiaosu successfully scored a full score of 300 points in the realm category, plus the level category. The total score was 460 points, which was really not low. Finally, it is the actual test assessment. The task for combat professionals is the easiest. All candidates only need to defeat monsters within the specified time to complete the test. Then they will be scored based on the time taken to defeat the monster and the strength of the monster. Qingyang No. 1 Middle School is considered the face of the entire Qingyang city, so it was also one of the first schools to enter the testing base for testing. The construction style of the entire test base is very similar to that of a football game, with stands on top and a large combat area below. Wow, is this the actual combat test base? I wonder what kind of monsters will be prepared for us to face in actual combat this year. No matter what kind of monster it is, I'll kill one if one comes. If two come, I'll kill a pair. 6,666. Big Boss is awesome. When entering the testing base, everyone was very excited. The actual test accounts for up to 300 points. As long as you perform well and get a high score, getting into a prestigious school is not a dream. The leader of the team this time was still the principal Wang Wei. But in addition to him, there were two other city leaders who came to inspect. This year's Qingyang No. 1 Middle School has been in the limelight. The emergence of 3 hidden professions has made Wang Wei walk with the wind. In this month, he has boasted about his teaching ability a lot. When everyone was close to the battle area, Wang Wei turned around and looked at the more than 100 students behind him. He said loudly, "Students, next is your last test of the year, the actual combat assessment. The rules of the actual combat assessment are very simple. You can freely choose the number of monsters you want to fight based on your own strength. Our Invigilator will give you scores based on your performance. This year's assessment monsters are goblins, minotaur, and slimes. The lowest level is 10, and the highest level is 20. The lowest realm is ordinary, and the highest realm is boss. Now please prepare yourselves, the first student to be tested is Lu Ming." Wang Wei did not activate his passive skill of speak for 3 minutes today. He only took less than a minute to explain the rules of this test. Then, Lu Ming, a student from Class 1, began to take the test. Lu Ming's profession is a warrior, and his level has reached the peak of grade 0 and level 10. It is not too high, but it is not low either. After all, he is a student of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. Even if he has been at the bottom of the class for many years, he is still very good in other schools. Level 10 and level 11 are a hurdle. As long as you cross it, your strength will increase greatly. "I choose 10 level 10 Tauren and 1 level 10 Elite Tauren," Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, the selected minotaurs soon appeared on the battlefield. As a warrior, Lu Ming takes the frontal power route, so he is more willing to face the Tauren who also takes the power route. Ordinary level 10 Tauren are not a big problem for Lu Ming. The really difficult ones are the level 10 Elite Tauren. Although Lu Ming is very confident in himself, he does not dare to be careless at all. "My natal equipment, red eye armor, come out!" Lu Ming shouted softly, and the next second, a set of red armor appeared on his body, protecting him firmly. Then, Lu Ming took out a long sword from his waist. This sword was a level 5 boss quality sword that his family had purchased at a huge cost, and the price was 50,000 Chinese yuan. To save such a huge sum of money, his parents would have to go without food and drink for half a year, so he had to complete the practical test and get a result that would make his parents happy. However, when Wei Xiaosu in the stands saw the long sword Lu Ming pulled out from his waist, he was obviously stunned for a moment, because no matter from which angle he looked at it, the sword looked very similar to the slime sword he sold. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. The weapon he had sold for 10,000 Chinese yuan had actually reappeared after going through so much trouble. However, the next casual remark from a classmate beside him made his heart stop for a moment. "Damn, I recognize that sword. It's the slime sword that costs 50,000 and has an amplification attribute of 105 points. Lu Ming is too generous to buy such an expensive sword. I'm so envious. My weapon's attribute increase is only 46 points. It's totally incomparable. No wonder he dares to challenge elites of the same level. He has the confidence." Wei Xiaosu. "How many? 50,000? He remembered very clearly that Zhang Taidan had only paid 10,000 yuan for the item from him. "Damn it, Zhang Taidan, you are such a piece of shit!" The corners of Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched wildly. He finally understood why the other party sold him a storage bag at less than half the price when they first met. It seemed like the wool came from the sheep. Fuck, look at Lu Ming, his agility is so strong that he even dodged the attacks of several minotaurs. 66. This guy's strength is probably comparable to that of a level 1 student. Chapter 39, Full Score. In the test field, an orange-red figure holding a long sword quickly shuttled between the minotaurs. Every time he attacked, he could seriously injure or even directly kill the opponent. As a student at the peak of level 10 at level 0, Lu Ming is only one step away from reaching level 1. Coupled with his understanding of skills and use of body techniques, his actual combat power is comparable to that of a true level 1 master. It stands to reason that it is difficult for an awakener of ordinary profession to defeat an elite monster at the same level. However, Lu Ming, as an ordinary warrior player, is able to compete with elite monsters, which is truly rare. A few minutes later, Lu Ming, who was wandering on the battlefield, first killed 10 ordinary minotaurs, and then fought one-on-one, cutting off half of the head of an elite minotaur with one sword, thus winning the test. Lu Ming killed 10 level 10 ordinary Tauren and 1 level 10 elite Tauren, taking 3 minutes and 29 seconds, with a score of 161 points. Wow, I got 161 points, that's amazing. This guy is really awesome. He dared to challenge elite monsters with an ordinary job, and won in just 3 minutes. By the way, killing a level 10 elite only gives 161 points. If you want to get full marks, don't you have to kill the boss? Don't worry. Su Xiaoqing will definitely challenge the boss monster later. We will know how many points she can get at that time. The assessment is still going on. Except for Lu Ming, the highest score among the students in ordinary professions is only 103 points. In comparison, Lu Ming's score is really exaggerated. Soon, it was Su Xiaoqing's turn. Today, Su Xiaoqing was wearing a white sportswear and light makeup, and she still looked stunning. After going down to the field, Su Xiaoqing involuntarily looked back at the location of Class 2, and soon found the familiar figure that often appeared in her dreams. Wei Xiaosu, you are bound to lose this time. Su Xiaoqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her face full of confidence. Although this month of hard training had caused her a lot of suffering, the final rewards were extremely huge. Now her strength has reached an astonishing level. She was at the peak of level 20 at stage 1, a boss level realm. Plus, with the sword of the Holy Light Angel and a full set of level 20 boss equipment, she could fight against an expert who had just entered stage 3. Wealth is also a part of strength, so Su Xiaoqing would not be so hypocritical as to say that she would not use her equipment to compete with Wei Xiaosu. The next second, Su Xiaoqing stretched out her hand, and a giant golden sword slowly took shape. She held it in her palm, and then her entire body was covered in silver-white armor. A complete set of level 20 boss equipment costs up to 2 million Chinese yuan. For students from ordinary families, this is an astronomical figure, but for the Su family it is just a drop in the bucket. 5 level 20 goblin bosses, Su Xiaoqing said loudly. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole place suddenly became noisy. What? Did I hear you right? 5 level 20 goblin bosses? What is my goddess going to do? Is this against the will of heaven? Hidden professions are indeed very powerful, but at most they can only fight boss-level monsters alone. Goddess Xiaoqing not only wants to challenge bosses, but also 5 of them at once. In the stands, Wei Xiaosu was also shocked. A level 20 boss was the ceiling of combat power in the test field, but she actually challenged 5 of them in one go. What was she doing? Insight! Wei Xiaosu's eyes flickered with brilliance, and he wanted to see Su Xiaoqing's level, but he was soon disappointed. Unable to view. There are 2 situations where it is impossible to view. The first is that Su Xiaoqing's level is more than 10 levels higher than his, and the second is that the other party is wearing a shielding prop. There's no way to check? Su Xiaoqing dared to challenge 5 bosses at once, so he must be at least level 20, right? Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath. Even though he was already level 16, the experience points required between level 16 and level 20 were more than those from level 1 to level 16. Wei Xiaosu had almost exhausted all the 3 one-star dungeons in Xingyang City, but he could still only upgrade to level 16, and there was still a long way to go before reaching level 20. Yes, I haven't seen Su Xiaoqing for almost a month, and I haven't met her in the dungeon. Could she have gone somewhere else? Wei Xiaosu frowned. While he was thinking about the reason, Su Xiaoqing in the test field had already started fighting with 5 bosses. The 6-winged angel is indeed a powerful hidden profession that can be ranked in the top 20. Both its physical fitness and skill strength are extremely terrifying. Especially the golden giant sword, which was extremely sharp. When the goblin boss's weapon collided with it, it was cut into 2 pieces in just a few rounds, which shocked everyone. Holy light sword slash! Su Xiaoqing suddenly leaped 4 or 5 meters high, and then the golden sword in his hand suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Die! A golden sword energy of more than 10 meters long swung down, and the 5 goblin bosses who had lost their weapons could no longer resist and were instantly beheaded. Quiet. Quiet. Su Xiaoqing killed 5 level 20 goblin bosses in 1 minute and 41 seconds, with a score of 300 points. After Su Xiaoqing's final score came out, heated discussions finally broke out throughout the base. In the control room of the testing base, Wang Wei was talking with two leaders of the Education Bureau with a cheerful face. "Old Wang, you are really lucky this year. Amazing, very amazing. This kind of result would rank in the top 100 even in places like Kyoto or Magic City, where there are so many geniuses. Old Wang, if Su Xiaoqing can bring you the provincial champion title, your position will probably move up a bit." When Wang Wei heard this, his whole face turned red and he was very excited. If Su Xiaoqing can get the top score in the city, then combined with his past achievements, he has a certain chance of moving up one step. But if Su Xiaoqing can get the top score in the province, he, Wang Wei, will no longer be the principal of number 1 middle school next year, but the leader of the Education Bureau. In fact, he did not expect that Su Xiaoqing could make such progress in just 1 month. This was not only the result of her professional advantage, but also the result of her own hard work. Wang Wei was so excited that he forgot to be humble for a moment, and just laughed foolishly. The two leaders were also in a very good mood. It was truly rare for their Qingyang city to produce such a genius. After this year's college entrance examination results come out, I'm afraid even their Education Bureau will receive commendations from above. How can they not be in a good mood? Old Wang, it seems that there are 2 hidden professions in your middle school. Let's wait and see. Okay. Wang Wei nodded. Although they are not as good as Su Xiaoqing, it should not be a problem for them to get 200 to 250 points. Chapter 40. The God of Study is actually a King. When the full scores were announced, Su Xiaoqing stood proudly. The silver-white armor on her body disappeared in an instant, and she returned to her elegant and calm appearance. She looked towards Class 2's position on the stands again and found the familiar figure. "You lose!" Su Xiaoqing gestured to Wei Xiaosu in the distance, not disguising her smugness at all. After Su Xiaoqing's feat of single-handedly defeating 5 bosses, the subsequent tests always felt like something was missing. Even some rare professional assessments were far from Su Xiaoqing's capabilities. Soon, the students in Class 1 finished their assessment, and it was Class 2's turn. Wei Xiaosu was scheduled to be the first to perform. "Old Wang, is he Wei Xiaosu who has awakened the Undead Summoner profession?" "Yeah." Wang Wei nodded slightly, his eyes still full of smiles, and said, "I am optimistic about him. Even if he can't defeat 5 level 20 bosses at once like Su Xiaoqing, he won't be too bad." "Oh? From what you said, he's stronger than that Wind Swordsman?" "Yes, although the Wind Swordsman ranks higher, the strength of the profession is also closely related to the individual. Qian Zihao was seriously injured by Wei Xiaosu in the trial copy, and it was only in the past 2 days that his injuries have recovered." "Is there such a thing?" Obviously, both leaders of the Education Bureau were shocked. The Undead Summoner was a hidden profession that ranked last, and there was a gap of dozens of ranks between it and the Wind Swordsman. "Awesome, Old Wang! Your class really opened my eyes. Tell me, how many bosses can Wei Xiaosu challenge?" Hearing this, Wang Wei really thought about it seriously. After a few seconds, he replied, "Based on the last time I saw him take action, if he upgrades step by step and improves his strength in this month, then he should be able to challenge 2 or 3 bosses." "Yeah, not bad, not bad." While several leaders were chatting, Wei Xiaosu had already gone down to the battlefield. He wanted to start selecting monsters for assessment directly, but suddenly another idea came to his mind. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Class 1. Sure enough, Su Xiaoqing was also staring at him with burning eyes. In addition to Su Xiaoqing, there was another person who was staring at him, and that was Qian Zihao, who had recovered from his injuries. Wei Xiaosu had nothing much to say about Qian Zihao. He had not forgotten the attempt on him by the Qian family's level 3 expert more than 20 days ago. Although his current status and strength were far inferior to the Qian family, Wei Xiaosu kept this grudge firmly in his heart. However, the growth of both status and strength requires a process, and during this process, Wei Xiaosu is very worried that the Qian family will take radical measures again. For example, taking it out on his family. Now Wei Xiaosu has hundreds of thousands of skeleton summoned beasts. He can say without hesitation that even a 4th or 5th level master may not be able to kill him. What he was afraid of was that the other party would attack his family. In the entire Qingyang city, the only family Wei Xiaosu was familiar with that could rival the Qian family was the Su family, where Su Xiaoqing belonged. If he could ask the Su family to help take care of him, he would be able to leave Qingyang city with greater peace of mind and go to the university of his choice to study. However, the relationship between Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing is very awkward. Although they are not enemies, they are definitely not friends either. So if they want to ask for help from the other party, they must give something. Then, Wei Xiaosu grinned slightly and shouted, "Su Xiaoqing, can you do me a favor?" As long as you help me, I will continue to beat you in this test, and I will beat you hard. Su Xiaoqing. Everyone. A confused look. Confused about the face. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Wei Xiaosu, is this how you ask for favors? Do you dare to be more arrogant? Damn, this guy is so rude. Wait, are you sure it's the god of study asking our goddess to do something, and not our goddess asking the god of study to do something? I really want to know what's going on. The god of study is too arrogant. The god of study is not allowed to bully goddess Xiaoqing. Listening to the constant condemnation in the base, Wei Xiaosu smiled smugly in his heart. You guys don't know anything. If I said let Su Xiaoqing go, she would definitely turn around and leave, not to mention helping me. As expected, in the next second, Su Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes suddenly became sharp. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said, Okay, if you can also get full marks and the assessment intensity exceeds mine, then I agree to your request. No, goddess. What if that unshakable thing makes that kind of request? Fuck, you're an idiot. You really believe that Wei Xiaosu can get full marks, and even be stronger than Su Xiaoqing? Well, if it was any other undead summoner who dared to compete with the goddess of the six-winged angel profession, I would definitely spit on him, but who is this? The academic god of our #1 middle school. Has he ever lost once? Forehead. What you said makes a lot of sense, I can't even refute it. It's over, it's over. What if goddess Xiaoqing loses, and that bastard Wei Xiaosu makes that kind of request? Ah. Wei Xiaosu. Wei Xiaosu was speechless as he listened to the increasingly off-topic discussions. However, since Su Xiaoqing had already promised him, and in public, he knew that she would definitely not break her promise. So, Wei Xiaosu said to the operator in the control room and the examiner, 100,000 ordinary slimes, but all of them must be level 20. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole base was in an uproar again, and strangely, the examiners in the control room did not release any monsters. Isn't this pure bullshit? The strength of 100,000 ordinary slimes is no less than that of 10 bosses. Even for students who have no AoE damage at this stage, they would rather deal with 10 bosses. 100,000? Am I fucking deaf? I must be deaf. Although they are all ordinary grade, if 100,000 of them appeared at the same time, I'm afraid even Su Xiaoqing wouldn't be able to deal with them. Nonsense, do you know what ants can kill elephants? If there are 100,000 slimes, and they just stand there and let you chop them, you will be exhausted. Seeing that there was still no response from the control room, Wei Xiaosu was helpless and could only speak again. Teacher, I'm not kidding. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility for it myself. Leadership seat. Wang Wei and the two bigwigs from the Education Bureau looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought they had heard it wrong just now, but now that Wei Xiaosu repeated it again, it was obvious that they had not heard it wrong. Old Wang, are you sure? This? Wang Wei was completely Spartan at this moment. What was going on? Challenging 100,000 slimes. Let alone a mere level 1 newcomer, even a level 2 one would have to kneel if he was trapped. But before Wang Wei could explain anything, Wei Xiaosu's voice rang out for the third time. Teacher, 100,000 is really not a lot. If the venue wasn't so small, I would have wanted 200,000. Wang Wei. Led. Su Xiaoqing. Everyone. I didn't expect that the god of study is actually a bully. Chapter 41, ABA. A few minutes later, the leaders in the control room finished their discussion, reached a consensus, and finally agreed to Wei Xiaosu's application request. In an instant, jelly-like slimes appeared on the field. They squirmed and rushed towards Wei Xiaosu, like an endless green tide. At this moment, not only did many students clench their fists, but even the big guys in the control room were fully focused, ready to rescue at any time. Compared to the nervousness of others, Wei Xiaosu was very relaxed. It was only 100,000 slimes. If he really burst out with all his strength, he could clear the entire battlefield in 10 minutes at most. Of course, it was just an assessment, so there was no need to use all his strength. Whether it was to get full marks or to defeat Su Xiaoqing, he estimated that using 1/10 of his strength would be enough. Looking at the green tide gradually approaching, Wei Xiaosu was not panicked at all. He even took the time to pose and show his most handsome side. Then, Wei Xiaosu stretched out a hand, spread his 5 fingers, and spoke slowly. Life and death, the cycle continues, we live, they die. Come out, my most loyal undead slaves, smash everything before your eyes and let them experience the fear of the undead. Everyone. Su Xiaoqing. Wang Wei. _ No one expected that Wei Xiaosu would act so arrogantly in such a serious occasion, and it was so embarrassing that one could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with one's toes. But soon, everyone was shocked by what they saw. That extremely embarrassing and pretentious quote just now might be true. In the field, as Wei Xiaosu finished speaking, countless skeletons began to appear in front of him, behind him, and even in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, a large ocean of white skeletons appeared opposite the green tide. The sound of bones rubbing against each other was incessant, echoing throughout the base, and even made some timid people turn pale involuntarily. How many skeleton monsters are there? I don't know, but the number is definitely more than 10,000. This is impossible. Summoning 10,000 level 1 skeleton monsters, is this something a high school student can do? Let's not talk about how the god of learning summoned so many level 1 skeleton monsters. I want to know why the god of learning dared to challenge 100,000 level 1 peak slimes. Yes, the slimes are all level 20 at stage 1, but the skeletons are only level 16 at stage 1. How can the god of learning win when there's a disparity in numbers and levels? Similarly, the two leaders of the Education Bureau also frowned slightly. Although they were shocked that this student could summon 10,000 level 1 skeleton monsters at a time, they could not imagine how they would fight 10,000 against 100,000. Bang bang bang. On the battlefield, the skeleton mage began to throw firecrackers at the slime group continuously, and balls of exploding flames as big as basketballs began to rise one after another. After such a long period of improvement, the power of the skeleton mage's firecrackers has more than increased tenfold. When dealing with slimes, a maximum of 3 firecrackers can directly kill them. And most importantly, firecrackers cause AoE damage. Even if the explosion flame is only the size of a basketball, the affected area is not small in such a high-density group of monsters. Hetue. Tue. The slimes were also fighting back. The saliva they spit was highly corrosive and could corrode even hard bones into a pool of thick water. But after all, they are just ordinary slimes. It will take at least 10 seconds for them to completely corrode a skeleton mage. 10,000 versus 100,000, after all, the gap in numbers is too big. The skeleton mage's firepower soon could not keep up with the speed of the slimes rushing up, and when the slimes got close, the skeleton mage's losses instantly increased. Wei Xiaosu looked at the group of slimes that surrounded him, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. He had been waiting for these slimes to gather together. The density of slimes was extremely high at this time. They were crowded together, even stacked on top of each other. There were at least hundreds of slimes per square meter. Wei Xiaosu moved his mind, and a black light flashed beside him. Immediately, an enlarged version of the skeleton mage, about 2.5 meters tall, appeared. What the hell, what did the god of learning summon again? Which boss has the ability of clairvoyance to see what level that enlarged skeleton mage is at? I have it, let me see, it's a... Damn, I'm blind. What's wrong, classmate? Is that an elite or a leader? The leader of the hammer is actually a beast general level skeleton mage. How did the god of learning do it? The moment Xiaoming appeared, the whole audience was in an uproar again, especially the two leaders of the Education Bureau and Wang Wei in the control room. The three of them stood up from their chairs and looked at the enlarged version of the skeleton mage with disbelief on their faces. Is that a beast general level skeleton mage? Old Wang, is this the student you mentioned who is slightly weaker than Su Xiaoqing? Wang Wei. Wei Xiaosu now owns 3 beast general level summon beasts, namely the skeleton boar Peppa, the skeleton mage Xiaoming, and the skeleton guard Xiao Chang. At this moment in a battlefield like this, Xiaoming's role is definitely the greatest. Looking at Xiaoming, who was dancing with excitement as soon as he appeared, Wei Xiaosu squatted down very skillfully and covered his ears with his hands. Eh? What is the god of learning doing? He was squatting on the ground covering his ears. Is there something mysterious going on? However, before everyone could figure out what was going on, they were surprised to see that the skeleton wizard, who was 2 times larger than the skeleton, actually reached out from his pelvis and took out a huge straight thing. Abe. Xiaoming hugged the huge firecracker with both hands, feeling extremely happy. The diameter of this firecracker is at least 1 meter, and it is 4 meters long. It is even taller than Xiaoming himself. Fuck, that long and thick thing, is it a firecracker? Wait, aren't you curious about how that skeleton wizard was able to pull out a firecracker that was bigger than his body from his pelvis? Who knows, damn, cover your ears quickly, I have a bad feeling. Abba. Xiaoming jumped 5 or 6 meters high on the spot, then excitedly threw the huge firecracker in his arms several hundred meters away. Then, boom. A loud explosion sounded instantly, and some students who did not cover their ears in advance suddenly fell into a state of temporary deafness. Then, everyone saw a terrifying mushroom cloud rising in the battlefield. The slimes and skeletons in the center of the mushroom cloud evaporated instantly, leaving no corpses behind. Even at the edge, it was burned into charcoal by the terrifying high temperature. Chapter 42, The Art of Explosion. Congratulations on killing 5017 Tier 1 Level 20 slimes, mirror images. No reward. Warning, 724 skeleton mages killed. Almost at the moment of the explosion, Wei Xiaosu received a message prompting that just one firecracker had killed more than 5,000 slimes. However, this was also part of Wei Xiaosu's plan. The reason why he chose slimes instead of goblins and minotaurs was because slimes were small in size and had soft bodies. In the same large area, the number of slimes could be dozens or even hundreds of times that of other species. Art, this is the art of explosion! Wei Xiaosu felt the hot air blowing towards him, but his heart was extremely bold. The power of the explosion just now is enough to match that of some small missiles. Not to mention a level 1 slime, even a level 2 or even level 3 slime would still die. Abba. Boom. Ababa. Boom boom. Xiaoming screamed with excitement. He took out huge firecrackers from his crotch again and again without getting tired. He didn't care whether it would kill his own kind or not. He just threw them out. In short, he did whatever he wanted to have fun. Under Xiaoming's saturated attack, the number of slimes began to drop sharply. In less than 10 minutes, only a few hundred scattered survivors were left in the entire battlefield. Of course, the 10,000 skeleton mages summoned earlier, even if they were not sprayed to death by the slime, were blown to ashes by the firecrackers, leaving no one alive. Xiaoming, there are only a few hundred slimes left. Don't lose them. I'm about to vomit from the shock. Wei Xiaosu shouted, covering his chest. Abba. Xiaoming looked at the firecracker in his arms that he was about to throw away, then looked at his master, and finally, he could only stuff the thick firecracker back into his crotch unhappily. Although Xiaoming is just a weak mage, that is only when compared with those of the same level. With only a few hundred slimes, Xiaoming can easily crush them to death even without using firecrackers. The test finally ended when the last slime was stepped on and exploded by Xiaoming. As the test ended, all the mirrored slime corpses disappeared, leaving only a desolate ground. Wei Xiaosu killed 100,000 level 20 slimes in 25 minutes and 11 seconds, score 300 points. Under normal circumstances, if the time taken for the actual test exceeds 5 minutes, a large amount of points will be deducted, but Wei Xiaosu is obviously an exception. When the full score was announced, the whole audience burst into heated exclamations and discussions. 1 against 100,000, it really was a win. He really did it, how is it possible? Su Xiaoqing's face was full of struggle and confusion. She had obviously worked so hard. For this assessment, she even risked her life to go to the real secret realm and experience life and death several times before reaching this point. But she still lost, and lost so completely. In contrast to Su Xiaoqing's silence, another person who was paying close attention to Wei Xiaosu started shouting excitedly. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Qian Zihao widened his eyes full of bloodshot. The last time he was seriously injured by Wei Xiaosu, he always thought that he was too careless. If he took it seriously and it happened again, he would definitely be able to defeat the opponent. But what happened just now destroyed his self-confidence completely. Not to mention him, even Su Xiaoqing was far inferior to him. Damn it! Qian Zihao's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at Wei Xiaosu. Collect. Wei Xiaosu waved his hand and took Xiaoming, who was calling, Aba, back into the summoning space. He looked up at his classmates in the stands and couldn't help but grin. They were all about 17 or 18 years old, and everyone liked to be in the spotlight, including Wei Xiaosu himself. Under the surprised, shocked, admiring and envious gazes of his classmates, Wei Xiaosu returned to his class. And then, the testing continued. However, the strength of the next students taking the test was more than 10 times lower than before, and it was not very entertaining. Wei Xiaosu even felt drowsy watching it. It was not until Qian Zihao came on the court that Wei Xiaosu finally perked up a little. Insight! Wei Xiaosu's eyes suddenly glowed, but unfortunately, the other party had a shielding item on him, so he couldn't check his level. But soon, Wei Xiaosu felt relieved. This guy was seriously injured by him, and had been lying in bed for more than half a month. I heard that he was barely able to get out of bed and move around in the last few days. It seemed that his level and realm would not be very high. The monster that Qian Zihao chose to challenge next further confirmed this point. I choose 10 normal goblins, 5 elite goblins, and 1 boss goblin. The level is set at 20. After all, Qian Zihao was a hidden professional, and he was wearing top-grade equipment, so he was not so poor that he was worse off than ordinary professional students. After a tough fight, Qian Zihao killed all the monsters with only minor injuries and finally scored 220 points. As a hidden profession, he only got 220 points, which was quite unexpected. Over the years, the lowest score of hidden professions has been over 250 points, so Qian Zihao can be said to have left his name in history in another way. The entire assessment was completed at about 7 o'clock in the evening. Except for the scores of cultural subjects, which would take 2 days to get the results, everything else was clear. I have already scored 760 points, and my academic performance should not be too bad. It won't be a problem for me to be admitted to a key university. Wei Xiaosu was very excited. If he told his parents the news, they would surely be so excited that they would not be able to sleep. Wei Xiaosu, come here. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard a familiar voice. He knew it was Su Xiaoqing without having to look. But this time, Wei Xiaosu did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and followed. When the two of them came to a deserted place, Su Xiaoqing looked at the person in front of her with a complicated expression. After a few seconds of hesitation, she asked, "You won. Tell me, what's the matter?" Although the two did not have much contact, they knew each other very well. Su Xiaoqing knew Wei Xiaosu's character very well. He took the initiative to ask her for help, which meant that he must have encountered a problem that he could not solve, and she happened to be the one who could solve it. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu also took a deep breath. He looked around first, and after confirming that there was no one else, he whispered, "Qian Zihao wants to kill me." Wei Xiaosu originally thought that Su Xiaoqing would be extremely surprised if he told this secret to her, but what he never expected was that Su Xiaoqing actually nodded secretly. "Yes, I know. The one who was sent to kill you is the Qian family's Deadpool. His name is Wang Tao, a third level 39 assassin master." Wei Xiaosu. Meow meow meow? Chapter 43, Provincial No. 1 Scholar. Wei Xiaosu was shocked when he heard what Su Xiaoqing said. How could she know this secret? And she knew it more clearly than he did, even knowing the killer's name. As if she saw the surprise in Wei Xiaosu's eyes, Su Xiaoqing snorted proudly and explained, "You injured Qian Zihao on the day of the trial mission, so I guessed that this would be the result. The Qian family's style of doing things has always been like this. So, you have been paying attention to this matter?" Wei Xiaosu was very smart. Even though Su Xiaoqing didn't say it explicitly, he still guessed something. However, how could Su Xiaoqing, who was as proud as a white swan, be willing to tell her father what she had asked at the beginning? So she changed the subject and asked, "You want me to help you mediate the relationship with Qian Zihao?" "That's not necessary." Wei Xiaosu did not ask about the killer in detail. After all, the grass on his grave was so tall now that there was no point in continuing the conversation. "After the college entrance examination, I will definitely leave Qingyang City, or even Tianfu Province. I will go to the highest institution of learning in the Huaxia Empire to study. However, my family is still here, and I am afraid that the Qian family will become desperate and do something bad to my family." Hearing this, Su Xiaoqing seemed to be thinking about something. She had never thought about this before. After all, she only cared about Wei Xiaosu, not his family. "If I remember correctly, your family lives in a very remote rural area. If the Qian family really has any ideas, that kind of place is very dangerous." Su Xiaoqing frowned and thought for a few seconds, then she suggested, "Let your parents move to Qingyang City. I can promise you that I will send experts to protect your family until you are able to resolve this matter yourself." "That's great." Wei Xiaosu was delighted when he saw the other party agreed, and said, "Okay, I'll have them move here in 2 days. Where are you planning to rent a house? I suggest you choose." "Rent a house? No need. Do you have property in Qingyang City?" "I think so. Isn't it true that the provincial champion every year is awarded a 3-bedroom apartment?" That day, I was inexplicably talked to death again. Su Xiaoqing's mouth twitched, and she turned around and left without saying anything. Fortunately, she still remembered that she had promised Wei Xiaosu, so she said calmly, "That's it. Contact me later." "Okay, thank you so much this time." Wei Xiaosu's lips curled up slightly into a smile, and a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. After today, Wei Xiaosu gave himself a 3-day holiday and did not go to the dungeon for training. His daily routine was eating, sleeping, playing games, and he also watched the cat-eared girl for a few hours. The cat-eared girl didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about her work recently, as if she had something on her mind, but he didn't ask. However, Zhang Taidan told him that the cat-eared girl also has a name, Lilith, a very nice name. Moreover, the owner of the cat-eared girl was not actually a fat otaku, but a beautiful young woman in her 40s, whom he had met twice. So, Envy the Orc Summoner's 33rd day. Today is the 4th day after the college entrance examination. Wei Xiaosu has been sitting in front of the computer early, waiting for the results to be announced. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei Xiaosu couldn't wait to enter his name and other information, and then click the query. Name, Wei Xiaosu. School, Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. Total score, 975. Qingyang City ranking, 1. Tianfu Province ranking, 1. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be 975 points, ranking first in the province. I must tell my parents this news immediately. When Wei Xiaosu saw the results displayed on the computer, he jumped up from his stool in excitement. Although there were 30 extra points for the trial, they were also earned by him in an honest way, so he deserved the title of provincial top scholar this year. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green hills. Suddenly, the cell phone on the table rang. Wei Xiaosu picked it up and saw that it was a call from his home number. Hello? As soon as the call was connected, Wei Xiaoyu's excited scream came from the other end. Ah, Wei Xiaosu, you are the provincial champion. You actually got the provincial champion. That's amazing. That's right, he's just the provincial champion. Nothing to be proud of. Tisk, shameless. Wei Xiaoyu said with disdain, but soon said happily. I've decided, I also want to take the entrance exam to Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, and then go to the computer city over there. Wei Xiaosu. Okay, I know you're reminding me not to forget your computer. Don't worry, I'm a trustworthy man. Hee hee. Afterwards, Wei Xiaosu chatted with his parents for another half an hour before hanging up the phone. But then, his phone kept ringing all night long, with people from the admissions office asking for his opinion. More than half of the colleges and universities even planned to send people to visit him in person. There are many famous universities among them, and even local universities in Tianfu Province, such as Tianfu Vocational University, Tianfu Heavy Industry University, and Tianfu Aerospace University, have extended olive branches. Among these three universities, Tianfu Vocational University is the only one that does not have cultural courses. All the students they enroll are professionals. Even in the country, it is one of the top 10 universities. Tianfu Vocational University? Wei Xiaosu only thought about it for 2 seconds and rejected it silently in his heart. Since he had already won the title of provincial champion, then only Peking University and Magic University were the best places for him. The next day, there was an endless stream of people visiting him. Principal Wang Wei also brought Class 2 head teacher Li Jing to visit Wei Xiaosu, and they had a very pleasant conversation. Wang Wei is still the same Wang Wei, but he looks a lot younger in recent days. He has the energy and spirit of an 18-year-old boy. The slightly raised corners of his mouth are harder to suppress than AK. Finally, based on the suggestions of Wang Wei and Li Jing, as well as Wei Xiaosu's own wishes, he chose Magic City Professional University. Of course, this does not mean that Peking University is inferior to Demon University, but because Peking University is located in the capital of the Huaxia Empire, where children of high-ranking officials gather, and the situation is too complicated. However, Wei Xiaosu was not the type to like making friends with children of high-ranking officials, so he chose Demon University. In addition to deciding on the university he would attend, Wei Xiaosu also got a 4-bedroom apartment with an area of 185 square meters, which was much larger than the 3-bedroom apartments he had gotten in previous years. The name of the residential area was Shugao Shangyuan, and it was one of the most high-end residential areas in the entire Qingyang city. The government's efficiency is also surprisingly high. The house was given to us as soon as it was promised. The decoration and location are both excellent, and the whole house is worth 2.8 million. Looking at the keys and property certificates in his hands, Wei Xiaosu felt a great sense of accomplishment. With his own efforts, he finally helped his parents get out of that poor village, and allowed his parents, who had worked hard all their lives, to enjoy life. Chapter 44. A Friend Comes From Afar. Time flies. It has been a whole month since the end of the college entrance examination. Wei Xiaosu's family also moved from Baosha village to Shugao Upper House half a month ago. In addition, Wei Xiaoyu's results in the high school entrance examination were also excellent, and she was successfully admitted to Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. Soon, she would start school. Today, under Wei Xiaosu's mandatory request, Wei Xiaoyu took his high school textbooks and studied in the garden downstairs. Wei Xiaosu, I want to play on the computer. No. You are going too far, you are shameless, and you don't keep your word. How can I not keep my word? Didn't I buy you the computer? Haha, I bought the computer, but in the whole half month, the total time I played with it didn't exceed 2 hours. Wei Xiaoyu was very resentful. She puffed out her cheeks, and her little face was round and very cute. However, as her biological brother, Wei Xiaosu was completely immune to the little girl's cuteness and trickery. Hurry up and learn. When I was your brother's age, I had already taught myself the courses up to the 2nd year of high school. You are still far behind. Humph. Wei Xiaoyu snorted coldly and continued to concentrate on doing the questions. But at this moment, an old man with a gray beard came from a distance, holding a frosted thermos cup in his hand. He began to greet her from a distance. Hey, it's Xiaoyu. You've worked so hard today. Are you still doing your homework? The person who came was none other than Su-san from the Su family. When Wei Xiaosu saw Su-san walking towards him, he quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Master Su, are you taking a walk? Half a month ago, Wei Xiaosu learned about Su-san's identity from Su Xiaoqing. Su-san would help take care of his family in the future, so he respected Su-san very much. Of course, his attitude towards Su Xiaoqing has changed a lot now, especially when he learned from Su-san that it was because of Su Xiaoqing that the other party moved into the Goka community to protect himself. Xiaoyu. Seeing that the little girl was still concentrating on the questions and not responding to Su-san, Wei Xiaosu suddenly became stern and asked, What should you do when a friend comes from afar? Wei Xiaoyu raised his eyes slightly when he heard this, and curled his lips. Even if he is far away, he will be punished. Su-san. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This little girl was quite resentful. Although she usually spoke in a harsh way, she was at least polite to her elders. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did your brother bully you? Although Su-san was choked, he was not angry. After all, she was just a 14-year-old little girl. Yes. Wei Xiaoyu nodded heavily. She said, I wanted to play computer games, but Wei Xiaosu wouldn't let me. He's a liar. Wei Xiaosu covered his face, and finally waved his hands helplessly. Go and have fun. Ah? Wei Xiaoyu, who was still complaining, didn't react for a moment. Brother, are you serious? Seriously, go play. After saying that, Wei Xiaoyu ran away with the textbook in his arms. Before leaving, he did not forget to reply to Su-san's previous question. Grandpa Su, I haven't done the homework. I'm going to play on the computer. Wei Xiaosu. Su-san. What a realistic little loli. She keeps calling him brother and Grandpa Su, leaving the two of them at a loss for words. After the little girl ran away, Wei Xiaosu asked, Master Su, what can I do for you? It's okay. What can happen to me? Su-san unscrewed the thermos cup, turned the concave side of the cup lid upwards, and slowly tilted the thermos cup. Soon, dark brown liquid mixed with ice cubes was poured out. Seeing Su-san happily sipping the dark brown liquid mixed with ice cubes in his hand, Wei Xiaosu's eyelids twitched wildly, and he reminded him. Master Su, drink less Coke, it's not good for your health. What's there to be afraid of? Su-san didn't care at all. He took another sip and said, I'm a rank 6 warrior. Can drinking some Coke kill me? Wei Xiaosu. By the way, since we're here, let me say one more thing. Su-san closed the cup lid to prevent the cold air from leaking out, and then his face became more serious, and he said, My young lady went to the Magic City. Ah? So early? Wei Xiaosu was surprised. There was still a full month before school started. Su-san also sighed, then glared at Wei Xiaosu in annoyance and said, Isn't it because of you, brat, that you didn't know how to let off some steam during the test? Wei Xiaosu. I get angry just looking at you, let's go! Su-san's expression changed so quickly that Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Master Su, take care! The whole month of August was spent uneventfully amid the quarrels between Wei Xiaosu and Wei Xiaoyu. By the end of August, he was ready to set off for the Magic City. Train station. On the day of departure, Wei Xiaoyu cried the most, with tear marks all over her round little face. Even though she usually calls him Wei Xiaosu by his name, it doesn't mean that their relationship is bad. Instead, it is a sign of her intimacy. The Magic City is too far away, so far that it may take more than half a year for them to go home. The two siblings have never been separated for more than half a month, so it is inevitable that they feel sad. Xiaoyu, don't cry. It's not like I won't come back. Next time I come back, I'll bring you a gift. Wei Xiaosu touched the little Alita's head with relief and comforted her. Then, can the gift not be 3 years of college entrance examinations and 5 years of simulations? Wei Xiaosu. Brother, you often call me in Magic City. Although you always cheat me of my pocket money, steal my snacks, make me wash the dishes for you, and don't let me watch TV or play computer, you do have your merits. Wei Xiaosu. What? As she spoke, Wei Xiaoyu burst into tears again. The two had been inseparable since childhood, and this time they were separated. They wouldn't be able to see each other for at least several months. She felt sad when she thought about it. When Wei Xiaosu was sent to the train, the little girl's eyes were swollen from crying. When she was leaving, she held on to the corner of Wei Xiaosu's clothes tightly, and was reluctant to let go. Brother, remember to call me, remember to go home during the holidays, and also. Unconsciously, Wei Xiaosu's eyes were slightly red. He bent down slightly, stretched out his hand and pinched the little girl's chubby face, and said with emotion, "Next time you come back, your face will really become a melon seed, and the touch will definitely not be as good as it is now. Then I'm leaving. Xiaoyu, you must be obedient at home and study hard at school. If there is any trouble at home, go to find Grandpa Su in the next room, okay?" After saying that, Wei Xiaosu stood up and stepped into the carriage. He sat by the window and waved to his parents and Xiaoyu outside. "Mom and Dad, Xiaoyu, I'm leaving. Wei Xiaosu, take good care of yourself. If you get into trouble, go find Su Xiaoqing. She has money," the little Lolita shouted. Wei Xiaosu. He was feeling quite upset at first, but Wei Xiaoyu's words almost made him lose control. P.S. The top 10 of the book's gold list. Voting rewards: first place, cash red envelope 100, second place, current red envelope 70, third place, current red envelope 50, fourth to 10th place, current red envelope 10, and no less than 5 King of Glory skin draws per month. All those who voted 50 votes can participate. The highest legendary skin, join the group effectively. 7845911037. Chapter 45. There is a beauty in the south, gardenia blossoms. Magic City. Whether before or after the time travel, this is the true second city of the Huaxia Empire. The Magic City is located on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean, at the center of the north and south coasts of the Chinese Empire, and at the mouth of the Yangtze River. Bordered by the Yangtze River to the north, the East China Sea to the east, Hangzhou Bay to the south, and the Huangpu River itself, the extremely advantageous geographical environment has promoted the shipping of the Magic City. From the moment he stepped off the train, Wei Xiaosu deeply felt the prosperity of this super first-tier city. Compared with his hometown Qingyang City, the difference is like heaven and earth. Moreover, under this endless prosperity, the number of powerful professionals is also countless. If it were not for the fact that using insight on others at will is impolite, or even provocative, Wei Xiaosu would have wanted to check them one by one. However, even without using insight, he could still vaguely feel the power of those people with his superb mental power. "I never expected that the level 3 and level 4 masters, who are extremely rare in Qingyang City, are so plentiful here that they are almost free." Wei Xiaosu looked around, becoming more and more shocked. With his current eyesight, he could only identify level 3 and 4 masters, which was already his limit. However, he felt that there might be more powerful masters here. After leaving the train station, Wei Xiaosu took a taxi directly to Shanghai University. There were a lot of people here, and he finally found a hotel with vacancies. However, he did not stay in the hotel for long. He just rested for a few minutes and then went out again in high spirits. The Demon University is not built in the city center, but in the suburbs. However, because of the existence of the Demon University, the construction around it is no worse than that in the city center, and in some places it is even better. Walking among the crowd, admiring the night view of the city, breathing the cool sea breeze, and having a local specialty snack by the way, it is so pleasant. Wei Xiaosu took out his cell phone and made a video call home. He wanted to share his happiness with his family, especially his sister. "Xiaoyu, I've missed you so much. Whenever I have something delicious, the first thing I think of is sharing it with my most adorable sister." A smile of success flashed across Wei Xiaosu's lips. He then pointed at the food on the table and began to introduce them one by one. "Xiaoyu, this is Shanghai's special pan-fried buns, this is soup dumplings, this is Hongjie's squid, this is Fuyang steamed bun, this is Lao Musi chicken, this is..." Wei Xiaoyu. "Ah, Wei Xiaosu, I want to duel with you." Wei Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was completely mad. She puffed her cheeks and angrily hit the phone screen with her fist. "Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu, when you get admitted to Magic University, I will take you to eat all over the Magic City." "Wei Xiaosu, I can't let you make empty promises like this." The two of them made a fuss for a while before Wei Xiaosu hung up the phone. Looking at this strange city, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Miss Lilith's first day. At about 11 o'clock, Wei Xiaosu returned to the hotel. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. A dreamless night. The next morning. Today is September 1st, which is also the day when Magic University officially opens. Wei Xiaosu left early, but when he arrived at the gate of Demon University, it was already crowded with people. This year, the Magic University enrolled a total of over 2,000 new students, but in addition to the new students, there were more than 3,000 parents. After all, it is the Magic University, and the new students enrolled come from all over the world, and most of them are accompanied by their parents. In fact, if it weren't for Xiaoyu at home, Wei Xiaosu would probably be followed by his parents at this moment. "I wonder what's wrong with you? Why can't parents enter the school?" "That's right, I was the one who sent my son to middle school and high school, why is it that it's not the same for you? Let us in quickly." I want to see if my child's roommate is trustworthy. Listening to the complaints from parents, Wei Xiaosu was also extremely surprised. It was the first time for him to see parents not allowed to accompany their children on the first day of school. However, since he had no parents with him, he didn't pay much attention to it and squeezed through the crowd to enter the school. About 10 meters away from the school gate, there are many long office desks, and around the long desks there are many senior students who are obviously seniors. Newborn? As soon as Wei Xiaosu squeezed in, he heard someone talking to him, so he quickly replied, "Yes, senior, this is my notice." Okay. The senior took the notice and looked at it for a few seconds, which was considered as confirming his identity. Wei Xiaosu listened to the noise behind him and asked curiously, "Senior, does Demon University not allow parents to enter the school?" "That's not the case. Except for today, any other time is fine." "Ah? Why?" Wei Xiaosu was even more confused. The senior student glanced at the noisy group of parents outside, but sneered and said, "This is the Magic University Vocational School, not a kindergarten. If you want to become a strong professional, the first thing you need to learn is independence and self-reliance." "Alright, Lu Yang, stop talking too much. If I remember correctly, your dad was also stopped outside last year, right?" Lu Yang. The atmosphere was a little tense. The senior student named Lu Yang twitched his face a few times, glared at the person next to him, and cursed. "Fuck Wang Qi, can't you let me show off in front of my junior?" Okay, how about you take junior brother Wei Xiaosu to go through the admission procedures?" Hearing this, Lu Yang immediately shook his head, looking lazy, and said, "I didn't sleep well last night, and I don't want to move. How about you go?" "I don't want to move either." Wang Qi lazily leaned back in his chair, turned his head and looked at the others, and asked, "Who's going?" Several people looked at each other, and seemed to be still sleepy. They slumped in their seats and didn't want to get up at all. But at this moment, Lu Yang, who had just been so lazy, suddenly jumped up from his chair. His eyes lit up, and before anyone else could, he quickly said, "Come here, junior sister. I'll take you to complete the admission procedures." Wei Xiaosu. This treatment. Is the gap so big? Confused, Wei Xiaosu turned around and looked behind him, only to see a girl wearing a light dress and with waist-length black hair walking in. The girl had rosy cheeks and a sweet smile, like a newly blooming peach blossom. When she came closer, she bowed slightly to the dozen or so seniors, appearing very graceful and elegant. "Hello, seniors. My name is Nanji. There is a beautiful woman in the south, Nanji with blooming gardenias. Please give me your guidance." As soon as the beautiful girl Nanji opened her mouth, her sweet voice like an oriole rang out. Lu Yang took the notice from Nanji's hand, glanced at it, and said, "Junior, my name is Lu Yang. I'll take you to complete the admission procedures." Chapter 46, The Great Demon. "Thank you, senior." Nanji smiled sweetly, causing many seniors around to glare at Lu Yang. Damn it! Such a perfect girl was taken away by that scumbag Lu Yang. It's so unfair. Especially Wang Qi, because he was talking with Lu Yang about the freshman Wei Xiaosu. He had actually seen Nanji coming over a long time ago. But at that moment, he was stunned and didn't react. He really regretted it. Wang Qi glared at Lu Yang again with gritted teeth and said, "Lu Yang, since you are going there anyway, why not send junior brother Wei Xiaosu over as well?" Wei Xiaosu. The word, by the way, really hurt Wei Xiaosu. Damn it, he's obviously very handsome too, okay? Where are the seniors? Where are the seniors wearing black stockings supposed to greet the freshmen? Why are they all old men? Hey, wait a minute, senior, please give me a ride too. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the crowd. Looking back, they saw a fat man, at least 200 pounds, jogging towards them. Seeing the size of this little fat man, everyone was stunned, and a question involuntarily emerged in their minds. How on earth did this little fat man get into the University of Magic? "Senior, this is my notice." The little fat man ran to Lu Yang and stood in front of him, panting. Lu Yang glanced at the little fat man with suspicion, then turned his attention to the notice in his hand, and murmured, "Your name is Pei Qian?" "Hey, it's my senior." Hiss. How big of a heart do these parents have to dare to name their child losing money? Lu Yang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and subconsciously stepped back, his face full of vigilance. Pei Qian. "Okay, you two should follow." Lu Yang glanced at Pei Gong cautiously, as if he was afraid that his name would make him lose money. So, while Lu Yang diligently took Nanji with him, he also took Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian away with him. "Hey, hello, classmate. My name is Pei Qian, from Jiangzi City. What's your name?" Pei Qian asked, 2 places behind Lu Yang and Nanji, walking with Wei Xiaosu. "My name is Wei Xiaosu, from Qingyang City." Wei Xiaosu found the fat man in front of him quite interesting, so he replied directly. When the little fat boy Pei Qian heard this, he immediately said, "Oh," and pretended to be familiar, and said, "It turns out to be Brother Xiaosu. I have admired him for a long time." Wei Xiaosu twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and thought to himself, "You have been looking at me like a hammer for a long time. If you don't know me, you don't know me. What are you talking about? It's you. Brother Xiaosu, what's your profession? How many levels are you at?" Pei Qian asked cheerfully. "You guess." Pei Qian smiled again, took out a storage bag from his waist, took out 2 chocolates from it, handed one out, and said, "How about we use the insight technique on each other to see? It is very impolite to use insight skills rashly without the consent of others, not to mention that we will still be classmates in the future, and it will be even more so when we look up but don't look down." "I don't think so." "Hey Xiaosu, you used to be the school hunk, you were so handsome, not like me. I think we could give it a try." "That's great, come on." As soon as he said this, halos of light circulated in their eyes at the same time, and the next second, a light blue light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of him. Name, Pei Qian. Occupation, blood sacrifice priest, hidden profession. Level 111. This little fat guy also has a hidden profession? But why have I never heard of it? Wei Xiaosu was shocked and very confused. He turned off the light screen in front of him and glanced at the other person again in disbelief. This little fat man who couldn't even take 2 steps and was out of breath was actually a hidden professional owner. In the past 300 years, there have been no less than 1,000 types of hidden professions. Although Wei Xiaosu cannot guarantee that he knows every profession clearly, he can still remember them all if they were just names. But no matter how he recalled it, he couldn't remember the existence of a hidden profession like the blood sacrifice priest. In other words, this was probably a brand new profession. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu was shocked. He stared at the little fat man next to him and looked at it carefully before murmuring, "Blood sacrifice priest, Pei Qian, is this a brand new hidden profession?" Hee hee. Pei Qian chuckled twice, raised his hand and touched the back of his head, and replied with some embarrassment. "Well, it is indeed the first hidden profession that appeared in human beings, but its current performance is not too strong." After saying that, Pei Qian said again, "Xiaosu, your profession is not bad. Summoner of the undead, it must be very cool." This... Wei Xiaosu was speechless and summoned a bunch of skeleton monsters. "Is it really cool?" The two chatted casually, and soon, with Liu Yang's help, they completed the admission process. Afterwards, Liu Yang took the 3 of them to the accommodation area. Although men and women were still separated, the dormitories were all in the same area, so Liu Yang didn't have to run back and forth. Arriving at the bottom of the dormitory building, Liu Yang pointed to an old man guarding the door to help the freshmen check in and said, "That's your dormitory manager. You can ask him which dormitory area you will be assigned by the school." After saying that, Liu Yang suddenly grinned and said, "The dormitory allocation rules may be a little different from what you know before. Here, we allocate according to strength. Only the strong can enjoy the most generous accommodation environment. The freshman dormitory is divided into 5 areas. Area 1 is a villa area with a total of 10 places. Area 2 is a suite with a total of 100 places. Area 3 is a dormitory building, but it is a single room with a total of 300 places. Zone 4 is a double room with a total of 600 places, and Zone 5 is a quadruple room, which can accommodate up to 1,200 freshmen." After introducing the area of the dormitory, Liu Yang suddenly stood up straight, folded his hands on his chest, raised his head slightly, and said proudly to the junior schoolgirl and 2, incidental, junior students beside him, "I, Liu Yang, your senior, was assigned to a double room in District 4 when I entered the school last year. How about it? Isn't it awesome? Wow, senior is so awesome!" Nenji opened her big watery eyes in a very cooperative manner, as if admiring him. Pei Qian also nodded repeatedly. "As expected of a senior, I can live in a double room. If I can also live in a double room, I will be so lucky." "That's right. Being able to stay in a double room means that your ability was among the top 600 among all the freshmen last year. That's amazing." Wei Xiaosu also gave a thumbs up and praised. Seeing that the 2 junior students who came along were so sensible, Liu Yang also chuckled. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to check in." Chapter 47, Senior is Right. "Mr. Qin, I brought some new people here. Could you please help them check in?" Liu Yang came up to the old man and said respectfully. The old man called Mr. Qin looked up at Liu Yang and his lips curled up immediately. "Oh, it's you. I heard that you are going to challenge the school ranking list tomorrow. Why, do you want to change dormitories?" Hee hee. Liu Yang was waiting for this sentence, and the smile on his face became more prominent. He first glanced at Nanji from the corner of his eye, and then said proudly, "Old Qin, you know me. I am now at the peak of the 3rd level, and I broke through to the general level not long ago, so I need a quiet single room to practice." Wow, a peak 3rd rank admiral. Not bad, not bad. He is indeed capable of challenging for a higher rank. Obviously, Old Qin still had a very good impression of Lu Yang. However, as an old and experienced man, he knew the main reason why the other party was showing off so much today, so he just said a few words in agreement. Then, Old Qin turned his gaze towards Nanji, who was half a body length behind him. However, when he saw Nanji's appearance, he was slightly startled and thought to himself that this little girl was really pretty good looking. "Come here, little girl, give me your notice and ID card," Old Qin said with a smile. Afterwards, Nanji stepped forward respectfully and handed over her notice and ID card with both hands. Mr. Qin took it and entered the basic information into the computer. Soon, the dormitory area assigned to him by the school was displayed. "Hey, little girl, are you Nanji, the #1 genius from Kyoto?" Old Qin looked at the information displayed on the computer. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, "Little girl, you have a good eye. Our Demon University is not worse than Beijing University at all. You made the right choice by choosing us." After that, Mr. Qin took out another set of keys from the drawer and said, "New Student Zone 1, Villa 004. "Thank you, Grandpa Qin." Nanji took the key with both hands and smiled sweetly, being very polite. But these two simple sentences from the old man and the young man shocked the 3 people behind them speechless, especially Lu Yang. He was an old man and naturally knew what Villa number 004 represented. Also, he was the #1 genius in Kyoto. Mr. Qin, are you sure you're not seeing things?" Lu Yang asked again unwillingly. But this time, Old Qin's face was stern, and he scolded angrily. "You little bastard, could I be wrong?" Lu Yang. Suddenly, Lu Yang's face fell. He knew that he had no hope. Those who could live in Villa 004 were all super geniuses, and they were big figures who had the hope of growing into 9th level powerful men in the future. How could he covet them? However, Lu Yang was not discouraged. He was also a genius. At the age of 19, he was already a general level master at the peak of the 3rd level. Even if he was not as good as Nanji, he was at least better than the 2 younger students behind him, right? Well, that's right, seniors still have to face it. Ahem, Mr. Qin, please do the same for these 2 juniors. Yes. Mr. Qin nodded lightly and took the notices and certificates from little fat boy Pei Qian and Wei Xiaosu one by one. After a few seconds, Mr. Qin looked away from the computer and looked at Lu Yang across from him. For no reason, there was a look of sympathy in his eyes. Pei Qian, room 085, freshman area 2. Wei Xiaosu, room 066, freshman area 2. Lu Yang. C. Let you pretend to be cool, now you are on the iron plate. Mr. Qin secretly laughed in his heart. Then, what, you have just arrived, and you may not know yet. The quality of the dormitory area does not actually represent your future achievements. You just started at a higher level, but you cannot look down on living in districts 3 and 4. Do people in District 5 even know? Lu Yang forced himself to calm down, and educated him like a veteran. Senior is right. Senior said it well. What the senior said is wonderful. Lu Yang. Let's go to the dormitory by yourself. Lu Yang's face suddenly darkened, he turned around and left. Nanji, Pei Qian, and Wei Xiaosu looked at each other, and suddenly started laughing. Of course, none of the 3 of them had any ill intentions towards Lu Yang, they just felt a little amused. The 3 of them all took their own keys and headed to the location of their dormitory area. Nanji lived in the villa area, so naturally she couldn't be with Wei Xiaosu. Xiaosu, what is Nanji's profession and strength? It's so awesome that he can live in villa number 004. Listening to Pei Gan's sigh next to him, Wei Xiaosu also found it incredible. He was the provincial champion of Tianfu province, but he could only be assigned to District 2, or room 066 in District 2. In other words, there are at least 65 freshmen in this class who are better than him. They are truly worthy of the Magic University Vocational School. Of course, this was also because Wei Xiaosu himself hit his strength in the first level of the assessment, but he felt that even if he showed all his strength, he might not be able to break into the top 10. Moreover, Nanji, the #1 genius at Peking University, is ranked 4th, so what level of perverts are the top 3? I don't know. Wei Xiaosu shook his head. How could he know what Nanji's profession was and what his strength was? Under normal circumstances, the opponent must have items that shield the penetration technique. Even if he used the insight technique, he would not be able to check it. Not long after, Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian went to the freshman dormitory in District 2. They said it was a dormitory, but when Wei Xiaosu entered his room, he was shocked. The overall decoration style of this room is very similar to that of a hotel, but it also has independent rooms, such as bedroom, toilet, living room, study room, etc. The usable area of the entire room is about 150 square meters. The key point is that it is still well decorated. Damn it, you are worthy of being the Demon University, you are so proud! Wei Xiaosu was amazed. There were actually 100 such rooms and even 10 villas. He couldn't imagine how luxurious the villas were. Next, Wei Xiaosu took out all the daily necessities, quilt covers, bedding, etc. that he had bought in advance from the storage bag, and then placed them in a convenient place according to his own habits. In about an hour and a half, the whole room smelled like home. Xiaosu, are you done? Half an hour after the school notification, all the new students will gather in the rear playground. Suddenly, the voice of little fat Pei Qian sounded outside the house, and Wei Xiaosu quickly replied, "Okay, I'll be out right away." After looking around his new home, Wei Xiaosu felt very satisfied. Before school started, his parents were worried that his personality would not get along with his roommates, but now, he has no roommates at all. After walking out of the room, Wei Xiaosu saw Pei Qian's plump and cheerful face and asked, "According to common sense, shouldn't tomorrow be the freshman meeting? Why is it being held today?" Chapter 48, Freshman Meeting. The two of them started to rush to the playground of the University of Magic together. Along the way, they also met many freshmen of this class. Everyone's face was filled with youthful smiles and a beautiful vision for the future. In response to Wei Xiaosu's question, Pei Gan nodded thoughtfully. After all, Magic University is an all-vocational school and does not teach any knowledge other than vocational knowledge, so we are going to gather today. Well, that's very good, but don't say it next time. Wei Xiaosu was speechless. Is there any difference between this explanation and no explanation? Soon, the two of them arrived at the back playground, and under the arrangement of Teacher Emoda, they were randomly assigned to a certain queue. Xiaosu, look over there! Pei Gan was lined up in front of Wei Xiaosu, but he was extremely restless and kept looking left and right. Finally, he pointed to the front right and said, "It's Nanji, she's over there." Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu also looked in the direction of Pei Qian's finger. Sure enough, it was Nanji. However, at this time, Nanji was tired of dealing with several boys around him. Even though he couldn't hear clearly what the other party said, the two of them still couldn't hear each other clearly. People can probably guess roughly. TSK, Nanji's good looks are incredible, and her personality is so easygoing, I want to strike up a conversation. Pei Gan TSK twice, but the next second, he sighed again. But she is the number one in Kyoto. Genius, the 4th-ranked freshman in Magic University, I guess he's out of luck. Listening to the fat man's self-deprecation, Wei Xiaosu nodded in agreement. He had seen 2.5 girls as beautiful as Nanji. The first one was naturally Su Xiaoqing, and the second one was Lilith, the cat-eared girl. That half is my girl Xiaoyu who hasn't fully grown yet. Holy shit, Xiaosu, look over there, that woman is so beautiful, and has such a cold temperament, I really want to be her licking dog. Pei Gan's eyes were shining, staring at the sudden appearance dozens of meters away. A beautiful figure. Seeing Pei Qian next to him making such a fuss, Wei Xiaosu also became curious. To make this fat man willingly say that he wanted to be a licking dog, he would have to be as good-looking as Nanji. However, when Wei Xiaosu looked in the direction of Pei Qian's finger, his expression was startled, and then his eyelids began to twitch wildly, and he thought to himself, Don't come here. That's right, the elegant beauty who fascinated Pei Qian was none other than Su Xiaoqing, who was also born in Qingyang City. In terms of appearance, there is no big difference between Su Xiaoqing and Nanji, but the former adopts the style of a cold and proud elder sister, while the latter adopts the style of easygoing and cute, with different audiences. But shouldn't fat geeks prefer the Nanji one? What's going on with Pei Gan? It's coming! Pei Qian looked excited. He stretched out his hand to tug on Wei Xiaosu's sleeve and whispered, Look, this is definitely the most beautiful beauty in our generation, and she is walking towards us. Well, she's here again, Wei Xiaosu murmured, with a look of helplessness on his face. However, Pei Qian, who was in the excitement, did not notice the word again in Wei Xiaosu's words. He was still looking up and down at Su Xiaoqing carefully. Inexplicably, Wei Xiaosu felt that the fat man next to him was a little wretched, so he laughed and scolded angrily. You guy, can you stop looking like a pig, brother? But in response to Wei Xiaosu's complaint, Pei Qian happily replied, A gentleman is lustful but not lewd. He is driven by emotion but not by reason. I appreciate beauty, not criticize it for sex. Wei Xiaosu. Fat man, do you want me to translate for you? Don't you just want to say that I am lustful, but I have a bottom line. Pei Qian. Su Xiaoqing's appearance not only attracted Pei Gan's attention, many boys around her couldn't help but exclaim after noticing her. But soon, some people began to discuss whether Nanji was cuter or Su Xiaoqing was more royal. Damn it, Xiaosu, look, she is really walking towards us. Pei Gan was dumbfounded. He was far away just now and could only guess a general direction, but now the distance between the two sides is only a few meters, and he can tell at a glance see it. Soon, Su Xiaoqing stood in front of Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian. Before Pei Qian could come up and get acquainted, she heard her ask, Wei Xiaosu, where do you live? Pei Qian. Pei Gan was dumbfounded. He was so shocked that his two small eyes were as wide as glass balls. He murmured to himself, Is it so direct? I asked where I live when I came up. Could it be? Pei Gan's eyes showed envy. However, neither Wei Xiaosu nor Su Xiaoqing ignored him. Of course Wei Xiaosu knew what the other party meant, so he said directly, Room 066, Area 2. As if he had expected it, this time Su Xiaoqing just nodded slightly and replied, I am in Room 81, District 2. There are so many magic geniuses. I want to surpass you first, and then others. Wei Xiaosu. Then, let's work together. Unlike in the past, Wei Xiaosu did not make sarcastic remarks, but instead gave encouragement. After all, he owed the other person a huge favor, which he could not repay in a short time. Of course, the most important thing was that during the summer vacation, he actually came into contact with Su Xiaoqing and found that she was actually just a little girl who had just reached adulthood. She was just aloof, a little cold and arrogant, and always spoke in a cold tone, which gave people an uncomfortable illusion. In fact, she was kind-hearted. Afterwards, Su Xiaoqing didn't say anything else. She just came over to ask Wei Xiaosu's dormitory number to judge the gap between the two. However, what surprised Su Xiaoqing was that Wei Xiaosu did not rank among the top 10 in Demon University, as she had expected. On the day of the assessment test, I still vividly remember the scene of one person fighting 100,000 slimes. Such a terrible test result was only ranked 66th. Su Xiaoqing only stayed for less than a minute and left again. Looking at the other party's back, Pei Gan's eyes drooled with envy. Do you know each other? Yeah, high school classmate. Holy shit. While the two were chatting, the freshmen of this class had also gathered, but the team was still uneven among those who had not received training. On the rostrum, a burly man with a shaved head suddenly shouted, Quiet! When the sturdy man shouted, Quiet, everyone's eyes turned to the podium. After seeing the other party's beast-like eyes, everyone dared not say a word. The burly man was patrolling the entire playground. When he saw a dozen students running towards him, he immediately shouted, The assembly time has come. Record the information of latecomers and deduct 10 credits. Chapter 49, Relics Appear. Come on, teacher. We were just a few seconds late. Will this also deduct points? Yes, teacher, please let me go. I just squatted a little, but this counts as being late and I still lose points. Damn it. However, faced with the words of this group of late students, the burly man ignored them and just looked at the 2,000 students who had already lined up. Hello, students. My name is Wang Wei, and I am the Dean of the Close Combat Department. Today, I will hold a welcome ceremony for everyone. Wang Wei, who claimed to be the Dean of the Close Combat Department, did not use a microphone, but his voice seemed to appear in everyone's ears, so loud and deafening. When they were going through the admission procedures, Senior Lu Yang also mentioned the 5 deans of the Magic University when chatting with them. They were all high-level professionals. Professionals of levels 1 to 3 are called primary professionals, those of levels 4 to 6 are called intermediate professionals, and only those of levels 7 to 9 can be called high-level professionals. It is said that the Dean of the Melee Department is the strongest among all the deans. Now it seems that the rumor is true. After the Great Cataclysm, the Demon University was founded 187 years ago. We have trained a total of 355 high-level professionals, 15 of whom have completed the 9th transformation and become the 9th level strongmen with the strongest combat power among humans. Your seniors have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood for humanity, and even for you, fighting monsters time and time again. That's why we have a relatively stable and harmonious society today. Among these 355 high-level professionals, there are less than 100 still alive, and only 7 9th-level professionals. Since you have chosen Demon University, you should know that you are not here to enjoy life, but to use the most scientific method to quickly improve your strength and contribute more combat power to the country and mankind. Perhaps many people think that entering the Demon University is the beginning of the peak of your life, but I want to say that this is also the beginning of your tragedy. Become stronger, survive, and then continue to become stronger. Of course, schools cannot be completely free. You get what you put in, and this has been the case since ancient times. However, every student will receive 100 initial points for free, and the points can be used to redeem any treasure as long as you have enough points. Okay, I don't like nonsense. Now let's start assigning tutors. Please invite the tutors from our 5 colleges to the stage. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Warm applause broke out, and soon after, dozens of male and female mentors also walked onto the podium. Some of these mentors were in their 20s, and some were in their 30s, but they all had one characteristic, which was that the aura emanating from them was extremely terrifying. The strong ones, without exception, were all strong ones. They did not restrain their aura and even released it intentionally. Dozens of instructors did this, and immediately all the students in the entire playground felt an inexplicable pressure. Melee Combat Academy, Freshman Instructor Lu Hai. Assistance Department, Freshman Tutor Lu Qian. Assassination Department, Freshman Instructor Zhou Tong. The School of Remote Learning, Freshman Tutor Zhang Ming. Summoning Department, Freshman Tutor Wang Xiaoman. The voices of dozens of instructors began to echo in the playground for a long time. Offstage, Wei Xiaosu felt the powerful aura emanating from those instructors and was stunned. Each of them possessed an aura that was comparable to, or even surpassed, Su San's. In other words, none of these dozens of mentors are below the 6th level, which is a huge departure. And judging from their faces, they are definitely not very old. Su San has been practicing for a lifetime before reaching the 6th level, but how many years have these instructors been practicing? Then, the tutors from each department began to select their students, and Wei Xiaosu was also selected by a freshman tutor from the summoning department, who was Wang Xiaoman. As for the fat man Pei Qian, he left with an assistant department instructor named Wang Bing, and Wei Xiaosu was also taken to his classroom by Wang Xiaoman. Instructor Wang Xiaoman only selected 26 freshmen this year, which is indeed a small number. However, among the 2,000 freshmen this year, the total number of summoners is only just over 100. But for each new student, this can be considered a good thing. After all, the fewer students the tutor has, the more attention they will receive. The classroom of Demon University is different from those I have seen before. There are no desks in the classroom, only dozens of cushions. Wang Xiaoman is a person who does not like to talk nonsense and waste time. On the first day of school, he actually started teaching knowledge about summoned beasts. Time passed quickly, and half a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, although Wei Xiaosu had not hunted any monsters, his strength had increased by at least 1/10 compared to before. First, he used the 100 points given by the school and, at the suggestion of Wang Xiaoman, exchanged them for a cultivation method called Netherworld Mysterious Art, which could greatly improve his physical fitness while also enhancing the attributes of undead summoned beasts, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After so many days of practice, the total increase in Wei Xiaosu's 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 500 points, and the increase in his skeleton brothers was also around 100 points, which was a big profit. According to the normal teaching process, the new students of this class would have conducted practical exercises 1 month later. However, this process came ahead of schedule due to an accident. Remains. A brand new relic suddenly appeared in a desolate area about 200 kilometers away from the Magic City. Although it was still late at night, the lights were on at Demon University. Following the decision of several leaders, all students were prepared to observe and learn around the ruins. Naturally, the freshmen of Wei Xiaosu's class, and even the seniors, were not qualified to enter the ruins. No one knew whether there would be any dangers in the ruins, or what level the ruins were. Ruins are different from copies in secret realms, but there is no doubt that ruins contain the most treasures. Every time the ruins are opened, they will attract masters from all over the country to enter. As for those from abroad, they will also find ways to sneak in just to find treasures in the ruins. At 3 a.m., thousands of students, led by their respective instructors, arrived at the edge of the ruins. At this time, the ruins were just a black mist with a diameter of only 3 or 4 meters and had not been truly opened. Wei Xiaosu stood in the crowd, looked up into the distance, and asked his mentor doubtfully, "Teacher Wang, do we have a chance to enter the ruins?" Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman shook her head seriously. "Although the strength of the ruins varies, for you freshmen, even the lowest level ones are enough to make you survive, so the purpose of your coming here is just to observe and learn." "Is that so?" Wei Xiaosu asked again. "What are ruins then? How are they different from dungeons and secret realms?" Chapter 50, The Ruins Open. Wang Xiaoman thought about Wei Xiaosu's question for 2 seconds, then waved her hand to call all her students to her side, and then began to explain. "To put it simply, the ruins are a one-time copy." "A copy? One time?" The students were all confused and did not quite understand what the teacher meant. After all, there was no information about ruins in the knowledge they had learned before. Wang Xiaoman was not in a hurry and slowly explained. As we all know, secret realms are real big worlds. Even our blue planet is called a secret realm by other intelligent races. And the replica is just a fragment projection of the secret realm. The monsters in it have no intelligence, only the most basic instincts. And I don't know why. After the monsters die, they will reappear. This is the replica. So, the replica is just a projection of the secret fragment. Where are the real secret fragments? Yes, these fragments of the secret realm floating in the endless void are the ruins. Listening to teacher Wang Xiaoman's explanation, Wei Xiaosu was completely stunned. Not only him, but everyone else also looked shocked. Those who can be admitted to the Demon University are not simple warriors, so their brains are also working quickly, and they heard the most terrifying information in that sentence, such as fragments of the secret realm. If Blue Star is just one of the thousands of secret realms, then how terrifying would the power be that could turn a planet like Blue Star into pieces? Teacher, do you mean that someone can destroy a planet with brute force? Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but ask first. This was truly too shocking for him. Although those Ninth Order warriors he had seen in videos before had the power to easily destroy a city, it was nothing compared to destroying a planet. I don't know, maybe yes, maybe not, who knows? Wang Xiaoman shook her head and smiled bitterly. Her strength may seem very strong to this group of students, but for the truly top-level strong ones, a slap can kill a large number of people. As for that kind of secret truth, except for a few people who know it, they only know the basics. And these furs are because relics occasionally appear on the earth, and many relics will limit the strength of the people who enter. For example, only people at level 1 to 3 can enter the primary ruins, the intermediate ones are at level 1 to 6, and the advanced ones are at level 1 to 9, which means that all human professionals can enter. Teacher, there are quite a few ruins open on the Blue Star, right? Why do we never hear of ruins appearing in any place? Another student asked. In response to this question, Wang Xiaoman glared at the other party and said, Li Muzi, did you listen to me just now? I said that the ruins are equivalent to disposable copies. Since they are disposable, how can they exist? Li Muzi. Seeing that Li Zimu was a little embarrassed, and since she was a girl, Wang Xiaoman finally stopped blaming her and continued to explain. Ruins are similar to dungeons, but the area of ruins is very, very large. The smallest ruins that have appeared on Blue Star is only accessible to 1st to 3rd level professionals, but the area is equivalent to one of our provinces. Oh my god, the smallest ruins is equivalent to one of our provinces? Are there many monsters in the ruins? What about the treasure? Wang Xiaoman answered the questions from her students one by one. For example, there are many monsters in the ruins, but the density is not very high compared to the vast area of the entire ruins. As for the treasures, it is said that they are 100 times or even several hundred times more valuable than those in the same level copies. As long as one has enough strength or luck, a trip to the ruins will definitely make every 9th level strongman excited. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu also became confused, so he asked, Teacher, how did the ruins eventually disappear from the blue planet? Wang Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction at Wei Xiaosu. See, this question was very profound, so she replied. There are many treasures in the ruins, such as elixirs, equipment, tools, skills, and even extremely rare special items, but none of them are as precious as the core array eye in the ruins. The array eye that can keep a fragment of a secret realm drifting in the void universe is an absolute treasure, even in the lowest level ruins. Once someone obtains the core of the ruins, the entire ruins will quickly collapse and disappear, and everyone in the ruins will be thrown back to Blue Star. So whether the ruins disappear or not depends on whether someone obtains the treasure that is the center of the formation. And each of those treasures is enough to make a 9th level strongman fight for it. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath again. Even the lowest level ruins array I could drive a 9th rank strongman crazy. Then what kind of heaven-defying treasure would a mid-level, or even high-level ruins array I be? Teacher, how many entrances does each ruin have? Also, what is the opening state of the ruins like? There are many students and many questions, but as long as the questions are asked on the key points, Wang Xiaoman will spare no effort to answer them one by one. That's a very good question. Since the ruins came from the void universe, there must be more than one entrance. Once upon a time, about 100 years ago, an advanced ruin appeared on the Blue Star. That advanced ruins had 38 entrances, and these 38 entrances were spread all over the world. Of course, if it is an intermediate or even primary relic, then the number of entrances will be reduced accordingly. There are variables. As for the opening form of the ruins, in the past 200 years, no matter what level of ruins, thick fog will appear when they are opened, and people within the coverage of the thick fog will be automatically teleported into the ruins. And the fog will only last for a short time, no more than 10 minutes, so anyone who wants to enter the ruins needs to rush to the entrance in advance. Everyone nodded when they heard this, feeling it was somewhat magical. However, although these people are so curious about the ruins, no one wants to actually enter the ruins. Even the lowest level ruins are not a place for people like them whose average strength is only level 1. Excuse me. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu interrupted the discussion. He stared at a certain direction with twitching eyes and asked, "Teacher, do you think that thick black fog looks like the prelude to the opening of the ruins you mentioned?" Wan Xiaoman. Then, their small group, including Wan Xiaoman, turned to look in the direction of Wei Xiaosu's finger. Just this one look made everyone dumbfounded. Thick fog, as black as ink, was actually rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. If nothing unexpected happened, the thick fog would cover them all within 10 seconds. Damn it, how come the entrance to the ruins is on our side? Are the people up there just for nothing? They even got the direction of the entrance wrong. Wan Xiaoman's face turned pale and she immediately shouted, "Hurry up and run! Don't let the thick fog take you into the ruins! Run!" Chapter 51 Big Bug. In fact, Wan Xiaoman didn't need to shout. Everyone started running in the opposite direction of the thick fog, but the thick fog appeared too suddenly and there were too many students around, which inevitably made the escape route congested. After all, there were nearly 5,000 students from Magic University alone, and with the addition of students from other universities in Magic City, the total number exceeded 20,000. And there are also soldiers maintaining order nearby, about 10,000 of them, so this is an extremely large scale of 30,000 people. Fortunately, everyone is a professional, and even the weakest one has more than 3 times the physical fitness of humans before the cataclysm. So no stampede occurred, but with more than 10,000 people fleeing in one direction, it would be impossible for them to run fast. So as expected, the thick black fog enveloped everyone in less than a minute, and then the fog quickly disappeared, leaving only about 1/3 of the originally dense crowd. Damn it, why is the entrance to the ruins opening towards us? Why? It's over. Except for a few juniors and some sophomores, the rest have all been teleported into the ruins. Hurry up and report the situation here. The level of the ruins is elementary, and the entry requirements are 1st to 3rd level professionals. This is a blessing in disguise. But the primary ruins are as difficult as hell for this class of freshmen. Without the strength of the 3rd level, the mortality rate in the ruins is almost over 60%. When someone proposed a 60% casualty ratio, the noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone's face was gloomy, and as for the people who were involved in the early exploration of the ruins, they gnashed their teeth and wished they could punch them into 2 small pancakes. The leader of the Demon University's team this time is still the dean of the melee department, Wang Guwei. At this moment, his face is grim and his aura is extremely violent. Even Wang Xiaoman, a strong man at the peak of the intermediate professional level, feels a little frightened. Something's wrong. This technology for detecting the entrance to the ruins has never been wrong in the past 200 years. And that's a whole team of dozens of people. It's impossible that they all made a mistake, right? Wang Guwei seemed to have guessed something. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and then he suddenly took off into the air and began to fly in a certain direction. This is the special ability of high-level professionals, flying. Once you complete the 7-turn task and reach the 7th level strength, you can fly in the air with your own ability without relying on external objects. Wang Guwei moved very fast and landed at the location where the ruins were first discovered in a short while. However, when he saw the bodies of the staff members all over the ground, he fell silent. Conspiracy, all this is definitely not an accident, but a huge conspiracy. Who did it? Someone in China? Or the United States? Or a foreign race? Wang Guowei's fists were clenched so hard that they creaked. He swore that he would find out who was behind this and then twist the other person's head off. Looking at the black fog getting closer and closer behind him, Wei Xiaosu's heart was in his throat. He even cursed the staff who conducted the preliminary exploration of the ruins. This was too much of a scam. This involves the life and death of tens of thousands of students, and among them are the peerless geniuses from the Demon University. If all the geniuses of the Demon University this year are killed in the ruins, it will be a scandal that shocks the world and the Chinese Empire. Although Wei Xiaosu wanted to run out of the thick fog, he was completely trapped in it in less than a minute. The moment he was enveloped by the thick black fog, Wei Xiaosu felt his eyes blurred. The classmates who were running away together disappeared in an instant. When he regained his sight, he found that he had come to a whole new world. There was soft yellow sand under his feet, and a little green could be seen faintly in the distance. If his guess was correct, his current location was similar to the desert environment on Blue Planet. Oh my god, I was really teleported in. Wei Xiaosu's face turned black. His current realm was just that of a leader, and his level was only rank 19. No matter how talented he was, if he rashly entered the ruins now, he would be in danger of death. Wei Xiaosu looked around, and what made him sad was that he didn't see any classmates or teachers, not even any of the soldiers. As Professor Wang Xiaoman said, even if it is a primary relic, its internal size is equivalent to the area of the largest province of the Chinese Empire. Compared with such a vast area, it is extremely normal for a mere tens of thousands of people to be stuck in it for 10 days or half a month without seeing each other. God help me, I hope this is not a mid-level or even a high-level relic. Otherwise, I will die before I can accomplish my mission. Wei Xiaosu prayed silently in his heart. But at this moment, Wei Xiaosu suddenly felt a strong wind blowing from behind him. He subconsciously retracted his head and saw a sharp, long object sliding over his head, cutting off a few strands of hair that had not yet fallen. Fuck! Wei Xiaosu was shocked. If he had not subconsciously shrunk his head just now, his head would have been stabbed through. Turning around, he saw clearly what had attacked him. It was actually a very strange-looking insect. This insect is nearly 2.5 meters tall and over 4 meters long, with a hard exoskeleton all over its body. Wei Xiaosu recognized what it was at a glance. It's actually the cannon fodder bug in the Star Trek movie? Wei Xiaosu was shocked. There is no movie called Galaxy Fleet in the world of Blue Star, so it is estimated that in the entire Blue Star, only Wei Xiaosu, who traveled from Earth, can recognize the other party at a glance. This kind of insect was Wei Xiaosu's childhood nightmare. It had a huge body, a hard exoskeleton, and extremely sharp forelimbs. Even if it was strafed by a machine gun, it would take at least 3 to 5 seconds to break the opponent's exoskeleton and kill it. And any random attack from the opponent could pierce the body of a soldier wearing a bulletproof vest. Insight. Attack Bug Tier 2 Elite. Level 30. Strength, 1500. Agility, 2096. Physical Fitness, 2030. Spirit, 488. Hiss! What the hell? When Wei Xiaosu saw the 4-dimensional attributes of this cannon fodder worm, or the attack worm, he felt uneasy. If they were to fight one-on-one against this peak level 2 elite monster, perhaps only the top 10 freshmen in their class could withstand it. Of course, he is an exception, but if he doesn't summon his minions out, in a 1v1 fight, he will have to kneel too. Call! Wei Xiaosu did not dare to delay for even a second. With a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of skeleton guards and dozens of skeleton mages. Kill it for me. Chapter 52, Unexpected Gains. At the command, dozens of skeleton guards took the lead and raised their shields to meet the enemy. Even when facing a powerful opponent that was more than 10 levels higher than them, they were not afraid. The skeleton guards' own physical attributes are as high as 1200 points, and although there is no data showing the shields in their hands, they are at least twice their physical attributes. The attacking insect wanted to attack again and kill the human in front of it, but was startled and distracted by dozens of skeleton monsters that suddenly appeared around it. And at this moment of distraction, the skeleton guard had already stood in front of Wei Xiaosu, preventing it from directly harming its master. At the same time, the skeleton mage also started throwing the firecrackers in his hands. This time, perhaps because the attacking bugs were too big, the skeleton mage did not turn into a teammate killer and hit the enemy very accurately. However, the power of firecrackers is still too small to break the iron-hard shell of the attacking insect, unless multiple firecrackers can be detonated at the same location. The attacked attacker let out a sharp and piercing cry, and then began to swing its forelimbs to fight back. The weapon, as sharp as a knife, cut on the shield of the skeleton guard. It only took 2 hits to cut the heavy shield into 2 pieces. The skeleton guard, without a shield, was pierced by the blow and had no power to resist at all. So strong! Wei Xiaosu frowned as he looked at the attacking bugs that were killing everyone. Although there is a gap of 11 levels between the two sides, Wei Xiaosu feels that even if the skeleton guard is upgraded to stage 2 level 30, it probably will not be a match for the attack bug. At most, it can just last a little longer. Bang bang bang. Firecrackers were thrown out continuously, and then exploded on the body of the attacking insect. Although a single firecracker could not break its shell, after dozens or hundreds of firecrackers exploded, spiderweb-like cracks finally appeared on the hard shell of the attacking insect. Wei Xiaosu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As long as the ordinary skeleton mages could break through the defense and the skeleton guards could barely withstand the opponent's attack, then he, with his absolute numerical advantage, would be invincible. If all the monsters in this ruins are of this level, then I should be able to kill them at will, right? Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but feel a little secretly delighted. There were many treasures in the ruins, and there was even a formation eye that could drive a 9th level warrior crazy. If he could get it, it would be like a surf rising up and singing a song of joy. Soon, a big hole was blown in the back shell of the attacking insect. The firecrackers went straight through the hole and landed in its soft flesh and blood tissue. A few muffled bang sounds were heard, and the attacking insect didn't even have time to scream before it was completely blown to death and shattered into pieces. Congratulations on successfully killing the Tier 2 level 30 monster bugworm, Elite. Experience points plus 1,500. We lost 18 skeleton guards and 2 skeleton mages. The casualty ratio is not bad. Wei Xiaosu nodded with satisfaction. He doesn't have much now, but he has a lot of skeleton minions. If he can use 20 skeleton minions to exchange for 1 siege bug, it doesn't seem to be something that is difficult to accept. Hey, equipment has appeared! Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu saw a meter-long sword emerging from a part of the insect's body. He bent down to pick up the sword and saw that it was indeed impatient. Assault Blade, Elite. Level 30. Grade Level 2. Strength, plus 300. Effect, attacking high-armored gear, items, or walls will grant an additional 100 points of strength. Introduction, break the city, break the armor, and destroy everything that cannot be destroyed. The attribute bonus of this sword is almost comparable to the violent giant axe obtained in the previous copy. If you sell it, it can be sold for a few $1,000s. Wei Xiaosu happily put the sword into the pink storage bag, then summoned his black shovel and started to do his old job. Although he could dig a hole and build a grave with his eyes closed, the size of the burrowing bugs was too big, so it took him twice as long to dig a hole as before, which was a bit unfavorable. 3 minutes later, the first high mound of grave appeared in the endless yellow sand. Wei Xiaosu stared at the mound with bright eyes, his heart full of anticipation. The next second, a small sapling grew out from the grave, and then began to grow visibly bigger, longer, and thicker, until it grew into a strange grave tree 2 meters tall and 10 centimeters thick. However, Wei Xiaosu had no interest in the tree on the grave. His eyes were now completely focused on the 3 fruits. I don't know if the monster corpses in these ruins will produce different good things. With this longing in mind, Wei Xiaosu quickly reached out and picked 3 fruits, and then he got a hint. Due to the influence of the broken Gaia consciousness, the effect 1 of Sorrow of the Dead has been unlocked, and there will be no limit on the number of times the same type of monster can appear. Get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. Get 2 coins 1. Get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. Wei Xiaosu. Looking at the 3 ghost money in his hand, Wei Xiaosu felt a little dizzy. He had dug pits and buried hundreds of monsters, if not 1,000, but none of them had ever produced ghost money. Even the bosses guarding the 3 1-star dungeons in Xinjiang City will not produce ghost money on their graves. The only time ghost money appeared was because he buried a human being. Although Wei Xiaosu was very excited when he first got the ghost money, he became less and less interested in it later, even though the treasures in the ghost money mall were very tempting. Wei Xiaosu thought that he was not a saint, but he would never hunt down his own people in order to improve his own strength. He would rather not have the power gained in that way. However, he had thought that there was no hope of buying treasures in the mall, but now his heart was pounding wildly and an indescribable excitement filled his mind. I can get ghost money without killing my own kind. Haha, this trip is really the right one. Wei Xiaosu stroked the ghost money in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Monsters, he needed to kill more monsters. Wei Xiaosu didn't understand what Gaia consciousness was. He only knew that the restriction of burying the same monster 10 times was gone, at least, in this relic. Come on, attack bugs! I'll kill as many as you can, I'll bury as many as you can. Afterwards, Wei Xiaosu randomly chose a direction and began to explore the ruins. On the way, he encountered 14 attacking bugs, killed them all, and finally obtained 101 ghost money. About an hour later, Wei Xiaosu suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the front, and he seemed to be able to hear someone talking faintly, which made him feel surprised. It's great to have someone. Chapter 53, Assembly Line Operation. At this moment, Wei Xiaosu was eager to find other people, because only when he found more people could he determine the level of the ruins this time. If it is an intermediate or advanced relic, the first thing he has to do is to survive, instead of hunting monsters to earn money. But if it was a primary ruins, Wei Xiaosu felt that as long as he was not too reckless, he would most likely be able to walk around in the ruins. After all, the highest monsters were only level 3, and he had an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons. How could he fail? So he climbed over several sand dunes and soon found the bodies of 5 students lying in a gully of the sand dunes. Judging from the school uniforms these students were wearing, they seemed to be students from another university in Shanghai. The bodies were in a horrific state. Some had a huge hole in the chest, some were cut in half, and some even had their heads and bodies separated. The bright red blood flowing on the sand looked particularly glaring. People have started dying already. Wei Xiaosu fell silent as he looked at their corpses. His good mood from receiving ghost money just now disappeared in an instant. Facing death head-on was a very uncomfortable feeling, especially when he saw the corpses of his own kind. These vibrant lives, perhaps 10 minutes ago, were still dreaming about their own future, at their blooming age, but because of an accident, they were forever frozen on this day. They are all students with level 1 strength. Wei Xiaosu used the insight technique on the corpses on the ground one by one, and soon understood their strength levels. No one above level 3 appeared, which was the only good news at the moment. Wei Xiaosu felt very sad about the murders of these classmates from other schools, so he walked to their bodies and took off the storage bags from their waists. It took him less than a minute, and with his even stronger mental power, he easily destroyed the mental imprint on the storage bag. However, as expected, there was nothing valuable in the storage bag. Compared with the items inside, the storage bag seemed to be more precious. Ah, run, run! Mad, what kind of monsters are these? Too strong, a peak level 2 elite monster. We are no match for it. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard several frightened and hurried voices coming from the front. He looked up and saw 4 people running towards him. The other party was also wearing school uniforms, and the uniforms were different from those on the corpses on the ground, but without exception, their strength was in the range of level 1. When the people who were running saw Wei Xiaosu, they were stunned for a moment. One of them immediately shouted loudly, "Run, there is a monster following us!" The distance was only a few dozen meters, and for a level 1 professional, it only took 3 to 5 seconds to run. Seeing that Wei Xiaosu remained indifferent, some of them became anxious, while others showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. As the saying goes, when you encounter a wild beast in the wild, you don't need to run faster than the beast, you just need to run faster than your companions, then you can survive. The same applies to these people now. Although some of them want to drag Wei Xiaosu along to run, they think that if someone can stay behind to attract the monster's attention, their chances of survival will be higher, so they all jump past him. It's really an attack bug! Wei Xiaosu looked at the giant insect that was getting closer and closer, with no expression on his face. He just waved his hand, and the nearby skeleton guards and skeleton mages rushed forward. With the experience of the first battle with the attacking bugs, Wei Xiaosu was more adept at commanding this time. In the end, he successfully defeated the enemy with only 5 skeleton guards killed. What, he killed that peak level 2 siege bug? Too powerful, the summoner is really terrifying. It's not that the summoner is strong, it's that he is strong. Have you forgotten that I am also a summoner? Several people looked at each other, as if they recalled the embarrassing scene in which someone's summoned beast was stabbed to death not long ago, and they were speechless. Just when they wanted to turn around and chat with Wei Xiaosu to see if they could team up to save their lives, suddenly, they saw more than a dozen huge figures rushing towards them in the distance. The pupils of several people suddenly shrank, and their faces turned pale with fear. They didn't dare to stay for a moment, and turned around and ran away. Okay, here they come again. Wei Xiaosu also spotted a dozen or so attacking bugs in the distance, but he was not worried at all. He just picked up the black shovel silently, and dug a hole on the spot. There were a total of 13 attacking bugs this time. Wei Xiaosu was not stingy, and more than 1,000 skeleton monsters appeared with a wave of his hand. However, the skeleton guards consumed too much energy, so only 50 of them were summoned, and the rest were all skeleton mages who were like cannon fodder. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the skeleton monsters suffered huge casualties. The impact force of the attacking insects was extremely terrifying. Just a head-on collision killed more than a dozen skeleton guards and hundreds of skeleton mages. But even so, Wei Xiaosu just glanced at it indifferently, and was too lazy to even give any orders, allowing the skeleton minions to play freely. As for himself, he was patiently digging a big hole in the ground. Soon, deaths occurred among the attacking insects, and their bodies were quickly carried out by the skeleton mages. Okay, just throw it in this pit. In the front, the skeleton monsters and the attacking bugs were fighting fiercely, while in the back, Wei Xiaosu was slowly digging holes and building graves. This set of operations was like a perfect assembly line operation. Get 2 coins 1. Get 2 coins 1. Get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. It has been confirmed that the attacking bugs indeed only gave out ghost money, and the amount was not small. The most one gave out was 7 yuan, and the least was 4 yuan. At this rate, it would not take long to collect 50,000 ghost money. By burying about 10,000 attack bugs, I can save up 50,000 ghost money, and then I can buy a pet zombie fish. Wei Xiaosu was a little excited, but not much. After all, how long would it take to bury 10,000 attack bugs? While they were fighting and working at the same time, about 10 minutes later, the last attacking insect was thrown into the pit by Wei Xiaosu and buried. Looking at the dozens of high tombs around, I have to say, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Building more than a dozen graves in a row is quite tiring. Wei Xiaosu took out a bottle of mineral water from his storage bag and took a sip. He was about to sit on the ground to rest for a while, but unexpectedly, he caught a glimpse of the dense and terrifying white shadows in the distance out of the corner of his eye. What the hell? What the hell is that? Attack bugs? Why are there so many of them? So many attacking insects gathered together, like a silver-white wave, surging towards him. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Insect Tide. Looking at the endless sea of insects, Wei Xiaosu felt his scalp tingling. 10,000, 20,000? Or 100,000? Geneva, it's killing me! Wei Xiaosu cursed inwardly and summoned Paige without hesitation. Then he jumped onto Paige's back and shouted, "Run!" After saying that, Paige uttered a few humps, as if somewhat dissatisfied with the escape order given by Wei Xiaosu. It looked as if it wanted to rush into the sea of insects and kill them all. However, Wei Xiaosu still needed to use this pig brain for other purposes. He reached out and slapped Paige's pig head hard, cursing, "Don't be stunned, idiot! We can't beat you!" This little brother who has opened his eyes to wisdom is very useful in most cases, but sometimes, it can be really annoying. However, although Paige was dissatisfied, she was finally restrained by Wei Xiaosu's power and had to turn around and run away. But it has to be said that the beast general level Paige is really fast, almost reaching the level of 5 seconds for 100 meters, and this is only when it does not affect the combat effectiveness. Otherwise, if Paige runs at full speed, the speed can be increased by at least 1 level. A few minutes later, Wei Xiaosu finally pulled away from the sea of insects behind him, but for some reason, even though the two sides were several kilometers apart, they were still far behind him. "Are you guys so damn vindictive?" Wei Xiaosu looked a little surprised. If this swarm of insects was caused by him killing a dozen attacking insects, then it meant a very serious problem. These insects were intelligent. Brainworm? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu remembered a disgusting insect that looked like an enlarged version of a maggot. This insect had extremely high intelligence and could absorb the brains of other intelligent creatures, including humans, and then analyze them to obtain the memories of the intelligent creatures. It was truly a bug-like ability. Damn it! The more Wei Xiaosu thought about it, the darker his face became. If it was just an ordinary monster, even a level 2 or even level 3 monster, he had the confidence to take it down easily. Because from ancient times to the present, human beings have grown from a weak primate to dominate the entire Earth, not by their own strength, but by their brains. Therefore, if the bugs also have a brain figure controlling the overall situation from behind, then their level of terror will be multiplied several times, or even dozens of times. After running for another 2 minutes, Wei Xiaosu suddenly saw 4 figures walking slowly in front of him, and they seemed to be whispering to each other. Perhaps it was because Peppa made too much noise when she was running. The 4 people, who were already highly nervous, were startled and turned back immediately. They also took out their weapons and a summoned beast that looked like a wolf. "Hey, isn't that the genius of Demon University? Wow, is that his summoned beast too? Howdy! TSK, the running speed of this summoned beast is so fast that I would believe it if it was level 3. Damn it! Compared to the opponent's skeleton pig, my wind wolf is just a piece of crap." There was shock and envy in the eyes of the 4 people. They were worthy of being students of the Demon University. They were so powerful. They were obviously all the same age, but in terms of strength, one of them could beat a group of them. Wei Xiaosu rode on Peppa Pig and quickly rushed to them, but he did not stop at all, and did not even slow down a bit. He shouted, "Hurry up and run, there's a swarm of insects behind us." "What? Insect tide?" Several people looked at the figure disappearing into the distance and each other, not understanding what was going on for a moment. But the next second, they felt something was wrong. For some reason, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly, as if there was an earthquake, making it difficult to stand upright. An earthquake? No, this is not an earthquake. Look over there. Fuck, run! The moment the 4 people saw the tide of insects behind them, they were all frightened and their faces turned pale. There were so many densely packed attacking insects that they couldn't be seen at a glance. How many of them could there be? Not to mention the countless swarms of insects. Even if one of them came over, they would not be its match. After all, it was a peak level 2 elite monster. How could a group of newbies at level 1 like them deal with it? "Lu Yu, let your wind wolf take me away with you." "Yes, Lu Yu, only your wind wolf can be faster than the insect tide. Take us away. For the sake of my classmates." The 3 of them were just about to ask Lu Yu, the only summoner in the team, to use his summoned beast, the wind wolf, to take them away and escape. But before he could finish his words, Lu Yu jumped directly onto the back of the wind wolf and ran away without looking back. The 3 of them looked at Lu Yu, who was running away. They were stunned at first, and then they started cursing angrily. "Alpaca, Lu Yu, I'm not done with you. Do you have any conscience? There are so many attacking bugs behind us, you are just leaving us to die. Listening to the curses behind him, Lu Yu sneered in his heart. Although his summoned beast was a swift wolf that excelled in speed, he had just entered the first level after all, and could still only summon out one swift wolf. If the swift wolf were to run away with 4 people on its back, it would not be able to run fast, and would still die. Besides, he and these people were just classmates, and their relationship was just that, so there was no reason for him to put himself in danger. The 3 saw that Lu Yu was running farther and farther, and the distance between them was already dozens of meters. Their running speed was far slower than that of the other party. Then, one of the 3 suddenly took out a longbow and said with a sinister look, "Since we are going to die, let's die together." After saying that, the man pulled the longbow in his hand into a full moon shape, and then loosened his hand. With a swoosh, the arrow flew into the air. Phew! Ah! Along with the scream, Lu Yu was shot directly in the left shoulder by an arrow, and fell off the back of the wind wolf due to the powerful impact. "Ah, you guys, you deserve to die!" Lu Yu covered his bleeding shoulder and struggled to get up from the ground. Just as he was about to climb onto the back of the wind wolf again, he didn't expect that 3 people had already rushed to his side. "Lu Yu, go to hell!" The other man was holding a long knife. When he passed by Lu Yu, he chopped off Lu Yu's arms and legs with 2 strokes, leaving him lying on the ground wailing in pain. "Swift, wind wolf, kill them!" Lu Yu knew that he was going to die, but before he died, he had to drag these 3 people down with him. After all, the wind wolf was only a level 1 elite summon beast, and 70% to 80% of its strength lay in its speed. Moreover, it had to face 3 people at the same time, so it was hacked to death by the combined forces in less than 10 seconds. But it was just these short 10 seconds that brought the swarm of insects behind them closer to them. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, you will all die!" Lu Yu roared madly. Soon, Lu Yu was swallowed up by the swarm of insects, and no trace of his body was left. The remaining 3 people were caught up after tens of seconds, and the endless number of insects tore their bodies into tiny pieces. Chapter 55, Oasis. Outside the Magic City, at the entrance to the ruins. At this time, the entrance to the ruins was already brightly lit, and in the area outside the entrance, there was a sign prohibiting unauthorized entry and exit. Just half an hour ago, tens of thousands of students and soldiers were swept into the ruins. This was truly a catastrophe like the fall of the sky. School leaders, city leaders, and even higher-level dignitaries all gathered here. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura that made people shudder. Among those gathered at the core location of the entrance to the ruins, one was none other than the dean of the melee department of the Demon University, Wang Guowei. "Principal leaders, the cause of the accident has been found out," Wang Guowei said with a gloomy face and guilt. He was the one leading the team this time, but this accident happened, so no matter what, he should bear at least 60% to 70% of the responsibility. Standing next to Wang Guowei was an old man who looked to be over 60 years old. The old man looked very thin, especially with the strong Wang Guowei standing next to him, making him look even more petite. But on the contrary, the faint fiery aura from the old man was like a bomb about to explode, which made people jump with fear. "Tell me about it." The old man spoke calmly, but beneath his calm tone, he could not stop his violent rage. Although Wang Guowei knew that the other party's anger was not directed at him, a layer of fine beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead. Both are high-level professionals, but the difference is... Wang Guowei smiled bitterly in his heart. He had no doubt that if the old man in front of him wanted to attack him, he would not be able to last even a minute. The identity of this old man is none other than the current president of Demon University, the world-famous flame dragon mage Yi Yanzhou. "Secretary Wang, Secretary Xie, the principal, and Director Zhang, this incident was indeed not an accident, but a conspiracy." Wang Guowei was at the bottom of the list in terms of both status and strength, so he was very careful when speaking. He first looked at the faces of the leaders before he continued. "Do you remember the May 10th incident that happened in Xinjiang City, Nahai City, Sengming City, and a dozen other cities more than a month ago? 510 incident?" Several people frowned when they heard this. The so-called 510 incident was what happened on May 10th, and that day was the day when Wei Xiaosu met the Minotaur Arsene in the dungeon. In fact, aliens did not only appear in the Xinjiang City copy that day. Similar aliens also appeared in Nahai City, Sengming City, and a total of 18 cities. No one knew how these alien races sneaked into the dungeon, and they caused huge casualties to the students taking the trial that day. Hundreds of students were killed, including many geniuses from Kyoto University and Demon University. Seeing that everyone remembered that incident, Wang Guowei continued. "Now I have sufficient evidence that both incidents were done by the same group of people." "Who is it? Have you found out?" Hurry up and tell me! The three of them said in unison that if this matter was not handled properly, their positions might be unstable. Of course, for strong people like them who stand at the top, power is valuable, but reputation is what they value most. After all, no one wants to leave an indelible stain in the history books. It's the Sun and Moon sect. Wang Wei took a deep breath and said a name that everyone was very familiar with. Humph, it's this group of underground rats again. Yi Yunzhou snorted coldly. He was not surprised by this answer. He already had some guesses in his mind. The Sun-Moon sect is a cult that emerged 100 years ago. They believe in alien gods and are traitors among humans. I said, remember! The person who spoke at this time was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with slightly gray hair on his temples. Although he was not the oldest person present, when he opened his mouth, even the hot-tempered Yi Yunzhou kept silent and listened with his head down. This person's name is Xie Mu, and he is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Shanghai, and the real top leader of the entire Shanghai. 1. Destroy all the secret locations of the Sun-Moon cult. Tomorrow at noon, broadcast the execution of their members live to the whole country. 2. Immediately contact the island country and the Korean country. There are 3 entrances to the ruins this time. The other 2 are within their borders. Their ruins entrances have not been opened yet. Go and negotiate for a few entrances. Send in peak level 3 masters to protect the students' safety as much as possible. Yes, Secretary Xie. I'll do it right away. Remains. Riding on Peppa Pig, Wei Xiaosu ran wildly in the endless desert facing the sunset. The faint heart-wrenching screams coming from behind him also made him lament in his heart. More people died, and more people will surely die in the future. Of the 30,000 people who were brought into the ruins, how many would be able to leave safely in the end? Wei Xiaosu didn't know. He didn't even know if he could survive. Compared with the endless Zerg army, his skeleton army was as fragile as a piece of paper. Just a slight pinch could poke a big hole in it. The sea of insects behind him had been left far behind, but to be on the safe side, Wei Xiaosu ran for 2 hours before slowing down. During the 2-hour journey, he found no less than 100 bodies, including those of students, soldiers, and even many familiar faces. Although he felt uncomfortable, he still adhered to the principle of not wasting and picked up all the valuable things from these people. For example, 37 storage bags. As for their corpses, Wei Xiaosu could only say that he could do nothing to help. However, he also encountered more than a dozen attacking insects on the way. He killed these disgusting insects first and then buried them, which was extremely cruel. Wei Xiaosu looked up and soon spotted an oasis. From a distance, the green seemed endless. Without much hesitation, Wei Xiaosu began to direct Paige to move towards the oasis. The field of vision in the desert was too wide. If he encountered another insect swarm, he would have no place to hide. But as the saying goes, if you look at the mountain, the horse will die if you run too far. Although he is looking at the oasis now, and he is not riding a horse, the distance between the two is still too far for him to complain. It is really too far. Fortunately, Paige was fast enough, and after another hour, the true appearance of the oasis finally appeared in front of him. At that time, it was far away, and Wei Xiaosu just felt that the oasis was endless. But when he really came closer, he found that it was not endless at all, but boundless. It was a super oasis comparable to the desert. Chapter 56, Workers' Soul. Looking at the dense jungle hundreds of meters ahead, Wei Xiaosu felt that it would be more appropriate to call it a primeval forest rather than an oasis. But what he wants is an oasis, not that weird forest. Soon, Wei Xiaosu arrived at the edge of the forest. He looked at the big tree in front of him with a diameter of 1 meter, and fell into deep thought. That is a tree with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of more than 30 meters. It is an absolute behemoth. And these were only the trees on the edge of the forest. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the giant trees would be in the center of the forest. Wei Xiaosu remembered that he had seen on the forum before that the largest tree in the world was a giant tree called the Bema tree, with a diameter of an astonishing 17.5 meters and a height of 55 meters. It was the true king of trees on earth. Of course, leaving all this aside, Wei Xiaosu looked towards the forest with a serious look in his eyes, wondering whether he should enter or not. After entering the forest, he no longer had to worry about being chased by countless attacking insects. The dense flowers, plants, and trees were the best natural protection. But what if there are dangers in the forest? The desert area has a wide field of vision, and the insects can see him from a distance, and he can also find the insects much earlier. In the forest, the field of vision will be severely obstructed. Let alone seeing several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers away, you would have to be thankful even if you could only see 100 meters away. Eh? What is that? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu discovered that on the trunk of a big tree, there seemed to be something slowly crawling. He wasn't sure if he was dazzled, so he jumped off Paige's back, walked quickly forward, and got closer to observe. Sure enough, in the middle of the tree trunk, about 2 meters from the ground, there was a soft worm more than 30 centimeters long crawling slowly. This insect has 6 compound eyes on its head, which looks extremely strange, and its color is extremely similar to that of the tree trunk. If it wasn't by chance moving, it would probably be completely unnoticed even if someone passed by it. Insight! Wei Xiaosu just used this insight skill casually. He did not think that this kind of insect was a monster. After all, it looked completely harmless. But the strange thing is that when the insight technique was released, a light blue light screen appeared in front of his eyes. Toxic larva, Tier 0. Level 2. Strength 2. Agility 3. Constitution 4. Spirit 6. What the hell is this? Looking at the light screen in front of him, Wei Xiaosu cursed a few words, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He had come across hundreds of human corpses in the past few hours, but without exception, the strongest one was only level 2. Now with the addition of the highly poisonous larvae here, he was at least 70% to 80% sure that this ruins was of the lowest level. Although the primary ruins restricted entry to masters above level 3, at the same time, the monsters in the ruins were also restricted to level 3. So Wei Xiaosu felt that as long as his luck was not too bad and he was surrounded by countless insects, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Hey, you garbage larvae, die! Wei Xiaosu took out his big iron shovel, held the handle with both hands, and swung it violently. With a pop sound, the soft, fat and poisonous larvae were smashed to pieces. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 0, level 2 monster poisonous larva. Experience +1. Wei Xiaosu. Just 1 experience point, why bother sending away a beggar? The experience points he needs to level up have already exceeded 1 million. If it is just 1 point of experience points, he will not be able to level up even if he dies of exhaustion in this forest. Hatue. Wei Xiaosu spat at the poisonous larvae that had been flattened into a meat pie and was about to leave. But in a trance, he glanced at the shovel in his hand, then at the dead body of the poisonous larvae, stuck to the tree trunk. After a little thought, he decided to dig a hole to bury it. The poisonous larvae were very small, so Wei Xiaosu dug the pit very quickly. In less than 5 seconds, a uniquely shaped, oval-shaped pit was dug out. Then Wei Xiaosu used a shovel to dig the corpse of the poisonous larvae off the tree trunk and threw it into the round pit. Fill the soil and erect the monument, all in one go. Soon, a small sapling. That's right, a very small sapling grew out from the grave, and there was only 1 fruit on it, which was quite chilling. Wei Xiaosu felt a little disgusted. He could even guess what was inside. It was definitely a low-quality underworld prop. However, get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. What the hell? It's actually ghost money! Wei Xiaosu was stunned when he saw the $1 ghost money in his hand. Although it is only $1, it is too easy to earn this dollar. You can get $1 by taking a photo of a bug that has no fighting power with a shovel? It's fortune! Wei Xiaosu's breathing became rapid. He quickly concentrated and began to observe the trunk of the big tree in front of him and the branches and leaves around it. Sure enough, after a careful scan, he found another poisonous larva within 10 seconds. Pa! A shovel smashed the poisonous larvae into pieces. Wei Xiaosu excitedly shook off the slime on the shovel and built a new grave next to the previous one. Get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. Ha ha ha, that's all. The monsters in these ruins only give out ghost money. Although a poisonous larva only costs $1 at a time, it is not worth the money. Once you find it, you can solve the problem with a shovel. It is easy and enjoyable. Young ones, go catch these bugs. After earning 2 yuan, Wei Xiaosu was no longer planning to look for targets himself. He didn't have much, but he had many younger brothers working for him, so he could take advantage of this little thing. With a wave of his hand, thousands of skeleton mages began to set off in a mighty procession. Wei Xiaosu's order to them was to catch the poisonous larvae, dead or alive, but the corpses must be brought to him. Watching the skeleton mages rushing into the forest, Wei Xiaosu did not delay and began to swing the shovel continuously on the spot, digging out 1 round pit after another. Get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. Get 1 denomination of ghost money 1. The number of poisonous larvae was greater than Wei Xiaosu had imagined. For the first time, he realized that his speed in digging holes was not as fast as his brother's speed in catching prey. 10 seats, 100 seats, 1,000 seats. More and more graves were built, and Wei Xiaosu's collection of paper money exceeded 1,000 pieces for the first time. At this rate, He only needs to stay up all night tonight and work all night, then he might be able to collect 50,000 yuan by tomorrow. Workers souls, workers are the best, work hard. Chapter 57, Sun Moon Divine Cult by E. The sun sets, the setting sun. In the boundless sea of sand, a young man holding a long sword stood there. He looked deeply at the dozen corpses lying on the ground not far away and let out a long sigh. The young man took out a piece of white cloth from his pocket, wiped the blood off the sword, then sheathed the sword, turned around and left without even looking at the corpses. The geniuses of Demon University are no more than this. The boy's name is Bai. He is a freshman admitted to the Demon University this year, and is also a genius ranked in the top 100. However, what no one knows is that his true strength is actually good enough to put him in the top 10. Moreover, in addition to his identity as a freshman at the Demon University, he also has a top-secret identity that is unknown to the public, and that is one of the core contenders for the Son of God of the Sun and Moon sect. To put it simply, the Sun and Moon sect is a type of the 10,000 races sect. During the Great Cataclysm, the 10,000 races invaded. Although the human race had difficulty resisting their attacks, the human race could not really be considered a powerful race. And precisely because of this, some trash dare not face the terrifying myriad races, but have the courage to not fear death and pick up butcher knives against their own kind. They are truly a bunch of damn bastards. The leader is really amazing. I never thought that he could successfully modify the opening direction and opening range of the ruins and other important parameters right under Wang Guowei's nose. As long as I can kill 90% of the demon geniuses this time, I will be able to completely secure my position as the Holy Sun and will no longer be one of the candidates. The more Bai thought about it, the more excited he became. Becoming the Holy Sun would give him a chance to enter the kingdom of God. If he was lucky, he could even see the two legendary gods of the sun and moon. He even saw himself bathing in the divine light. Nanji, who ranked 4th in the entrance exam, and Pei Qian, who ranked 85th, are the people the Pope has designated to kill. Even though this ruin is too big, I don't know if we can touch it. Bai murmured, talk to yourself. Bai is also very clear about the information about these two people. Nanji will not go into details. She is the only non-combat profession among the top 10 in the entrance examination, so if she can encounter them, she will kill them. As for Pei Qian, who is ranked 85th, it is entirely because of his unique profession. The blood sacrifice priest has never appeared in the 300 years of human history. No one knows the skills of this profession, or even whether it has any trump cards, so if encountered, it is still a surefire target. Except for Nanji, I am not sure I can defeat the others in the top 10 of the Demon University. If I meet them, I'd better be cautious. Bai was thinking about his next plan while walking towards the endless forest not far away. The monsters in the ruins were extremely difficult to deal with even for him, so in order to avoid a car rollover, he felt it might be safer to enter the forest. And if he would think this way, then other people would definitely think so too, so there is a great possibility that there are no fewer people in the forest than in the desert. Eh? What is this? Suddenly, Bai discovered that in the originally flat desert, there was a strange protruding object. He quickly stepped forward to check it out, and was immediately stunned. It was an oval-shaped protrusion about 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. At one end of the protrusion, there was a stone. Although there was no inscription on it, as a Chinese, or as a Blue Star person, how could he not recognize what this thing was? A grave? Bai's eyes were filled with even more doubts. In this vast desert, who would have the leisure to build a tomb here? Moreover, this tomb was only 50 centimeters long, so it was impossible to bury a servant inside, right? Could it be a product from the ruins? Bai couldn't help but have this thought in his mind, and once this thought appeared, he could no longer get rid of it. Dig it up and see, there may be treasures hidden underneath. Bai did it right away. He drew out his sword and carefully dug up the sand on the grave mound, fearing that he would accidentally damage the treasure inside. However, a minute later, Bai stared at the worm corpse that had been dug out in amazement, and fell into deep thought. This is so fucking ridiculous. Who would be so bored as to bury a bug and erect a tombstone for it? Isn't this pure nonsense? With one sword he ground the insect's corpse into powder, cursed inwardly twice, and continued to move forward. However, the closer he got to the forest, the more small graves he noticed appearing around him, probably no less than thousands. Seeing this scene, Bai was stunned at first, and then he became alert in an instant. If there were only 1 or 2 small graves, they might have been made by some idle idiot. But now, when he looked at the thousands of densely packed graves standing here, he couldn't believe that this was something that one person could do. Bai slowly drew out his sword, and a faint sword intent emerged around him. He was ready to attack the enemy at any time. What is that? Suddenly, Bai discovered that among the many grave mounds, there seemed to be several white figures flashing by. Due to the light, he could not see clearly what those white, fleeting shadows were, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. It's getting dark, I have to find a place to stay. This place is the border between the desert and the forest, so it's relatively safe compared to other places, but... Bai's eyes flashed. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed? Since he chose to spend the night in this place, he must first eliminate the dangers around him, such as those white shadows. A few minutes later, Bai came to the place where he had just found the white shadow, but to his surprise, he did not find the white shadow, but found dozens of insect corpses. These bugs looked disgusting, which made him frown. Then, he swept them with his sword, and instantly, the dozens of bugs piled together were reduced to ashes. But at the moment when he destroyed the insect corpse, he suddenly found that there were more than a dozen long objects flying towards him. There was a burning fuse hanging on the top of the long objects, which looked like the firecrackers he played with when he was a child. Sword Chi Shield! Although Bai did not feel any threat from those long strips, he still used his defensive skills. I saw a transparent shield filled with sword intent appear 1 meter away from the body, blocking all unknown attacks. Bang bang bang! The long objects exploded one after another the moment they came into contact with the sword energy shield, with flames flying everywhere. However, even more than a dozen explosions were unable to shake the seemingly thin shield. That's it! After feeling the explosion from the shield, Bai heaved a sigh of relief, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If this was the only strength he had, then he would have nothing to worry about. Then he removed his shield, raised his sword and rushed towards a dozen white figures not far away. Chapter 58, Killing Intent. We, the common people, I am really, really happy today. At the junction of the desert and the forest, Wei Xiaosu was carrying a shovel on his shoulder and humming an old song from the original Earth. He felt extremely happy. Although it was getting dark and visibility was no more than 200 meters, it was not a problem. He looked around and saw thousands of densely packed graves, all of which were his masterpieces of the past few hours. He made a lot of money, really earned a fortune this time. Even if he couldn't get other treasures in the ruins later, the large amount of paper money for the dead alone made him very happy. Another one! Wei Xiaosu skillfully placed the dead body of the poisonous larva into the pit, then filled it with soil, and erected a monument, all in one go. Pick the fruits from the tree on the grave and get another 1 yuan of paper money for the dead. It's so beautiful. Bang bang bang. But at this moment, Wei Xiaosu suddenly heard the sound of more than a dozen firecrackers exploding not too far away from him. Eh? What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xiaosu received a prompt from the Tianao system. 15 skeleton mages died. Could it be that we encountered an attacking bug? Wei Xiaosu became alert instantly. If it was an attacking bug, it would make sense that it could kill 15 of his skeleton mages in a short period of time. Xiao Chang, page, come with me to take a look, Wei Xiaosu said in a low voice. It was almost completely dark now, so Wei Xiaosu had no idea how many attacking insects there were. If there were not many, he could still try to defeat them, but if it was another swarm of insects, he would have to run for his life. It's better not to get too close. Use the Hellfire spell first to get a feel for the situation. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu stopped moving forward and quickly condensed a ball of ghostly green fire in his hand. The power of the Nether Fire technique is no longer able to keep up with Wei Xiaosu's current pace, so its only use now may be lighting. Go! With a light push of his palm forward, the dark green ghost fire quickly flew forward. Wherever the ghost fire passed, the scene within a radius of 10 meters was illuminated. But when the will-o'-the-wisp flew about 50 meters away, suddenly, Wei Xiaosu saw a figure flash by, and then a sharp sword light directly split the will-o'-the-wisp into fluorescent dots. Eh? Not a siege bug? Wei Xiaosu was stunned, then he felt relieved. As long as it wasn't a siege bug, everything would be fine. Moreover, when the figure flashed by just now, he seemed to see that the other person was wearing the school uniform of the Demon University. Hello, classmates over there, there may be some misunderstanding between us. Those skeleton monsters are my summoned beasts. I am a student of Demon University. Wei Xiaosu shouted loudly into the darkness. Although 15 skeleton mages were killed, this matter really cannot be blamed on others. After all, looking at the appearance of the skeleton mages, anyone who saw them would be chopped to death. Oh? Necromancer? Or Undead Summoner? Are you Lu Jiadong or Wei Xiaosu? A questioning voice soon sounded in the darkness in the distance. Among the freshmen of this year's Magic University, there are 2 hidden professions that can summon skeleton monsters, namely Lu Jiadong's Necromancer and Wei Xiaosu's Undead Summoner. However, the Necromancer's main focus is on himself, and there is no essential difference from other elemental mages. The most is that in the early stages, the necromancer also has a small amount of ability to summon skeleton monsters. Wei Xiaosu was also surprised when he heard the other party's question. Did he not expect that he would be so famous? I'm Wei Xiaosu, classmate, who are you? Wei Xiaosu continued to ask loudly. In the distance, when Bai, who was hiding, heard that it was Wei Xiaosu and not Lu Jiadong, he breathed a sigh of relief and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Lu Jiadong is a necromancer who comes from a large family. He has received the best training since childhood and has terrifying strength. In the first ranking of this year's freshmen, Lu Jiadong ranked 5th, and he is a truly powerful and difficult character. Although Bai is arrogant, he is not stupid. His strength can only barely rank among the top 10, and there is still a big gap compared to Lu Jiadong. But now he is facing Wei Xiaosu, who is ranked 66th and the Undead Summoner, who is at the bottom of the hidden professions. Isn't this asking for trouble? Killing a hidden professional genius would bring more merit than killing 10 or 100 ordinary professionals. It's you. My name is Bai. Hello, classmate. Bai walked out from his hiding place, and the coldness in his eyes had long disappeared. Bai? Wei Xiaosu felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment, so it was probably not ranked high, because he had investigated all the top 50. But since I have some impression of him, it means that his ranking must be within the top 100, and he is also a genius. But it doesn't matter if we don't know each other. We are all students of Magic University, so we will naturally become closer. Soon, the two met in the dark night. Wei Xiaosu held a ball of ghostly green light in his palm, illuminating the faces of both parties like evil spirits from hell. What are you doing? As soon as the two met, Wei Xiaosu discovered that there was a halo in the other person's eyes, which meant that the other person must be using insight. It was very impolite to use insight without the other party's consent, so the sense of closeness that Wei Xiaosu had just felt disappeared in an instant. Don't get me wrong. Bai Yi smiled gently and explained. It is rumored that some creatures are good at transformation. Now that we are in the ruins, I have to be cautious. But soon, the smile on Bai Yi's face disappeared, because his insight technique actually failed. Wei Xiaosu was very proud when he saw this. When he was searching the corpse before, he got a shielding badge that could block the insight of everyone below level 7. As long as he didn't actively turn off the effect, the other party would never succeed. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Wei Xiaosu's eyes instantly began to glow, but as expected, his insight technique also failed. Never mind. Bai Yi shrugged, pulled out his sword from the scabbard, and smiled faintly. Fortunately, the leader gave me a list a long time ago. Wei Xiaosu, the Undead Summoner, the last time I checked you was 3 days ago. You should be at the level of a first level 19 boss. In just 3 days, you can't possibly break through to the level of a third level boss, right? Break through the air. Bai Yi attacked instantly, and the sharp sword energy went straight to Wei Xiaosu's neck. If he was hit hard, he would definitely be beheaded. Fortunately, Wei Xiaosu had been on guard against the opponent for a long time, and Xiaoqiang was always guarding by his side. The moment the sword energy came, Xiaoqiang raised his shield to block Wei Xiaosu. Chapter 59, Xiaoming, blow it up for me. Boom! The powerful sword energy hit the heavy shield, making a dull sound. The huge impact force was so great that even Xiaoqiang couldn't keep his body steady and was knocked away in an instant. Wei Xiaosu didn't have time to react and was knocked more than 10 meters away by Xiaoqiang. Oh? Not dead? After chopping down the sword, Bai Yi was about to put the sword back into the scabbard, but he unexpectedly found that his sword energy was actually blocked, and it seemed that only the strange-looking skeleton monster holding a shield suffered some minor injuries. What are you doing? Wei Xiaosu covered his chest, which was hurting from the collision, and glared at him angrily. Classmate, we don't have any grudges against each other, right? Why did you kill him? Wei Xiaosu couldn't understand this. They didn't know each other before. At most, they had only met a few times in school. It was hard to say whether there was any hatred between them. Could it be that he was angry because he was wearing a shielding badge and his insight skill was ineffective? Then this person must be crazy. Yes, we have no grudge against each other. Bai Yi seemed to have no intention of taking Wei Xiaosu seriously. The sword just now was just a casual attack from him. Even if he was blocked, it would not matter. After all, he was also a hidden profession. If he was really killed in 1 second with one sword, it would be boring. Bai Yi's eyes were filled with teasing. It was rare to encounter a hidden profession, so he said a few more words. Have you heard of the 10,000 Races sect? What, the 10,000 Races cult? When these 3 words appeared, Wei Xiaosu's doubtful eyes immediately became cold and deep. If he didn't understand why the other party attacked him just now, now he understood everything. That's right, I am a member of the 10,000 Races sect and the candidate Saint Son of the Sun and Moon sect. If I can kill you today, I will definitely become the real Saint Son after I get out. The smile on Bai Yi's face seemed a little crazy. Wei Xiaosu actually didn't know much about the 10,000 Races sect. For example, he had never heard of the Sun and Moon sect. The reason why the 10,000 races are called the 10,000 races is that there must be a huge number of their civilizations, and the Sun and Moon sect is probably just believing in one of the 10,000 races. But no matter which ethnic group among the 10,000 races they believe in, these beasts of the 10,000 races cult deserve to die. They often attack civilians, disrupt order, and even kill wise men and geniuses who have not yet grown up. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath, then calmed down and murmured. You are really strange, you are afraid of death, but you dare to kill people in the ruins full of dangers. But you are not afraid of death, but you dare not face the 10,000 races. When you get to the battlefield, you are scared to death. You guys, do you think that we are all human beings and there is nothing to be afraid of? That's why you don't hesitate to butcher your fellow countrymen. A bunch of useless people who only dare to bully others at home. Wei Xiaosu cursed. Perhaps because he had spoken of the pain points that the 10,000 races sect was most reluctant to mention, the indifference on Bai Yi's face instantly disappeared. He stared at Wei Xiaosu and said calmly, Do you know the consequences of angering me? I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. After saying that, Bai Yi grasped the sword with both hands and slashed a stream of sword energy at Wei Xiaosu from a distance. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, Wei Xiaosu could still feel the sharpness of the sword energy. However, he was not unprepared. Xiao Chang raised his shield and continued to take Bai Yi's attack head-on. The sword energy hit the heavy shield, making a loud noise, and then Xiaoqiang was knocked out again. But at this moment, a wild boar as big as an elephant rushed up with a roar. Although Paige's defense is not as good as Xiaoqiang's, its instantaneous burst speed is the fastest among all Wei Xiaosu's summoned beasts. Brutal collision! The moment the skill was activated, Paige's speed was so inconsistent with her body size that Bai Yi was unable to react for a while and was hit hard. But at the critical moment, Bai Yi held the sword in his hand across his chest, just blocking the horn on Paige's head, so that the sword did not pierce through the heart directly. However, Paige's strength was so great, and Bai Yi didn't take the power route, so he flew out immediately. Before he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Wei Xiaosu cursed arrogantly. He could see that this guy had definitely concealed his strength during the college entrance examination, otherwise, with his ability to injure a cockroach with one sword, he would definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the freshman list. Not to mention the top 10, even in the top 50, Wei Xiaosu had never seen him, so there was only one possibility, that the other party let him down during the exam. Let go? Haha, when your grandpa was taking the exam, I let go a sea of water. After Wei Xiaosu finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a humanoid skeleton monster over 2 meters tall, shouting, ABA ABA, appeared. Xiao Ming, blow it up for me! At the command, Xiao Ming immediately took out a firecracker that was longer and thicker than himself from his pelvis and excitedly threw it away. You deserve to die! Bai Yi struggled to get up from the ground, with blood still on the corner of his mouth. He regretted not using his full strength at the beginning, and instead allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity and seriously injure him. Looking at the huge firecrackers flying in the sky, Bai Yi also reluctantly took action. Sword Chi Shield. Before, he used the sword energy shield to easily block the attacks of more than a dozen skeleton mages, but this time, he inexplicably had a bad premonition. Because he actually saw Wei Xiaosu riding the big wild boar and running in the opposite direction. What does this mean? He is clearly in the upper hand now? So why is he running? The firecracker flew at an extremely fast speed. Before he could think about anything, the huge firecracker hit the surface of the sword energy shield. Then, boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky in an instant. Bai Yi felt a tightness in his heart, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. The intense light penetrated the shield and directly into his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then he could not see anything. Click, click. The sword energy shield was ultimately unable to withstand the impact of the explosion. First, tiny cracks appeared on it. After 2 or 3 seconds, it shattered into harmless sword energy and disappeared into thin air. Ah no! How could you? How could you have such a summoned beast? I can't lose, I can't lose! Sword Chi Shield open. Bai Yi, who was seriously injured, struggled to use the sword energy shield for the second time, but this time the shield was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. It didn't even last for 1 second before it shattered into wisps of invisible sword energy and dissipated. Without the protection of the sword energy shield, Bai Yi's clothes were burned to ashes. Blisters began to appear on his skin in the blink of an eye, and then became dry due to the high temperature. He looked horrible. Chapter 60, Talent Skill Effect 3. TSK. The explosion power has become stronger. Xiaoming, did you eat explosives? It's so powerful? Wei Xiaosu rode on Paige's back, looking at the explosion a kilometer away, and couldn't help but sigh. Although he often complained that Xiaoming killed 100 enemies but lost 1,000 of his own, this also happened to illustrate how terrifying Xiaoming's own attack power was. The explosive power of the firecracker just now is definitely comparable to that of an ordinary missile. Bai Yi is only at the peak of level 2, and was seriously injured by Paige. How could he possibly block it? Sure enough, when the huge fireball that illuminated half the sky disappeared, Wei Xiaosu also received a kill notification. Congratulations on successfully killing the Tier 2 Level 28 Human Skybreaker, boss, EXP plus 850,000. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your level to level 20, and receiving a reward of plus 10 for all attributes. The second level mission of the Undead Summoner, randomly generated 1, have at least one summoned beast of boss level or above, 2, reach the boss level. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the second job mission. Your level has been upgraded to level 21, and you have received a reward of plus 20 for all attributes. Ding Talented Skill Eternal Immortality Comprehension Effect 3. Ding The quality of the Tragedy of the Dead is upgraded to boss level, the level is upgraded to stage 2 level 21, and the comprehension effect is 3. Wei Xiaosu was dazzled by the series of prompts. When he entered the ruins, he was already level 19 on the first stage, and he killed many attacking bugs along the way. Now he even killed Bai Yi, a hidden profession, and gained a huge amount of experience points. When he successfully reached level 20 of stage 1, the job change task was automatically activated. However, he seemed to meet the requirements of the second job change as well, so he completed the task instantly, with level plus 1, and the upgrade attribute point bonus doubled again, becoming 1 level plus 20 points. Of course, these are not the most important. What is important is that his innate skill indeed has one more effect, and the same is true for his weapon, Sorrow of the Fallen. Feeling the increase in his physical strength after the second transformation, he finally understood why the gap between him and Bai Yi was so huge. Even a beast general level Sheqiang who specialized in defense was slightly unable to withstand the opponent's sword attack, especially when the opponent was obviously not taking it seriously. Strength, agility and physique have increased by about 1.1 times, and mental strength has increased by 2.1 times. This is an epic enhancement. Wei Xiaosu waved his fist in the air. He felt that he could now beat several times his previous self. And as he successfully completed his second transformation, his skeleton brothers followed suit, and each of them became level 2. Peppa Pig has grown bigger again. Now she is almost the size of 2 African elephants, which is about the height of a 2-story building. Especially the horn on Paige's head, which has become longer and thicker. If Paige were to make another brutal collision with Bai Yi at this moment, the other party would probably not be seriously injured, but would be directly killed. In addition to Peppa Pig, Sheqiang and Xiaoming have also changed, but in terms of body shape, the changes are not very big. The biggest change in Sheqiang is the shield in his hand. After entering the second stage, the color of Sheqiang's shield changed from the original white to dark gold. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was much stronger than before. The 2 sword grooves that were previously created by Bai Yi had also been automatically repaired. However, what Wei Xiaosu was most looking forward to was Xiaoming. The power of this guy's skills was completely abnormal. Aren't skeletons considered weaklings? In the same realm and at the same level, they are weaker than other creatures. But Wei Xiaosu saw a different scene on Xiaoming. The firecrackers that went off every 3 seconds made him feel frightened. Open the character panel. Name Wei Xiaosu Leader. Occupation, Undead Summoner, second job. Level, 21, 0%. Strength, 2,488. Agility, 2,732. Physical fitness, 2616. Spirit, 6,666. Destiny equipment, Death of the Dead. Summoning space, 313617/1222200. Skills, Talented Skill Immortality, SSS-level. Summon Skeleton Mage, G-level, 30. Will-O-Wisp, G-level. Summon Skeleton Boar, G-level. Summon Skeleton Guard, G-level. In terms of attributes, Wei Xiaosu is not much worse than other professions now, and the biggest contributor is undoubtedly the corpse oil. Although each bottle of corpse oil only adds a few attribute points, over the past 2 months, the 4-dimensional attributes increased by the corpse oil have reached about 100 points. From this perspective, an increase of 100 points in each of the 4 attributes is indeed not much, but the improvement after changing jobs is equivalent to doubling the basic attributes before changing jobs. In other words, the effect of these 100 attributes will become greater and greater due to job changes. The first job change is 100, and the second job change may be 200, or even more. In terms of 4-dimensional attributes, I should be on par with ordinary warrior-type professionals, Wei Xiaosu murmured. This is simply unbelievable. If other people knew about this, they would probably call him a pervert. Although he is a hidden profession, the high growth of the Undead Summoner is all in mental strength, which is often referred to as fragile, so he is completely unable to compete with warrior-type professionals in terms of physical fitness. But Wei Xiaosu's current 4-dimensional attributes are no worse than those of ordinary warrior professionals. Even without using summon beasts, he is confident that he can fight against warrior professionals. Corpse oil is a good thing. The earlier you use it, the greater the effect. Wei Xiaosu also had a plan in mind. After he saved up money to buy a pet, he must buy more corpse oil to improve his physical fitness. Then, Wei Xiaosu turned his attention to his own innate skills. He was already impatient to know what effect 3 of his innate skills was. Talented Skill Eternal Immortality, SSS-level. Effect 1, you, with your extremely strong soul power, have successfully comprehended the ultimate skill of the Undead Summoner. You will be able to learn the same Undead Summoning skill unlimitedly, and stack the summoning effect unlimitedly. At the same time, there is a very low chance that the skill will be upgraded by 1 level. Effect 2, with your extremely strong soul power, you will achieve true immortality. Any damage you suffer will be randomly transferred to the summoned beasts, including those that appear in reality, and all those in the summoning space. Effect 3, with extremely strong soul power, you can manipulate the dead energy in the body of the deceased at will, causing the corpse to explode. The power of the explosion is related to the corpse's strength when it was alive, but you cannot detonate a corpse of a higher level than your own. This method is also known as corpse explosion. Hiss, the art of explosion? Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that his innate skill could actually have an offensive effect, and judging from the introduction, it seemed quite powerful. Chapter 61. I am always too soft-hearted. Perhaps because of Xiaoming, Wei Xiaosu was also very interested in the skill effect of explosion. The corpse explosion technique, just by hearing the name, sounds much more advanced than Xiaoming's firecrackers, so its power must be stronger, right? After looking around, Wei Xiaosu found the corpse of a poisonous larva. Then, a thought came to his mind, and immediately, a spiritual force invisible to the naked eye quickly enveloped the corpse of the poisonous larva. The next second, there was a slight, bow sound, and the body of the poisonous larva exploded, leaving no trace at all, and it could not be used a second time. Wei Xiaosu walked forward, squatted down, looked at the small hole with a diameter of 10 centimeters that was blown out on the ground, and fell into deep thought. This is also called corpse explosion. It's not even as good as the firecrackers thrown by ordinary skeleton wizards. And the most important thing is, there is no way to bury the bodies that were detonated by the corpse explosion technique. It's really a rip-off. Of course, the explosion was weak because the poisonous larvae were too weak. Wei Xiaosu was well aware of this. What really saddened him was that the corpse explosion technique conflicted with the effect of the shovel. After the corpse explosion technique was activated, the corpse would definitely be gone. And if the corpse was gone, how could he bury it? Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. It's up to me to decide when to use the corpse explosion technique. With a plan in mind, Wei Xiaosu stopped worrying about it and took out his shovel to check. The Fallen Boss. Level 21. Grade Level 2. Strength, plus 300. Agility, plus 300. Constitution, plus 300. Spirit, plus 300. Effect 1, dig a hole and bury a corpse. After 60 seconds, you will get a sapling full of various exotic fruits. Note, only the creatures you kill can trigger Effect 1. Effect 2, dig a grave, open a coffin, and you will go further and further on the road of evil, and become stronger and stronger. All the graves you dig and the corpses you recognize will be resurrected, and become your most loyal servants. Note, if the corpse's strength is 100 times greater than yours when it was alive, it will not be resurrected. Effect 3, in the small garden, dig and dig, plant small seeds, and small flowers will bloom. In the big garden, dig and dig, plant big seeds, and big flowers will bloom. After purchasing seeds in the Ghost Money Mall, you can use Sorrow of the Dead to start the farming mode. Introduction, he is dead, but not completely dead. He is alive, but not completely alive. Death is not the destination, but the undead is. What? Wei Xiaosu looked at the new effect on the shovel and was a little confused. We are in a passionate fighting show, why are we suddenly starting to farm? Moreover, are there seeds in the Helm Money Mall? Why didn't he find it? Immediately, Wei Xiaosu quickly opened the Ghost Money Mall, and after typing seed into the search bar, hundreds of different seeds appeared. Grave Grass Seed 1, Prop, selling price 1 Ghost Money / recycling price 0.5 Ghost Money. Corpse Oil Tree Seed 1, Prop, selling price 1 Ghost Money / recycling price 0.5 Ghost Money. Grave Incense Seed 1, Prop, selling price 1 Ghost Banknote / recycling price 0.5 Ghost Banknote. There were a lot of seeds, but let's not talk about that for now. Wei Xiaosu wanted to know, it's okay for the grave grass to have seeds, but what kind of tree is the corpse oil tree? And can the grave incense be grown from the ground? This is very unscientific. After closing the Ghost Money Mall, Wei Xiaosu kept this matter in mind and planned to find a piece of land to try and see if he could successfully grow the money after leaving the ruins. Now, he still has to continue his job, but before that, he plans to let his dear classmate cut in line. Wei Xiaosu returned to the explosion area. At this time, a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters had been blown out by Xiaoming's firecrackers. The yellow sand and gravel had all turned into charred black due to the high temperature. In the center of the pit, a charred human-shaped corpse was lying peacefully, its face completely unrecognizable. I am always too soft-hearted, and I take all the problems on myself. The melodious singing voice floated in the dark night. Wei Xiaosu felt like a saint. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him and grind him into ashes. But what about him? He actually returned evil with kindness, forgot the past grudges, and could not bear to see the other person's corpse exposed in the wilderness, so he endured the pain and dug a pit for the other person to bury him. There are not many good people like him in this world. If he travels to the end of the world, he will be called a saint. Finally, Wei Xiaosu carefully erected a tombstone for the grave in front of him. The entire process was flawless. After a while, a small sapling began to grow on the grave. The sapling grew rapidly and produced more than 100 fruits. Wei Xiaosu was stunned when he saw the densely packed fruits hanging on the branches. How could hidden professions be so awesome? Even after death, one could actually have such great power. I'm rich! Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up and he quickly reached out to pick up his spoils. Get 10 coins 1. Get 10 coins 1. Gain S-level skill, summon Skybreaker 1. There are 108 fruits in total, 107 of which are ghost money, and the total income is 875 yuan. In other words, 1 buy is equivalent to 875 poisonous larvae. And these ghost money are not the biggest gain. The real huge gain is the skill book that comes out of the last fruit. Summon Sky Swordsman, S-level. It consumes 1000 points of mental power to summon a skeleton Sky Swordsman. The maximum number of summons is 1. Unless you die, you cannot summon a second one. Learning requirements: mental strength of 100,000 or more, and realm of king level, or above. There is no learning limit for Summoner of the Dead. Looking at the introduction of the skill book in his hand, Wei Xiaosu was confused. Fortunately, he was a summoner of the undead and had no learning requirements. Otherwise, God knows when he would be able to use this skill book. Sky Swordsman, that's a hidden profession that ranks among the top 100, much better than his undead summoner. Bai was able to casually injure Xiaoqiang, who was known for his defense, with a single sword attack before. This shows that if the other party hadn't underestimated him and really started to take action seriously, he really wouldn't have been able to win easily, and he would have to summon an army of skeletons by then, and wear the opponent to death. According to the introduction in the skill book, the skeleton Sky Swordsman can only summon one at a time, which is a very big limitation, to be honest. But if the summoned skeleton Sky-breaking swordsman can be half as strong as Bai, it doesn't seem to be a loss. After all, even if it is half as strong, it is comparable to the 3 beast generals Peppa, Xiaoqiang and Xiaoming. What's more, the hidden profession has higher growth and stronger skills, and it will become more abnormal in the later stages. Without giving it any more thought, Wei Xiaosu chose to learn skills directly. As his mind moved, the skill book in his hand turned into black smoke and completely sank into his sea of consciousness. Chapter 62, Handsome. The process of learning S-level skills is very long. Wei Xiaosu only feels that a large amount of information is running wild in his mind, and he needs to classify and organize all this information. The higher the level of the skill book, the higher the learning requirements. The original learning requirements for this skill book are to reach 100,000 points of mental power, and also to be at the king level. But because Wei Xiaosu was a summoner of the dead, he could ignore any conditions and learn directly, but the process was difficult. About 10 minutes later, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Wei Xiaosu's forehead, but fortunately he succeeded in the end. Congratulations on learning the S-level skill summoned the sky-breaking swordsman. Ha ha ha, it worked! Wei Xiaosu laughed. Being able to successfully learn S-level skills at level 2 is probably one of the rarest cases in the world. Summon, Skeleton Skybreaker! Wei Xiaosu stretched out his palm, and thick black mist gathered between his palms. Then the black mist flew away from his palms and landed on an open space more than 10 meters away. The black fog gathered and dissipated, but when it dissipated, a strangely shaped skeleton monster appeared in the desert. It was a skeleton monster that was about 2 meters tall and looked extremely ordinary, but in its right hand, it held a 3-foot-long bone sword. There was a faint black energy flowing on the blade of the bone sword, and the words, "Break the air," were engraved on the sword. Just looking at it gave people an illusion of sharpness. Of course, what surprised Wei Xiaosu the most was that this skeleton monster was wearing a cloak on its back. The overall color of the cloak was white, but in the very center of the cloak there was a black word, handsome, which was really amazing. Handsome sister. Wei Xiaosu could only feel his eyelids twitching wildly. This thing was actually more pretentious than him. Could it really not tell the difference between the big and small kings? So without saying anything, Wei Xiaosu walked up with a dark face and stripped the guy's cloak off, then put it on himself. It looked really handsome. Skybreaking swordsman. Am I handsome? Wei Xiaosu shook the cloak behind him and stood proudly. A faint green light flashed in the hollow eye sockets of the sky-breaking swordsman. After a long while, a hoarse voice like an old man rang out, "Handsome." Wei Xiaosu had just said it casually, but he never expected that the other party would actually answer him. "Do you really think I look handsome in this cape?" "Cool." Not bad, young man, I admire you very much." "Cool." "Can you change the word?" "Cool." Wei Xiaosu. Well, another one like Xiao Ming. Wei Xiaosu shook his head and once again lamented that the intelligence of the skeleton monster was really low. But then again, what he wants now is the fighting power of his skeleton minions. As for wisdom, it's enough for him to have it. Skybreaker, Level 2 Boss. Level 21. Strength, 2,871. Agility, 3,255. Physical fitness, 2,275. Spirit, 2,130. Skills, Skybreaking Origin, S-level, Skybreaking Sword Chi / E-level, Sword Chi Shield, E-level. The Skybreaking Swordsman is initially at boss level, and comes with 3 skills, especially the Skybreaking Origin, which is obviously the same type of talent skill as his own SSS-level skill Eternal Immortality. It seems that the origin of Skybreaking is the innate skill that Baiyi realized when he awakened. With an S-level innate skill, Wei Xiaosu can even imagine how powerful the Skybreaking Swordsman will be in the future. Whether it is Peppa Pig, Xuqian or Xiao Ming, they all have one thing in common, that is, their initial form is too weak, which is commonly known as their bloodline is too poor and their upper limit is too low. For example, now, Wei Xiaosu really doesn't know how to continue to improve their realm. The Beast General level seems to have reached their peak. But the Skybreaking Swordsman is different. He starts at the boss level and has S-level talent skills. Even without Wei Xiaosu's help, this guy can break through and grow on his own. His future achievements are limitless. The 4-dimensional attributes of the boss level are comparable to those of a Beast General. Coupled with its powerful skills, it's no wonder that it can injure Xuqian with one sword. Wei Xiaosu sighed again. Next, we have to go hunt some monsters. Otherwise, we won't be able to use our bone fingers to help the Skybreaking Swordsman improve his realm. The Skybreaking Swordsman is now at the boss level, so after using the mysterious bone finger to upgrade it 3 times, he can reach the king level. A rank 2 king level summoned beast is something you have never seen, let alone heard of. Well, you can be called Xiao Shuai from now on. Wei Xiaosu pointed at the Skybreaking Swordsman and said. Then, he took off the cloak on his back and threw it back to Xiao Shuai. After taking the cloak, Xiao Shuai, who had a look of aggrieved just now, immediately became excited. He tied the cloak around his neck skillfully, and with a wave of his hand, the cloak fluttered automatically without wind. Well, a little handsome. Roar. But at this moment, Wei Xiaosu suddenly heard a deafening roar coming from the dense forest behind him. The roar was a bit sharp and harsh, but it gave people the illusion of shocking the soul. Sure enough, a monster is coming! Wei Xiaosu frowned, took out his shovel for self-defense, and then quickly jumped onto Peppa's back, focusing on stability. Although the battle with Baiyi just now was short, Xiao Ming's firecrackers were loud enough, especially at the moment of the explosion. A huge mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and it could be seen clearly even from several kilometers away. Therefore, Wei Xiaosu had already prepared for the monster to come to him. He adhered to the principle of fighting if he could, and running away if he couldn't. Anyway, he had enough confidence in Paige's speed. Soon, a blurry black shadow appeared in Wei Xiaosu's sight. Although the two sides were 100 meters apart, the terrifying aura that made people tremble still came undisguisedly. Hellfire. Looking at the huge black shadow walking out of the forest, Wei Xiaosu's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He quickly condensed a dark green fireball in his hand and threw it directly at the black shadow. Naturally, he did not expect that the nether fire technique could harm the huge black shadow, but he wanted to use the firelight to see what the huge black shadow was. But the fireball had just flown less than half the distance when the huge black shadow let out another sharp roar. The roar was even more violent than the previous one. Circles of sound waves instantly rushed over, and the fireball that was hit first was instantly destroyed and annihilated. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaosu was so frightened that his face turned pale and he quickly shouted, "Xiao Shuai, save me!" In fact, Wei Xiaosu didn't need to shout, because Xiao Shuai had already rushed to Wei Xiaosu at the moment the opponent launched the sonic attack. Then the bone sword in its hand was seen dancing quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a shield formed by sword energy took shape. Chapter 63, Poisonous Spider. Xiao Shuai was only at the boss level after all, so the coverage of the sword energy shield could only barely cover Wei Xiaosu, Paige, Shiqiang and Xiaoming. As for the other thousands of ordinary skeleton mages, Xiao Shuai could only say that he could do nothing to help them. Almost at the moment when the sword energy shield was formed, invisible sound waves hit the shield, and in an instant, circles of ripples appeared on the shield. The entire shield was also shaking slightly, and Xiao Shuai's skull face was full of hideousness and madness. Obviously, it was also fighting desperately. Phew. Puff. Puff puff puff. Outside the shield, thousands of skeleton mages had no power to resist the impact of the sound waves and were directly turned into broken bones. Wei Xiaosu didn't feel much when he saw his workers being killed instantly. After all, they were just worthless skeleton wizards. What really made him suffer was that the corpses of the poisonous larvae that the workers carried back were also shattered by the sound wave. Damn it, what a huge loss! Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, and a surge of nameless anger arose in his heart. However, although he was angry, his mind was still clear. The huge monster in the dark was 100 meters away, and its roar alone killed the skeleton mage 100 meters away in seconds, and even made it difficult for Xiao Shuai's sword energy shield to resist. He did not think that the other party was a weakling who could be easily controlled by him. Click. Snap. About 3 to 5 seconds later, Wei Xiaosu was shocked to find that a few tiny cracks appeared on the sword energy shield released by Xiao Shuai. Handsome, handsome. Xiao Shuai let out a low roar, and the green flames in his eyes flickered more and more frequently. Sword chi surged out of his body and quickly merged into the shield, repairing the cracks on it. After a few more seconds, the sonic attack finally ended, but at this time, the cracks on the sword energy shield were as numerous as spiderwebs. Even if the opponent's attack continued for a few more seconds, the sword energy shield would be completely shattered. Handsome, handsome, handsome. Xiao Shuai leaned on his sword, half squatting on the ground and gasping for breath. Just now, he had almost consumed all his strength in order to repair the shield. Wei Xiaosu touched Xiao Shuai's bald head, handed him a bowl of gravy rice, and said with satisfaction, "Xiao Shuai, come and have a bowl of rice." Graveside rice can quickly restore mental strength, and maintaining the sword energy shield also consumes mostly mental strength, so eating graveside rice can speed up Xiao Shuai's recovery. Summon skeleton mage! Wei Xiaosu was not the type to just take a beating without fighting back, no matter how strong the opponent was. Moreover, he did not believe that he could unleash range-damaging attacks such as sonic attacks in such a short period of time. As he finished speaking, countless white skeletons began to appear around him, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. The number of skeleton mages increased, and in a flash they surrounded the mysterious huge black shadow. Then, without Wei Xiaosu's order, they threw firecrackers at the opponent. The fire from the exploding firecrackers finally allowed Wei Xiaosu in the distance to see the monster clearly. It turned out to be a giant spider that was 3 stories tall. This terrifying big spider has 3 pairs of compound eyes, 4 pairs of long legs, and its body is covered with sharp black thorns. Its pincer-like mouthparts are slightly open and closed, which is frightening just to look at. Wei Xiaosu was really frightened. He had been afraid of this thing since he was a child. He kept his distance from insects with many legs or no legs, not to mention the spider plus in front of him. But despite being afraid, Wei Xiaosu seized this fleeting opportunity and instantly activated his insight technique. The next second, a light blue screen appeared in front of him, on which was the attribute information of the big black spider. Toxic Spider, Level 3 Boss. Level 36. Strength, 3,680. Agility, 4,396. Physical fitness, 4120. Spirit, 1,488. Hiss damn, it's actually a level 3 boss, no wonder it's so fierce. Wei Xiaosu felt a toothache. Since he entered the ruins, he had been fighting against enemies of higher levels. First it was the attack bug, then Bai, and now an even more powerful spider had appeared. And just from the name of this spider, we can guess that this thing is very likely grown from a highly poisonous larva. How can a mere poisonous larva be so powerful when it grows up? Boom boom boom. The skeleton mages were still throwing firecrackers continuously. Because Wei Xiaosu had advanced to level 2, his subordinates also advanced to level 2. Now the power of the skeleton mage's firecrackers has more than doubled compared to when he was dealing with the attacking insects before, and is completely comparable to the power of ordinary grenades. But it must be said that although the skeleton mages are growing, the enemies they face are even more perverted. The attack bugs are at least level 2 elites, but the poisonous spiders are directly level 3 bosses. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Thousands of firecrackers comparable to grenades exploded. Even though Wei Xiaosu was 100 meters away, he could still feel the terrifying heat wave. Looking at the flames that occasionally exploded in the darkness, Wei Xiaosu's face was extremely solemn. Even with such a saturated attack, he couldn't kill or even seriously injure the opponent? Roar! As if annoyed by the noise of the firecrackers, the poisonous spider let out another sharp roar. In an instant, circles of sound waves spread out, and thousands of skeleton mages facing the sound waves disintegrated on the spot. But this is not the end. Dark green poisonous mist began to emerge from the surface of the poisonous spider. The poisonous mist drifted away with the wind. When the skeleton mage came into contact with the green poisonous mist, the hardest bones in his body actually melted rapidly. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaosu immediately wanted to curse. What the hell is this poisonous spider? Why does it have all AoE attack skills? Is it tailor-made to deal with him? Batch after batch of skeleton mages fell into the green poisonous fog. Wei Xiaosu was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. He looked down at Xiao Shuai, who was still eating the food on the grave, kicked him in anger, and cursed. Get ready when you are full, and enter the battle immediately. After saying that, Wei Xiaosu looked at Xiao Ming, who was eager to try. This guy was very excited every time there was a battle, no matter whether the enemy was strong or weak, he always had this attitude. Xiao Ming, give it a hard blow. After saying that, Wei Xiaosu turned to Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chang and said, After Xiao Ming's firecracker explodes, you two go up and kill it. The tactics are very simple, or rather, there is no tactics at all. The defense of the poisonous spider is too terrifying, and ordinary skeleton mages can't break it at all, so Xiao Ming has to do it. Abe. Xiao Ming got the order and turned around excitedly. Then he put his hand under his crotch and started to dig and dig. In the past, Xiao Ming always used one hand, but this time, he used both hands, which surprised Wei Xiaosu very much. Chapter 64, Being Beaten by Teammates. Xiao Ming, what are you taking out? Why are you taking so long here? Wei Xiaosu waited for 3 seconds, and seeing that he hadn't taken out the firecrackers yet, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ming took out an incredible thing from his crotch. Wait, are you telling me this thing is a firecracker? Wei Xiaosu got furious instantly. The firecracker is still the same firecracker, and its color is still the popular red. There is a long fuse hanging from the top of the firecracker. Apart from being about twice as big as before, there is nothing wrong with it. But the problem is the bottom of this firecracker. It actually has rocket thrusters, and 2 of them. Is this even possible? Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, and he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to check Xiao Ming's skills after the advancement, so he hurriedly opened it to check, but when he saw it, he was stunned. Xiao Ming, Level 2, Beast General. Level 21. Strength, 1855. Agility, 2050. Physical fitness, 2120. Spirit, 4150. Skill, Rocket Firecracker D rank. Rocket Firecracker, D rank fires a super explosive firecracker at the target, causing massive damage. It's really called rocket firecrackers. Abe. Xiao Ming put the rocket firecracker away, then took out a match from somewhere and pretended to light the fuse on top of the firecracker. Wei Xiaosu clearly remembered that when the firecrackers were thrown out, the fuse would automatically ignite, so, was Xiao Ming just playing? But it was already this late, and he was still in the mood to play. Wei Xiaosu slapped Xiao Ming's bald head in annoyance and scolded. Stop dawdling, that guy is coming over. Abba. Xiao Ming felt a little aggrieved, but he still followed Wei Xiaosu's wishes and launched the rocket firecracker. Boom! Flames began to spew out from the bottom of the huge firecracker, and the scorching heat baked the surroundings. The powerful propulsion force caused the firecracker to quickly rise into the air, and the flames illuminated half of the sky. Roar! The poisonous spider had just dealt with the surrounding skeleton mages and was about to launch a fatal attack on Wei Xiaosu, but it looked up in shock at the strange thing in the air that was spewing fire from the bottom. Logically speaking, at its level, it should have a certain ability to foresee crises, but strangely, it could not feel the threat of the strange object in the air at all. Rocket firecrackers are extremely fast. Unlike traditional rockets which take off slowly, it only takes 3 seconds from launch to hitting the target. Boom! The rocket exploded more than 10 meters above the poisonous spider's head, and suddenly, a mushroom cloud about 50 or 60 meters high rose into the sky. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaosu was shocked again. He didn't have time to say anything. He pulled Peppa's pig head and yelled, "Run!" Wei Xiaosu originally thought that the two sides were 100 meters apart, so they should be safe. However, looking at the power of the explosion, there was no such thing as safety. If he didn't run, he would be buried with the spider in a moment. Paige was also frightened by the horrible explosion and turned around to run. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshuai followed closely behind her. Only Xiaoming did not move at all from beginning to end and was even very excited. Abe. Xiaoming jumped happily and clapped his hands. He didn't seem to be worried at all about the impending explosion. Instead, he enjoyed it very much. But Wei Xiaosu couldn't care less. He only had one thought in mind, to run as fast as possible, the farther the better. He was just a fragile undead summoner, no match for the poisonous spider. If he failed to blow up the enemy but was killed first, it would be really ridiculous. The flames of the explosion began to spread rapidly in all directions, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Xiaoming was eventually swallowed by the flames. Wei Xiaosu looked back at this scene and his heart skipped a beat. Just when he thought he was going to lose Xiaoming, his capable general, he suddenly saw another firecracker rising into the air in the flames. Fuck, why is it immune to damage? Wei Xiaosu was horrified as he looked at the second firecracker flying towards the poisonous spider. But before he could think about it, he suddenly felt his body flying into the air, and at the same time his chest felt stuffy and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Although the exploding flames behind him did not catch up with him, the invisible shock wave severely injured him and several of his younger brothers. Especially him, most of his strength lies in the summoned beast. If it weren't for the corpse oil that improved his attributes, he would probably be crippled if not dead this time. Run, keep on running, run! Wei Xiaosu didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth before he called on his brothers to continue running with him. But just as he finished his words, the shock wave from the explosion of the second rocket firecracker hit him. Boom! The strong shock wave once again knocked Wei Xiaosu and several of his men flying. Wei Xiaosu rolled over a dozen times in the air, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Another large mouthful of blood spurted out, and Wei Xiaosu fell heavily to the ground. However, this time he didn't need to give any more orders. Xiao Shuai rushed directly in front of him, and the bone sword in his hand danced quickly, and a sword energy shield was formed in time. Shock waves and flames began to hit the sword energy shield one after another. In just 2 or 3 seconds, cracks appeared on the solid shield. Fortunately, they were already 150 meters away from the center of the explosion, and the power of the explosion was greatly reduced, so it failed to break through the defense of the sword energy shield. Xiaoming, come back quickly! Wei Xiaosu covered his chest, which was in unbearable pain, and cursed inwardly. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be beaten by my teammates. He was afraid that if he hesitated for another half a second, the guy would continue to fire rockets. By then he wouldn't know whether the monster was dead or not, but he would be dead anyway. Ababa. After receiving the order, Xiaoming reluctantly put the third firecracker he had just taken out back into his pelvis, and then took small steps and began to run towards Wei Xiaosu's position. Seeing that Xiaoming had returned to his side without any injuries, with his white bones still glowing faintly, and then looking at himself and his 3 younger brothers in such a miserable state, Wei Xiaosu became furious. Why didn't you tell me in advance? The firecrackers have become so powerful, why didn't you tell me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wei Xiaosu took out a shovel and started beating Xiaoming. Peppa, Xiao Chang and Xiao Shuai beside him also silently gave him a thumbs up. Xiaoming, who was beaten black and blue, squatted aside with a wronged look on his face. He picked up the broken finger and drew circles on the sand. Wei Xiaosu also looked into the distance again. The power of the 2 explosions was definitely extraordinary, but he still did not receive any prompt to kill the poisonous spider, which meant that the opponent was not directly killed by the firecrackers. But think about it, although Xiaoming is at the beast general level, which is higher than the poisonous spider, there is a big difference in level. In addition, Xiaoming's attack is explosive and has AoE damage, so it is understandable that he cannot kill the poisonous spider across levels. Come, eat 2 pieces of grave grass to heal your injuries. I will have to rely on you later, Wei Xiaosu said, and took out a large bundle of green grave grass from the storage bag and distributed it to several of his younger brothers. Chapter 65, Spider Queen. Another border between desert and forest. At this time, 3 young men gathered here and were fighting with a dozen huge insects. If Wei Xiaosu were here, he would recognize the identities of those bugs at a glance. They were the peak level 2 elite monsters, the attack bugs. Among the 3 young men, one was holding a giant axe, and the other was holding a long sword, and they were all fighting in close combat. As for the other one, he stood 50 meters away from the battlefield, constantly waving the staff in his hand, and fireballs the size of basketballs were condensed one after another, and then smashed towards the attacking insects in the distance. The one holding the giant axe is called Zhou Xiang, the one holding the sword is called Li Qing, and the one who knows magic is called Zhang Hai. They are all students of the Magic University. However, these 3 people are not freshmen of Demon University, but sophomores, and their strength has reached the 3rd level. However, they are not hidden professions, not even rare professions, and have only just broken through to level 3. So facing the siege of more than a dozen attacking insects, it has already reached the most critical moment. Zhang Hai, use the fire dragon technique. Fireballs can't kill the attacking insects. Zhou Xiang, holding a giant axe, shouted loudly. Use it for nothing. However, Zhang Hai, who was protected by the 2 men in the back, cursed. I have killed dozens of attacking bugs, and my mental strength is almost exhausted. How can I use it? Just as he said, in the distance, there were dozens of charred corpses of attacking insects. As a fire magician with great destructive power, Zhang Hai took the violent route. However, after fighting for so long, most of his mental strength had been consumed, and he could no longer use his powerful attacking skills. Damn it! Zhou Xiang chopped off the forelimb of an attacking insect with an axe and cursed loudly. Not to mention Zhang Hai, even he and Li Qing felt increasingly exhausted. If they continued fighting, they would probably die. Boom! But at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded behind the 3 of them, and even the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. This sudden change made not only the 3 of them, but even the attacker was visibly stunned for a moment. Zhou Xiang and Li Qing each took action to force back the attacking insects beside them, and then turned around at the same time to look behind them, only to see a mushroom cloud tens of meters high that illuminated half of the sky. Seeing the mushroom cloud in the distance, the 3 of them showed surprise on their faces. There's a fight over there too! Zhou Xiang shouted. What a powerful explosion! It's 10 times stronger than my fire dragon technique. Zhang Hai was also extremely surprised. This secret realm restricted entry to people at the highest level 3, which meant that someone at the same level as him could unleash a power 10 times stronger than his, which was simply incredible. Although Zhang Hai is not a super genius, he is also an excellent student who was admitted to the Magic University. Less than a month after the start of his sophomore year, he broke through to the 3rd level. His strength is not weak. Seeing the 2 still in shock, Li Qing, who was the most sober, cursed. Don't be in a daze, run towards the explosion quickly. There must be a big guy fighting monsters over there. We may be saved if we go over there. Okay, let's go now. The 3 quickly reached a consensus and rushed towards the direction of the explosion, but the dozen or so attacking bugs behind them had also reacted and launched a new round of pursuit of the 3. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu grabbed a handful of grave grass and swallowed it carelessly. The injuries on his body were quickly treated. Although he was not fully recovered, he was not much worse off. He just needed to rest and regulate his breathing for a few hours and he would be fine. However, his mood was not very good now. Looking at the gradually disappearing fire in the distance, and the overwhelming smoke and dust, he couldn't help but complain. The law of smoke without injury should never appear here. When I was watching anime before, Wei Xiaosu summed up a ridiculous rule: no matter how gorgeous and powerful the attack looks, as long as a large cloud of smoke is created, the enemy will definitely be unharmed and will even laugh at you for your level. Roar! Sure enough, before the smoke and dust completely dissipated, a sharp roar was heard from it. Wei Xiaosu's face changed and he quickly summoned a large number of skeleton mages. Although these skeleton mages could not break through the defense, they could still delay the opponent's time by being used as cannon fodder. So thousands of skeleton mages rushed towards the smoke again. Wei Xiaosu had no idea what was happening in the smoke and dust, but his skeleton minions kept dying. The thousands he had just summoned died in less than a minute. Roar! Angry roars sounded again, and then a huge black shadow walked out from the smoke and dust. Wei Xiaosu stared at the huge black shadow, feeling that something was wrong. Wait, why does this poisonous spider feel bigger? Wei Xiaosu muttered to himself, feeling confused. He clearly remembered that the poisonous spider was only about the height of a 3-story building, but now at a glance, the creature was half the size of before. There was definitely something wrong. Could it be that it used some skill that can temporarily increase its strength? Wei Xiaosu secretly guessed, and then he ordered. Xiao Chang, Xiao Shuai, the two of you go and test its strength. Even though the poisonous spider is a powerful monster of the 3rd-level boss, it cannot be completely unharmed after withstanding Xiao Ming's 2 rocket firecrackers. So let Xiaoqiang and Xiao Shuai try whether the opponent's combat power has been weakened. If so, kill it directly. If not, plan an escape route. Xiao Shuai was very fast and had long-range attack skills, so even from a long distance away, he could see a bright sword light cutting through the darkness and heading straight for the huge black shadow. The sword light was extremely fast, and in just 1 second it crossed the distance of 100 meters and hit the black shadow directly. However, what Wei Xiaosu did not expect was that Xiao Shuai's sword was like a drop in the ocean, and did not hurt the opponent at all. However, because the sword light briefly illuminated the black shadow, Wei Xiaosu also acted quickly and activated the Insight technique. Insight. Toxic Spider Queen, Level 3, Beast General Level. Level 40. Strength, 6,680. Agility, 7,396. Physical Fitness, 7620. Spirit, 2,488. Wei Xiaosu. Evolved. I originally thought that the other party just used some skills that could temporarily enhance her strength, but I never expected that the other party actually evolved and broke through, becoming the poisonous Spider Queen, and her level also reached the peak of level 3. It's incredible. Xiao Chang, Xiao Shuai, come back! Wei Xiaosu was shocked. How could he beat a level 3 peak beast general monster? Fortunately, he discovered it early, otherwise when Xiqiang and Xiao Shuai rushed to each other, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there would be no return. After receiving the order, Xiqiang and Xiao Shuai turned around and ran back immediately. Wei Xiaosu did not hesitate and began to release a large amount of mental power, shouting, Summon! Chapter 66, Xiaoming, stop it! This time, Wei Xiaosu directly summoned nearly 10,000 skeleton mages, and the densely packed skeleton mages surrounded the poisonous Spider Queen in 3 layers inside and outside. However, he did this not to surround and kill the enemy, but to buy time for himself and several of his capable generals to escape. The human wave tactic might be effective against other monsters, but when encountering the Spider Queen, it would be a matter of life and death. Wei Xiaosu now doubted that the other party could evolve and break through, just because he had killed thousands of his skeleton monsters. He couldn't find anyone to reason with. Roar! The Spider Queen opened her bloody mouth and let out a sharp roar. Circles of sonic attacks instantly spread out with herself as the center. Compared with a few minutes ago, the sonic attacks now can truly achieve 360 degrees killing without blind spots. Crash! Skeleton mages fell down in groups, but more skeleton warriors quickly rushed up to fill the gaps. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. One firecracker after another was thrown out and then exploded, but even Xiao Ming's rocket firecrackers could only cause minor injuries to it. How could these ordinary skeleton mages possibly hurt the other party? The Spider Queen screamed again, and her 2 long forelimbs suddenly stabbed the ground in front of her. Then countless dense spikes emerged from the ground within a radius of 30 meters around her body, stringing together hundreds of skeleton mages. Fuck you, what I hate most in my life is people like you who only use AoE attacks. Wei Xiaosu climbed onto Paige's back while cursing, and then quickly fled with Xiaoqiang, Xiaoming, and Xie Shuai. He didn't dare to stay any longer, let alone enter the unknown forest. The old saying is indeed true. Don't enter the forest. Whether before or after the catastrophe, there are the most dangers in the forest. He actually thought that the forest would be safer than the desert. He was just dreaming. Roar, roar! The roars from the Spider Queen were endless behind him. Naturally, it saw Wei Xiaosu's escape and wanted to chase him, but there were too many skeleton mages nearby. Even though all its skills were area attacks, it was still impossible to kill tens of thousands of skeletons in a few seconds. Wei Xiaosu did not need too much time. He only needed 1 minute, or even half a minute, to successfully escape from the other party's sight. It was late at night and visibility was extremely poor. Even if the Spider Queen was a level 3 beast general level monster, it would be impossible for her to catch up with him. Huh! What's that? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu found that there seemed to be more than a dozen strange black shadows running towards him at a high speed about a few hundred meters in front of him. Peppa, slow down, Xiao Shuai, go check out what's going on ahead. Wei Xiaosu touched Peppa's pig head, signaling it to slow down appropriately, and then sent his strongest subordinate Xiao Shui to check out the situation. Xiao Shui nodded after receiving the order, stepped lightly, and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The sky-breaking swordsman also took the agile route, so in terms of speed, he was not much different from Paige. Shit, there's a monster ahead! Be careful, it's a skeleton monster! It's over, it's over! I'm really dead this time! Less than 10 seconds after Xiao Shui rushed out, Wei Xiaosu heard several panicked voices in the distance, and soon, the sound of fighting also came over. Wei Xiaosu even saw from afar a fireball forming in the darkness. However, facing the fireball attack, Xiao Shui simply chopped it off with a sword and did not suffer any damage at all. Eh? Are they people? Wei Xiaosu also saw the situation in the distance clearly under the brief illumination of the fireball. There were 3 teenagers wearing the school uniforms of the Demon University, and behind the teenagers were a dozen ferocious-looking attacking insects. Phew, luckily there are only a dozen of them, not a swarm of insects. Wei Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief, and touched Peppa's pig head again, saying, Go over there and crush those insects for me. No, don't kill them directly, trample them for me. Wei Xiaosu was very angry after being bullied by the Spider Queen just now. Now he met a dozen lone attackers and he was determined to get back at them. Paige was very fast, and he covered the distance of several hundred meters in a flash. Wei Xiaosu opened his palm, and a ball of green ghost light quickly condensed in his hand to illuminate, and shouted, Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. The 3 people who were about to attack Xiao Shui together were stunned when they heard someone talking and saw a young man illuminated by the ghost light. Although they still didn't quite understand the situation, they immediately stopped. Zhou Xiang held the giant axe in both hands, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Boss, my name is Zhou Xiang, and I'm a sophomore in the melee department. Judging from your appearance, you should be in the summoning department. Why don't I remember there is an undead summoner in the summoning department? Stop talking nonsense, and quickly cooperate with the boss to kill the dozen or so bugs behind you. Li Qing said to Zhou Xiang beside him, and then looked at Zhang Hai not far away with a confused face, cursing. Fuck, Haizi, what are you doing? Why did you put out the fireball? Zhang Hai's face twitched slightly. He put away his fireball technique because he saw the battle not far away. He pointed behind the 2 of them and said calmly, Look over there. What? What's wrong? Hiss. The next second, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing took a breath of cold air at the same time. They were both frightened by the battle not far away. Or rather, it was not a battle at all, but a one-sided ravage. There were a total of 18 attack bugs chasing after the 3 people. They were all elite monsters at the peak of level 2. But what did they see? A humanoid skeleton holding a bone sword waved his hand and slashed out with sword energy, and each sword was just right to cut off the long legs of an attacking insect without hurting its life. There is also a one-horned wild boar that is larger than an Asian elephant. This skeleton pig is even more ferocious. It does not use any skills and has no tricks. It just rushes through the swarm of insects, or crushes half of the opponent's body with 1 foot, or pierces the body directly with the horn on its head. While it is ferocious, it does not kill the opponent directly. Of course, what the 3 people could not understand the most was that about 20 meters away outside the battlefield, a young man was hugging another human-shaped skeleton tightly, and in the arms of that human-shaped skeleton, he was holding a huge object that looked like a firecracker. Xiaoming, stop it. Listen to me, you really can't blow it up now. If you do, we'll all go up to the sky. Xiaoming, you're going too far. You didn't even listen to me. Are you looking for trouble? Come on, if you dare to blow it up, I will dig a hole and bury you, do you believe it? Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, Zhang Hai. This big guy, what is he doing? Chapter 67 Boss, do you have a boyfriend? Abe. Xiaoming put the firecracker back under his crotch with grievance, then squatted on the ground and drew circles. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoming, who had been promoted to level 2, really couldn't be used casually. The power of that firecracker was too damn scary. Within a range of 30 meters, the high temperature of the explosion could easily burn other level 2 masters to death. As for the shock wave, it could also seriously injure level 2 masters 100 meters away. This was the terrifying part about Xiaoming. Without Xiaoming to make trouble, Wei Xiaosu felt a little itchy. He took out his black shovel and rushed forward. With his current physical condition, it was not a problem for him to fight a single attacking insect. He raised his hand and shoveled down. There was a dull, clang, sound, and one of the attacking insects was hit on the head by the shovel. The hard shell broke instantly, and dark green blood flowed out. The attacking insect let out a shrill scream and waved its sharp forelimbs to fight back, but Wei Xiaosu knew what it was planning and had already run to the side, easily avoiding its counterattack. He then jumped up, tightly grasped the shovel with both hands, and slapped it hard. Phew. No matter how hard the skull shell of the attacking insect was, after being attacked twice by Wei Xiaosu, it could no longer withstand the huge force and exploded with a bang. Looking at the corpse of the attacking insect lying on the ground, Wei Xiaosu was deeply moved. It had only been half a day, but he was able to fight and kill the opponent alone. From level 1 to level 2, his progress was really extraordinary. Of course, in terms of combat power, he is nothing compared to Page, Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshui, especially Xiaoshui, who is invincible at level 2. That guy can easily split a hard-shelled attacking insect into two with just a random sweep of sword energy. Xiaoshui maneuvered amidst the siege of numerous attacking insects, constantly changing the moves of the bone sword in his hand. Within 30 seconds, more than 10 attacking insects were killed by him. The reason why it took so long was because of Wei Xiaosu's original order to torture these damn insects. Otherwise, a mere rank 2 elite monster would be killed in 1 second by Xiaoshui. When the last attacking insect was killed, Xiaoshui sheathed his sword and stood tall and straight among the corpses. The cloak with the word Shui written on it fluttered in the wind behind him. He looked like a peerless swordsman. Of course, the premise is that it is not in the state of a skeleton. Big brother is awesome. Are those all your summoned beasts? They're too strong. Boss, do you have a boyfriend? Wei Xiaosu. Do you have a boyfriend? Damn it. Wei Xiaosu resisted the urge to smack the other person to death with a shovel and said, "It's not safe ahead. I advise you to go somewhere else." Ah? Zhou Xiang was a little confused. With the boss's strength, is there anything unsafe in this ruins? Boss, we came here because we saw the fire from the explosion. Was it you who caused the explosion? Li Qing asked. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was also ashamed. As expected, the sound of the explosion could easily attract the attention of other people or monsters, especially at night. The mushroom cloud tens of meters high could illuminate everything within a few kilometers. That roar. Just when Wei Xiaosu was about to say something, suddenly, a sharp roar came from behind the crowd. When Wei Xiaosu heard this familiar roar, he shuddered involuntarily. Geneva, still coming? Wei Xiaosu's face darkened instantly. He looked around and saw a huge black shadow running towards him. The speed was so fast that it made people despair. With an agility attribute of 7,400 points, even if it is not a monster specializing in speed and the agility bonus is not high, it is still much faster than Page. Xiaoming, fire! Wei Xiaosu ran towards Page while giving Xiaoming the order to block the attack. Now the two sides are at least 1 kilometer apart. Even if Xiaoming's firecrackers explode, they will not affect him at all, so he dares to let Xiaoming use them unscrupulously. Ababa. Xiaoming, who was squatting on the ground drawing circles, started dancing with excitement when he heard that he could throw firecrackers. Then, Xiaoming took out a huge rocket firecracker from under his crotch. Placing the firecracker steadily on the sand, Xiaoming struck a match with a swish sound, and then pretended to light the fuse at the top of the firecracker. The next second, the rocket thrusters started to start, and the blue flames pushed the firecrackers high into the sky, and then crashed into the huge black shadow in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Boom! This whole process took less than 10 seconds. When the huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky again, illuminating half the night, Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai were all stunned. Fuck, a summoned beast that can rub an atomic bomb with its hands? The three of them looked at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Although they did not know the extent of Wei Xiaosu's strength, the upper limit of this relic was only level 3. The power of the explosion just now is so strong that even an ordinary level 3 expert might not be able to withstand it, not to mention that the opponent obviously has more than one summoned beast. Hey you three, stop being in a daze and run. I can't beat it. At some point, Wei Xiaosu had already climbed onto Page's back, but out of kindness, he reminded the three people before leaving. Although the explosion just now was very spectacular, it was useless. It couldn't even break the Spider Queen's defense, so there was no way to defeat them. Sure enough, before the huge mushroom cloud dissipated, another sharp roar was heard, and everyone saw an extremely huge spider rushing out of the flames, surprisingly unharmed. Damn, it's actually a peak level 3 beast general. Could it be the strongest monster in this ruins? Zhou Xiang was stunned and turned around and ran. Damn it, wait for me. Li Qing cursed inwardly and followed closely behind. Damn it, why don't you take me with you? Zhang Hai cursed and started running wildly. Among the three, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing's speed were both pretty good, and only Zhang Hai ran the slowest. However, compared to the Spider Queen, there was no difference between the three. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu continued to order Xiaoming to attack and try to delay the Spider Queen's steps. He then casually waved his hand and summoned 3 ordinary skeleton boars, shouting, "Ride on them and run!" The skeleton boar relies on its speed to survive, and it is a tier 2 elite. If it simply compares speed, I'm afraid none of the 3 can be its match. "Thank you, big boss! Long live the boss! Boss is awesome!" Seeing this, the 3 of them thanked it one after another, and then without saying a word, they jumped onto the skeleton boar's back and let it carry them away. Chapter 68: The Crazy Growth of the Spider Queen. Boom! The explosions behind him continued, with rockets rising into the sky and falling to the ground, creating a gorgeous mushroom cloud. But even the power of the rocket firecracker could not really hurt the Spider Queen. After more than 10 seconds, the opponent broke through the blockade of the explosion. It jumped high and was about to launch a fatal attack on Xiaoming. If Xiaoming was hit hard this time, Wei Xiaosu had no doubt that he would be killed instantly. The two sides were simply not on the same level. But at this moment, black mist began to float out of Xiaoming's body. After 3 seconds, the black mist disappeared, but Xiaoming's figure also disappeared at the same time. Xiaoming certainly would not disappear for no reason, but because Wei Xiaosu used the ability of anti-summoning. Anti-summoning is not as simple as summoning, and requires a delay of about 3 seconds, so it is almost impossible to use it during a battle. Phew, the timing is just right. Wei Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. It was definitely a wise move to let Xiaoming cover the retreat. He could easily summon Xiaoming back before the Spider Queen rushed over. This way, he could delay time and Xiaoming would not be killed directly. Roar! The Spider Queen missed her target, but was extremely angry. Her 4 pairs of compound eyes stared at the figure fleeing in the darkness, and she continued to move her 8 legs to chase after it. "Run separately!" Wei Xiaosu shouted from a distance, and without waiting for the 3 people's consent, he directly controlled the skeleton boar to run in different directions. The 4 of them together would make them too big a target, and even Paige couldn't outstrip the Spider Queen in speed, let alone an ordinary skeleton boar. So they could only flee separately. Besides, if they let the 3 of them run in another direction, who knows if the Spider Queen would see that they were outnumbered and chase them. However, Wei Xiaosu soon found that he was overthinking. The Spider Queen had no interest in the 3 people. She just glanced at them and chased Wei Xiaosu without stopping. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, Wei Xiaosu could only continue to wave his hands and yell, "Summon." This time, Wei Xiaosu really invested a lot of money. Dense swarms of skeleton mages appeared around him as if they were free. In just a few breaths, the desert within a radius of several kilometers was filled with skeleton mages. Wei Xiaosu looked back and cursed with a dark face. "Come on, you dog, with 100,000 skeleton mages covering your retreat, I don't believe you can catch up with me." Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the sound of firecrackers exploding was endless, and the flash of light from each explosion could reflect the terrifying figure of a huge monster killing indiscriminately. Wei Xiaosu only took a look and felt his whole body tremble. He grabbed Peppa's pig head and yelled, "Run, run, run quickly! It's too damn scary!" However, what Wei Xiaosu didn't know was that just when he summoned 100,000 skeleton mages to cover their retreat, the Spider Queen who was chasing him desperately stopped on her own initiative and began to kill the skeletons. Logically speaking, with the Spider Queen's strength, she only needs to charge forward. These ordinary level 2 skeleton mages can't stop her at all. At most they can only delay her for some time. But at the moment, the Spider Queen had obviously lost interest in Wei Xiaosu. She began to allow endless skeleton mages to rush towards her, and then bathed in the flames of the explosion, killing them in a dark night. If there were still people nearby at this time, they would find that as the Spider Queen killed, her body was slowly increasing in size, and the aura she exuded was becoming more and more terrifying. 15 meters. 16 meters. 20 meters. Soon, 1/3 of the 100,000 skeleton mages were killed by the Spider Queen, but strangely, she did not continue killing. Instead, she lay on the sand, motionless as if she was resting. At this moment, the height of the Spider Queen has skyrocketed to 25 meters, and her length has exceeded 30 meters. There is an indelible excitement in its 4 pairs of terrifying compound eyes. The Spider Queen had no intention of letting go of the remaining tens of thousands of skeleton mages. She allowed the firecrackers to fall on her body and explode. Every 10 minutes, she would kill hundreds or thousands of them, and then continue to lie on the ground to rest, repeating the cycle over and over again. "Finally, I'm not catching up with you?" Wei Xiaosu jumped down from Paige's back and couldn't help rubbing his butt. This guy had a lot of hard bones, and it was really uncomfortable after sitting on it and running for dozens of miles. Wei Xiaosu took the time to look at his heavenly Tao reminder. There were 100,000 skeleton mages. More than half of them had been lost in just a short while. Even a wealthy man like him felt a little distressed. Something's wrong. It's very wrong. Wei Xiaosu was walking while thinking about the previous situation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was fishy. The original Spider Queen was just a level 3 boss-level poisonous spider. Even though she was very powerful, Wei Xiaosu was still confident that he could kill her. But an accident happened. The opponent killed thousands of skeleton mages and was bombed once by Xiao Ming with a rocket firecracker. Then, the opponent inexplicably broke through to the Beast General level, and it was the peak level of level 3 Beast General. So, is it because of the killing of thousands of skeleton mages, or is it because of the rocket firecrackers? Wei Xiaosu fell into deep thought. But this is destined to be a question without an answer, at least not in the short term. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Just have a good rest tonight and talk about it in the morning. From the time he entered the ruins till now, Wei Xiaosu had been either fighting or on the way to a fight, and he was extremely tired. He first summoned a large number of skeleton mages to guard the surroundings, and then placed Page, Xiuqiang and Xishui by his side to protect them at all times. What? You mean Xiao Ming? Of course he was put in a dark room. Wei Xiaosu didn't want to be blown up into the sky by a firecracker while he was sleeping. I'm so hungry! Wei Xiaosu had just relaxed when his stomach began to growl. He didn't have any food with him, and the storage bag he had found on the corpse before did not contain any extra food except for a few bottles of water and a few packets of biscuits. After all, everyone originally came here just to see the world, and who the hell would have thought that they would be tricked into the ruins, so except for some foodies, no one would think of putting food in the storage bag. I need to save a few packets of biscuits for tomorrow's journey. I should go to sleep. I won't be hungry when I sleep. Wei Xiaosu muttered secretly in his heart and resisted the urge to eat. Soon, the exhausted Wei Xiaosu fell asleep, and the skeleton monsters around him carried out his orders from beginning to end to guard his safety. Chapter 69, Giant Eagle of the Sand Sea. The next day. At dawn, Wei Xiaosu woke up from his sleep. He looked up at the sky and stared at the rising sun for a few seconds, wondering what the sun in the ruins was. If the ruins are just a fragment of a world, then the sun should not appear, and there will be eternal darkness in the ruins. But whether it is this relic or any other relic that has been opened before, there is an alternation of day and night, and even seasons, which is very strange. Coo coo coo. His stomach growled again. Wei Xiaosu touched his deflated belly, feeling melancholy. He still had 3 packets of biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water on him. If he ate them sparingly, he would be able to survive for 2 or 3 days without any problem. It is fortunate that he is not a combat professional, otherwise his combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly weakened if he was not full. Wei Xiaosu did not have such worries. He seldom had to take action himself, and his workers did not need to eat, so they were able to maintain their peak combat power perfectly. After eating half a pack of biscuits, Wei Xiaosu still felt very hungry, but he also knew that he could not eat anymore. No one knew whether there was any other food in the ruins. If not, he would have to rely on these biscuits to hold on until the core of the ruins was captured. Peppa, let's go! Wei Xiaosu climbed onto Peppa's back and continued to move forward. The forest behind was too dangerous. He didn't plan to turn back until he could kill the Spider Queen. A man and a pig walked in the vast desert. From the rising sun to the setting sun, another day passed. On the way, he saw many dried corpses, some of his classmates, and some of the soldiers. The number was so large that it made him numb. However, there was something that surprised him. That was that in the entire day, he didn't even encounter a monster. It was really strange. However, Wei Xiaosu did not think much about it. They were just attacking insects that could not be eaten. They appeared in groups every time. If another insect type appeared, he would have to rush for his life again. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Wei Xiaosu. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then drank the last sip of water in the mineral water bottle. He originally thought that he could hold out in the desert for 2 or 3 days, but now he realized that he was too naive. The situation in the desert is far worse than other places, especially the consumption of water resources is terrifying. Am I really going to die in here? Wei Xiaosu put the empty bottle of mineral water into his storage bag. He looked at the half-empty biscuits still inside, but he had no appetite at all. Water, we must find drinkable water! Wei Xiaosu licked his dry lips with his tongue and said secretly. Perhaps there is always a way out, or perhaps God heard his plea. Just as Wei Xiaosu was gradually becoming desperate, suddenly, he saw a hint of green at the end of his sight. It was just a patch of green, about the size of a fingernail, not as boundless as the forest behind. But even if it was just this little bit of green, it could be seen from such a long distance, which meant that its actual area must not be small. It's an oasis! Wei Xiaosu immediately thought of this possibility. It is really a very lucky thing to be able to find an oasis in the vast desert. The oasis can not only replenish water, but also may contain edible things. Peppa, go over there, to the oasis. Wei Xiaosu was so excited that he could hardly speak clearly. Now the sun was about to set and the temperature in the desert began to drop. He could barely hold on for one more night. But once tomorrow, after the sun rises, if he still cannot get water, he will surely die. It seemed as if Peppa could feel the anxiety and uneasiness in her owner's heart. While speeding up, she also tried her best not to shake her body too violently, so as not to make her weak owner even weaker. As Paige ran, the small green dot in the distance, which was originally only the size of a fingernail, began to gradually grow larger. About half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu was finally able to confirm that it was an oasis, and a very large oasis at that. Great, we're saved! Wei Xiaosu looked at the huge oasis in the distance that was at least 10 kilometers in diameter, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Chew! Suddenly, when Wei Xiaosu was several kilometers away from the oasis, a sharp bird cry sounded above his head. He looked up at the sky and found that a dozen strange-looking birds had gathered above his head without him noticing. The body length of this strange bird is almost over 2 meters, and its wingspan reaches an astonishing 6 meters. It has gray-brown feathers on its body, and looks like an enlarged version of an eagle on the blue planet. Insight! Sansi Giant Eagle, Level 3 Boss Level. Level 34. Strength, 2810. Agility, 1414/8888. Constitution, 2568. Spirit, 1741. It's actually a Level 3 Boss Level monster. Wei Xiaosu was a little surprised. The dozen or so Sansi Giant Eagles above his head had the highest level of 38, and the lowest of 31. They were definitely a force that should not be underestimated. Chew! These giant eagles seemed to realize that Wei Xiaosu was not easy to mess with, or rather, that Peppa Pig was not easy to mess with, so they let out a few strange cries, circled a few times, and then flew away one after another. What a fast speed! If I also had a little brother who could fly, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Wei Xiaosu looked at the flying giant eagle of the Sand Sea and marveled in his heart. With a flying agility of 8,888 points, even the Spider Queen was far inferior to it. But flying summoned beasts are rare to begin with, let alone the undead type, which are even rarer. Anyway, the only ones Wei Xiaosu knows about are the Frostbone Dragon and the Lava-Bone Dragon. Peppa, ignore those strange birds and keep moving forward. Wei Xiaosu patted Peppa's pig head gently and collected his thoughts. The price of the Frostbone Dragon and the Lava-Bone Dragon in the Nether Money Mall was as high as 1 million. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. Another half an hour passed, and only the afterglow of the sun was left in the sky, but Wei Xiaosu finally arrived at the oasis. Looking at the super-large oasis not far away, he hesitated. After all, with his experience in the forest behind, he now has a psychological trauma about the green places in the ruins. He is very afraid that a Spider Queen will rush out from this oasis. If that happens, he will have nowhere to escape. Summon Xiao Chang! After some thought, Wei Xiaosu decided to let Xiu Qiang, who had the highest defense, go in first to explore the way. If there was no danger, it would not be too late for him to go in. If there was danger, then he would change a position and continue to go in. In short, he had to enter this oasis. If he didn't, he would surely die of dehydration tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. Wei Xiaosu looked at Xiu Qiang's back and prayed silently in his heart. Chapter 70, Weird Rabbit. Time passed by minute as Wei Xiaosu waited. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoqiang, who had entered the oasis, returned safely. As a beast general level summoned beast, Xiaoqiang also has some intelligence, but he cannot speak. However, as soon as he came back, he started gesticulating with his hands and feet, which roughly meant that he did not find any danger in the oasis, but instead there was water and other things. Is there really water? Wei Xiaosu was overjoyed. He licked his cracked lips, and heaved a sigh of relief in his surprise. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go in." Wei Xiaosu did not summon too many skeleton minions, even Paige was summoned back by him. After all, Paige was too huge. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he only brought Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshuai. Just after entering the oasis, the two skeletons had walked less than 100 meters when Wei Xiaosu actually saw a rabbit running on the grass in the distance. Rabbits? It turns out that these ruins aren't filled with bugs. Seeing the rabbits moving around, Wei Xiaosu instantly became energetic again. Although water was what he wanted most, it wouldn't take much time to catch 2 rabbits. Besides, biscuits were not as delicious as rabbits. Xiao Shuai, it's up to you, go ahead. Wei Xiaosu lay down behind a tree and ordered Xiao Shuai beside him. Cool. Xiao Shuai nodded slightly, and then leaped out. His speed was undoubtedly very fast. It was just a little rabbit, so it was easy to catch it, right? But the next second, Wei Xiaosu was stunned. Xiao Shuai was about to grab the rabbit, but at this critical moment, the rabbit suddenly kicked the ground with its hind legs and disappeared in a streak of white light. Wei Xiaosu. Xiao Shuai. The man and the skeleton looked at the missing little rabbit and both fell into deep thought. Where is my rabbit? Where is such a big rabbit? Wei Xiaosu was stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Wei Xiaosu had to give up and continue moving forward. However, after taking only 2 steps, he found another rabbit, a huge rabbit. Wow, what a big rabbit! Wei Xiaosu hid behind a tree, quietly observing the rabbit as big as a cow dozens of meters away. However, Wei Xiaosu was smarter this time. He did not act rashly, but used the insight skill first. After all, he had suffered a loss from the strange rabbit that was so fast that Xiao Shuai could not react in time. Giant rabbit, level 3 boss level. Level 32. Strength, 2510. Agility, 1814. Physical fitness, 3568. Spirit, 741. Wow, it's really called Jujujujutu Rabbit. Wei Xiaosu inexplicably felt that he was quite awesome as he could guess the other person's name just by casually saying it. The 4-dimensional attributes of this giant rabbit are very strong, especially the physique column, which is as high as 3,568 points. Its defense is absolutely ridiculously high. But for Wei Xiaosu, this giant rabbit is his best hunting target. At least it is easier to deal with than that slippery little rabbit. Xiao Shuai, come on! At the command, Xiao Shuai drew his sword and rushed out again. Perhaps it was because of his previous failure that he lost face in front of his master and colleagues, so this time, Xiao Shuai used the killing move. A sword flashed out in an instant, and the terrifying sword energy contained a strong murderous intent, which directly chopped off the giant rabbit's body. A large tuft of white fur was cut off by the sword energy and flew all over the sky. And then, nothing happened. What? Wei Xiaosu jumped out from his hiding place. He looked at the scene in disbelief, feeling that this world was not real. That was the sword energy released by Xiao Shuai, the strongest attack from his side, no doubt about it. But even so, the terrifying sword energy only cut off a tuft of the giant rabbit's fur. How is this possible? The sword energy that can easily cut through the hard shell of an attacking insect can't even cut through the flesh of a rabbit. It's too magical. Wei Xiaosu opened the giant rabbit's attribute panel again. There was nothing wrong with it. Its physical attribute was only 3,568 points. Although it was very strong, it should not be unscathed. Xiao Shuai was also standing there in a daze. He looked at the sword in his hand, then looked at the giant rabbit that was still eating grass carelessly not far away. His whole skeleton felt terrible. Especially when it discovered that there seemed to be a hint of mockery in the eyes of the giant rabbit, which hurt Xiao Shuai even more. After failing twice in a row, how could it hold its head up in front of its colleagues in the future? Xiao Shuai's teeth were grinding, and the next second, he began to gather strength again, and the sky-breaking sword she was used to exert the maximum power it could currently exert. In an instant, Xiao Shuai chopped out a black sword energy that was more than 10 meters long. Wherever the sword energy passed, there was a mess. Trees, flowers, and even stones were all chopped into pieces. As the skeleton with the strongest single attack under Wei Xiaosu, Xiao Shuai has his own pride. Its foundation is much stronger than the other skeletons that have been given names. If it cannot take down the giant rabbit today, how can it keep its face? The giant rabbit seemed to sense the crisis. It raised its head for the first time and looked at the sword energy that was coming towards it. For the first time, a serious look appeared in its small eyes. Then, the originally white fur on the giant rabbit began to turn golden at a very fast speed. Under the setting sun, the giant rabbit looked even more sacred. The sword energy successfully hit the giant rabbit, and the blending of black and gold was quite spectacular. But soon, Wei Xiaosu in the back discovered something wrong. Xiao Shuai's sword energy seemed to be extremely powerful, able to split mountains and break rocks, but the golden giant rabbit was still not injured and was still absorbing the energy of the sword energy. The black sword energy had a slight upper hand at the beginning, but soon, it showed signs of fatigue, and the rich black color began to gradually become transparent, until its power was greatly reduced, and it was actually swallowed up by the golden giant rabbit bite by bite. Fuck? Is this even possible? Wei Xiaosu shuddered all over. He really couldn't understand. He just wanted to kill a rabbit to fill his stomach, so why did he encounter 2 such horrible monsters in a row? Boss, sorry to bother you. Wei Xiaosu didn't know whether the giant golden rabbit could understand him, so he turned around and ran away. Xiao Shuai was completely convinced at this time. He dared not stay any longer and followed closely behind, fleeing the battlefield in a hurry. As for the giant golden rabbit, it just watched them running away indifferently, without any intention of chasing them, and continued to lie on the ground and eat its grass. Luckily they didn't catch up. Wei Xiaosu hid behind a tree, still feeling frightened. There was definitely something strange about that giant golden rabbit. Even the four-dimensional attributes he detected with his insight technique might be fake. Since the other party didn't catch up with him, Wei Xiaosu didn't plan to continue running away. He looked up and was shocked to find that his head was full of fruits that looked like peaches. Chapter 71, Golden Monkey. Cluck. In Wei Xiaosu's current state, every time he saw something edible, his stomach would involuntarily make a protesting sound. He raised his head and stared at it carefully for a few seconds, and finally confirmed that it was indeed fruit. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were a lot of gnawed fruit cores just under the tree, at his feet. In other words, this fruit that looks very much like a peach is edible and is non-toxic. Wei Xiaosu was almost in tears. Although it was a pity that he couldn't eat rabbit meat, it seemed not bad to be able to eat peaches. Wei Xiaosu, who was thirsty and hungry, did not ask his workers for help. He started to climb the tree using his hands and feet. But when he had climbed less than halfway, suddenly, a monkey half the height of a man jumped from the top of the tree to a branch below. This monkey has golden hair all over its body, very similar to the golden monkey on the blue planet, but its hair is more colorful than that of the real golden monkey. Chili jili guala, guala guala jili. The monkey looked very excited. It looked down at Wei Xiaosu below, shouting something. Although Wei Xiaosu didn't understand what the monkey was saying, he could probably guess that it was scolding him, and the scolding was very ugly. Wei Xiaosu was of course very angry to be scolded by a monkey, but given his previous bad experiences with the little rabbit and the big rabbit, he was much more cautious this time. In sight! Wei Xiaosu shouted softly. Golden Monkey, Level 3 Boss Level. Level 35. Strength, 2610. Agility, 3714. Physical Fitness, 2468. Spirit, 2041. The attributes are pretty good. It's a level 3 boss, not very strong, but not weak either. However, Wei Xiaosu was really scared by the monsters in this oasis. The giant rabbit he encountered before looked ordinary in appearance, but it was extremely powerful after the fight. He was very worried that the monkey in front of him was also a hidden boss. Piaji? Wei Xiaosu was still thinking about how to respond, but he never expected that the monkey above his head would casually pick a peach and smash it on his head. Bang! Ouch, Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He was actually beaten by a monkey. How could he tolerate this? Wei Xiaosu touched his head with his hand, grimacing in pain. He pointed at the culprit and cursed. Damn it, you hairy monkey, come down and fight me if you have the guts. Jilijiligwala. When the golden monkey saw Wei Xiaosu being humiliated, it clapped its hands and shouted excitedly, then picked a peach and threw it at the human below. This time, Wei Xiaosu was prepared and was not hit. Instead, he nimbly turned around and dodged. He found that the monkey on the tree did not use its full strength. Otherwise, with its 2610 points of strength, it would have smashed his head and made him bleed. There was a golden monkey guarding the tree, so Wei Xiaosu didn't risk climbing up any further. He let go of the tree trunk with both hands and quickly jumped back to the ground. Then, Wei Xiaosu looked up at the golden monkey on the treetop, put his hands on his hips and cursed. Come on, you little monkey, keep hitting me with peaches if you have the guts. After saying that, he secretly winked at Xiaoshuai beside him, and threw a storage bag over to him, asking it to pick up the 2 peaches that had just fallen on the ground. Wei Xiaosu was not sure whether the golden monkey could understand what he said, but tone of voice could transcend language and even species. For example, he could clearly feel that the monkey was scolding him just now, and the scolding was very unpleasant. As expected, the golden monkey was so angry that he shouted loudly when he saw that the hateful human below dared to scold him. So he kept picking peaches beside him and throwing them down like stones. It was a pity that all of the golden monkey's attacks were in vain. Even after it picked up dozens of peaches around it and threw them away, it still failed to hit Wei Xiaosu once. Chili jili guala, guala guala jili. The golden monkey was almost furious. There was a hint of anger in its golden pupils. Then, it jumped onto the branch next to it and reached out to pick the nearest peach. Come on, you hairy monkey, keep hitting me! Wei Xiaosu kept provoking, and even picked up a peach on the ground and put it in his mouth to eat. It's true, this peach-shaped fruit is sweet and delicious, and when you eat it, a warm current spreads throughout your body. It seems that it is not just an ordinary fruit. Shichichi. The golden monkey became even angrier. It no longer held back and threw the peach in its hand out as fast as it could. the whole peach turned into a residual shadow. Wei Xiaosu, who had been keeping an eye on the opponent, was about to dodge, but he didn't expect that the peach was too fast and he couldn't dodge it at all. But at this critical moment, Xiaoqiang behind him directly used the skill, Stand Up. Its own speed was indeed not fast, but when it released this skill, its speed was maximized. Only a white shadow flashed by, and when it appeared again, it had already raised its shield in front of Wei Xiaosu. Puff boom. Almost at the same time, the peach that was thrown out with an afterimage also hit Xiaoqiang's heavy shield. The peach broke into pieces instantly, but the powerful impact force knocked Xiaoqiang down, and then he crashed into Wei Xiaosu, and instantly fell to the ground. Jilla jilla gwala. The golden monkey put his hands on his hips, looking like he was saying, "Do you know how powerful I am?" However, the monkey didn't intend to kill anyone, otherwise it wouldn't just throw a peach. Wei Xiaosu realized this and slowly stood up from the ground. He covered his chest, which was hurt from being hit, looked up at the arrogant monkey in disbelief, and murmured, "What is going on? Why are the monsters in this oasis so strong?" No matter it was the rabbit before or the monkey now, their panel attributes are really average, but the combat power they exert is extremely terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that they can fight across levels. Xiao Shuai, Wei Xiaosu's subordinate, can also fight against monsters of higher levels, but he can't withstand encountering monsters of higher levels who can also fight against monsters of higher levels. There's no way he can defeat them. "Okay, you're awesome!" Wei Xiaosu bowed to the monkey on the tree, indicating that he gave up, and then walked to the open space opposite the peach tree and sat down. He was already tired enough and didn't want to fight unless it was necessary, so he simply took out the peach he had just picked up and started eating it right under the opponent's nose. Not to mention, the peach tasted really good, and after eating it, there was a strange warm current that warmed his body, making him feel very comfortable. Chapter 72, Cookies for Peaches. When the whole peach was eaten and only the pit was left, Wei Xiaosu discovered another clue. The bruise on his chest that had been hit by Xiaoqiang just now was completely healed. Moreover, even his weak body was recovering rapidly towards its peak. The effect was 10 times stronger than the grass on his grave. Amazing! Wei Xiaosu was really shocked. Putting aside the recovery from his injuries, the grass on his grave also had the same effect. It was just a matter of time. But the special effect of allowing a weak body to recover to its peak state in a short period of time is truly abnormal. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but get excited when he thought of the dozens of peaches in his storage bag. With these peaches, the grass on the grave could be left in the corner to gather dust. Of course, the premise of all this is that he can get more peaches like this. Wei Xiaosu felt the changes in his body. His injuries had completely healed, and his weak body had almost recovered. The only thing that the peach could not make up for was hunger. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, the peach is only half the size of a fist. It would be impossible to be full with just one peach. So Wei Xiaosu opened his pink storage bag and took out a pack of Oreo cookies. Tearing open the bag, he took out a biscuit and began to slowly savor its flavor. In the past 2 days, he was either chasing monsters or being chased by monsters. It was rare to have such a leisurely moment, so he was not in a hurry. "What's that?" The golden monkey on the tree trunk was still immersed in the joy of victory, but a sudden, tearing sound attracted its attention. That strange tearing sound was something it had never heard since it was born. Also, why was the human under the tree holding a black round object and putting it into his mouth, and it seemed to be delicious? Wei Xiaosu, who was happily eating Oreos, naturally didn't notice the situation of the golden monkey on the tree. With Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshuai watching him, he was too lazy to pay any extra attention to them. But in the next second, a peach suddenly fell from the tree and landed right in Wei Xiaosu's arms, which surprised him, and at the same time he exclaimed how lucky he was. He subconsciously looked up, but was stunned, because the golden monkey was pointing at the peach that had just fallen and chirping, and from time to time pointed at the pack of Oreo cookies, as if it really wanted it. At this moment, 2 creatures of different species and speaking different languages actually began to communicate miraculously. Wei Xiaosu looked at the peach in his left hand, then at the biscuit in his right hand, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Want to eat?" "Jilla jilla gwala." "Okay, a peach and a biscuit." After saying that, Wei Xiaosu took a biscuit and threw it at the other party. The golden monkey immediately reached out to take it upon seeing this. It spread the biscuit on the palm of its hand, looked at it over and over again, then put it to the tip of its nose and sniffed it. After making sure there was no danger, it tried taking a small bite. The golden monkey slowly chewed the biscuit in its mouth, and gradually, its golden pupils began to dilate. Then it jumped around on the tree trunk excitedly, chirping non-stop. "Jilla jilla gwala, gwala gwala jili." The golden monkey finished all the remaining biscuits in his hand and suddenly felt that his whole life was complete. The most delicious food he has ever eaten since he was born is undoubtedly this biscuit. Although it has no other effects, the fact that it tastes so good has made him fall in love with it completely. You want more? Wei Xiaosu was overjoyed when he saw this. He raised the biscuit in his hand, and his meaning was very clear. The golden monkey is not an ordinary monster. It possesses extremely high intelligence, even not inferior to humans, so it understood Wei Xiaosu's meaning in seconds. Jilijiligwala! The golden monkey let out a strange cry and began to jump left and right on the tree branches. It picked the bright red peaches one by one and threw them to Wei Xiaosu without any hesitation. It's rich, I'm really going to get rich this time. Wei Xiaosu had heard that the ruins were full of treasures, and he originally thought it was all a lie, but he didn't expect that it was actually true. The ruins are very dangerous, and there are dangers everywhere. You can die if you are not careful. But as long as you are strong enough or lucky enough, you will gain countless treasures by entering the ruins once. Wei Xiaosu even suspected that there were even more precious treasures in that endless forest. Even if he was told that the legendary Ruins Array Center was in there, he would not find it strange. Of course, Wei Xiaosu didn't plan to go back to the forest where the Spider Queen lurked, at least not now. While Wei Xiaosu was thinking about things, the golden monkey on the tree had already dropped all the peaches, a total of 53 peaches, plus the ones he got before. There were 96 peaches in total, which was undoubtedly a huge profit. I only have 2 bags of biscuits left. The rest are my debt to you. Wei Xiaosu took out the last 2 bags of biscuits from the storage bag, making a total of 2.5 bags. Even if he exchanged a biscuit for a peach, it would definitely not be enough, but he really had no more. Besides, the peaches were in his hands now, could he give them back? However, the golden monkey didn't seem to care about it. 2.5 bags were 2.5 bags. It would eat them first and talk about it later. Jilijiligwala, the golden monkey stuffed the biscuits into its mouth one by one. The rich milk aroma and the special taste of the biscuits made it feel like its whole soul was about to ascend to heaven. Wei Xiaosu, who was standing under the tree, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this scene. It was outrageous that he could taste delicacies from land and sea when eating a biscuit. If he offered a bucket of Master Kong beef noodles, wouldn't the hairy monkey be so excited that he would die on the spot? After giving all the biscuits to the golden monkey, Wei Xiaosu could only take out a peach to eat. Although it was a bit extravagant, he couldn't stay hungry all the time. He finished eating the peach, and the golden monkey also finished eating all the biscuits. Both sides were extremely satisfied. Wei Xiaosu leaned against the tree trunk, looked up at the other person, and said, I'm going to sleep, don't make any noise. Chi-Chi, the golden monkey bared its teeth at Wei Xiaosu, but that was all. The experiences of the past 2 days also made Wei Xiaosu physically and mentally exhausted. After instructing Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshuai to protect his safety, he fell into a deep sleep. Chi-Chi. After a while, the golden monkey on the tree secretly glanced at Wei Xiaosu, who was sleeping soundly. Its golden eyes rolled around, and then it turned around, jumped a few times, and soon disappeared into the night. Xiaoshuai and Xiaoqiang just glanced at the leaving golden monkey indifferently. Their mission was to protect the safety of their master, and the fact that the biggest threat nearby left on its own initiative made them feel relieved. Especially Xiaoshuai, whose intelligence is much higher, so the pressure is also greater. When the golden monkey has not left yet, his hand has been placed on the hilt of the sword, ready to draw the sword at any time. Chapter 73, Fairy Peach Tree Seeds. A dreamless night. At dawn the next day, Wei Xiaosu woke up from his sleep. He stretched comfortably and felt refreshed. The fatigue from the past 2 days had disappeared without a trace. The magical peach and sufficient sleep brought his spirit back to its peak. Jilijiligwa. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard the cry of a monkey above his head. He raised his head and looked upward. Sure enough, the golden monkey was looking at him with sharp eyes. Jilijiligwa, the golden monkey seemed very excited. Perhaps after a night of getting along, it became bolder and actually jumped directly from the tree and landed steadily only 1 or 2 meters in front of Wei Xiaosu. This sudden and outrageous action scared Wei Xiaosu. Although this monkey looks small, its fighting power is very strong. Xiaoshuai and Xiaoqiang immediately stood in front of Wei Xiaosu to prevent their master from getting hurt. But it was obvious that they were overthinking it. After the golden monkey landed, it actually stretched out its palm, revealing a strange seed the size of a glass bead in its palm. For me? Wei Xiaosu asked tentatively. Jilijiligwa. The golden monkey nodded, then looked at Xiaoshuai and Xiaoqiang with disdain, as if to say that if it really wanted to take action, these 2 little skeletons could protect them. Seeing that the other party really had no intention of taking action, Wei Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, if this monkey really had ill intentions, it would not have waited until he woke up. So Wei Xiaosu didn't think any more about it, and walked straight forward to take the strange seed. As soon as he got the seed, a light blue screen that only Wei Xiaosu could see appeared automatically in front of him. Fairy Peach Tree Seeds, S-grade magical seeds that can grow S-grade fairy peach trees. The introduction is simple, but explosive. This little monkey actually gave him such a treasure. When did their relationship become so close? He silently took out the pink storage bag, and then put the seeds into the storage bag. This was the biggest gain of this trip to the ruins. Thank you, little monkey. See you again if we're lucky. Wei Xiaosu turned around and was about to leave, just like a bad uncle who had cheated a kid out of candy. Chi-Chi. The golden monkey was also stunned. It took out all its treasured fairy peach tree seeds. This hateful human being didn't even give it any delicious food. How can this be tolerated? The next second, the golden monkey transformed into a golden stream of light and rushed towards Wei Xiaosu. With the distance so close and the speed so fast, not to mention Xiaoshuai, even Xiaoqiang's skill of standing forward, that could reach the target position instantly was too late to use. Bang! Ah! Wei Xiaosu was still immersed in the excitement of harvesting the seeds of the fairy peach tree, but unexpectedly he felt a sharp pain in his back, and then his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Handsome! When Xiaoshuai saw his master being ambushed, his anger suddenly exploded. He drew the sword in his hand, and a series of sharp and terrifying sword lights began to attack the golden monkey. Both parties took an agile route, and their movements were so fast that the other bodyguard, Xiaoshuai, couldn't get involved at all. In the end, he could only turn around and run towards his master. Hiss, it hurts so much! Wei Xiaosu was kicked dozens of meters away without warning, and he felt like his internal organs were about to shift. But at the same time, he was very surprised. Although he was kicked away by the hairy monkey just now, he was not seriously injured. This showed that the guy still held back, otherwise he would have been seriously injured if not killed. Of course, wanting to kill Wei Xiaosu was wishful thinking. There were still hundreds of thousands of workers in his summoning space. He could not die before all the workers died. Xiaoshuai, come back! Wei Xiaosu shouted loudly into the distance. Hearing Wei Xiaosu's voice, Xiaoshuai drew his sword again to force the golden monkey back, and then he leaped back to Wei Xiaosu's side. Chi-Ji, the golden monkey followed closely behind, but under Xiaoshuai's sharp gaze, it stopped dozens of meters away. Afterwards, the golden monkey stretched out its palm and kept chirping. Although Wei Xiaosu could not understand what it was saying, he felt that it was asking him to return the fairy peach tree seeds. But this is obviously impossible. Return the seeds? I can't return them in this lifetime. How about getting rid of this hairy monkey? Wei Xiaosu began to think about the possibility of killing the other party. But no matter how he calculated it, he felt that this task was difficult. The only one present who could keep up with the speed of the golden monkey was Xiaoshuai. But in a one-on-one situation, Xiaoshuai could only be evenly matched with the opponent, or even slightly inferior. However, Wei Xiaosu could be ruthless and directly summon hundreds of thousands of skeleton mages to surround all the nearby enemies. Then no matter how fast the enemy was, they would be exhausted to death. But doing so would make too much noise and might easily attract other unknown horrors. God knows whether there would be more powerful existences in this strange oasis. Wait, this hairy monkey, is he trying to trade seeds for cookies? For no reason, Wei Xiaosu came up with such a ridiculous guess. Considering the experience of exchanging fairy peaches for Oreo cookies last night, he felt that this was most likely the case. Damn! Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. He really regretted it. Why couldn't he buy a few more packs of biscuits before entering the ruins? After thinking for a few seconds, Wei Xiaosu said, I can't possibly return the seeds to you, but I promise you that I will bring you something delicious when I have the chance. Chi-Chi, the golden monkey, bared its teeth at Wei Xiaosu, obviously not believing even a single punctuation mark in the pie that the hateful human had painted. Hey, you little monkey! Wei Xiaosu was about to start another quarrel with the golden monkey, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a palpitating sense of death crisis. Xiaoshuai, Xiaochang! Wei Xiaosu's face changed and he shouted loudly. In an instant, Xiaoshuai released his defensive skills, sword energy shield, and Xiaoqiang also raised his shield in front of him. Almost at the same time, a dark red beam of light flew towards him with unparalleled power. The dark red beam of light first hit the sword energy shield, but in just 1 second, the shield was completely shattered. The dark red beam of light continued to be powerful as it hit Xiaoshuai's shield again. Although it was unable to break the shield for a while, the powerful impact force sent Xiaochang, Wei Xiaosu and Xiaoshuai behind him flying backwards. Roar! A deep roar sounded in the distance. Unlike the sharp roar of the Spider Queen, it was more like the roar of a ferocious beast. Chapter 74, Tiger Demon King. The powerful impact sent Wei Xiaosu flying backwards, and he even crashed into several trees as thick as buckets along the way. Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Wei Xiaosu's aura suddenly dropped. This time, not only him, but also Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chang suffered considerable damage. Especially Xiaoqiang, it finally faced the terrifying dark red shock wave, and even the shield in its hand was blown into pieces, which was simply horrifying. Chi-chi. The golden monkey's golden pupils were filled with fear. Just as it was about to turn around and run away, it seemed to remember something, so it quickly rushed towards the lying Wei Xiaosu, grabbed his arm and began to run wildly. Summon! Collect! Wei Xiaosu did not struggle or resist, allowing the golden monkey to drag him away. However, before that, he still endured the pain and summoned Xiaoshuai and Xiaoqiang back. What is that? Just when Xiaoshuai and Xiaoqiang disappeared, another dark red shock wave hit them, and the target of this shock wave was exactly where they were just now. Boom! The dark red shock wave hit the ground and suddenly exploded into a flame that shot up into the sky. The power of the explosion also made him frightened. Roar! The attack failed and the sneak-attacking monster seemed very angry. Although it was surprised how the two human-shaped skeletons suddenly disappeared, it was not very interested in knowing more. After the monster let out a deafening roar, its true appearance finally revealed. It turned out to be a spotted tiger with a single horn on its forehead. The tiger was huge in size, at least 5 meters tall, a true behemoth. Insight. Demonic Tiger King, Level 3, Beast General Level. Level 40. Strength, 7,380. Agility, 7,855. Physical fitness, 8620. Spirit, 3,488. Hiss. Hold the grass. When Wei Xiaosu saw the 4-dimensional attribute panel of the tiger, he was stunned. It turned out to be another level 3 peak beast general monster. And judging from the data on the panel, this tiger is even stronger than the Spider Queen. I'm dying. Wei Xiaosu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why was his luck so bad? He had just escaped from the pursuit of the Spider Queen, and now he encountered the even stronger Tiger Demon King. It was really bad luck. Roar! The Tiger Demon King behind him had no intention of letting Wei Xiaosu go. After a slight hesitation, he quickly chased after him. So fast. Wei Xiaosu looked at the Tiger Demon King behind him and was shocked. He didn't know when a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Let me go. You can't run fast with me. Wei Xiaosu broke free from the golden monkey. Then black air filled his hands. In the blink of an eye, a one-horned skeleton boar of the same size appeared. Run! Wei Xiaosu jumped onto Peppa's back, and then pulled the golden monkey up. Under normal circumstances, the speed of the golden monkey was almost the same as Peppa's, but Peppa had the skill of accelerating. Brutal collision! Wei Xiaosu commanded Paige to activate a skill. This skill was originally used to attack the enemy, but now it could only be used to escape. As soon as the skill was activated, Paige's speed increased by 2 times, and he was finally able to catch up with the Tiger Demon King who was chasing him closely. But this is not enough. Paige's skill only lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes. Once the time is up, she will definitely be caught up in an instant. Damn it, they have to use the human wave tactic to delay time again. Wei Xiaosu felt a little tired. Summon. While running wildly, he released skills to summon skeleton mages, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In the blink of an eye, densely packed skeleton mages appeared where Wei Xiaosu ran past. More than 100,000 skeleton mages appeared at the same time, and there was no end in sight. Roar! The Tiger Demon King was also frightened by the sudden appearance of a large number of skeleton mages, but when it felt the faint aura emanating from those skeleton monsters, it suddenly became angry. It was a great shame that he was the Tiger Demon King, the true king of the oasis, and he had the thought of running away just now. Then, the Tiger Demon King opened its terrifying bloody mouth, and dark red light began to condense. 2 or 3 seconds later, a shock wave instantly spurted out, smashing the densely packed skeleton monsters in front of it to pieces. Just as the Tiger Demon King was about to continue chasing along the path it had cleared, it froze and stood there motionless. In those tiger eyes, there was confusion, shock, but more of surprise. If Wei Xiaosu were here, he would definitely be able to see that the look in the Tiger Demon King's eyes at this moment was exactly the same as the look in the Spider Queen's eyes when she unexpectedly broke through yesterday. The Tiger Demon King looked at the endless skeleton wizards and roared excitedly. Then he ignored the fleeing Wei Xiaosu and the golden monkey and rushed into the sea of skeletons to kill them indiscriminately. Not long after, The Tiger Demon King felt that the energy in his body had reached a certain limit, so he stopped killing and just lay down in the vast desert, allowing the skeleton mage's attacks to fall on him. Enjoyed it very much. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu and the Golden Monkey were running away frantically. Only after the effect of Peppa's skill disappeared did he have time to look back. When he found that there was no Tiger Demon King behind him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Damn it, there's the Spider Queen in the south and the Tiger Demon King in the north, Sure enough, there's no so-called safe zone in the ruins. His current strength is just like an ant to the overlord of a certain area, and he can't make the slightest splash." However, what puzzled Wei Xiaosu was why the Tiger Demon King attacked him directly. This was very wrong. Of course, what is even more strange is that the Golden Monkey actually saved him and followed him out of the oasis. It is very weird. Jilagilagwala. The Golden Monkey also let out a long breath. It patted its chest and chirped, but no one knew what it was saying. "Hey, what are you doing following me?" Wei Xiaosu squinted his eyes and stared at the little monkey beside him in confusion, his face full of suspicion. When the Golden Monkey heard this, it immediately started chirping and making strange noises, seeming very unhappy, but Wei Xiaosu didn't understand a word it said. The communication between these two species is really a headache, especially when one of them can't speak, which is even more annoying. But the next second, Wei Xiaosu had an idea, and he thought of a way to communicate normally. Moreover, this method had only benefits and no harm, that is, a contract pet. Pets can be seen as alternative summon beasts. The level of summon beasts will be restricted by their owners, but pets will not. Of course, there are pros and cons. If a pet dies, it is truly dead and cannot be resurrected like a summon beast. Generally speaking, summoners would not contract pets. Instead of spending that time on training their own summon beasts, it would be more practical. "Hee, little monkey, come here, let's have a discussion," Wei Xiaosu said in a mean manner. Chapter 75, The Great Sage. "What's that?" The Golden Monkey was still cursing at Wei Xiaosu, but when he saw the malicious smile on the other's face, he became a little scared. "Little monkey!" Wei Xiaosu signaled Page to stop, then he turned around on Page's broad back and continued to smile. "How about we make a deal?" "Chi-Chi?" The Golden Monkey took 2 steps back, his face full of vigilance. Although it couldn't understand what the wretched human was talking about, it could see ill intentions in the other's expression and eyes. Wei Xiaosu jumped from Page's back to the ground, put his hands behind his back, and smiled at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing his white teeth. "Little monkey, have you ever tried braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, mushroom stewed chicken noodles, old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles, golden soup beef noodles, and pepper beef noodles?" Wei Xiaosu named dozens of instant noodles flavors in one breath. Not to mention the Golden Monkey, even he himself felt his stomach starting to protest. Although the Golden Monkey had never seen the so-called instant noodles, it could imagine how delicious the food must be. After all, the damn humans said that instant noodles were 10 times more delicious than biscuits. Seeing the Golden Monkey was interested, Wei Xiaosu immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "Little monkey, let's sign a contract. You will be my pet, Wei. I will take you away from here, and then you can follow me to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. How about that?" Chi-Chi, the Golden Monkey, also jumped off Peppa's back, seeming very excited. "Agreed?" Wei Xiaosu, who had thought that he would have to spend some time persuading the monkey, was also slightly stunned. He did not expect that the monkey would be fooled so easily. Well, he was convinced. Well, anyway, it was unexpected. Wei Xiaosu had only learned how to contract a pet last week, and now was the time to put his knowledge to use. He took out a small knife, cut his own finger and the Golden Monkey's finger, took a drop of blood from each, and then began to activate the secret technique to establish a contract. Of course, establishing a pet contract requires the pet's consent, so generally, a contract cannot be forced. And under the temptation of dozens of flavors of instant noodles, the Golden Monkey did not cause any trouble, and everything went smoothly until the contract was successfully signed. Congratulations on successfully signing a master-servant contract with the Golden Monkey. As your pet, it will unconditionally execute all your commands, and you must also provide it with a number of instant noodles of various flavors. Haha. When the contract was successfully signed, Wei Xiaosu laughed excitedly. If anyone knew that he had obtained a Golden Monkey capable of fighting against opponents of higher levels with just instant noodles, they would probably shed tears of envy. Golden Monkey, Level 3 Boss Level. Level 35. Strength, 2610. Agility, 3714. Physical Fitness, 2468. Spirit, 2041. Skills, Crisis Sense, A level, Fiery Eyes, A-level, Stick Expertise, A-level. Crisis Perception, Level A, ability to sense any possible danger in advance. Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils, Level A, able to see through all mazes, illusions, disguises, and see the truth. Stick Expertise, Level A, can easily learn to use any stick weapon and exert 200% of its power. It's so awesome! He's just a boss, but he has 3 A-level skills. This is incredible! Wei Xiaosu said in shock. Moreover, these 3 A-level skills are all very useful, especially the third one, which inevitably reminds him of a monkey in mythology. Damn human, when will you give me the instant noodles you promised me? Suddenly, a child's voice sounded in Wei Xiaosu's mind, but he was not surprised because he knew where the voice came from. Don't worry, even though instant noodles are extremely precious, we are nothing. After you go out with me, I will buy you a few packs even if I have to sell all my money. Wei Xiaosu said this with great righteousness. Okay, you still have some conscience. The golden monkey nodded with satisfaction. Then, Wei Xiaosu's thoughts turned again and he asked, Do you have a name? No. Then you can be called the Great Sage from now on. How about that? Isn't it impressive enough? Great Sage? That sounds good, but it's not important. Just remember my instant noodles. Wei Xiaosu's evil plan succeeded, and he was in a good mood. He reached out and rubbed the Monkey King's soft head, and asked, By the way, Monkey King, do you know the origin of that Tiger Demon King? Why did it attack us? Upon hearing this, the Great Sage began to stammer, as if he had something to hide. Oh shit, it can't be because of you, right? Wei Xiaosu looked at it in shock. Sure enough, perhaps he couldn't stand Wei Xiaosu's gaze, or perhaps he felt there was nothing to hide, so he spilled everything. The seed I gave you before was borrowed secretly from the Tiger Demon King last night. The Great Sage muttered softly. Wei Xiaosu's face twitched when he heard this. What the hell, it was borrowed, so it was obviously stolen. Although he was complaining in his heart, Wei Xiaosu gave the Great Sage a thumbs up and praised him. Well done. This time when we go out, I'll add 2 sausages to your instant noodles. Monkey King. Wow WW. Then, the man and the monkey rode on Peppa Pig and began to wander around in the desert. Wei Xiaosu didn't know where to go or how to leave the ruins, but he couldn't stay in one place forever. Along the way, he saw many corpses. Most of them were incomplete, with their heads and bodies separated, or cut into pieces. Some were left with only piles of bones. Wei Xiaosu was lamenting in his heart, but he was already a little numb. The only thing he could do was to kill as many monsters as possible, which could be considered as revenge for them. Of course, Wei Xiaosu himself was extremely lacking in experience points. He needed at least 30% of experience points to use the mysterious bone finger to improve Xiaoshuai's realm. Fortunately, there were quite a few insects in the desert, and he was lucky enough to encounter a not too large swarm of insects, with about tens of thousands of attacking insects. This encounter was so fierce that Wei Xiaosu used up all his supplies and finally won the victory with great difficulty. Xiaoming was once again awarded the title of MVP Best Teammate of this battle. It was also because of this large-scale encounter that Wei Xiaosu's level soared to level 29. He also used the extra experience points to help Xiaoshuai improve 3 levels in a row. Boss level, Beast General level, Lord level, King level. Xiaoshuai level 2, King level. Level 29. Strength 10,111. Agility 14,055. Physical fitness 11285. Spirit 10,035. Skills: Breaking the Origin of the Sky, S level. Breaking the Sky Sword Chi / B level. Sword Chi Shield, B level. 10,000 swords return to the origin, B level. Chapter 76, Core Array. It is a miracle that all 4 attributes can exceed 10,000 at level 29. And it's not just the attributes that are increased, even the original 2 skills have been upgraded from E level to B level, greatly increasing their power. Especially the defensive power of the sword energy shield, even Xiaoming's firecrackers could not shake it at all, it is extremely solid. In addition to the improvements to the 2 original skills, he also comprehended an additional skill called 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. Let's not talk about the power of this skill for now, but after releasing the skill, the long swords that appear in the sky formed by energy are so cool that they have no rivals. It was precisely because of Xiaoshuai that Wei Xiaosu finally felt a sense of security in this dangerous ruin. As long as he didn't encounter a swarm of insects, or a dominant monster in a certain area, he had nothing to fear. Of course, logically speaking, Xiaoshuai's 4-dimensional attribute panel is now better than the Spider Queen and the Tiger Demon King, but with the previous experience, Wei Xiaosu doesn't really trust the so-called 4-dimensional attribute. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, Wei Xiaosu had been wandering in the desert for another 3 days. His skin had become dark and dry, his clothes were tattered, his face was covered in dust, and his hair had long since become a mess. Especially his pair of shoes. 2 days ago, because he wanted to stretch his body, he used too much force when fighting a bug and poked 2 holes on the top of his shoes. It was really sad. Fortunately, there is always a way out. On the evening of the 7th day after he entered the ruins, he suddenly saw a figure walking behind a sand dune in the distance. Except for the first 2 days, Wei Xiaosu hadn't seen a living person for 4 days. Humans are social creatures, and not seeing a living person for so many days made him feel very lonely and uncomfortable. Wei Xiaosu took Peppa Pig, Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chang back to the summoning space, and then walked towards the sand dunes in the distance. As for the Monkey King, he lay on top of his head, looking around boredly. 10 minutes later, Wei Xiaosu climbed over a sand dune and finally saw a large group of people behind him. There were not just 1 or 2 people, nor dozens of people, but thousands of people. Most of these people were still injured, and many were even lying on the ground dying. If they did not receive timely rescue, they would probably not live long. 70% of them are students from the Demon University, and the remaining 30% are soldiers. Wei Xiaosu took a look and murmured, "What a tragedy!" Suddenly, he saw 3 familiar skeleton wild boars appearing in the crowd. When he looked closely, he realized that they were his own skeleton unicorn wild boars. Next to these 3 wild boars were also familiar faces, Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai, whom he had rescued a few days ago. To be honest, what happened these days gave Wei Xiaosu an illusion that everyone below level 3 would probably die except him. But I never thought that so many people survived. I really have to sigh that they are so lucky. While Wei Xiaosu was observing them, Zhou Xiang happened to look over here. With just one glance, Zhou Xiang recognized him and shouted in surprise, "Oh my god, it's the boss! The boss is coming." Eh? Although it's a little dirty, if it's washed clean, it should be the boss. Li Qing turned his head subconsciously and said in surprise, "Look, there's a monkey on the boss's head. It's so cool!" Zhang Hai exclaimed in a low voice. After confirming Wei Xiaosu's identity, the 3 of them immediately ran over with the skeleton unicorn wild boar. This was their savior. First, he helped them get rid of more than a dozen attacking insects, and then he righteously helped them attract away the terrifying Spider Queen. They would remember this kindness for the rest of their lives. Of course, if they knew that Wei Xiaosu actually wanted them to be bait, with the idea of killing his fellow Taoists rather than letting himself die, they might not be so excited. Zhang Hai was the first to come to Wei Xiaosu. He asked excitedly, "Boss, did you come here alone?" Looking at these 3 lucky guys, Wei Xiaosu was speechless. He didn't understand what the Spider Queen was thinking at the time. She didn't chase the 3 people but him, which scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm afraid that half a person will come over and scare you to death," Wei Xiaosu said unhappily. Zhang Hai. The 3 of them looked at each other. They could all feel that the big boss in front of them was full of resentment, but they seemed to have never offended him. This didn't make sense. Seeing the 3 people looking confused, Wei Xiaosu was too lazy to argue with them anymore. In the end, it was him who wanted to trick others, but ended up tricking himself. He couldn't blame anyone else, so he asked, "What are you all doing here?" There is strength in numbers, but if there are too many people, it is easy for monsters to counterattack, just like the overwhelming swarm of insects he encountered on the first day. "Boss, someone discovered yesterday that the core array of this relic is not far from here," Zhou Xiang explained. "The core array? Wei Xiaosu was instantly shocked when he heard this. It must be God's will that he finally found the location of the core array. He couldn't stay in this broken ruins for even a day. "Yes, sir. The one who found the core array was a top level 3 expert from South Korea, but he is already dead. Even a top level 3 expert cannot find the core array alone. The monster guarding the core of the formation is a queen insect. It has millions of insects of various types under its command. The lowest level ones are all level 2 elite attack insects, and there are even a few powerful level 3 tank insects. Yesterday, we dispatched more than 10,000 people from China, more than 40,000 people from South Korea, and more than 40,000 people from the island country, a total of nearly 100,000 people to attack the queen insect together, but the battle was fought with heavy casualties, and in the end we still failed to capture the core of the formation." Listening to the 3 people's explanation, Wei Xiaosu's expression became strange. This time, the entrance to the ruins was actually opened in both the Korean country and the island country at the same time. "Aren't there more than 10,000 people? Why are there only over 1,000 people here now? Could it be?" But before Wei Xiaosu could finish his words, Li Qing shook his head and explained, "That's not the case. We have few people and few experts, so we are relatively incompetent. It's the Koreans and the island countries that lead the charge, so there aren't many casualties. We are now dispersed in 10 areas, keeping an eye on the movements of the bugs at all times. Although the number of bugs is several times ours, the number of level 3 experts on our side is hundreds of times that of the bugs, especially the Koreans and the island countries. They should have received information from our Chinese country, so they are well prepared. Almost all of them are level 3. Yesterday's battle was just a loss for both sides. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu nodded secretly. Although level 3 was called a master, it was only an entry-level professional. Even small countries like South Korea and the island countries could easily gather tens of thousands of people. Chapter 77, Night Raid Death of the Trio. Wow, even 70,000 or 80,000 level 3 experts couldn't take down the core array in one fell swoop. That queen insect must be quite powerful, Wei Xiaosu sighed. Although he also took the route of mass-produced troops, if those 70,000 or 80,000 level 3 masters were to deal with him, I'm afraid even if he had 1,000,000 skeleton minions, he would be wiped out without leaving anything behind. Boss, the second attack will be launched tomorrow morning. When the time comes, we will just follow the Korean and Japanese countries and shout 666. Don't be impulsive, Li Qin kindly reminded. After all, they were just a group of unlucky students, whose average strength was not even at level 2, and there were very few level 3 masters. If they participated in that kind of war, they would die if they were not careful. Wei Xiaosu nodded gently. He was not an arrogant person and agreed with Li Qin's statement. Now in the ruins, their Chinese nation was weak and there was actually no need to fight for the core array. Even though everyone is living in harmony and fighting the enemy together now, if that thing is really obtained by the people of China, they will probably become the target of public criticism in an instant. In the outside world, the Huaxia Empire would naturally not be afraid of any organization or force, but in these ruins, they are indeed the weakest. Good, it's good that you know how to slack off. Is there anything to eat? Wei Xiaosu touched his stomach and asked shamelessly. I've been eating nothing but peaches these past few days, and my mouth is so tasteless. Even though peaches are a rare treasure, it's torturous to eat them as meals all the time. Yes. Zhou Xiang was the first to respond when he heard the boss wanted to eat, and then took out a huge roasted rat from his storage bag. This? A few minutes later, Wei Xiaosu burped. It smelled really good. Although it looked exactly like a mouse, it tasted like beef. He ate it very happily. In order to thank the 3 lickers for the mouse meat feast, Wei Xiaosu rewarded each of them with a fairy peach, which made them very excited. Wei Xiaosu's arrival did not cause any disturbance in this temporary settlement. Except for Zhou Xiang and the other 3 people present, he did not recognize anyone. I don't know how Nanji, Pei Qian, and Senior Lu Yang are doing, or whether they are in any danger, Wei Xiaosu muttered to himself as he lay on the ground, looking up at the dark and deep sky. Then, another beautiful figure appeared inexplicably in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. Su Xiaoqing, I hope you are safe and sound. As the night progressed, Wei Xiaosu released Xiao Shuai to protect his own safety, and then fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but in a daze, he seemed to hear someone yelling, which made him frown. No, the insect army is coming. Wei Xiaosu was originally annoyed by someone yelling and disturbing his sleep, but when he heard the army of insects, his mind instantly became clear. He jumped up from the ground with a somersault and looked into the distance. Fire, sword light, and lightning kept exploding in the dark night. There were so many bugs, more than enough to see the end of them. Wei Xiaosu pulled the sleeping Monkey King up and angrily scolded him. What the hell are you doing sleeping? Get up and fight. In this battle, Wei Xiaosu did not intend to escape alone. At least he would not escape before all the others were dead. In other words, even if he managed to escape tonight, he would only die later. Even 100,000 people combined could not successfully capture the core of the formation, so how could he do it alone? So this battle tonight is inevitable. It is a battle of races, a battle of life and death. Xiao Shuai, let's go! Wei Xiaosu took out his shovel and quickly joined the battlefield. These were only level 2 elite attacking bugs, and for Wei Xiaosu, they could be dealt with in just 2 or 3 hits, while for Xiao Shuai, they could be wiped out in a single blow. But in their temporary position, 90% of them are just level 1 students and soldiers. Compared with the siege bugs, they are undoubtedly weak. No, there are at least 10,000 attacking bugs. In this chaos, Xiao Ming will definitely not be able to join the battle. But if I and Xiao Shuai rely on just 2 of us, I'm afraid we may not be able to kill all the attacking bugs even after everyone dies. Wei Xiaosu chopped off the head of an attacking insect with a shovel, his face looking very ugly. But just as he was still thinking of a solution, suddenly, A student not far away was accidentally cut in half by the sharp forelimbs of the attacking insect, and his internal organs mixed with blood fell to the ground. I don't want big boss. Without waiting for the student to finish his words, the attack bug attacked again, piercing the student's head directly, then stepped on the opponent's body and let out an excited roar of a winner. Zhang Hai! Alpaca, I'm going to kill you! Wei Xiaosu stared blankly at the scene not far away. The student killed by the attacking bug was none other than Zhang Hai from the three-member team. When Zhang Hai was killed, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing went crazy. They began to attack the surrounding attacking bugs desperately, 1, 10, 20. Although both are at level 2, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing are much stronger than the siege bugs. However, human power is limited, and facing countless enemies, they are both on their deathbed. But just when the two thought they were about to die, suddenly, a sword light flashed across, and all the insects within a 10-meter radius with the two as the center were strangled into pieces. Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, you guys retreat to the rear and rest first. Leave the rest to me. Wei Xiaosu's voice was very soft, yet it sounded so cold. Boss, you have to help Heisei get revenge. The two were already in tears, their best friend was killed, and they only hated that they were not strong enough to destroy the monster before them. After saying that, the two of them followed Wei Xiaosu's instructions and began to repair the rear side, but the next moment, the ground under their feet suddenly began to sink. The two already exhausted people had no time to react before they were ignited by a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. Ah! Boss, kill! A shrill howl sounded instantly. Wei Xiaosu, who had just left for less than 2 seconds, immediately turned back. At a glance, he saw the scene that made his soul angry. Tank bug, damn it! The big bug that emerged from the ground was the monster that had appeared in the movie, called the tank bug. This insect is about 4 times the size of the attack insect. It is covered with a layer of black shell all over its body, making it invulnerable to swords and guns. What's most frightening is that it can spit fire, and its temperature is extremely high. Even the spaceship alloy of the future world can be melted in a very short time. Roar! The tank worm roared excitedly. Killing Zhou Xiang and Li Qing was just a piece of cake for it. Its mission tonight was not just to kill 2 people, but to kill all the humans in this temporary base. Chapter 78, Senior Lu Taizhu. You deserve to die! Wei Xiaosu's tone was icy, and his eyes were as cold as frost in December. Although he was used to seeing death in the past few days, this was the first time he witnessed someone he knew die in front of him. Their unwillingness, fear, and wailing before death were like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Die! Wei Xiaosu roared angrily, and then his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the huge tank worm. Compared with the size of the tank worm, he looked more like a worm, so tiny. Especially when Wei Xiaosu's angry attack landed, leaving only a few scratches on the tank worm's hard black shell, he realized that the gap between the two sides was like an insurmountable chasm. How can it be so hard? Wei Xiaosu's attack failed and he was shocked and quickly retreated, using the insight technique as well. Tank bug, level 3 boss level. Level 40. Strength, 6,380. Agility, 3,855. Physical fitness, 7620. Spirit, 1,288. Damn, it's actually a peak level 3 boss level monster, and it's based on strength and physique. Wei Xiaosu cursed. Roar. Immediately afterwards, the tank worm also let out a deafening roar at Wei Xiaosu. Although the previous attack failed to break its shell, it was really painful. So the next moment, the tank worm opened its bloody mouth again, and a faint light appeared in its mouth. But at this critical moment, a dazzling black sword light suddenly appeared, and then with unparalleled force, it flew directly towards the huge body of the tank worm. Click, click. The sword light fell on the tank worm, and in just a moment, the black shell that had made Wei Xiaosu helpless instantly began to develop cracks. The terrifying sword energy attack actually easily broke through the opponent's defense. Roar. The tank worm was injured by the sword energy, and the fire attack brewing in its mouth was also interrupted, so Wei Xiaosu managed to escape. Xiao Shuai, kill it for me! Wei Xiaosu shouted. Of course, he didn't need to give any orders, because Xiao Shuai's second sword energy had already been released, and it was still locked on the same position. The tank worm was taking the route of strength and defense, so it was naturally impossible for it to avoid the sword energy. The next second, the sword light burst out, and the sound of cracking was endless. Along with the screams of the tank worm, the sword light successfully broke through the opponent's defense and shredded its internal organs. Boom! The huge body of the tank worm fell heavily to the ground. This level 3 peak boss level monster, which had just appeared and had no chance to show its power, died here. Well done! Wei Xiaosu gave a thumbs up to Xiao Shuai, who was posing not far away. Although Xiao Shuai was still at level 2, his realm was high. It was reasonable for a level 2 king to kill a level 3 boss in seconds, wasn't it? Looking at the body of the tank worm, Wei Xiaosu's hands began to move again, but the situation was critical and he did not have the extra time to dig a hole to bury the body. After all, the tank worm was too big, and no matter how skilled he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with it in less than half an hour. Oh, by the way, I can use a storage bag to collect the body first. If one is not enough, I can use a few more. Wei Xiaosu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he took out 10 storage bags and threw them to Xiao Shuai, saying, "Cut this big bug into small pieces and put them in storage bags. They will be of great use to me." Xiao Shuai, who was posing, was completely stunned. He looked at the 10 storage bags stuffed into his hands in disbelief, and felt like crying but had no tears. But it had to carry out its master's orders. Besides, it was probably the only one present who had the ability to cut the tank worm, so it couldn't even find a replacement. Wei Xiaosu ignored the busy Xiao Shuai and continued to charge into the battlefield with Monkey King, Xiaoqiang and Peppa. They couldn't deal with the tank bugs, but they had no trouble dealing with ordinary siege bugs. "Tank bug, there's a tank bug over there!" Suddenly, someone roared in the darkness. Just as he finished roaring, a raging flame suddenly erupted in the distance, illuminating the sky within 100 meters. Along with the appearance of flames, there were countless screams and wails. Wei Xiaosu looked up and frowned. He didn't have time to think about it, and rushed forward with several senior workers under him. "With the help of Shiqiang and Page, although we can't take down the tank worm, we can still hold on for a while. As long as Shuai is free, the tank worm can be destroyed with just 2 swords. But just when Wei Xiaosu came near the tank bug, he saw a rough-looking boy about 2 meters tall and strong running over. He was wearing the school uniform of the Magic University, and was obviously from the Magic University. "It's Senior Lu Taiju. Great! We are saved. Senior Taiju, are you sure? It will be fine. Kill this damn tank bug. We must kill it." The student named Lu Taiju stared at the tank bug that was killing people wantonly, and didn't have time to say anything more. "Everyone take the injured and retreat to the back. I will deal with this bug." After saying that, the rough-looking Lu Taiju took out his weapons, which were a pair of large black hammers. There was no decoration on the hammers, but they gave people an extremely brutal feeling. "Disgusting bug, die!" Lu Taiju held a huge hammer in each hand, pushed his legs hard on the ground, and jumped more than 10 meters high. Roar! The tank worm seemed to have sensed the threat posed by Lu Taiju. It stopped slaughtering those ordinary students and instead focused all its attention on this human. Bang! Bang! Roar! 2 heavy blows were heard simultaneously, accompanied by the tank worm's miserable screams. It was visible to the naked eye that the tank worm's entire back was sunken. Lu Tieju's double hammer attack was so powerful that even though it did not break the tank worm's shell, the huge force still caused it to suffer considerable internal injuries. However, the tank bugs are not easy to deal with, let alone kill. The gap in strength between the 2 sides is not that big. If we want to completely determine the winner, we will probably have to wait for some time. Fortunately, this senior Lu Taiju is quite strong and can face a tank bug alone. This way, I don't have to take risks, Wei Xiaosu said lightly. However, just when he was about to let go of his worry, he didn't expect that the next second, a piece of sand not far away collapsed again. Along with the roar, the 3rd tank worm crawled out. Damn it! Wei Xiaosu cursed inwardly and didn't dare to slack off anymore. It was 2 against 1, and without his help, Lu Taiju might not last more than a minute. Senior Taiju, I'm here to help you, Wei Xiaosu shouted to Lu Taiju, and then said to those beside him. Xiaoqiang, Page, you guys go hold back the tank bug that just crawled out. Dashing and I will help Lu Taiju and try to kill one first. Chapter 79, Skeleton Monsters Are Friendly Forces. Go away quickly, this is not something you can handle. Lu Taiju refused without even turning his head. He was the only level 3 expert at this gathering point, so there was no need to guess who the person was. Roar! The tank worm, which was dizzy after being hit on the head by Lu Taiju, saw its companion coming and immediately let out a triumphant roar of excitement. The hateful human in front of it was really difficult to deal with. It even vaguely realized that it was not even its opponent. If it continued to fight like this, it would probably be the only one to lose in the end. But now it's different. With the support of my teammates, how can we lose when 2 are against 1? So, this tank bug started to attack desperately, trying to hold back Lu Taiju and not give him a chance to escape. Damn it, why is there another one? Lu Tieju's face turned pale. He had to use all his strength to deal with just one tank bug, and now another one came. How could he possibly win? Want to run away? Lu Tieju's attack was repelled again. He steadied himself and thought of escaping. However, when he saw his classmates still fighting the monsters in the distance, he sighed and said, "Forget it. There are only berserkers who died in battle, but no berserkers who escaped." After saying that, Lu Taiju actually began to roar towards the sky. Then, a bloody aura began to gather around him. Wounds inexplicably appeared on his skin, and the blood kept flowing. In just a few breaths, Lu Taiju looked like a bloody man. His eyes turned blood red. He held the giant hammer in both hands and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, die, all of you must die. I will hammer you all into meat patties." The next second, Lu Taiju turned into a stream of red light, and his speed was at least twice as fast as before. In other words, his strength, speed, and physique had increased tremendously. He was evenly matched with the tankworm just now, but now, he was able to suppress and beat the opponent. Wow, it's actually a berserker. This is a rare profession, and it's one of the top 3 high-level rare professions, Wei Xiaosu said in shock. The berserker has a desperate talent skill called berserk. Once this skill is activated, the combat power will instantly increase by at least 2 times. If the understanding of the skill is deep enough, it is not impossible to increase it by 10 times. However, this skill of instantly improving combat effectiveness is not without a price. I am afraid that even if Senior Lu Taiju does not die in the battle today, he will have to lie in bed for the next month. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu did not dare to go to Lu Taiju again, but turned to go to the tank bug that Shiqiang and Paige were dealing with. The berserker with the rage skill activated was too violent. Wei Xiaosu was worried that if he was not careful, Lu Taiju would mistake him for a monster and smash him to pieces with a hammer. Tank bugs are indeed very strong, but it is not so easy to defeat them, especially since cockroaches have such high defense. As long as they don't take the opponent's fire attack head-on, there is no danger. Besides, Wei Xiaosu's goal was not to kill the tank bug, but to delay it. Whether Lu Taiju hammered the other one to death or Xiao Shui rushed over, this encounter would be considered a win. Die for me! Not far away, Lu Tieju's serial attacks finally broke the tankworm's hard shell, and then he smashed the opponent's head with a hammer, killing it completely. When the huge body of the tankworm fell down, Lu Tieju's aura instantly rose a lot. His violent skill had been cultivated to the 2nd level, and he could strengthen himself in a short period of time after killing the opponent. Kill all these bugs! Lu Taiju turned his head to look in the direction of Wei Xiaosu, and a rare hint of surprise appeared in his crazy and bloodthirsty eyes. Immediately, Lu Taiju turned into a stream of red light again and rushed towards the last tank bug. "Junior brother, you are really good. Leave the rest to me." "Okay." Wei Xiaosu was quite sensible. Before he could use the mass-destructive summon beast Xiaoming, he really had no way to deal with the tankworm. Senior Lu Taiju, who had been strengthened again, found it much easier to deal with the tank bug. It took him less than a minute to smash the opponent's head into pieces. "Junior, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't helped to hold back a tank bug, I would have been killed in the end," Lu Taiju said in a muffled voice. Wei Xiaosu waved his hand and said, "Senior, you're welcome. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, many people would have died just now." "Well, thanks a lot anyway. If you can survive, we can get together again sometime. I have to go kill those damn bugs now." After saying that, Lu Taiju turned around and was about to rush into the group of monsters. However, just as he turned around, Wei Xiaosu behind him suddenly said, "Senior, do me a favor." "Huh?" Lu Taiju asked in confusion. "I heard that berserkers have loud voices. Please help me tell everyone a message." Lu Taiju. Well, his voice was indeed loud, especially now that he had entered a violent state. With one shout, no one within a radius of several kilometers could fail to hear it. Next, Wei Xiaosu repeated what he was going to say, and Lu Taiju was shocked. "Is it really possible?" Lu Taiju was not too sure. "Trust me, Senior Taiju, I promise that no one else will die," Wei Xiaosu promised solemnly. Finally, Lu Taiju gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Then, he took a deep breath and roared to the sky. "Everyone listen carefully, I am Lu Taiju. Give up the fight now and run south. Ignore the monsters chasing you. Skeleton monsters will help you delay your escape. Remember, skeleton monsters are friendly forces. Skeleton monsters are friendly forces." The battlefield, which had been filled with shouts and cries of killing, suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone was extremely puzzled. If they ran away, how could they possibly be faster than those bugs? Moreover, there were wounded. And how could the skeleton monsters be friendly forces? But soon, everyone understood, because black fog began to emerge in the battlefield, and then one by one, pale skeleton monsters walked out of the black fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned at first, and then they were overjoyed. Senior Lu Taizhu did not lie to them, and the skeleton monster really came to help them. So everyone began to fight and retreat, fleeing to the south with the wounded, and the insects that wanted to chase them were stopped by the skeleton monsters. Soon, only the skeleton monsters and the attacking bugs were left on the battlefield. Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh of relief, suddenly grinned, and said, "Xiaoming, let the art bloom." "Bia. Xiaoming had been waiting for the order at this moment. He excitedly set up the rocket firecrackers and started another indiscriminate and crazy killing. Chapter 80, Third Level Mission. Boom boom boom. Terrifying mushroom clouds rose from the ground, and the huge power of the explosion swept across the entire battlefield. No matter whether it was the skeleton mage or the attack bug, there was no chance of survival in an explosion of this magnitude. 3 minutes later, crazy Xiaoming was stopped by Wei Xiaosu, while Lu Taizhu stood there stupidly, looking at the scorched earth from afar, unable to utter a word for a long time. There were tens of thousands of attacking bugs, and they were all killed in just 3 minutes. Is he crazy, or is this world crazy? What was even more confusing to him was that the junior fellow next to him could actually summon tens of thousands of skeleton monsters and use them as bait. This was truly a huge feat. "Senior Taizhu, the problem here has been solved. Do we need to go to other strongholds to provide assistance?" Wei Xiaosu asked. No need. What Wei Xiaosu didn't expect was that Lu Taizhu actually refused directly. He explained, "There are many level 3 experts in other bases, but I am the only one in our base. Okay, plus you, my junior brother, but once we leave, what will happen to the others? If more bugs come, they will be dead." Wei Xiaosu actually knew that their stronghold was the weakest, so they were also located at the outermost edge away from the core array. The average strength was level 1, with a few at level 2 and 1 at level 3. If they went to rescue others with this strength, they might not be able to rescue anyone, but end up losing themselves first. But the next second, Lu Taizhu shifted his gaze back and said, "Junior, you are quite capable, so you can go to support other bases. But I still need to stay here to protect the safety of other students." Okay. Wei Xiaosu thought about it for a moment, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he said goodbye to Lu Taizhu and left with a few capable generals under his command. The reason why he wanted to leave was, firstly, he really wanted to kill more bugs and save more classmates, but secondly, it was also to accumulate experience points. He was now at 88% of level 29, and he was only a little bit away from reaching the peak of level 2. As long as he could complete the job transfer task, he would be among the ranks of level 3 masters. The stronghold where Lu Taizhu was located was the farthest from the core array, with a straight line distance of more than tens of kilometers. However, the real large human forces had already penetrated deep into the core array area, watching closely. Wei Xiaosu rode on Peppa Pig and started traveling at a very fast speed. About a quarter of an hour later, he found another stronghold. However, the situation in this stronghold was much better. He saw more than 10 level 3 masters alone. Kill! At Wei Xiaosu's command, everyone joined the battlefield instantly. In particular, Xiao Shuai started a point-killing operation against the tank bugs on the battlefield. As long as a tank bug appeared somewhere, he would rush over immediately and kill it instantly. Soon, the level 3 masters in this stronghold also discovered Xiao Shuai's presence. At first, they were worried that this was another powerful monster that came out from somewhere, but when Xiao Shuai killed one tank worm after another, they were relieved. "Xiao Shuai, let's go!" After getting rid of all the tank bugs and freeing up the dozen or so level 3 experts, Wei Xiaosu left with Xiao Shuai and the other skeletons. As the saying goes, when the work is done, it's time to leave. It's just like that. 91% of the experience points. It turns out that I still have to kill the boss. Wei Xiaosu was very satisfied. Killing a tank bug would increase the experience bar by about 0.5%. If it was an attack bug, even if he killed tens of thousands of them, the experience bar might not increase by 1%. This is the difference. Of course, if it is a low-level professional, it is definitely more cost-effective to kill the attack bug. It is like Wei Xiaosu may only get 10 experience points when he kills an attack bug, but if a low-level professional kills it, he may get 100 or even more experience points. So next, Wei Xiaosu used the same trick again and found several strongholds where fierce battles were taking place. He still commanded Xiao Shuai to kill the tank bugs. Finally, after more than an hour, he reached level 30. Congratulations on successfully killing the Tier 3 level 40 tank bug boss. Experience points plus 1.75 million. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your level to stage 2 level 30, and receiving a bonus of plus 20 for all attributes. The third level mission for the Undead Summoner, randomly generated 1, possess at least one summoned beast of the beast general level or above, achieved. 2. Reach the boss level, not achieved. The previous 2 job transfer tasks were completed instantly, but this time it seems a bit difficult. There is nothing to say about having a beast general level summoned beast. Xiao Shuai is already at the king level, and he probably doesn't have to worry about the 4th and 5th levels. But reaching the boss level himself, isn't that really difficult? The cultivation technique I exchanged for points at school before Netherworld Mysterious Technique theoretically can support me to cultivate to the general level, but it has only been half a month since I started practicing that technique. God knows how long it will take to break through. Wei Xiaosu felt a bit of a headache. His progress was actually fast enough. If he had not acquired the Netherworld Mysterious Art in such a short time, he would probably have reached the boss level by now. Forget it. I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat the boss in the short term, so I'll just kill more of those bugs. Time passed by minute, and Wei Xiaosu fought his way towards the core area from the outermost stronghold. No less than 50 tank bugs died in his hands alone. This brilliant record also shocked everyone who had received his help. No matter they were the newbies at level 1 or the masters at level 3, they all remembered the freshmen who could summon undead creatures. It's dawn. After a whole night of fierce fighting, the army of insects retreated, and Wei Xiaosu saw the cruelty of war for the first time. It was devastated, and there were countless corpses of insects and humans. Finally, the professionals of the Chinese Empire announced their withdrawal from the competition. The Bangzi country and the island country were so happy that they would not stop them. Wei Xiaosu failed to successfully advance to level 3, so naturally he had no interest in the core formation and followed the main force to retreat to the second line. But during the retreat, he finally found Nan Ji, Pei Qian, Senior Liu Yang, and Su Xiaoqing. Although everyone was injured, at least they were still alive, right? When the Chinese Empire came in, there were more than 30,000 people, but now, only more than 10,000 people survive. Even if there are still people who have not found the large army and are hiding in the wild, how many can there be? Hey, I hope those people can kill the female insect and win the formation Wei Xiaosu thought to himself. Although the human side strength was greatly weakened by the insect army's night attack last night, the original attack plan remained unchanged. In about half an hour, the final general offensive would begin. Wei Xiaosu found a quiet place and sat cross-legged to practice. No matter whether he won or lost in the end, it was always right for him to improve his strength. And for some reason, he always had an uneasy feeling, as if something bad was about to happen. Chapter 81, Final Attack. The core of the ruins. At this moment, 2 groups of people were gathering here. Their number was not large, with less than 50,000 people left. The battle last night had caused them heavy losses. But these 50,000 people all exude a powerful aura, and none of them is below level 3, let alone those who have just entered level 3. Opposite these 50,000 people are large groups of giant insects like a tide, and the initial estimate of their number is at least 500,000. With a 10-fold difference in numbers, they should be able to secure victory, but the current situation is that the humans are pressing forward step by step, forcing the endless insects to retreat. In the battle last night, the Zerg lost more than 50,000 tank worms. They thought that a night raid could wipe out all the human masters, but they never expected that the human side had been prepared and almost wiped out all the high-end combat power of the Zerg. At the front of the human team, 2 figures with powerful auras were having a passionate conversation. They were a man and a woman. The man was from South Korea and his name was Jin Xianghe, and the woman was from the island country and her name was Aoi Yun. Both were top level 3 masters. Mr. Xianghe, can you give me the eye of the formation? Aoi Yun gave a charming smile to the man beside her, all her charm was reflected in it. Listening to the bone-shaking voice, Jin Xianghe remained calm, smiled evilly, and asked, "Then what can you give me, Kurai-san?" "Anything is fine." Aoi Yun stretched out his slender white hand, gently placed it on the other's chest, and whispered, "As long as you can give up the center of the formation, I will accompany you for a month, how about it?" "Ha ha ha!" Hearing this, Jin Xianghe burst into laughter. He also reached out and lifted the charming woman's chin, and said softly, "That's not enough. I heard you have a younger sister named Kurayuzu, who just turned 18 this year. It seems everyone calls her the most beautiful woman in the island country in 1,000 years. I really want to taste her." A hint of murderous intent flashed across Aoyun's eyes, but she withdrew it in an instant. She smiled and said angrily, "Xianghe Jun, my little sister is still in school, and she doesn't know how to serve a man. I promised to make Xianghe Jun drunk and dreamless. Ms. Kurai, how about we get rid of the remaining bugs first?" Jin Xianghe sneered in his heart and stopped arguing with the woman beside him. What he would get from this trip into the ruins was not something a small person like him could decide. Other treasures were fine, but the core array I had to be handed over. Even high-level professionals would be tempted by that treasure. If he dared to take it for himself, he would probably die miserably. Okay then, Xianghekun, shall we begin? Aoi Yun also restrained her charm. Although there was still a smile on her face, it was no longer as seductive as before. Let's begin. Jin Xianghe nodded, and then a set of red alloy armor quickly covered his whole body. Then he stretched out his hand towards the air, and a double-sided mountain-splitting axe was firmly grasped in his palm. Aoi Yun beside him also followed suit and entered combat mode. Her clothes did not change much, but a transparent crystal ball appeared in her hand at some point. There was a faint pink aura flowing in the crystal ball, which was like a dream and very magical. Brothers, the moment of the final decisive battle has come. Follow me and fight together. We will destroy the queen insect and seize the core of the formation. We will be heroes of the country. Jin Xianghe raised the giant axe high, and his deep voice resounded throughout the battlefield and reached the ears of every Korean master. Similarly, Aoi Yun also threw the crystal ball in his hand high into the sky. The crystal ball did not fall down as expected, but floated in the air and began to emit a bright pink light. Faintly, above the crystal ball, there seemed to be the shadow of a fox, but the shadow was hazy and unclear. Aoi Yun didn't say much. Her hands began to change seals quickly. The next second, the fox shadow on the crystal ball slowly raised its proud head, and its pair of charming eyes flashed with dazzling light. Shock! Aoi Yun's soft voice sounded, and in an instant, 2 pink rays shot out from the eyes of the phantom fox. After flying for a distance, the rays began to split, 2 minutes and 4 minutes and 8 minutes, 8 minutes and 16. In just a few seconds, half of the sky was filled with dazzling pink. The target of these pink rays was the endless Zerg army. The pink light seemed ordinary and had no power, but when it fell on the attacking insect, its hard shell was not much better than a piece of paper and was easily pierced through. In just this short moment, at least thousands of attacking insects were killed. This method was truly terrifying. Ha ha ha, every time I see Miss Kurai take action, it's like appreciating a beautiful painting. It's so beautiful. Jin Xianghe laughed and praised. No way, compared to Xianghe Jun, my ability is not even up to par. Jin Xianghe said nothing more about Aoi Yun's modesty. He clenched the axe handle with both hands, and his eyes became sharp. He suddenly stepped hard, jumped dozens of meters high, and shouted, "Sweep away the enemy!" Brush. The giant axe swept forward, and the next moment, a giant axe shadow 100 feet in size condensed in the air, and then the giant axe fell into the Zerg army with unparalleled force. Boom! The shadow of the giant axe fell into the army of insects. The attacking insects that were a little closer were directly shattered into powder by the fierce power. Wherever the giant axe passed, not even a complete corpse was left behind. After the giant axe's phantom swept across a distance of hundreds of meters, it suddenly exploded, blowing hundreds of attacking insects into pieces again. Its lethality was simply incredible. As expected of Xianghekun, I'm afraid you will be able to enter the 4th level when you go out this time? Aoi Yun said lightly. It seemed like a question, but in fact the answer was self-evident. Both she and Jin Xianghe had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level professional, and were only one step away from becoming a 4th level intermediate professional. Ha ha ha, Miss Aoi, you're too kind. Aren't you the same? Jin Xianghe landed from midair and grinned. Afterwards, the two of them said no more, because the army in the rear had already begun to charge towards the Zerg army in the distance. The number of the two sides differed tenfold, but in terms of combat effectiveness, humans were obviously stronger, and much stronger. Fireballs, lightning, sword lights, summon beasts, all kinds of professions cooperated with each other, and instantly defeated the Zerg army. If nothing unexpected happened, it might only take the morning to destroy the entire Zerg army. But in an underground cave that no one noticed, a soft-bodied reptile about 10 meters long and 3 meters high, with a milky white body, was controlling a strange object about the size of a ping-pong ball under the guard of a dozen humanoid insects. Chapter 82. The Insect Army is sent to die. It's almost time. It will be mature soon. Human, enjoy the last revelry. This big white worm deep underground is extremely ugly. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an enlarged version of a maggot. However, it is the only queen worm in this relic and has the ability to control all insect soldiers. But at this moment, a strong look of excitement appeared on the ugly face of this huge queen insect, and its white fat body was shaking uncontrollably. Its eyes were fixed on the small bead in front of it, and a vague figure of an insect could be seen faintly in the bead. My child, wait a little longer. The more you kill, the stronger you will be. When you are born, I will be able to open up a new secret world. In the short period of less than half a minute that the queen insect was muttering to herself, the souls of countless insects penetrated the sand from the ground and came here, and were then absorbed by the beads. Not only the souls of insects, but also the souls of humans are drawn here, and ultimately cannot escape the fate of being absorbed by the beads. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of insect armies were killed and their weapons and armor were scattered by just tens of thousands of people. Although humans were occasionally killed, the casualty ratio was almost as high as 200 to 1. After about an hour, the corpses of insects had covered the ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers. There were attack insects, tank insects, and even a kind of flying sickle insect, but without exception, they were all dead. Something's wrong. It's so wrong. After another pink ray killed hundreds of attacking insects in seconds, Aoi Yun stood there with a frown. She looked around, observing her companions who were fighting with the insects, and always felt that something was wrong. Did you notice it too, Ms. Karai? Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded behind Aoi Yun. She didn't need to look to know that the person coming was the leader of the Korean team, Jin Xianghe. Jin Xianghe walked up to Aoi Yun holding a giant axe and said with a gloomy face, "Do you feel that these insects have become weaker?" Weak? Aoi Yun frowned and said with an unpleasant expression, "I think these bugs are deliberately seeking death." That's right, they were just committing suicide on purpose. Although sometimes people would be killed by bugs, the ratio was too unbelievable, 200 to 1, how was that possible? Yeah. Jin Xianghe smiled bitterly and said, "Just now, I saw a professional who had just entered the 3rd level, actually killed the tank worm alone, and he was only slightly injured. This is too." The two looked at each other in silence. It would be fine if these insects were just ordinary monsters. After all, it was understandable that low-intelligence creatures could not exert their true strength when facing powerful opponents due to fear and terror. But they both knew that behind this group of insects, there was a queen insect who was overseeing the overall situation. The queen insect was extremely intelligent, even more intelligent than ordinary humans, so none of the above possibilities existed at all. What does it want to do? Yeah, what does it want to do? Why send a large army to die? Why not fight back to the death? Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun looked at each other and saw uneasiness in each other's eyes. They were not afraid of the mother insect's dying counterattack because they were sure they could win the battle. But now, not only did the queen insect not fight with them, but it sent hundreds of thousands of insects to die, which made the two of them feel cold. Never mind, let's kill them first, kill all these bugs, and then go to the queen insect's nest as quickly as possible. As long as the queen insect is killed, no matter what other tricks it has, it will just be a joke, Jin Xianghe said, gritting his teeth. That's all I can do. Hopefully everything goes well. After saying that, the two of them rushed into the insect swarm again, killing the insects more than 50% faster than at the beginning. Time passed minute by minute, and around noon, hundreds of thousands of insects were killed, with only about 50,000 to 60,000 left, still being besieged by human masters. Except for the two temporary leaders Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun, all the other human beings were extremely excited. It was a great victory. It was a resounding victory. Tens of thousands against hundreds of thousands, not to mention the victory. The number of casualties was only a few thousand, and the number of injured was just over 10,000. This kind of record is unprecedented even in the past few hundred years. Leave 10,000 people to continue to encircle and suppress the remaining insects. The rest of you, follow me to attack the queen insect's nest, kill the queen insect, and seize the center of the formation. Jin Xianghe raised his weapon high, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield. At the same time, Aoi Yun's voice also rang out on the battlefield. Warriors of the Yamato Nation, the final decisive battle has arrived. Please follow me to kill the queen insect's nest and seize the center of the formation for His Majesty the Emperor. Zerg nest. A gigantic female insect was looking at the bead in front of it with loving eyes. The bead, which was originally the size of a ping-pong ball, had now expanded to a diameter of 2 meters, and the original blurry shadow in the bead had already solidified. It's almost there, my child, you will be born soon. The mother insect was still guarding the bead and muttering to herself. It stared at the figure in the bead like a crazy lunatic. But at this moment, there were continuous vibrations and explosions in the underground nest where it was. The queen insect knew that those humans were coming to kill her. There are also quite a few insects in the underground nest, but not many, only about 10,000. The queen insect seems to be getting impatient at this moment. Although there are still souls being drawn around and absorbed by the beads, the number is much less than before. Damn it, just a little bit, just the last bit. The huge and disgusting body of the queen insect squirmed a few times, and for the first time, its eyes moved away from the beads and looked towards the passage. Boom! Boom! The attacker guarding the last entrance was killed instantly, and a man holding a double-edged axe rushed out immediately. The man was Jin Xianghe, the temporary leader of the Korean country. He had just opened the last entrance when he was attacked by a tank bug. The tank worm opened its terrifying giant mouth and instantly a column of fire spurted out. This was an extreme flame that could easily melt steel. Almost 90% of the opponents of the same level were hit and died. But Jin Xianghe was exactly the extra part. Facing the sweeping column of fire, he did not retreat but advanced instead. He tightly grasped the giant axe with both hands, and with a roar, he directly split the column of fire in two. Jin Xianghe's offensive continued unabated. While splitting the pillar of fire, he also split the tank worm in half. The black shell that had made Wei Xiaosu helpless at the beginning was now as vulnerable as paper. "Hey, disgusting bug, hand over the eye of the formation, and I can consider letting you die more quickly." Jin Xianghe stepped on the corpse of the tank bug and shouted condescendingly. Chapter 83, Let Me Eat You. There was anger and unwillingness in the huge queen insect's deep pupils, but more of it was uncontrollable excitement. "Soul, what a powerful soul! If I kill you, my child will surely be born sooner." Following a few hissing sounds from the queen insect, the 12 humanoid insect guards beside her immediately rushed towards the cave entrance. "In sight!" Jin Xianghe shouted softly. Queen Guardian, Level 3 Boss Level. Level 40. Strength, 7,999. Agility, 7,999. Physical fitness, 7,999. Spirit, 2,999. "Damn, so strong!" Jin Xianghe exclaimed. It is also a level 3 peak boss class Zerg monster, but the tank worm is far inferior to it, and its 4-dimensional attributes are completely crushed. Jin Xianghe had not expected that these humanoid insects that looked no more than 2 meters tall would be so fierce. He only fought with the 12 queen insect guards for less than half a minute before he dared not be arrogant anymore and quickly shouted, "All the peak level 3 people, come out and help me!" Hee, there are times when Xianghe-kun also calls for support? Aoi Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Jin Xianghe being humiliated. But even though she was laughing, she was also very surprised at the fighting power of the queen insect guards. They were too strong. Although they were both at the peak of level 3, except for Jin Xianghe and her, no one else present could be a match for this kind of insect. Although Aoi Yun was teasing Jin Xianghe, her hands were moving quickly. She once again took out her orb, and a series of beautiful yet extremely deadly magic attacks began to bloom wildly in the cave. Soon, the first queen insect guard was killed. They were indeed very strong, but Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun were stronger than them, and there were many other level 3 peak masters helping them. They didn't even have a chance to kill one person. However, when the queen guard fell down, everyone saw a small luminous body floating out of its body, then quickly flew towards the queen, and was absorbed by the bead with a diameter of more than 2 meters in front of the queen. "There is something strange indeed," Jin Xianghe frowned. No one who can temporarily serve as the leader of a force is a fool. When he saw the scene in front of him, he instantly thought of many things, such as the insect's suicidal behavior. Before, either he nor Aoi Yun understood the purpose of the queen insect. She had hundreds of thousands of troops at her disposal, but she did not want to resist and instead sought her own death. This was totally not something a highly intelligent life form would do. But now, they seem to understand that perhaps they are the ones who are truly stupid. "Not good, that queen insect really has a conspiracy." Jin Xianghe forced back the guards who were coming to kill him, and said to Aoi Yun, who was not far away, with a grim expression, "Help me to hold these guards back, and I will go and destroy that strange bead." Faintly, Aoi Yun felt a little uneasy. She didn't say much, but just nodded. Then the surging magical energy began to flow into the orb. The shadow of the fox on the orb became clearer, especially the 3 foxtails behind it, which looked real. Aoi Yun's profession is the 9-tailed demon fox, or rather, this is the inherited profession of her Aoi family. It ranks 18th on the hidden profession list and is a super powerful profession that combines attack, defense, and control. Every time the 9-tailed fox completes a job transfer, it will have an extra tail. Aoi Yun is now at the peak of level 3 and has 3 foxtails, and what she is about to use is the magical skill granted by the 3rd tail. 9 tails enchanting eyes. As Aoi Yun's voice sounded, the fox phantom on the orb slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes seemed both ethereal and charming. In just a short moment, all the guards in the cave were stunned where they were. If he had taken advantage of this opportunity, Jin Xianghe would have been able to kill several guards easily, but he did not do that. Instead, he leaped over the guards blocking his way and rushed straight into the depths of the cave. Less than a second after he rushed out, the guards behind him woke up, and then they were all furious and turned around to chase Jin Xianghe. They were also at the peak of level 3, and were some of the best guards among level 3. There were 11 of them, and Aoi Yun had to use all his strength to barely control the opponent for less than 2 seconds. However, these short 1 or 2 seconds were enough for the golden crane to break through their blockade and head straight into the depths of the cave. Sweep away the enemy! Jin Xianghe swung the giant axe in his hand. His target was not the guard, nor even the queen insect, but the mysterious translucent bead floating in the air. All the unrest came from that bead. As long as it was destroyed, the queen insect and her 11 guards would not be able to cause any trouble. No, you can't do this, no! Looking at the shadow of the giant axe that could destroy the world, the queen insect let out a heart-wrenching scream. It began to desperately command the guards, trying to get them to resist the giant axe phantom, but the distance between the two sides was not far. In less than a second, the giant axe phantom had already hit the strange bead. Boom! Click click. This giant axe, which could instantly chop a tank worm into ashes, paused when it hit the bead. However, it was not completely ineffective. It was visible to the naked eye that cracks began to appear on the strange bead, and as the attack deepened, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, along with the sound of breaking glass, the entire bead exploded completely. At the same time, the remaining energy of the giant axe phantom also began to explode. The strong blast wave blew away the mother insect, the golden crane, and 11 guards. Although most of the energy has been offset by the beads, the explosion occurred in the underground nest. An explosion of the same power is several times more powerful than that on the ground. Nine-tailed fox divine control technique. Seeing this, Aoi Yun took action again, and a pink barrier appeared in front of everyone to block the shock wave of the explosion. Damn it, damn it! After the explosion, the queen insect's huge body squirmed on the ground, and the 11 guards quickly protected it, and no longer launched an attack. What do you think that is? Suddenly, someone behind them screamed loudly, and then everyone saw that after the smoke from the explosion cleared, a strange humanoid insect that looked 70% like the queen guard appeared. This insect is also about 2 meters tall, green in color, with a bug face, a turned-up mouth, 2 fangs, hands and feet. If you don't look at its face, it looks more like a human. Child, ha ha ha, my child, you are okay! The mother insect laughed wildly, and its fat and bloated body began to crawl towards the human-shaped insect. However, looking at the bloated queen, the strange humanoid insect grinned and let out a low laugh. Ha 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 ha, my great mother, the mother who created me, my energy is not enough, far from enough, why not, let me eat you. Chapter 84. The Power of the Insect King. The golden fragrant crane is destroyed in seconds. When the faint sound resounded throughout the underground cave, both the humans and the queen insects were stunned. What did they hear just now? Or was it an illusion? My child, what are you talking about? The fat and bloated body of the queen insect suddenly stopped, and there was even a tendency to retreat. I say. The humanoid bug's face became even more ferocious. It turned its head and stared at the queen bug. It couldn't help but lick its lips with its tongue. Let me eat you. Only by eating you can I become stronger. The future of the Zerg needs me, not you. As soon as the words fell, the remaining 11 guards immediately gathered in front of the queen insect under her command, blocking the strange humanoid insects that could suddenly attack at any time. Damn it, why can't I control you, damn it? The queen insect tried to make the humanoid insect obey her orders, but several attempts ended in failure. Ha ha ha! The humanoid insect laughed heartily upon hearing this. It stared at the queen insect with a hint of sarcasm in its eyes and said lightly, My mother, have you forgotten that there can only be one intelligent life form in a Zerg colony? If a second one appears, it will be expelled or killed. Now, I choose the latter. From today on, I am the king of the Zerg, the true king. After saying that, the strange humanoid insect who called himself the Insect King actually directly attacked the queen insect. Even when facing the siege of 11 guards, he didn't care at all. On the human side, Jin Xianghe also retreated to the main group early and stood side by side with Aoi Yun. Both of them had gloomy expressions at this moment. Instead of feeling relieved about the dog-eat-dog scene that was happening, they felt a strong sense of unease. Insight. The two of them used insight at the same time and successfully obtained the information about the Insect King. Soul Devourer King of Insects, Level 0, Lord Level. Level 1. Strength, 10,999. Agility, 10,999. Physical Fitness, 10999. Spirit, 10,999. Damn it, how can it be Lord Level? And its 4-dimensional attributes are too strong, almost as strong as me. Jin Xianghe's pupils suddenly shrank and he started cursing. Aoi Yun on the side was also stunned. It was unbelievable that he was born at the Lord Level. Except for some people with noble blood or extraordinary talents, it was impossible for anyone to break through the realm ahead of time. This is like a level 3 expert. Everyone would assume he is a boss level, level 4 is a beast general level, level 5 is a lord level, and so on. But there are always some exceptions in this world. They are 1 in a million and are super geniuses among each ethnic group. If we look at it from another perspective, then the humanoid insect that appeared this time can also be regarded as a genius of the Zerg. He was born at the Lord level, which means that he can break through to the peak of level 5 without any bottleneck. I once had the honor of seeing a baby dragon. It was a Lord level when it was born and extremely powerful. But that was a dragon. How could the Zerg also give birth to a Lord level life form? Jin Xianghe said, gritting his teeth. Aoi Yun took a deep breath and continued. Fortunately, your attack just now caused him to come out early, otherwise he would be even stronger. Besides, his 4-dimensional attributes are about the same as ours now. Facing the siege of 11 guards, he will definitely be defeated. It was not just Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun who possessed the power of insight. The level 3 masters who followed behind them also noticed something unusual, and suddenly the entire cave was filled with noisy sounds. While they were still in shock and sighing, the Insect King in the distance had already begun his crazy killing. Even when facing 11 guards, he was able to handle it with ease, and in less than 10 seconds, he successfully took off the head of one of the guards. The moment the guard was killed, a gray soul appeared. The Insect King grabbed the still struggling soul and sucked it into his body with great enjoyment. Just after absorbing the soul of a guard, green light suddenly appeared on the body of the Insect King. He actually upgraded. What a delicious soul! It is worthy of being the strongest Zerg that Mother has been able to breed so far. The strong soul really makes me extremely happy. The Zerg King was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. The next moment, the Insect King flashed past again, and a guard's head exploded instantly, with the gray soul struggling and being caught in his hand. What a fast speed, what a strong explosive power! Jin Xianghe was stunned, his face full of horror. The Insect King's 4-dimensional attributes were obviously similar to his, but the strength he displayed was far beyond his. Also facing the siege of the guards, Jin Xianghe could only barely deal with them and even needed assistance from others, but the Insect King did not need any help from anyone at all. He could find the guards' flaws and kill them in just a dozen seconds. Mr. Xianghe, we are in trouble, Aoi Yun said with a gloomy face. The Insect King is still getting stronger, Ms. Aoi, we have to take action. After saying that, Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun called their respective men and began to surround and kill the Insect King deep in the cave. As for the Queen Insect and its guards, they became the objects of protection. Interesting, really interesting. When the Insect King saw that there was support, he was not afraid at all, but became even more excited. The Insect King laughed wildly and burst out again. The ground where he was standing collapsed instantly, and the Insect King turned into a green shadow. Before anyone could see clearly, he broke through the guard's defense and came in front of the Queen Insect. Fast, too fast, unbelievably fast. At this time, everyone in the cave, whether they were Queen Guards or humans, were level 3 masters, especially Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun, who were even stronger than the average level 4 masters. But the instantaneous speed that the Insect King had just burst out was so fast that even the two of them could not keep up at all. It was not until the other party stood next to the Queen Insect that everyone came to their senses. My dear mother, thank you again for creating me, but you know that I am not perfect yet. Only by devouring your soul can I go further and restore the former glory of the Zerg. The Insect King's ferocious face was full of madness. Then, he punched directly and punched through the fat body of the Queen Insect. You! The Queen Insect widened her eyes, looking at her pierced body in disbelief. After all, she was still one step short of victory and fell at the intersection closest to success. The Insect King seems to have the ability to capture the soul of any life. Even after the mother insect dies, it cannot escape the fate of being devoured. Delicious, what a delicious and powerful soul. Moreover, it comes from the same source and can just make up for what is missing in my body. Not far away, Jin Xianghe and Aoi Yun, who were rushing towards this side, were instantly filled with despair. They found that the Insect King had evolved again after devouring the mother insect's soul. King level. Impossible. This is impossible. Even among the dragon race, it is impossible for a king-level young life form to be born. If the opponent is only at the lord level, even if he is stronger than them, they can still win the battle by paying some price. But no one expected that after devouring the Queen Insect's soul, the other party would directly step into the king level. That is the king level. Under normal circumstances, only a 6th level strongman can be a king level. In other words, as long as the Insect King does not die, he will become a 6th level strongman without any surprise. The strength of a person mainly depends on his level and realm. The higher the level, the stronger the strength will naturally be. But can the level be increased indefinitely? Obviously not, otherwise there wouldn't be people stuck at level 2 or 3 for their entire lives. For example, if you want to advance from level 2 to level 3, you must first raise your realm to the boss level, otherwise your level will be stuck at the peak of level 2, which is level 30, and you will not be able to make any progress. But realm is an exception. The improvement of realm has nothing to do with level. For example, the Insect King is born at the Lord level, so he only needs to accumulate experience points and improve his level to smoothly enter level 1, level 2, and even to the peak of level 5. Of course, after devouring the soul of the Queen Insect, the Insect King can increase his level to the peak of level 6 indefinitely. This is what makes it truly terrifying. However, ordinary Zerg soldiers will not abide by this rule. Their level will follow the Queen, so their realm will be very low. This can be seen from Wei Xiaosu and his skeleton workers. It is the same principle. However, no matter whether it is the Zerg soldiers created by the Queen or the skeleton workers summoned by Wei Xiaosu, those who can be summoned in large numbers will only have a lower realm than himself. If you want to surpass him, then external means are needed. Is this the authority to control the Zerg? TSK, Mother really spent a lot of money to create me. There were more than 1 million of this species, but in just a few days there are less than 20,000 left. The Insect King closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Seeing that the other party was so arrogant, Jin Xionghe and Aoyun were ready to take this opportunity to kill him, but they did not expect that what greeted them was a counterattack from the Queen Insect guards. He seized the Queen Insect's authority, damn it! Jin Xionghe couldn't help but curse after being forced back by the guards. There are only 9 Queen guards left. There are so many of us, so just kill them all first, Aoyun said sternly. Although the Queen Insect's guards are strong, Jin Xionghe and Aoyun alone can deal with them, not to mention that there are a large number of level 3 peak helpers behind them. It will definitely not take more than 1 minute to kill the opponent. However, the opposite happened. Just when everyone was preparing to use their ultimate moves to kill the Queen Insect guard, the Insect King, who had his eyes closed not far away, slowly opened his eyes. His pair of pale golden eyes scanned everyone, and then he burst into laughter. So this is the authority of the Queen Insect, then let me try the effect. After saying that, the Insect King casually pointed at the remaining 9 Queen guards. A faint green light shot out from his fingertips, and in just a blink of an eye, the aura of the Queen guards began to rise sharply. From now on, you will be called the Insect King guards. This king will grant you the strength of a beast general. Go to the battlefield and slaughter all those weak humans. With a casual flick of the Insect King's finger, the boss-level Queen Insect Guard was transformed into a Beast General-level Insect King Guard, doubling its strength. Not only that, the Insect King waved his hand and pulled the 9 guards back to his side, allowing them to escape from the siege of humans. The next second, the Insect King leaped up and directly broke a big hole in the sand layer above his head, and disappeared directly. Oh no, get out quickly, the brothers outside are in trouble. Jin Xionghe's face was gloomy and ugly. In order to devour the remaining insects, he left more than 10,000 people on the battlefield. But now the Insect King obviously intends to pick on the weak first, and is preparing to cooperate with the 9 guards and other insects on the battlefield to strangle the more than 10,000 remaining masters. Of course, there is another point. The Insect King plans to first upgrade his own level to the highest point of this relic, which is level 40. Only in this way can the other party be 100% sure to eat them all. Jin Xionghe looked at the place where the Insect King left, his eyes filled with even more horror. That was a sand layer of dozens of meters, and it was actually broken directly. Even he was far from such explosive power. Immediately, Jin Xionghe and Aoyun called everyone to run outside, and also called other companions who were still hunting insects in various passages. A large group of more than 30,000 people began to leave the nest quickly and rush to the original battlefield. However, when they returned to the battlefield, they were horrified to find that the more than 10,000 people who stayed behind had all been killed. It took only 10 minutes, and more than 10,000 people were all killed. No, look at the size of the attack bugs. They have grown bigger, and so have the tank bugs. What's going on? The assault bug has broken through to the boss level, and the tank bug is actually at the beast general level. You may not know this yet, but the queen is already dead. She was killed by the king of insects that she herself created. Those who had been hunting insects in other passages of the nest were still unaware of the current situation, but when someone who knew the situation explained it to them, their faces turned pale and their hearts sank to the bottom. Human souls seem to be more delicious. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang in everyone's ears, and then everyone saw a tank worm slowly walking towards them, and on the head of the tank worm, a green figure was looking down at everything. He has reached the peak of level 3. How could it be so fast? It can't be that fast. Even if he had the experience points from killing tens of thousands of level 3 humans, it would be impossible for him to reach the peak of level 3 so quickly. Jin Xionghe gnashed his teeth, tightly grasped the giant axe with both hands, suddenly jumped into the air, and then shouted, Sweep the army. Well, you are indeed very strong. Even if you are not invincible at level 3, I'm afraid you will have no rivals. My mother was forced to create me, so it seems that she is not a waste, the Insect King said jokingly. Then, the Insect King stretched out his right hand and punched at the giant axe shadow. Bang! Boom! With just one punch, the phantom of the giant axe that used to be indestructible exploded instantly. Before everyone could react, a green figure flashed by. When everyone could see the green figure clearly again, he was already standing in front of Jin Xionghe. The green figure was none other than the Insect King, and in his hand, he was holding a human head with a terrified look. Who else could it be but Jin Xionghe? Jin Xionghe, the strongest person on the human side, was killed instantly by the Insect King with one move, unable to even resist. Chapter 85, Shinzang Sutra. On a sand dune in the ruins desert, several young girls and boys who looked like students were sitting around, chatting incessantly. Brother Xiaosu, our country of China has really suffered a huge loss this time. Not a single master of the plan came in, but so many students and soldiers got involved. The speaker was a fat man with a fat body but a naive appearance. He was none other than Pei Qian, the freshman at the University of Magic. In addition to Pei Qian, there were Nan Ji, Lu Yang, Lu Taizhu, and Su Xiaoqing, all sitting together. It's time and destiny. I heard that it was a black hand under the Sun-Moon God sect. They really tricked us this time, Lu Taizhu replied with emotion. Damn it! Lu Yang, who had the most explosive temper, couldn't help but curse. When I get out of here, I will immediately take over the task of encircling and suppressing the 10,000 clan sect. I have to kill a few beasts to vent my anger. Hearing Lu Yang's scolding, the two girls Nan Ji and Su Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, thinking that this was a good idea. Just when a few people were aggrieved, Wei Xiaosu suddenly spoke and asked a little embarrassedly. The boss level has broken through the boss level. Is there any way to speed up the speed? I think if we practice step-by-step FA, I'm afraid it will take 10.5 days to break through. This is simple. Practice more advanced techniques. Nanji chuckled. Brother Xiaosu, can't you just go up to the boss level casually? Little fatty Pei Qian also answered. Similarly, Lu Yang and Lu Taizhu also smiled maliciously. It was a very pleasing thing to see Wei Xiaosu being humiliated. This was especially true after everyone knew Wei Xiaosu's battle record. However, with the strength of a mere peak level 2 boss, he actually killed dozens of peak level 3 tank bugs. Is this something a normal person can do? If this was not reality but a game, they would definitely jointly report Wei Xiaosu for cheating and affecting the balance of the game. My Su family has a set of skill cultivation techniques that are 2 levels higher than your current netherworld mysterious skills. If you want to learn, I can be your teacher. After everyone finished joking, Su Xiaoqing suddenly said very seriously. But as soon as she finished speaking, the others looked at the two of them with suspicion, and the meaning was self-evident. Maybe Su Xiaoqing felt something was wrong with their eyes, so she coughed twice and said coldly, I'm already at level 3, and he's only at level 2. I'm not used to it. Wei Xiaosu. God is not used to it. Wei Xiaosu was completely speechless, but should I say it, everyone gained a lot from this trip to the ruins. Except for himself, Nanji, Pei Qian, and Su Xiaoqing all broke through to level 3. Although in terms of combat power, Wei Xiaosu is the strongest person present, but the feeling of being overwhelmed in terms of level is really unpleasant. Are there any conditions or price? Wei Xiaosu pondered for 2 seconds and asked. Generally speaking, skills and techniques cannot be passed on to others at will. For example, the netherworld mysterious skill that he exchanged from the academy is not allowed to be passed on to others privately. If it is passed on and discovered, the consequences will be very serious. This is the martial arts of my Su family. I am the future patriarch of the Su family. I can give it to anyone I want, without asking for any conditions. Su Xiaoqing's indifferent voice sounded, shocking everyone present. Wei Xiaosu was not a fussy person. If someone gave him something and he just needed it, he would just accept it. It was enough for him to remember the kindness in his heart. Afterwards, Su Xiaoqing began to teach Wei Xiaosu the skills and techniques of cultivation, and the others left on their own. The Su family's skill cultivation technique is called the Shinzang Sutra, and it is an A-level cultivation technique that the founder of the Su family accidentally obtained in the early days of the Cataclysm. Not only is the cultivation speed extremely fast, but it also has many benefits to oneself. It was also with the help of this technique that Su Xiaoqing was able to advance from a level 0 novice to a level 3 boss in just a few months. Then you should familiarize yourself with it. I'll be leaving first. Su Xiaoqing let out a long sigh. Teaching the cultivation techniques was still very tiring. It would be best if you had a skill book, so you could just choose to learn it, and then become familiar with it. But what if you don't have a skill book? Then you can only be taught by someone who has already mastered it, which is extremely difficult. Thank you? Wei Xiaosu just opened his mouth to say thank you when he realized that Su Xiaoqing had already left, which made him smile bitterly. Afterwards, Wei Xiaosu began to practice the technique according to Professor Su Xiaoqing's method. It was indeed an A-level technique, and the speed of practice was more than 10 times that of the Netherworld Mysterious technique. Coupled with his own innate understanding, the speed was many times faster. It takes at least 10 days or half a month to break through to the boss level by practicing the Netherworld Mysterious art, but now it may only take a few hours to practice the Divine Treasury Sutra. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. No wonder everyone said it was difficult for a poor family to produce a noble son. He felt that his talent was high enough, but compared with Su Xiaoqing, who had a good background, it was simply not enough. Besides, the Su family is only considered a wealthy family in Xinjiang City. In the entire Chinese Empire, it is just an ordinary family. Wei Xiaosu couldn't even imagine how powerful those people would be who practiced S-level, or even SS-level skills as soon as they awakened. Don't think about it anymore, breakthrough first. Wei Xiaosu shook his head, cleared all those complicated thoughts, and then entered into a state of selfless meditation. After about an hour, Wei Xiaosu clearly felt that he had already stepped half a foot into the boss level. He only needed to meditate for another hour at most to be promoted to the boss level, and then successfully step into the ranks of the third-level masters. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the ground begin to shake wildly, and along with the shaking of the ground came the screams of more than 10,000 people. What's wrong? Wei Xiaosu forcibly interrupted his meditation. He frowned and looked into the distance. His originally irritable mood was instantly cured by everything he saw. But before he could think about it, several familiar figures immediately rushed towards him. They were Su Xiaoqing and others. Oh no! The coalition forces of the Korean and island countries were defeated by the Zerg. Tens of thousands of level 3 experts were almost wiped out, with less than 1,000 left fleeing everywhere. The Zerg Queen is dead, but a more terrifying Zerg King has appeared. He is now a peak level 3 King-level monster. Bad news came out from the mouths of several people one after another. Wei Xiaosu felt that his 3 views were about to be overturned. What was going on? Tens of thousands of level 3 experts were wiped out. What should we do next? Wait for death? Stop talking, let's run away. Escape? This is a ruin. Where can we escape to? I'm dead. I'm really dead this time. Several people looked around and saw countless people starting to flee in all directions, but the ruins were so small, where could they escape to? Chapter 86, The Final Battle. Sure enough, just as the crowd was fleeing in all directions, dense swarms of small black dots began to appear in the far distance. These small black dots were also moving very fast, and they were cooperating with the insects chasing after the crowd to encircle them. This is just the simplest way to catch a turtle in a jar. Not to mention the insect king, even anyone with a little common sense would know how to do it. Fuck, I've been made into a dumpling. Damn, brothers, let's fight these disgusting bugs. But I don't want to die yet, I don't want to die. What are you afraid of? The number of these bugs is no more than 10,000 at most. We have more than 10,000 people. Can't we kill them? Brother, I'm not saying this to make fun of you. Use your insight to see the strength of these bugs. Their average level is much higher than ours. And I heard there is a bug king. Killing a peak level 3 bug is as easy as killing a chicken. How can we win? If it was just an ordinary Zerg attack, perhaps it wouldn't have collapsed like it did now. Just like the night raid last night, the situation was not much better than it is now. But everyone knew at that time that was the Zerg's final counterattack. As long as they could repel them, the coalition forces during the day could easily wipe them out. But now, when more than 1,000 coalition forces escaped and spread the news of defeat throughout the stronghold, almost more than 90% of them had lost their will to fight. Everyone just wanted to escape, the farther the better. Yes, there were tens of thousands of level 3 masters, including 1 or 2,000 at the peak of level 3. Even with such a heaven-defying lineup, they still lost? Not to mention that these people couldn't figure it out, even Wei Xiaosu thought it was too ridiculous. He had just used insight to look at the 4-dimensional properties of those insects. They had indeed become stronger, but the strength they had gained was limited. Even the weakest level 3 expert could beat the attacking insects, right? We can't run away. Hurry up and organize everyone to resist. There are only a little over 10,000 attackers. What are you afraid of? Just kill them all. Wei Xiaosu spoke quickly. Now they were no less numerous than the bugs, and they had more experts, especially the more than 1,000 people who had escaped from the front battlefield. Each of them was level 3, and their combat power was absolutely extraordinary. Senior Taiju, please pass on a message for me. I will summon 1 million skeleton mages, but they are only ordinary level 2 peak. I guess they can't help kill the attacking bugs, but they can be used to harass monsters. If necessary, they can be used as shields. With 1 million skeleton mages, even if they just stand still and let those bugs kill them, they will kill them until they are tired. Everyone was stunned when this was said. 1 million? Or a one-time summon? Although they are only ordinary level at the peak of stage 2, there are really too many of them. Just as he said, even if all the skeleton mages stretched out their necks to let the attacking bugs chop them, they would still chop them until they were tired. Junior, you didn't frame me? Lu Taiju was both surprised and terrified. Millions of skeleton monsters can be summoned at a time. Tell me you are still worried about how to break through the boss level? How can I joke in this situation? Okay, then you can get ready, I'll call. Lu Taiju began to breathe deeply. He never expected that the greatest use of himself as a berserker would be to be a messenger. Fortunately, his injuries were healed by the fairy peach Wei Xiaosu had given him, otherwise he would not be able to make his voice heard throughout the gathering point. Call. Wei Xiaosu first released all the 800,000 skeleton mages and 50,000 skeleton guards that had been prepared in the summoning space, and then he used up his mental energy to summon another 150,000 skeleton mages before stopping. A full 1 million skeleton monsters appeared on the battlefield in an instant, gathering together densely like a wide ocean. The sound of bones rubbing against each other continued to ring out. This sound, which usually makes people's teeth ache, now sounded no less than the most beautiful tone in everyone's ears. All skeleton mages use firecrackers to harass the attacking bugs and protect everyone's safety. If you encounter a fatal attack, help resist it as soon as possible. All skeleton guards, look for level 3 experts and cooperate with them to surround and kill level 3 tank bugs. If you encounter a fatal attack, help resist it immediately. There were too many skeleton monsters summoned this time, and Wei Xiaosu couldn't command them one by one, so he could only give them a general order to execute. It would be much easier if there was a worker who was good at commanding the army, Wei Xiaosu muttered secretly in his heart. However, he felt that this was most likely wishful thinking. It was difficult for the undead to develop intelligence, and most of them had low IQs. The strongest Xiao Shuai under his command was a king-level man, but until now he could only say meaningless words like handsome, very handsome, too handsome, and so on. When there are over 10,000 people, it seems endless. At this time, over 1 million skeleton monsters gather in the same place, which is an even more magnificent sight. Those who were originally in despair saw hope, and the level 3 masters who had escaped from the front lines regained the courage to fight on. But soon, when a large number of attacking insects rushed into the skeleton monster, everyone saw that the skeleton monster was vulnerable, and the massacre was a one-sided massacre. The skeleton mage's attacks couldn't even break the opponent's defenses, but a random charge or a swing from the assault bug could kill several, or even dozens of skeleton monsters. It seems that having more people may not necessarily be helpful. The fighting spirit that had just risen up in the humans protected in the inner circle disappeared in an instant. If the skeleton monster was only at this level, they still couldn't win. However, there were also people with rich combat experience present, and they quickly saw the true use of the skeleton monsters, such as the leader of the island country Aoyun. That's right, Aoyun is still alive. He fled here with a part of his defeated troops. She was originally thought to be dead, but now her eyes are shining. Perhaps she can win. Aoyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and when he looked at the figure of the attacking bug, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, she threw the orb in her arms high into the sky, and her charming voice spread across the battlefield. Nine-tailed fox ultimate death ray. As a peak level 3 expert, it is not difficult for Aoyun to spread her voice over a range of dozens of kilometers, not to mention that she is not an ordinary peak level 3 expert. The reason she did this was to tell everyone that this battle still had to be fought. Sure enough, as her voice sounded, the 6 people, including Wei Xiaosu, all looked into the distance. They saw a gem emitting pink light floating 100 meters in the air. Immediately afterwards, thousands of pink and black rays of light shot out from the orb. These rays gave people a strong sense of death, and no one would doubt the power of these rays. But the light is not without its disadvantages. Its disadvantage is that it is very slow. Almost all level 3 players can dodge it, and level 2 players can also dodge it if they are prepared. As a peak level 3 boss level monster, the attack bugs were naturally able to avoid light attacks, but they soon discovered that going deep into the skeleton encirclement greatly limited their speed, and they could only exert 10% or 20% of their full speed. Puff puff puff. The light attack finally arrived.